Introduction. Upon awakening, Qiao Li found himself transported to the world of Game of Thrones, having taken over the infamous Joffrey Baratheon. To evade an untimely demise by poison, Joffrey resolved to make each decision with utmost caution, beginning in Winterfell. Years later, as the king of the Baratheons and ruler of the Seven Kingdoms, His Majesty Joffrey reflected upon his journey while inspecting his troops atop the walls of King's Landing. All I ever desired was to survive. Chapter 1. Winterfell. In the north, outside Winterfell, the Baratheon banner flapped fiercely in the biting wind, the golden field and black stag emblem striking against the gray sky. The caravan carved deep ruts in the snow, hooves crunching and raising clouds of mist. Joffrey rode a white steed in the midst of the procession, draped in a golden lion-patterned cloak, a finely crafted sword at his waist, his gaze cast downward in contemplation. Merely 4 months prior, he had been a young man named Qiao Li on Earth, unexpectedly transported to this realm of Game of Thrones, and had usurped the notorious Joffrey Baratheon. A devoted fan of the series, he had watched both the original and the television adaptation multiple times and was acutely aware of the infamous legacy of Joffrey. Had he adhered to the original timeline, his fate would have culminated in death via poison. Yet, he understood that poison was merely a symptom. The true cause of Joffrey's demise lay in his abominable temperament. Consequently, having familiarized himself with this new body, he embarked on a rigorous training regimen. In secret, he sought out Barristan Selmy within the Red Keep, offering a bottle of fine wine in exchange for lessons in swordsmanship. Now, he had not only made significant progress in his skills, but his previously frail constitution had improved markedly. "Your Majesty, we have arrived at Winterfell," a guard announced to King Robert at the front of the caravan. Clad in a black stag cloak, Robert Baratheon's broad shoulders bore the weight of heavy leather armor, his beard obscuring half his face, his dark eyes revealing fatigue. His visage, tinged with a slight flush from drink, commanded a heavy war hammer that hung beside his saddle. "Huh, Ned must be awaiting my arrival." Robert's booming laughter echoed like thunder, eliciting mirth from the accompanying nobles. Queen Cersei sat regally in an ornate carriage, her golden hair cascading like a waterfall, enveloped in a crimson cloak trimmed with silver fox fur. Her beauty was striking, yet her emerald eyes were as cold as ice, her lips pressed tight, revealing a glimmer of displeasure. At the gates of Winterfell, Eddard Stark stood at the forefront of a gathering, his angular features set in a serious expression. Beside him was his wife, Catelyn Stark, her chestnut hair elegantly arranged, her demeanor tranquil. Robert dismounted with vigor, striding towards Eddard and enveloping him in a hearty embrace. "Ned, it is splendid to see you, especially with that face of yours turning purple from the cold. You haven't changed a bit." As others dismounted, Cersei stepped from the carriage. Eddard knelt in the snow, kissing the ring upon the queen's hand. Robert embraced Catelyn as one would a long-lost sister. Joffrey, standing behind his uncle, Jaime Lannister, scrutinized the Stark family across from him. Regarding his biological uncle, who was, in truth, a father figure, Joffrey held a singular thought: handsome. The Stark offspring were present, though Jon, being a bastard, could not stand beside his father and was likely positioned further back. The youngest, Rickon Stark, was too small to be seen. Only Eddard's 4 children stood beside him. Robb Stark, with his tousled red hair and piercing blue-gray eyes, exuded youthful vigor. Bran Stark, slight of build, exhibited excitement in his gray eyes, fixated on Robert's war hammer with curious fascination. Arya Stark lingered at the rear, her brown hair haphazardly tied back, casting furtive glances at their gathering. Sansa Stark's gaze remained fixed upon Joffrey. As if she had never encountered such a striking young man, her azure eyes sparkled with youthful admiration. When their eyes met, she averted her gaze like a startled fawn. At that moment, Joffrey heard Robert's resounding voice. "Ned, quickly take me to your family crypt. I wish to pay my respects." The queen's expression soured immediately. "We have been traveling for nearly a month. Your Majesty, must we rush to see a corpse?" Robert cast a cold glance toward his wife, ignoring her as he beckoned Eddard to accompany him to the crypts of Winterfell. An awkward tension filled the air. At this juncture, Arya's voice unexpectedly cut through the silence. "Where is the imp?" Cersei shot a disapproving look at the impetuous girl, but chose not to engage further, instead approaching Joffrey and Jaime. As their mother drew nearer, Joffrey overheard her query to Jaime, "Where has our brother gone? Go find that little beast." In that instant, Joffrey recalled a line. In Winterfell, one could get lost in revelry. Undoubtedly, The one dubbed the Imp was his uncle, Tyrion Lannister, a deformed dwarf. Seeing that everyone had entered the castle, Joffrey followed suit into Winterfell. The castle walls loomed high, guarded vigilantly, the banner of the direwolf fluttering in the wind. The Starks had arranged opulent temporary quarters for the royal family. Joffrey opened the door to his designated chamber, shedding his cloak, his gaze settling upon his sword. The Lannister lion emblem on the scabbard shimmered in the candlelight as he gently caressed the hilt, reminiscing about his arduous training at the Red Keep. Barristan had been a strict instructor, never lowering his standards due to Joffrey's royal status. Time and again, he had pushed himself to the point of trembling arms, yet he persevered through the fatigue. "Your Highness, the warm water has been prepared." A gentle voice interrupted Joffrey's reverie. He turned to see a Winterfell maid entering the room. She was a 14-year-old girl, her fair features framed by the distinctive chestnut hair of northern maidens, dressed in a gray and white maid's attire. She carried a copper basin, her dark eyes curiously fixed upon him. "Your Highness, I am Asha, the lady of the house, sent me to assist you with your ablutions." Joffrey nodded, allowing the maid to wipe his face with a towel. "The cold winds of Winterfell are no match for King's Landing. Do you find it to your liking, Your Highness?" Joffrey chuckled lightly. "Your thoughtfulness, Miss Asha, is far warmer than any hearth in King's Landing." The maid's cheeks flushed a vibrant hue. "Your Highness, you yist. If there is nothing else, I shall take my leave." With that, the maid hurriedly exited the room. Joffrey felt a twinge of exasperation. Was he truly that fearsome? Her reaction made him feel as though he were a menacing wolf. With time to spare before the evening banquet, Joffrey ventured into the courtyard of Winterfell. The expansive, solemn courtyard was blanketed in snow, the stone-paved ground shimmering under torchlight, casting flickering shadows against the walls. Guards wrapped in thick gray fur strode steadily through the snow, spears in hand. A young guard spotted Joffrey and bowed respectfully. "Your Highness," Joffrey replied gently, "I have heard tales of the valor of the soldiers of Winterfell, and it appears they hold true." The guard's face flushed crimson, seemingly unaccustomed to such praise from a person of high stature. He stood tall, bowing once more to express his gratitude to Joffrey. As Joffrey traversed the courtyard, he spotted the young wolf Lord Robb, who was engaged in conversation with several knights of the north. Upon noticing Joffrey, Robb merely cast a fleeting glance and did not approach him. Joffrey mused that the relationship between House Stark and House Lannister had always been fraught with discord. Just as he was about to turn toward the corridor, a small figure darted across the snow. Upon closer inspection, it was Bran, the future Green Seer, who at this moment was merely a playful boy. Breathless, Bran looked up at Joffrey and said, "Your Highness, your sword is truly magnificent. May I see it?" Joffrey knelt down, intending to converse with Bran, when a stern voice interrupted. "Bran, what are you doing here? Hurry back to the castle. Your mother has been searching for you." Robb, unable to pretend he had not seen Joffrey any longer, approached the two and spoke sharply. Bran, clearly terrified of his mother's punishment, dashed away in an instant. "Your Highness, the banquet is about to commence. Allow me to accompany you," Robb said, adopting a serious demeanor befitting an adult. "Very well," Joffrey responded, rising to follow Robb toward the imposing castle of Winterfell. Chapter 2: The Feast. Within the great hall of Winterfell, the flickering torchlight cast dancing shadows upon the rough stone walls, while the aroma of roasted venison mingled with the rich scent of ale, permeating the air. The long table was laden with the delicacies of the north, as servants scurried about, diligently pouring wine and serving dishes to the guests. The Stark family and the Baratheon royal family occupied opposite sides, laughter and merriment filling the atmosphere. Joffrey sat beside Robert, a golden leg of wild boar resting on the silver platter before him, though he felt no appetite whatsoever. His fingers lightly tapped on the wine goblet as his gaze discreetly swept across the hall, scrutinizing the expressions and movements of each attendee. Robert was engaged in boisterous laughter with Eddard, their cups clinking amid raucous mirth. Cersei sat to Joffrey's other side, elegantly slicing a piece of cheese, her emerald eyes occasionally darting toward Catelyn across the table with a sharp scrutiny. Sansa, seated opposite, kept her head bowed, her slender fingers clutching her skirt, casting furtive glances at him with her azure eyes sparkling with youthful yearning. "Your Highness, is the wild boar leg not to your liking?" A bright voice broke his reverie. Joffrey turned to see Arya. This tousled-haired girl with brown locks stared at him with her large gray eyes, unabashedly appraising him, a half-eaten piece of bread clutched in her hand. Joffrey offered a slight smile, speaking in a gentle tone. Lady Arya. The game of the North is indeed delectable, however. I have a preference for the honey cakes of King's Landing. Arya wrinkled her nose, bluntly retorting, honey cakes? What's so delightful about that sickly sweet stuff? It pales in comparison to the rabbits my Nymeria catches. Her words elicited a low chuckle from Robb beside her, and upon noticing the gazes directed at him, Robb hastily cleared his throat to mask his embarrassment. Joffrey, aware that Nymeria was a dire wolf, feigned ignorance and inquired, "Who is Lady Nymeria?" Arya laughed lightly. "Your Highness, Nymeria is a dire wolf." Joffrey seized the opportunity to respond. "I have heard that dire wolves are remarkably loyal. Lady Arya's Nymeria must be quite impressive." Arya's eyes sparkled as she proudly raised her chin. "Indeed, Nymeria is formidable. She can even catch wild boar. Last time, she bit a bobcat and nearly frightened Robb's horse away." At that moment, Cersei set down her knife and fork. Speaking coolly, "The wolf pups of the North are indeed amusing. However, creatures of such wildness may not be suited for life in a castle." Catelyn's smile faltered for an instant before she regained her composure, saying, "The Queen is correct. Yet the dire wolves have guarded House Stark for a millennium. We Northerners have long since grown accustomed to their company." Sensing the tension in the air, Joffrey realized he needed to intervene. He abruptly stood, raising his goblet with an impeccably timed smile. "I propose a toast to the generous hospitality of House Stark, to the loyalty and bravery of the North." Robert bellowed with laughter, being the first to raise his cup. "Cheers to the North." Eddard nodded and raised his goblet in response. The nobles joined in, the atmosphere warming once more. Cersei cast a glance at Joffrey, a flicker of surprise crossing her features before she regained her calm demeanor. Sansa, taken aback by the revelation that her ideal prince valued family honors so highly, felt her heart flutter, her azure eyes gleaming like stars. Biting her lip, she secretly fantasized that if she could marry this golden-haired prince, she would be the happiest girl in the Seven Kingdoms. As the banquet approached its conclusion, a guard hurried into the hall, whispering something into Eddard's ear. Eddard frowned and rose to address Robert. "Your Grace, there are some matters outside the castle that require my attention." Robert, inebriated yet jovial, waved him off. "Go on." However, Eddard's expression remained grave as he hurried away. After the feast, Joffrey returned to his chambers. The room was spacious yet cold, adorned with a banner of House Stark depicting a dire wolf, while the embers in the brazier crackled weakly. He endeavored to recall memories from his past life. The most significant event that transpired in Winterfell was Bran's fall from the tower. Bran had uncovered the affair between Cersei and Jaime. This revelation had driven Cersei to seek Bran's demise. It also exacerbated the already strained relations between the Lannisters and the Starks. If he could divert Bran's attention, might he not avert this grave incident? Yet, possessing knowledge of the plot does not guarantee survival in this Game of Thrones. To endure until the end, he must cultivate his own strength. It would be prudent to establish his own influence. He retrieved a piece of parchment, unfurling it upon the oak table, igniting a lamp to begin sketching his plans. He recalled the knowledge he had acquired on Earth, visions of hydraulic hammers and blast furnaces surfacing in his mind. He could experiment with the forges in Winterfell, aiming to optimize the smelting process, crafting sharper swords and sturdier armor. The North boasted abundant iron, or resources improvements in metallurgy were essential. Gunpowder. Perhaps he could begin with saltpeter, as the North's hot springs might conceal sulfur. His thoughts shifted to Sansa Stark. At the banquet, her azure eyes were filled with youthful dreams. If he could bind her to him through marriage, he could ease the conflict between House Lannister and House Stark. The Stark family held honor in high regard. Sansa's betrothal could compel the Lord of Winterfell to hesitate at a crucial moment. Moreover, the combat prowess of the Northern soldiers should never be underestimated. A faint sound of footsteps echoed outside the door, and Joffrey instantly became alert. He tucked away his sketches and grasped the hilt of his sword. Cersei Lannister entered, her golden hair shimmering in the candlelight. Joffrey relaxed his grip on the sword's hilt. "Mother, what brings you here?" "My dear son," Cersei's voice was soft, "your performance at tonight's banquet truly impressed me." Joffrey felt a tightening in his chest, yet maintained an appearance of deference as he rose and slightly lowered his head. "You flatter me. Mother, I merely wish to preserve the dignity of the royal house." Cersei chuckled softly, taking a seat on the intricately carved wooden chair at the table, gracefully adjusting her gown. "Your toast was splendid, Joffrey. Even that foolish. Your father was stirred by your words, and the Stark peasants have certainly begun to regard you with newfound respect. Yet, Cersei's smile gradually faded, a glint of coldness flashing in her eyes. However, you ought not to be so cordial towards the Starks. Those northern pups have never been our allies. Your wisdom is duly noted, Mother, Joffrey replied, feigning humility. Cersei rose and approached Joffrey, gently caressing his golden hair, her voice low and laced with seduction. Remember, Joffrey, you are destined to ascend the Iron Throne, to rule over the Seven Kingdoms. Families like the Starks will kneel before you, beseeching you for their loyalty. Chapter 3. The encounter in the early morning. The training grounds of Winterfell came alive with the muffled sounds of wooden swords clashing and the heavy breaths of young combatants. Shattering the tranquil dawn, Bran Stark, clad in heavy leather armor, displayed a somewhat clumsy demeanor, yet his gray eyes gleamed with an indomitable spirit. His opponent, Prince Tommen Baratheon, appeared even more comical. His rotund figure squeezed into armor resembled a rolling snowball, and each step he took was accompanied by the creaking of his gear, eliciting quiet laughter from the onlookers. Sir Roderick Castle, the master-at-arms of Winterfell, stood at the sidelines with a hawk-like gaze, intently observing the young fighters. Occasionally, he would bark commands to correct their swordplay. The wooden swords wielded by Bran and Tommen produced a series of sharp sounds upon collision, lacking lethal intent but infused with youthful seriousness. Surrounding them were a dozen or so northern retainers and followers cheering for the two boys, their voices rising and falling in encouragement. Robb Stark stood at the forefront, his brown hair tousled by the morning breeze, his blue-gray eyes ablaze with fervor as he shouted encouragement to his younger brother, Bran. Seated beside him was Theon Greyjoy, leaning casually in his black fitted tunic adorned with the golden kraken sigil, his gray-green eyes scanning the duel. Bran and Tommen stumbled as they fought, clearly having been engaged in their bout for some time. Although Bran's technique was unrefined, he exhibited a fierce determination, while Tommen struggled awkwardly, the weight of his armor making each step feel like trudging through mud. At the rear of the courtyard stood Joffrey, engulfed in the heavy shadow cast by the tall stone walls. He was flanked by several retainers clad in the crimson and gold livery of House Lannister, as well as the Baratheon-s black stag on a gold field. A few older knights lingered at a distance, their armor emblazoned with family crests, whispering amongst themselves while occasionally glancing towards the bout. A loud shout resonated through the air, and amidst the swirling dust, Prince Tommen stumbled and fell, rolling in the mud as he struggled to rise, his heavy armor rendering him akin to a turtle flipped onto its back, limbs flailing comically and drawing laughter from the spectators. Bran stood beside him, raising his wooden sword high, his gray eyes sparkling with triumphant excitement, poised to deliver a follow-up strike as soon as Tommen regained his footing. Enough! Sir Roderick's voice boomed like thunder, startling the assembled crowd. He strode forward, his broad hand firmly grasping Tommen's shoulder, lifting the prince up as dust cascaded from his armor. Well done, Bran and Tommen, you both gave it your all. He patted Tommen's back, his gaze sweeping the onlookers, the corners of his mouth curling slightly beneath his white beard. Lewis, Donnell, assist them in removing their armor. The old knight's gaze passed over the crowd, landing on Robb and Joffrey. Prince Joffrey, Robb, would you care for another round? Robb, still glistening with the sweat from his previous bout, stepped forward eagerly, his wooden sword slicing through the air with a whoosh, his blue-gray eyes aflame with determination. I would be delighted, Sir Roderick. Beside Joffrey, a towering figure stepped forward, his scarred visage grotesque in the morning light, none other than Sandor Clegane, the Hound. His armor weighed heavily upon him, and the long sword at his waist glimmered with a cold light, his eyes betraying an indifferent malice. The onlookers held their breath, the atmosphere thickening with tension. Yet, Joffrey raised his hand to halt him. Hound, stand down. I shall confront him myself. Sandor's gaze lingered on Joffrey's face for a fleeting moment, surprise flickering in his eyes before he grunted dismissively and retreated into the shadows, the sound of his armor clanging dully as he moved. The surrounding knights and attendants murmured softly, their eyes flitting between Joffrey and Robb, brimming with curiosity and anticipation. Theon raised an eyebrow and whispered to a companion beside him, I wager this prince will not last 3 exchanges. Joffrey strode into the arena, shedding his lion-emblazoned cloak and handing it to a nearby attendant, revealing a crimson tunic adorned with the golden Lannister lion and the Baratheon-crowned stag, which clashed magnificently upon his chest. Robb gripped his wooden sword, standing firm in the center, his slate-blue eyes fixed on Joffrey, tinged with caution. Your Highness, I await your instruction. His voice was steady, laced with a hint of challenge. Joffrey accepted the wooden sword handed to him by Roderick, swinging it lightly to gauge its weight, nodding, let us begin. The crowd fell silent, a palpable tension hanging in the air. Bran and Tommen had been assisted to the sidelines, their armor removed, both panting heavily, their eyes glued to the contest. Bran murmured to Tommen, "Watch how Robb will best your brother." Tommen bit his lip, his round cheeks flushing crimson, whispering, "Brother will not lose." Ser Rodrik stood at the edge of the field, arms crossed, his gaze piercing. "Commence." Robb launched the first assault, his wooden sword slicing through the air in a sharp arc aimed at Joffrey's chest. His steps were deliberate, the force behind his swing formidable. Yet, Joffrey remained unperturbed, sidestepping with agility, deflecting Robb's strike with a flick of his sword, his movements light as air. A few gasps emerged from the spectators, young squires widening their eyes in disbelief at the golden-haired prince's surprising prowess. Robb, having missed his initial blow, swiftly adjusted his stance, sweeping the wooden sword towards Joffrey's flank. Joffrey retreated a half-step, angling his sword to parry the attack, and with a nimble pivot, he circled to Robb's side, thrusting his sword towards the young Stark's shoulder. Robb's reflexes were quick. He raised his wooden sword, blocking Joffrey's strike with a resounding crack. The two exchanged blows, the thuds of their wooden swords echoing through the arena, dust swirling as their feet struck the ground, the morning light shimmering between the dancing shadows of their blades. The onlookers held their breath, the atmosphere thickening with suspense. Robb delivered a powerful downward strike, but Joffrey retreated in response, deftly dissipating the force with a light touch of his sword. Seizing the moment as Robb retracted his weapon, Joffrey surged forward, aiming directly at Robb's chest. Yet at the last instant, he withdrew his strength, the tip of the sword halting a mere half-inch before Robb's armor. The arena fell into silence. Robb gasped for breath, his slate-gray eyes fixed on Joffrey, a hint of reluctance evident in his gaze. Joffrey smiled slightly, retracting his wooden sword and stepping back to perform a noble bow. "Your skill with the sword is indeed remarkable, my lord." Ser Rodrik nodded, a faint smile playing at the corners of his white-bearded mouth. "Well done." The onlookers erupted into applause, while the attendants murmured among themselves, and the young knights cast admiring glances at Joffrey. In disbelief, Theon muttered, "This cannot be." Robb, panting, cast a complex look at Joffrey and nodded. "Your Highness, you have won." Joffrey felt a sense of relief wash over him. He turned to walk towards the edge of the field, accepting the cloak offered by an attendant, his gaze sweeping over the crowd in search of Sandor. Sandor stood in the shadows, the scarred side of his face betraying no emotion. As the duel concluded, the boys gradually dispersed. Bran tugged at Tommen, racing towards the castle while animatedly discussing the recent contest. Chapter 4. The Hunt. Wait a moment. Joffrey called out to Bran and Tommen. Upon recognizing his brother, Tommen hurried over. "Brother, you were incredible just now." Bran also looked at Joffrey with admiration. "Your Highness, I never expected you to defeat Robb." Joffrey smiled modestly. "Robb did not use his full strength. I merely got lucky." Then, with a serious expression, he addressed Bran. "Bran, I have an important task for you." Bran, curious, inquired, "What is it?" "I am quite interested in the blacksmiths of Winterfell. I admire fine weaponry." At the mention of weapons, Bran's eyes sparkled. "Your Highness, I can help. I can ask Ser Rodrik to take me to the blacksmith." Joffrey sighed with relief. "Excellent. I need you to find out which blacksmiths in Winterfell can craft quality weapons." "Leave it to me," Bran declared, thumping his small fist against his chest. "Tommen," Joffrey's voice lifted Tommen's spirits, who had seemed somewhat dejected. "What is it, brother?" "I have a task for you as well." "I'm ready," Tommen exclaimed with enthusiasm. "I haven't even stated what the task is yet," Joffrey replied, somewhat exasperated. "I need you to accompany Bran and assist him in completing this task. I will ensure it gets done." With that, Bran eagerly pulled Tommen back toward the training grounds, presumably to find Ser Rodrik. Watching them fade into the distance, Joffrey sighed with relief. "I hope everything goes smoothly," he murmured to himself. Outside Winterfell, at the forefront of the hunting party, His Majesty rode gallantly on horseback, exclaiming, "Today, I shall present a grand feast of wild boar. Eddard, do not lag behind." Duke Eddard of Winterfell followed closely, speaking softly, "Your Majesty, wild boars can be quite formidable. We must tread carefully." Robert clapped Eddard on the shoulder. "Old friend, you seem to be growing more timid with age." Joffrey rode a white horse, accompanying Robert at his side. He observed the discourse between the king and the duke, reflecting on the profound camaraderie shared by the two. Robb was also permitted to join the hunting party, followed closely by Benjen Stark, Theon Greyjoy, and Ser Rodrik Castle. The ensemble included several members of the King's Guard and knights from the north, the clinking of armor resonating through the woods. Joffrey also spotted his uncle, the imp Tyrion, at the rear of the group, riding a diminutive steed, half of his misshapen visage peeking out from beneath a scarlet cloak. Tyrion took a sip from the wineskin at his side, seemingly indifferent to the hunt ahead. As the hunting party entered a forest, the barks of hounds pierced the tranquility of the woods. Eddard turned to his brother Benjen Stark and whispered a few directives. Clad in black, with a countenance as cold as ice, Benjen rode ahead with several scouts to scout the path. Robb approached Joffrey on horseback, a friendly smile gracing his face. Your Highness, hunting is far more exhilarating than swordplay. Shall we compete to see who can capture the most game? Joffrey smiled faintly and nodded. A splendid idea, though my archery skills are rather lacking, so you may be disappointed. Robb laughed heartily, patting the longbow on his saddle. I shall not be lenient because of that. The hunting party dispersed, each seeking their quarry. Joffrey, bow in hand, trailed behind Robb, attempting to aim at the creatures of the forest. His swordsmanship had improved under the tutelage of Ser Barristan Selmy, yet his archery remained mediocre. After several attempts, his arrows either strayed far from their targets or struck the trunk of a nearby tree. Robb's aim was precise, nearly flawless, as he soon felled a stag and 2 hares, boasting a bountiful catch. Your arrows seem to prefer the tree trunks. Robb jested. Joffrey shrugged in resignation. I concede. Robb clapped Joffrey on the shoulder, chuckling. Fear not, Your Highness. Archery can be honed with practice. Next time, I shall teach you a few tricks. In the distance, Eddard noticed his son conversing amiably with Joffrey, his eyes betraying a hint of surprise. Eddard, what catches your gaze? Robert followed Eddard's line of sight, exclaiming, when did young Joffrey and Robb become so close? As the Duke of Winterfell, Eddard was already aware of Joffrey's triumph over Robb in the training grounds. He did not oppose his son forging a friendship with Joffrey. Although he had heard rumors of the prince's foul temperament, Joffrey's demeanor at the banquet had altered his perception, making him question the validity of the gossip. Your Majesty, Prince Joffrey and Robb engaged in a contest yesterday at the training grounds. Perhaps they found mutual respect in their rivalry, Eddard explained. Huh, do not jest with me. Young Joffrey lacks the courage for that, Robert replied with a chuckle. Eddard, somewhat exasperated, responded, Your Majesty, I would not dare deceive you. Many were watching, and Prince Joffrey emerged victorious. Robert laughed heartily. Very well, let us go take a look. As Joffrey spotted the king and the duke approaching from a distance, he and Robb dismounted their horses and bowed in respect. Robert chuckled. I could see you two huddled together from afar. Are you competing? Indeed, Your Majesty, we are vying to see who can bring down the most game. Robb exclaimed with excitement. Oh, have you reached a conclusion? It wouldn't happen to be young Joffrey who has triumphed again, would it? Robert inquired. You mustn't yield simply because he is a prince. Your Majesty, I emerged victorious, Robb declared proudly. Robert turned to Ned, wearing an expression that suggested he felt deceived. Ned sighed, casting a glance at his son, while Robb met his gaze, seemingly oblivious to any impropriety in boasting before the king. Joffrey, noticing the duke's discomfort, addressed Robert. Father, we must continue our hunt. I wish to compete with Robb once more. Ha, off you go, Robert replied. As the 2 young lads ventured further away, Robert turned to Ned. I am quite pleased, Ned. Ned responded, It is an honor for Robb that Prince Joffrey places his trust in him. You know I am not referring to that matter, Robert lamented. I mentioned before about allowing young Joffrey to wed Sansa. What have you considered regarding this? Ned fell into contemplation. Just days prior, he had quarreled with Lady Catelyn in their chamber, harboring concerns over Joffrey's unsavory reputation and fearing that his beloved daughter would find no happiness marrying him. Now, it seemed the rumors might not hold true. Of course, Your Majesty, Sansa would surely relish such a wedding, Ned replied. Ha, we must drink heartily tonight, Robert exclaimed, cracking his whip as his steed neighed, galloping ahead in a cloud of dust. Chapter 5. The smith Joffrey stood by the window, gazing at the bustling servants in the courtyard. Your Highness, young Bran and Prince Tommen are awaiting you in the courtyard. The handmaiden Asha entered, bowing her head to report, her brown eyes betraying a hint of timidity. Joffrey smiled warmly. Thank you, Miss Asha. I appreciate your efforts. Asha's cheeks flushed slightly as she murmured, Your Highness is too kind. She hurriedly exited, her steps brisk. Joffrey made his way to the courtyard, where Bran and Tommen stood beside a bare fishbeam tree. Bran waved a stick, mimicking a knight wielding a sword, while Tommen clumsily followed, his round face flushed with excitement. Brother, Tommen exclaimed, rushing towards Joffrey. Bran says he will take us to see the blacksmith. He claims the smith is quite remarkable. Bran paused, his gray eyes sparkling. Your Highness, Sir Roderick mentioned there is a very special person at the blacksmith's. Someone even our father holds in great esteem. Intrigued, Joffrey crouched down and patted Bran's shoulder. Is that so? I must witness this for myself. Lead the way, Bran. Bran nodded and guided Joffrey and Tommen through the courtyard, heading towards the blacksmith shop on the western side of Winterfell. The smithy is a low stone cottage, its roof blanketed in snow, with a chimney exhaling thick, black smoke, while rough iron ingots are piled at the entrance. A young apprentice, busy transporting charcoal, paused upon seeing Bran, setting down his task with respect. "Young Master Bran, you have arrived." Bran nodded and gestured towards Joffrey and Tommen. "This is Prince Joffrey and Prince Tommen. I have brought them to see the smithy." The apprentice, momentarily taken aback, hastily bowed. "Your Highness, please enter." As Joffrey stepped inside the smithy, a wave of warmth enveloped him, the glow from the forge casting a red hue upon the stone walls, creating flickering shadows. The interior was cluttered with anvils, hammers, and tools, while several long swords and daggers hung on the walls, their blades gleaming coldly in the firelight. The air was thick with the scent of rust and charred wood, punctuated by the rhythmic clanging of metal. A slender man stood beside the main anvil, his gray-white hair and beard stained yellow by smoke. A grotesque burn scar marred his right arm. He swung his hammer with precision, striking a glowing iron bar, each blow executed with unwavering focus. Bran whispered, "His name is Gendry, the master of the smithy. My father says his swords are superior to those of King's Landing." Joffrey appraised Gendry with a composed demeanor, a tempest of thoughts swirling within him. The master blacksmiths of Westeros are few and far between. To be valued by Eddard Stark is no small feat. Gendry, sensing the presence of others, set down his hammer and turned to face them. Wiping the sweat from his brow, he spoke in a hoarse voice. "Young Master Bran, may I inquire who these two are?" Bran quickly introduced, "Gendry. These are Prince Joffrey and Prince Tommen. They wish to witness your craftsmanship." Gendry's gaze settled on Joffrey for a moment before he nodded slightly. "Your Highness, welcome. My humble smithy may not offer much of interest." Joffrey smiled faintly. "Master Gendry, the forging skills of the North are renowned throughout the Seven Kingdoms. I have come specifically to witness them. It is said that even the Lord of Winterfell speaks highly of your craft." Gendry scoffed lightly, a flicker of complex emotion crossing his features. "Your Grace, you flatter me. I am merely a blacksmith, not an artisan." Tommen leaned closer to the anvil, fixating on an unshaped iron bar. "Mr. Gendry, are you capable of forging a sword akin to Valyrian steel?" Gendry's lips twitched, a semblance of a smile emerging. "Valyrian steel? Prince Tommen, that is a product of dragon fire and magic, long since lost." Seizing the moment, Joffrey interjected, "Master Gendry, while Valyrian steel may be a thing of the past, its sharpness and resilience ultimately stem from the art of smelting and forging. The purity of the iron ore in the North is remarkable. Should the design of the furnace be improved and the temperature of the charcoal be meticulously controlled, perhaps weapons akin to Valyrian steel could be crafted." Gendry paused, his gray-blue eyes suddenly locking onto Joffrey's with keen interest, his voice laced with intrigue. "Prince Joffrey, it seems you possess considerable knowledge of metallurgy." Joffrey produced a piece of parchment from within his cloak and laid it upon the anvil. It was a sketch of a furnace, annotated with details about the bellows, the hearth, and the slag outlet. He pointed to the drawing and spoke slowly. "This is a furnace design I have devised based on ancient texts. It can precisely regulate the temperature of the fire and the amount of charcoal, minimizing impurities and enhancing the toughness of the steel." Brian took the parchment, his gaze sweeping across it, his brow furrowing deeper with each passing moment. His fingers traced the surface of the paper as he murmured, "The design of the bellows with a slanted slag outlet has its intricacies." Bran and Tommen listened in confusion, prompting Bran to inquire, "Your Highness, what is this? Can it forge a formidable sword?" Joffrey chuckled, gently patting Bran's head. "If Master Brian is willing to attempt it, perhaps he could create a weapon that rivals the famed swords of King's Landing." Brian returned the parchment, pausing in silence before speaking in a low voice. "Your Highness Joffrey, this blueprint is innovative, but crafting weapons requires more than mere drawings. The iron ore of the North is laden with impurities, no matter how high the furnace temperature. It is challenging to refine superior steel." Joffrey nodded, his tone earnest. "Master Brian speaks the truth. However, I have heard that the hot springs of the North may harbor sulfur. If extracted and combined with saltpeter, it could potentially enhance the smelting process and yield purer steel." Brian set down the iron bar, wiped his hands, and slowly replied, "Your Highness Joffrey, you possess considerable knowledge. Speak, what is it you seek from me?" Joffrey met Brian's gaze with determination. "I wish to enlist Master Brian's services for the crown. I can provide resources, craftsmen, and even participate in the design, should you agree." Brian shook his head. "Your Highness Joffrey, the forge is my sanctuary. I have spent a lifetime working iron, witnessing far too much bloodshed. I have no desire to involve myself in the conflicts of the Seven Kingdoms." Joffrey softened his tone. I have heard that many years ago. A master blacksmith in the north forged a legendary longsword for House Stark, known as Ice Tooth. That sword was unmatched in sharpness, yet the master later retreated into obscurity, and his true name remains unknown. Brian's expression shifted, his hand instinctively clenching. His voice barely a whisper, he asked, "Your Highness Joffrey, where did you hear such tales?" Joffrey remained composed, merely a rumor. "Yet I believe that a master like you should be remembered throughout the continent of Westeros." Brian fell silent, his gaze shifting between Joffrey, Bran, and Tommen. Eventually, he sighed, his voice weary, "Your Highness Joffrey, I am not easily swayed. If you wish for my service, you must agree to several conditions." Joffrey's heart leaped with joy, sensing an opportunity. He spoke firmly, "Master Brian, please state your conditions. First, I shall only forge weapons and will not involve myself in any other matters. Second, if your furnace cannot be established, I shall return immediately to Winterfell." Joffrey bowed respectfully. "Master Brian, I accept your terms." Brian waved his hand dismissively and picked up his hammer again. "In 3 days, I shall pack my belongings and journey south with the royal caravan." Joffrey nodded with a smile, departing with Bran and Tommen. Tommen exclaimed, "Brother, you are amazing. Is Brian truly coming with us to King's Landing?" Bran nodded as well. "Your Highness, how did you come to know those methods of ironworking?" Joffrey ruffled both their hair, laughing, "Read more, and you too may learn." Chapter 6. The Trident River. Beside the Trident River, Cersei's queenly caravan halted in a spacious meadow, while accompanying nobles and guards busily set up tents in preparation for the afternoon's rest. Joffrey rode upon his white steed, trailing alongside Queen Cersei's carriage, his gaze occasionally sweeping over the encampment. Eddard had already consented to journey to King's Landing to assume the role of Hand of the King, and the royal entourage had departed from Winterfell, arriving at the Trident. Although he had altered the course of history, sparing Bran from his fateful fall, the relationship between the lion and the wolf remained fraught with tension. He could not afford to be complacent. As Joffrey pondered, he caught sight of a slender figure emerging from outside the camp. It was Sansa. Her chestnut hair fluttered gently in the wind, her azure eyes betraying a hint of distress. Her cheeks slightly flushed. Joffrey surmised that she had likely quarreled with her sister Arya. He reined in his horse, intending to greet her, when he noticed, at the center of the camp, Queen Cersei standing before an opulent tent, conversing with Petyr Baelish and Loras Tyrell. As Sansa entered the camp, her gaze inadvertently collided with that of Ser Island Payne, who loomed in the shadows of the tent. The silent executioner's pallid visage appeared ghostly, his hollow eye sockets exuding an aura of death. Startled by his gaze, Sansa stumbled, nearly losing her footing. "Hey, be careful," a low voice rumbled as Sandor Clegane, the Hound, emerged from behind her, his rough hand steadying her shoulder. Half of his face was marred by grotesque burned scars. Sansa gasped, hastily breaking free, her complexion paling, the hem of her skirt torn in her struggle. The surrounding servants and guards emitted soft chuckles. Biting her lip, Sansa's azure eyes shimmered with tears, her embarrassment rendering her nearly invisible. Joffrey furrowed his brow, dismounted with purpose, and strode toward Sansa, his voice low and commanding. "Hound, release her." Sandor grunted, relinquishing his grip and stepping back, his burned visage devoid of expression. Joffrey gently took Sansa's arm, speaking with tender assurance. "Lady Sansa, do not fear. It is all right now." Sansa lowered her head, her voice barely audible. "Thank you, Your Highness, I was merely startled." Joffrey turned to those gathered, his tone calm, yet imbued with undeniable authority. "Enough, disperse at once." The guards and servants fell silent, bowing their heads as they withdrew. Loras chuckled, clapping his hands. "What a gallant prince. Lady Sansa is indeed fortunate." Disregarding Loras's jest, Joffrey faced Sansa once more, speaking softly. "Lady Sansa, come here. I wish to introduce you to someone." He led her to stand beside Petyr Baelish, stating with gravity, "This is Ser Petyr Baelish, a legendary knight of the King's Guard and my swordsmanship instructor." Sansa lifted her gaze, her azure eyes shining with reverence. "Ser Petyr, I have heard my father speak of you. You are the greatest knight in the Seven Kingdoms. You charged into the fray at the Battle of the Blackwater, like a hero from the ballads." A faint smile graced Baelish's lips, a glimmer of warmth in his eyes. "Lady Sansa, you flatter me. I merely fulfilled my duty as a knight." Joffrey smiled and added, "Ser Baratheon is not only a master of the sword, but also an unyielding instructor. My swordsmanship is entirely due to his guidance." Sansa's gaze flitted between Joffrey and Baratheon. Her cheeks flushed. "Your Highness, you must be quite skilled yourself to study under Ser Baratheon. It is truly remarkable." Baratheon chuckled lightly. "The prince possesses extraordinary talent. I have merely offered a few pointers. Sansa's praise was well received by Bali Stan, and he regarded Joffrey with newfound admiration. Joffrey, feeling a surge of inspiration, unsheathed his sword, Lion's Tooth, and presented it to Sansa. Sansa, this is my sword, crafted by the artisans of King's Landing. Its blade is both light and exceptionally sharp. Sansa examined Lion's Tooth with curiosity, the Lannister lion emblem on the scabbard shimmering in the sunlight. What a beautiful sword, Your Highness. Your swordsmanship must be impressive, she murmured. Joffrey chuckled and reclaimed the sword. There are many who are far more skilled than I. Come, the scenery by the river is delightful. Let us ride and explore. The two mounted their horses and proceeded along the banks of the Tyrant. As they walked, Joffrey and Sansa engaged in conversation, her words brimming with dreams of King's Landing and the allure of knightly legends. Joffrey listened patiently, occasionally interjecting to ease her nervousness. They meandered along the river, searching for caves, and stumbled upon a hidden crevice. Joffrey dismounted, drew Lion's Tooth, and cautiously explored, startling a shadowy bobcat. The beast growled and retreated to its lair, causing Sansa to gasp softly. Joffrey laughed reassuringly. Fear not, it does not dare approach us. They continued along the river until they reached a clearing at a bend in the Green Fork. In the distance, Joffrey spotted two figures, Arya Stark and a small boy, engaged in a mock duel with sticks. Arya, keenly aware of their presence, turned sharply. Arya, is that you? Sansa exclaimed incredulously. Go away, Arya shouted, her eyes brimming with angry tears. What are you doing here? Stay out of our business. Joffrey dismounted and stepped between the two sisters, speaking gently. Miss Arya, do not be angry. Sansa is merely accompanying me to enjoy the riverside scenery. There is nothing wrong with that. Arya shot Joffrey a glare and huffed. Your Highness, I am not targeting you. But Sansa always pretends to be so refined. It's infuriating. Sansa's cheeks flushed with indignation, ready to retort. But Joffrey raised a hand to signal her to remain calm. He crouched down to meet Arya's gaze, smiling warmly. Arya, I understand your love for adventure and your distaste for pretense. However, Sansa is your sister, and you are family. Sisters must be forgiving of one another. Do you not agree? Arya pouted, her gray eyes flickering with uncertainty. Fine, but she always mocks me. Dear reader, there is more to this chapter. Please turn to the next page to continue reading, for the tale grows ever more thrilling. Enjoy the privilege of ad-free reading for 7 days. All registered users may claim this offer for free. Arya's anger had diminished significantly as her gaze fell upon Joffrey's sword. Suddenly, she spoke. Your Highness, I have heard that you defeated Robb in Winterfell. Dare you to engage in a contest of swordsmanship with me? Joffrey paused for a moment, then replied with a smile. Lady Arya, your courage is commendable. However, I must assess your skill with the sword. He turned to the butcher's son, Mikey, and gently asked, Might I borrow your weapon for a moment? Mikey hesitated briefly before hurriedly handing over a rough wooden stick. Joffrey accepted it, testing its weight before nodding. This will suffice. Arya, let us begin. Arya assumed an offensive stance. Her movements were agile, yet lacked the refinement of formal training. Joffrey deliberately slowed his pace, focusing on defense, allowing her to showcase her abilities. The two engaged in a spirited exchange, the dull thuds of their wooden weapons echoing through the woods. Sansa stood nervously to the side, while Mikey watched with wide eyes, exhilarated by the spectacle. Arya's swordsmanship was considerably inferior to Robb's. Although her strikes were swift, they were riddled with openings. Joffrey could have easily triumphed on several occasions, yet he chose to hold back, merely to indulge her. However, amidst their sparring, a gray figure suddenly burst forth from the trees. Arya's dire wolf, Nymeria, growled and lunged at Joffrey, evidently mistaking him for a threat to her master. Joffrey was caught off guard, and Nymeria's fangs grazed his left arm, leaving a trail of blood. Gritting his teeth, he stepped back and raised the wooden stick to defend himself. Nymeria, stop! Arya shouted. Upon hearing the command, the dire wolf halted, retreating to Arya's side with a low growl. Joffrey glanced down at his arm. The wound was shallow, but blood had begun to seep out. He chuckled. It's nothing, just a minor injury. Arya's face paled in fear, her eyes glistening with tears as she trembled. Your Highness, I am so sorry. I didn't mean for Nymeria to act. She was only trying to protect me. Sansa stood frozen in shock, her hands tightly gripping her skirt. Taking a deep breath, Joffrey spoke gently. Arya, do not fear. I am unharmed. Nymeria is a loyal companion. She merely misunderstood the situation. Turning to Sansa, he reassured her softly. Do not worry. We shall return and tend to the wound. Arya, her head bowed and voice quivering, asked, Your Highness, you won't punish Nymeria, will you? Joffrey patted her shoulder, smiling. Of course not. The dire wolf is a pride of the north. I could never bear to harm her. Arya's tears transformed into a smile, and Sansa exhaled in relief, her azure eyes shimmering with gratitude. Joffrey led Sansa back to the caravan. With Mikey and Arya following closely behind, the atmosphere in the woods gradually lightening. Upon returning to camp, Joffrey had a guard attend to his wound with minimal treatment. Upon hearing of the incident, Cersei's emerald eyes flashed with a hint of coldness as she murmured, "That wild wolf dared to harm my son." Joffrey quickly interjected, "Mother, it is merely a minor injury. It is of no consequence." Cersei scoffed, her teeth clenched. This matter is far from simple. Chapter 7 Apology South of the Trident. A diminutive castle nestles by the banks of the Green Fork, its walls adorned with the plough emblem of House Tully. Sir Raymond Tully, the lord of the castle, extends a respectful welcome to the royal entourage as King Robert Baratheon's procession fills the courtyard with horses and retainers. Within the audience chamber, the crackling embers of a brazier cast flickering shadows upon the rough stone walls. The golden stag banner and the crimson lion standard of House Lannister hang majestically on either side of the hall, underscoring the authority of the crown. Robert has commandeered the hall to attend to matters of state, and it is now crowded with the Kingsguard, noble companions, and the knights and servants of House Tully. Cersei Lannister stands at the center, draped in a scarlet gown and a silver-furred cloak, her golden hair shimmering in the firelight, while her emerald eyes glint with icy disdain. Her sharp voice shatters the chamber's stillness, echoing against the stone walls. "Your Majesty, your son has been injured by that Stark girl. You cannot simply overlook this." Joffrey stands beside Cersei, his arm caught in her grasp, a flicker of embarrassment crossing his handsome features. He had believed the incident by the Trident to be a trivial matter, a mere scratch that had been tended to by the maester. However, he realizes with a sigh that his mother's protective instincts and animosity towards the Starks will not easily wane. Robert sits upon an oak bench, his broad shoulders draped in a black stag cloak, his beard obscuring half of his face, his dark eyes reflecting impatience. He gulps down a tankard of ale and barks. "What are you on about now, woman? Speak plainly. What is the matter?" Joffrey steps forward, his tone measured. "Father, it is merely a minor injury, not worth mentioning." Robert's expression softens slightly, and he chuckles heartily, slapping his knee. Little Joffrey says it's nothing. What could be the trouble? Just children playing. Cersei's lips press tightly together, her green eyes flashing with displeasure. Just as she is about to retort, the door to the audience chamber swings open. Eddard Stark enters, accompanied by Arya. Eddard's chiseled features are etched with regret, his gray eyes cast downwards. Arya trails behind her father, her brown hair in a disheveled ponytail, her gray eyes swollen from tears, avoiding Joffrey's gaze. "Your Majesty," Eddard's voice is steady. "Arya and I have come to offer our apologies to Prince Joffrey. It is my failure in discipline that allowed her dire wolf to injure the prince." Arya bites her lip, her voice barely above a whisper, tinged with sorrow. "Prince Joffrey, I'm sorry, Nymeria did not mean to." Joffrey offers a gentle smile and waves his hand dismissively. "Lady Arya, I am unharmed. Nymeria was only trying to protect you. There is no need for you to feel guilty." Yet Cersei snorts derisively, her tone sharp. "My lord, this matter is far from simple. A prince's blood cannot be shed without consequence. A Stark pup has wounded royalty. This is a challenge to the dignity of the crown." Eddard's expression hardens, and he replies bitterly, "Your Grace, Arya is young and playful. She had no intention of harming the prince. This is merely an accident, and I am willing to assume full responsibility." Cersei, unyielding, with her emerald eyes glinting coldly, retorted, "An accident? Humph. The dignity of the crown is not to be trifled with. We must send someone to skin that wolf cub alive." Upon hearing this, Arya's tears streamed down her face as she rushed to Edd's side, clutching her father's sleeve tightly, crying out, "Father, I beg you, do not harm Nymeria. She did not mean to." The atmosphere in the hall suddenly grew tense, with the nobles murmuring amongst themselves. Joffrey furrowed his brow, inwardly lamenting Cersei's aggression. He understood that if his mother continued her onslaught, the rift between Stark and Lannister would be inevitable, and the relationships he had painstakingly built in the north would be in vain. Robert slammed his hand on the armrest of his chair, his booming voice resonating like thunder. "Silence." He rubbed his temples, glared at Cersei, and turned to Joffrey. "Speak, Joff. How should we deal with the wolf?" All eyes turned to Joffrey. Cersei's lips curled slightly, seemingly anticipating her son's alignment with her. Ed's expression grew grave, a flicker of concern crossing his eyes. Arya looked up, her gray eyes filled with anxiety, her hands clutching her father's cloak tightly. Joffrey stroked his chin, feigning contemplation for a moment before slowly saying, "Father, I believe it is more fitting to punish Arya. as she is the wolf's owner, rather than dealing with Nymeria. A glint of satisfaction flashed in Cersei's eyes. Believing she had finally swayed her son, Ed's brow furrowed, clearly taken aback by Joffrey's sudden shift in focus towards Arya. Arya's heart raced, her face pale. Robert nodded, his voice gruff. All right, share your thoughts. Joffrey's lips curled into a smirk, his tone composed. Since it is a minor injury, why not have Lady Arya tend to my wounds daily? This would serve as a restraint on Nymeria, and also ensure she remembers this lesson. A hush fell over the hall, followed by a few subdued chuckles. Cersei's smile froze on her face, her emerald eyes wide with astonishment. Ed blinked in surprise, then breathed a sigh of relief, a flicker of gratitude in his gaze. Arya stood stunned for a moment, wiped her tears, and exclaimed, I am willing. As long as no harm comes to Nymeria, I will do anything. Robert laughed heartily, slapping his thigh. Excellent. It is settled then. Joff, you truly know how to devise a plan. Arya broke into a smile, casting a grateful glance at Joffrey. Seeing his daughter's joyous expression, Ed shook his head in resignation. Had Joffrey not already been betrothed to his eldest daughter, he might have suspected that Joffrey harbored other intentions towards Arya. In truth, Joffrey indeed had thoughts about Arya. After all, she was a formidable force in the later battles. A character capable of slaying the Night King with a single strike in the series. If he did not ally with her now, when would he? Yet Cersei, unwilling to relent, sharply retorted, Your Majesty, how can this matter be treated so lightly? Where is the dignity of the crown? You, woman, be silent. Robert waved his hand impatiently. His face, reeking of alcohol, was etched with irritation. The matters concerning the children should be resolved by themselves. I wish to discuss important affairs with the Prime Minister. You all may leave. Cersei gritted her teeth, casting a fierce glare at Eddard, before turning on her heel and sweeping away. Joffrey bowed to Robert and Eddard, escorting Arya out of the reception hall. In a hushed tone, Arya said, Your Highness. Thank you. I shall ensure to tend to your wound well. Joffrey chuckled, ruffling her hair. Lady Arya, be gentle while dressing the wound. I have no desire to endure another injury. Arya let out a soft giggle, her gray eyes sparkling with delight. She nodded, her fondness for Joffrey growing ever stronger. Chapter 8. King's Landing. The towering gates of King's Landing reached towards the heavens, the ancient stone walls glimmering with a grayish hue under the scorching sun. Joffrey stood upon the cobbled path before the gates, gazing upward at the epicenter of power, the cacophony of hooves striking the ground, the merchant's shouts, and the guard's murmurs filling his ears. He inhaled deeply, a surge of complex emotions swelling within him, excitement, anxiety, and a hint of indescribable pressure. Crossing that threshold meant formally entering the game of power. In this realm, there was but one fate for the vanquished, death. He understood that despite establishing a tentative trust with House Stark during his visit to Winterfell, Robert's kindness, Sansa's admiration, and Arya's gratitude were far from sufficient. In the swirling vortex of power in Westeros, any oversight could lead him to repeat the tragic fate of the original Joffrey, meeting his end through a poisoned chalice. He recalled the plot of A Game of Thrones, the scene where Eddard Stark and Lady Catelyn received a covert missive from Lisa Tully, accusing Queen Cersei of plotting the demise of former Hand Jon Arryn. Eddard's investigation would inevitably encroach upon the secrets of Joffrey's lineage. He was not Robert's biological son, but rather the offspring of Cersei and Jaime. Joffrey had contemplated the notion of destroying the great houses of the Seven Kingdoms held by Maester Pycelle upon his arrival in King's Landing. That book chronicled the dark-haired traits of House Baratheon, serving as crucial evidence for Eddard to uncover his true parentage. However, upon calm reflection, he abandoned that thought. Jon Arryn was Eddard's foster father, and their bond transcended that of mere blood relations. Eddard would never cease his inquiries merely due to the destruction of a book. Recklessly obliterating evidence might instead leave him vulnerable. As the adage goes, a stain on one's trousers is not merely a stain. Moreover, many had already speculated about this secret. Stannis Baratheon had once investigated this matter alongside Jon Arryn, and the little birds of the spider, Varys, were pervasive throughout King's Landing. Spies within the court were omnipresent. Attempting to silence them would be akin to chasing phantoms. What was paramount now was not to hinder Eddard's investigation, but rather to cultivate a loyal faction devoted to him. Arm them with sharp weapons and sturdy armor, ensuring they would prevail in the tumultuous times that lay ahead. Your Grace, if I may speak candidly, we have arrived at King's Landing. It is time to prioritize the construction of the forge you promised. Grellin's voice, deep and forthright, interrupted Joffrey's reverie. The master blacksmith from the north stood beside his horse, his gray-white beard fluttering gently in the breeze. Joffrey snapped back to attention, a slight smile gracing his lips as he replied with a gentle tone, Master Grelin, rest assured, I am a man of my word. The resources in King's Landing far surpass those of Winterfell, and the construction of the forge will commence shortly. He paused, casting a glance at Grelin. However, I have a question for you. The swords you forge in the north are remarkably sharp. Have you ever experimented with different fuels or furnace temperatures to produce a more resilient steel? Grelin hesitated, clearly taken aback by Joffrey's specific inquiry. He stroked his beard thoughtfully and replied in a low voice. Your Grace, the purity of the iron ore in the north is high, yet impurities are difficult to eliminate. I have employed both oak charcoal and pine charcoal, experimenting with various furnace temperatures, but to achieve a quality close to Valyrian steel, mere charcoal is insufficient. It is said that Valyrian steel is infused with dragon fire and magic. What can a mortal furnace compare? Joffrey nodded, secretly pleased with Grelin's candor. He moderated his tone. Probing further, what if I were to tell you that there exists a method to achieve higher furnace temperatures and reduce impurities, even allowing for the refinement of a substance akin to gunpowder? Would you consider it feasible? Grelin's gray-blue eyes widened with intrigue, only to furrow his brow moments later. Gunpowder? Your Grace, do you mean that perilous wildfire that scholars keep secret? Such a substance is exceedingly dangerous. A moment's carelessness could result in catastrophic devastation. Joffrey chuckled lightly, waving his hand dismissively. Master Grelin, I refer not to wildfire, but to a more controllable substance. The hot springs in the north contain sulfur, and King's Landing's port can procure saltpeter. If we can mix them in the right proportions and further optimize the forge's design, the quality of the steel will undoubtedly soar. Grelin fell silent for a moment, a glimmer of anticipation flickering in his eyes. Your Grace, this idea of yours sounds intriguing. But ironworking is not merely a matter of sketching. It requires numerous trials to ascertain its success. If we can indeed forge excellent steel, my life, even if sold to you, would be well worth it. Joffrey felt a surge of joy in his heart, knowing that Grelin had been captivated by his proposal. He turned to Sandor Clegane, the Hound, and instructed, Hound, inform my mother that I shall be visiting the blacksmith shop with Master Grelin. Sandor's grim visage revealed a hint of reluctance. Your Highness, it is not safe for you to wander the outer city alone. Joffrey sighed. Very well, you may accompany me. He then looked at Grelin and smiled. Master Grelin, let us proceed. With Joffrey leading Grelin and a retinue of guards, they made their way towards Smith Street. The procession followed a winding path, ascending the steep slopes of the Visigna Hills. Along the street, the glow of the forges illuminated the faces of the blacksmiths. Sweat mingling with cold dust, the rhythmic clanging of metal resounding incessantly. Free riders and merchants haggled over armor and longswords, while an elderly iron merchant pushed a cart laden with old blades, calling out to passers-by. The higher they climbed, the grander the buildings became. The finest smiths of King's Landing gathered in this area, and the air was thick with the scents of rust and charred wood. Joffrey, mounted upon his white steed, cast his gaze over the bustling streets, yet his mind was ensnared in the intricate tapestry of the Game of Thrones. A vague recollection surfaced. He remembered that Robert had a bastard named Gendry, who was apprenticed at a smithy somewhere in King's Landing. At this thought, an inexplicable surge of murderous intent washed over him, momentarily startling him, followed by a wry self-deprecating smile. It was absurd that he had become so engrossed in the narrative to entertain such thoughts. Whether Gendry posed a threat to his claim to the throne remained uncertain. Moreover, indiscriminate slaughter contradicted his intentions of reshaping Joffrey's image. More importantly, Gendry was a pivotal figure in Ned's investigation into his lineage, and to eliminate him carelessly would only serve to alert the very forces he sought to manipulate. My lord, what occupies your thoughts? Came the curious voice of Ser Gregor. Joffrey snapped back to the present, smiling faintly. I ponder the hidden talents within the smithies of King's Landing. They may prove to be invaluable to our endeavors. Master Gregor, do you have any acquaintances in the city? Gregory stroked his beard thoughtfully, responding in a low tone. I have an old friend named Tobo Mott, whose forging skills rival my own. He operates a smithy in the Vale of Arryn, crafting weapons specifically for the nobility. If your grace intends to establish a forge, he would undoubtedly be of great assistance. Joffrey's eyes gleamed with interest. Tobo Mott? He sounds like a promising candidate. Lead the way, Master Gregor. The procession continued onward as the streets grew increasingly lively. Joffrey noticed a blacksmith by the roadside tempering a long sword, the flames illuminating his focused visage. Nearby, a free rider was donning a newly forged breastplate, satisfied as he struck it, producing a resounding metallic ring. A thought struck Joffrey, and he turned to Gregor. Master Gregor, if we succeed in forging a more resilient steel, could we produce such armor en masse? I desire my guard to be equipped with unparalleled protection. Gregor furrowed his brow in contemplation before responding slowly. Your Grace, mass production is not inherently difficult, yet fine steel is scarce. The iron mines of King's Landing are not as pure as those in the north. Should we wish to produce in quantity, we must first address the issue of raw materials. If your method for sulfur and saltpeter proves effective, it may indeed compensate for the shortfall. Joffrey nodded, his tone resolute. I will find a way to procure the materials. The bustling port trade of King's Landing makes sulfur and saltpeter accessible. Master Gregor, I require your full cooperation with Master Tobo to swiftly establish a trial furnace. A flicker of admiration crossed Gregor's gray-blue eyes. Your ambition is commendable, Your Grace. In my many years, I have yet to witness anyone daring to stir such a commotion in King's Landing. Whether we succeed or not, I shall stand by your side in this endeavor. Chapter 9. Gendry at the pinnacle of the Vale of Arryn. A grand edifice constructed of timber and plaster came into view, towering over the narrow alleyways below with an imposing grandeur. The double doors of the house, fashioned from ebony and fishwood, were intricately carved with a magnificent hunting scene, depicting deer and hounds in vivid detail. On either side of the entrance stood stone-carved knights, donned in fantastical red steel armor, one resembling a griffin and the other a unicorn, signifying the extraordinary status of the homeowner. Joffrey dismounted, his gaze sweeping across the intricate details of the abode, confirming, Master Garland, is this the place? Garland nodded, his voice low and resonant. Tobmott's Forge, one of the finest in King's Landing. I trust his craftsmanship. If your highness wishes to construct a blast furnace, he will be of great assistance. A maid, recognizing the Lannister golden lion emblem on Joffrey's cloak, hurried inside to announce his arrival. Shortly thereafter, a middle-aged man emerged briskly. He was stout, adorned in a leather apron smeared with coal dust, his brown hair interspersed with strands of white, and his face adorned with a warm, welcoming smile. He instructed the maid, quickly, prepare the finest wine and bread for His Highness the Prince. Tob turned to Joffrey, bowing respectfully. Your Highness Joffrey, welcome to my humble abode. I am Tobmott. Please come in and rest, as if it were your own home. Observing his old friend being overlooked, Garland cleared his throat emphatically, remarking, Tob, you rogue. Do you only have eyes for the prince and have forgotten your old friend? Tob turned, surprise illuminating his eyes. Garland, you old rascal are still alive? He laughed heartily, stepping forward to envelop Garland in a bear hug. Old mate, it's been ages. I thought you were still working in Winterfell. What brings you to King's Landing? Garland sighed, stroking his beard. It's a long story. I now serve His Highness Joffrey. Tob gazed at Joffrey with newfound curiosity. Serving the prince? Garland, when did you ascend to such heights? Garland waved his hand dismissively, his tone earnest. Do not misunderstand. I do not serve the Baratheon family. The prince found me in Winterfell and promised to elevate my forging skills to new heights. His design for the blast furnace opened my eyes, which is why I chose to accompany him south. Tob's eyes sparkled with interest. A blast furnace? Whatever it is that has swayed you, it must be extraordinary. May I inquire about your plans, Your Highness? Joffrey smiled slightly, gesturing for everyone to enter. Master Tob, lead me to your forge. Let us discuss as we explore. Tob eagerly nodded, guiding Joffrey, Garland, the Hound, and the guards through the back door, around a narrow courtyard, into a spacious stone-built barn. This was the heart of the forge, where waves of heat enveloped them, the red glow of the furnace casting flickering shadows upon the rough stone walls. The anvil was piled high with iron ingots, and the walls displayed several finely crafted longswords and daggers, their blades glinting menacingly. Apprentices toiled vigorously, the sound of hammers ringing powerfully, and the air was thick with the scent of rust and charred wood. Joffrey stood beside the main anvil, surveying every detail of the barn, nodding in satisfaction. Master Tob, this forge truly lives up to its reputation. Master Garland claims your skills rival his. It appears he was correct. Tob scratched his head, chuckling. Your Highness flatters me. Garland's craft is the pinnacle of the North. I merely leverage the resources of King's Landing to barely match his prowess. Garland let out a dismissive grunt, feigning displeasure. Spare me the pretense, Tob. His Highness has grand designs. Should you fail to demonstrate your true capabilities, do not blame me for turning against you. Joffrey chuckled lightly, retrieving a folded piece of parchment from his breast pocket and laying it upon the anvil. It was a schematic for a blast furnace, annotated with designs for bellows, the hearth, and the slag outlet. He pointed to the blueprint and spoke slowly. A blast furnace constructed according to these specifications will allow for precise control over fire temperature and carbon content, reducing impurities and enhancing the ductility of the steel. If we procure sulfur and saltpeter from the port of King's Landing, coupled with a refined process, We may forge weapons akin to Valyrian steel. Tob took the parchment, his gaze sweeping over the schematic, his brow furrowing deeper with each passing moment. He caressed the parchment's surface, murmuring, "This design is indeed unprecedented." He lifted his eyes to Joffrey, excitement glimmering within. "Your Highness, should this furnace come to fruition, the weapons of King's Landing will surely instill fear across the Seven Kingdoms." "But what exactly are sulfur and saltpeter?" Joffrey patiently elucidated. "Sulfur can be found near hot springs or volcanoes, while saltpeter can be acquired from trading vessels at the port. The combination significantly elevates the furnace temperature and purifies the steel. I also plan to experiment with a controllable explosive substance, akin to a scholar's wildfire, yet safer, intended for weaponry or siege machinery." Tob's breath quickened, a fervor igniting within his eyes. "Your Highness, should this succeed, I, Tob, pledge my utmost effort. However, constructing the furnace requires a substantial sum of gold dragons, and sulfur and saltpeter from the port do not come cheaply. How do you intend to procure these resources?" Joffrey pondered for a moment, his tone resolute. "I shall handle the gold dragons. The Lannisters are never lacking in gold. I will persuade my mother and grandfather to allocate funds. As for the port trade, I will consult with Lord Varys to ensure the necessary supplies are secured. You two masters need only focus on the forging, the rest I shall manage." Tob nodded vigorously, thumping his chest. "Excellent. With such trust from your Highness, I shall not disappoint." Garland let out a grunt, though a faint smile crept upon his lips. "Tob, you continue to boast as ever. His Highness's plans extend beyond a mere sword. They encompass the armament of an invincible army." Joffrey felt a warmth in his heart, knowing that the two blacksmiths had been thoroughly captivated by his vision. Just as he was about to delve deeper into the details, a dark-haired youth entered the smithy. He was sturdy, muscles rippling beneath his coarse garments, a bundle of charcoal in his hands, beads of sweat glistening on his forehead. Upon seeing the gathering within the smithy, he hesitated, his steps faltering. "Gendry, come here." Tob beckoned the youth closer, introducing, "Your Highness, this is Gendry, my apprentice. Young as he is, he possesses immense strength and works diligently, a promising lad." Gendry hung his head, appearing somewhat bashful, unable to meet Joffrey's gaze. Joffrey scrutinized him, a thought stirring within. The dark hair and robust physique bore a striking resemblance to the portraits of a young Robert. There was no doubt, he was Robert's illegitimate son, Gendry. Joffrey offered a slight smile, testing the waters. "Gendry, you are quite impressive. Would you be interested in becoming my squire? I can promise you wealth and glory far surpassing the life of a blacksmith." Zandelli was momentarily taken aback, clearly unprepared for the noble prince to extend an olive branch towards him. After a brief silence, he resolutely shook his head, saying, "Thank you for your kindness, your Highness, but I wish to learn my craft under Master Tob." Tob, startled, quickly interjected, "Zandelli, this is a gracious gift from His Highness. How can you refuse? His words alone bestow upon you immense honor." Zandelli stubbornly pressed his lips together. "I do not wish to go." Tob, flustered, forced a smile. "Your Highness, please do not take offense. This lad is as obstinate as iron and requires some discipline." He raised his hand to reprimand Zandelli. Joffrey raised his hand to halt him. Speaking gently, "It is of no consequence. A reluctant fruit is not sweet. Zandelli, I respect your aspirations. My offer stands forever. Should you change your mind one day, you may seek Master Garland, and I shall welcome you at any time." Zandelli lifted his gaze, a flicker of surprise crossing his features, and murmured, "Thank you, your Highness." Tob sighed in relief, expressing his gratitude repeatedly. Joffrey left Garland and Tob to continue their discussion on the details of the forge and departed the smithy with the Hound and his guards, heading towards the Red Keep. Chapter 10. The Spider in the Corridors of the Red Keep. Joffrey strolled leisurely, the Hound following closely behind, the sound of clanking armor resonating softly. However, Joffrey appeared somewhat distracted, his brow furrowed in contemplation. He pondered how to persuade his mother, Cersei, to allocate a sum of gold dragons. As the eldest son of the Queen and the Crown Prince of the Seven Kingdoms, Joffrey indeed possessed a substantial allowance, sufficient for acquiring fine garments, splendid steeds, or hosting lavish feasts. Yet, to construct a forge, procure sulfur and saltpeter, and even recruit a loyal retinue of guards, such funds were but a mere drop in the ocean. He recalled knowledge from his past life, realizing that the establishment of a forge necessitated not only financial resources, but also support from port trade, potentially even negotiations with the maesters. Cersei was exceedingly stringent with finances. Without a valid reason, she would never loosen her grip easily. Joffrey sighed, his gaze drifting to the archway at the end of the corridor, mentally formulating his arguments. At that moment, A rotund figure ambled towards him from the opposite direction. The man had a gleaming bald head, a smooth face devoid of a beard, and was draped in an opulent purple silk robe, the hem swaying gently with his movements, exuding a cloying scent of perfume. A flicker of wariness crossed Joffrey's eyes. This individual was none other than Varys, the master of whispers in King's Landing, famously known as the Spider. Prince Joffrey, may I trouble you for a moment? Varys's voice was as smooth as silk, laced with a hint of sycophantic charm, his plump cheeks quivering slightly. Joffrey halted, a look of surprise gracing his handsome face. Though his tone remained calm, Lord Varys, what brings you to seek my audience? Varys's gaze flitted between Joffrey and the Hound, his smile unwavering yet tinged with a hint of discomfort. Your Highness, I have some private matters I wish to discuss with you alone. Joffrey felt a stir of curiosity within, vaguely sensing Varys's intentions. As a time traveler, he was acutely aware of Varys's true nature. This master of whispers, who outwardly pledged loyalty to the crown, harbored his own ulterior motives. Whether it was the conspiracy surrounding Jon Arryn's death or the secrets of Joffrey's lineage, Varys was well informed. He smiled faintly and turned to Sandor. Sandor, please inform the queen that I shall join her shortly. The Hound's scarred visage remained impassive, his gray eyes lingering on Varys for a moment, as if issuing a warning. With a low grunt, he turned and strode down the corridor, his heavy footsteps gradually fading away. Joffrey turned to face Varys, locking eyes with him, his tone calm, yet laced with an undercurrent of pressure. Lord Varys, now that it is only the two of us, you may speak freely. Varys maintained his smile, although a glimmer of caution flashed in his eyes. He softly inquired, I have heard, Your Highness, that you have recently taken an interest in forging? I understand you are recruiting a master blacksmith from the north with the intention of crafting unparalleled weapons? Joffrey nodded, responding nonchalantly, Master Gendry's skills are remarkable. I merely wish to enhance the royal armaments. How astute of you, Lord Varys, to be aware of such trivial matters. Varys chuckled lightly, his plump fingers rubbing together within the folds of his robe. Your Highness, if I may be so bold, aligning too closely with House Stark may not be the wisest course of action. Joffrey raised an eyebrow, mockingly retorting, Oh? Pray, elaborate. Varys sighed, his voice dropping to a somber tone imbued with feigned concern. The situation in King's Landing is precarious, and Lord Eddard Stark is stepping into an unfathomable abyss. Should you grow too close to him, you risk being ensnared within it. A cold smirk crept across Joffrey's lips, mischief flickering in his eyes. So, should I be grateful for your counsel, Lord Varys? Varys hastily waved his hand, a fawning smile gracing his face. I am unworthy of such gratitude. I merely seek to offer a word of caution for your benefit. Joffrey's gaze turned icy, his tone suddenly sharp. Lord Varys, is the abyss you speak of related to the death of the former hand, Jon Arryn? Varys's smile faltered, astonishment flashing in his eyes, his corpulent frame quivering imperceptibly. Your Highness, from where did you hear such rumors? Joffrey stepped closer, lightly patting Varys's shoulder, his voice calm, yet imbued with undeniable authority. I know far more than you presume. A flicker of panic crossed Varys's eyes as he forced a smile. Your Highness jest. I am merely a messenger, devoid of knowledge of any secrets. Joffrey leaned in, whispering conspiratorially. Did Lord Arryn investigate my mother prior to his death? Varys's face turned ashen, beads of sweat forming on his plump visage, shock evident in his eyes. He opened his mouth, yet no sound emerged, as if an invisible hand had seized his throat. Joffrey stood upright, his gaze icy, his tone laced with mockery. Lord Varys, why have you fallen silent? Varys stammered, how could you possibly know this? What do you? Joffrey interrupted, his voice growing darker. There is no need for you to inquire further about my affairs. I am aware of other secrets as well. He leaned closer to Varys, his voice a mere whisper, suggesting that certain individuals across the narrow sea still maintained contact with him. Varys faltered, his corpulent frame swaying before he plummeted onto the stone floor, his purple silk robe crumpling in a heap. His eyes widened in disbelief, lips trembling as he muttered, This cannot be true, Your Highness. Joffrey crouched down, extending his right hand with a gentle demeanor. My dear Varys, I come with goodwill. Your little birds have flown far. If you could assist me in keeping an eye on Lord Eddard's movements, I would be most grateful. Varys, filled with uncertainty, struggled internally, hesitating before slowly extending his hand to rise with Joffrey's aid, his voice hoarse. Your Highness, I am perplexed. If you are aware of these matters, why speak so directly to me? Joffrey smiled lightly. Lord Varys, I understand your meaning. Why not have Mother send a few knights to apprehend you? Varys nodded, acknowledging the gravity of the situation. Believe it or not, I come with goodwill, and I know even more. Varys eyed Joffrey skeptically, remaining silent. Joffrey continued, I am aware that your little birds are scattered throughout King's Landing, even within the dark passages of the Red Keep. I also know you possess a poison that can bring about death without a soul realizing. Varys's pupils dilated suddenly, his plump cheeks twitching slightly. Joffrey pressed down on Varys's shoulder, enunciating each word. If you wish to conspire against me, feel free to try. He gazed at the golden-haired youth before him, as if confronting a stranger, murmuring, Your Highness, who are you truly? Joffrey's smile remained, but his tone turned as frigid as ice. Lord Varys, you have yet to answer my initial question. Varys involuntarily shuddered, his rotund body retreating slightly. Ironically, his little birds were ubiquitous in King's Landing, and every whispered secret and conspiracy in the court escaped not his notice. He prided himself on being unfooled. Yet, this young prince before him instilled an unprecedented sense of defeat, as if facing a seer who perceived all, rendering his secrets utterly exposed. Lowering his bald head, Varys spoke in a subdued and submissive tone. It is my honor to serve your highness. Joffrey nodded in satisfaction, patting Varys on the shoulder. Excellent, Lord Varys. I look forward to your news. He turned and strode away, his scarlet cloak swirling in the dim light of the corridor like blood. Chapter 11. Lannister Joffrey pushed open the heavy oak door and entered the audience chamber. Cersei was seated in a high-backed oak chair inlaid with pearls, her crimson silk gown accentuating her graceful form. Jaime Lannister stood beside her, draped in the snow-white cloak of the King's Guard. Joffrey inclined slightly, his handsome face serene, his voice steady. Mother, uncle. Little Joff, you have arrived. Cersei's voice was icy, her emerald eyes scanning him like a hawk. Joffrey nodded, standing silently with his gaze cast downward. What did Varys discuss with you earlier? Cersei's tone bore an air of pressure, her fingers lightly tapping the chair's backrest, producing a crisp sound from the mother-of-pearl inlaid seat. A chill ran through Joffrey, yet his expression remained impassive. He feigned innocence, speaking with calm assurance. Mother, Lord Varys advised me to steer clear of the hand of the king, claiming it would spare me from entanglements. Cersei's gaze softened slightly, a flicker of satisfaction passing through her emerald eyes. She leaned in slightly, lowering her voice. The death of the former hand has incited much rumor. Have you heard any whispers regarding the royal family? He shook his head unperturbed, his tone steady and resolute. Lord Jon is advanced in years. Death is a common fate for one of his age. Cersei's icy demeanor thawed, her lips curling into a gentle smile, her eyes glinting with relief. She beckoned Joffrey closer, her voice adopting a tone of maternal warmth. Little Joffrey, I understand Sansa is your betrothed, and you wish to display your bravery before her. But you must remember that your mother is the one you ought to trust the most. Joffrey moved forward, feigning compliance, and bowed his head, replying, Yes, mother, I comprehend. Jaime chuckled softly from the side. Little Joffrey, I hear you've recently recruited a blacksmith from Winterfell? Joffrey lifted his head, excitement flickering in his eyes, seizing the opportunity. Indeed. Uncle, I wish to participate in the hands tournament. Cersei's brow furrowed sharply, her green eyes turning cold, her voice piercing. Nonsense. You are not yet of an age to partake in a tournament. Jaime raised an eyebrow, a hint of confusion gracing his handsome features. Little Joffrey, do you truly believe that merely donning sturdy armor will secure your victory in the tournament? Joffrey had prepared for this moment, his tone confident and composed. Uncle, the furnace I wish to forge is no simple task. The steel produced therein will not only be harder, but also significantly lighter. Interest flickered in Jaime's eyes as he stroked his chin, his voice curious. So, this steel will create lighter armor? Joffrey seized the moment, elaborating with fervor. Precisely. Ordinary furnaces struggle to regulate temperature and impurities. My high furnace, with its stratified bellows and sloped slag outlet, can yield pure steel. Master Glenn has already achieved success in Winterfell, producing unyielding ingots. If we procure sulfur and saltpeter from the docks in King's Landing, the results will be even more remarkable. Such armor will not only provide robust defense, but, with reduced weight, will greatly enhance a knight's agility. As Joffrey and Jaime grew increasingly engrossed in their discussion, Cersei could no longer contain herself. Jaime, must you also indulge in this folly? Jaime laughed heartily, waving his hand in a placating manner. Ah, little Joffrey is indeed quite young, yet his proposal of a high furnace is intriguing. I eagerly anticipate the new armor he forges. Seizing the moment, Joffrey protested, his tone tinged with defiance. Uncle, I am not so young. Cersei cast a sharp glance at him, her tone leaving no room for dissent. No, the tournament is far too perilous. Joffrey feigned a look of dejection, lowering his head with a sigh. I shall heed Mother's arrangements. Since I cannot partake in the tournament, might you grant me a sum to construct a forge? Observing his capitulation, Cersei's expression softened slightly, a flicker of satisfaction gleaming in her emerald eyes. She moderated her tone, laced with a hint of trepidation. Very well, little Joff. If you can indeed forge armor that is both sturdier and lighter, I see no harm in providing you with some coin. How many gold dragons do you require? Joffrey had previously conferred with Master Gendry regarding the budget. The crux of the forge lay in its blowing system. Human power alone was woefully insufficient, necessitating a water wheel for operation, which in turn required the additional fabrication of a water cart. In terms of raw materials, bricks, charcoal, and iron or would need to be procured from King's Landing, where prices soared. Labor costs, though relatively low, could not be overlooked. As the expenses for apprentices and craftsmen added up, Gendry estimated the minimum cost to be 500 gold dragons, half-jokingly warning, should it fall below this sum, I shall promptly pack my belongings and return to Winterfell. After a moment of contemplation, he deliberately stated, Mother, I require 1,000 gold dragons. Cersei was taken aback, her green eyes widening in astonishment, her voice rising. You desire so many gold dragons? Joffrey, with a pained expression, replied resignedly, King's Landing has a limited supply of iron ore. Purchasing from the port is quite costly. Cersei frowned, lost in thought. Suddenly, Jaime interjected, Little Joff, I can provide you with 1,000 gold dragons. Jaime. Cersei swiftly turned her head, surprise flickering in her gaze, tinged with a hint of reproach. Joffrey's face lit up with joy, exclaiming, Thank you, uncle. Jaime waved his hand, a mischievous glint in his eyes. Do not be too hasty in your gratitude. I require you to agree to a condition. Joffrey felt a stir of intrigue and patiently awaited Jaime's continuation. Every day henceforth, I shall send someone to your smithy to ensure that your funds are not diverted elsewhere. After a moment's thought, Joffrey nodded. No problem, uncle. Cersei sighed in exasperation, rubbing her temples. You two truly are being ridiculous. Seizing the moment, Joffrey looked up at Cersei. Mother, does this mean you consent? Cersei huffed, her tone reluctant. Very well. Go and discuss the details with Beric. I shall have the Hound accompany you to convey my instructions. Joffrey bowed respectfully. Thank you, Mother. Cersei summoned Sandor Clegane, whispering a few directives. Sandor nodded silently, standing behind Joffrey, the burned half of his face appearing even more menacing in the flickering firelight. Joffrey took his leave, bidding farewell to Cersei and Jaime. As he and the Hound exited the audience chamber, the heavy oak door closing slowly behind them, the torchlight in the corridor casting his tall silhouette. Inside the chamber, the flames danced, leaving only Cersei and Jaime. Cersei gazed at Joffrey's departing figure, a complex expression flitting across her emerald eyes. She murmured, My dear, have you noticed how much little Joff has changed since his arrival in Winterfell? Jaime shrugged lazily, leaning against the wall, his golden hair shimmering in the firelight. Boys inevitably grow up. I had known, even before our journey to Winterfell, that he had sought out Baelish to learn the art of swordplay. Cersei paused, her brow furrowing. Oh, and how was I unaware of this? Jaime chuckled lightly, a glint of mockery in his eyes. Did you not notice how young Joffrey often slipped away to the Godswood during that time? Cersei fell into contemplation, murmuring, It does seem so. Jaime stepped closer, gently resting his arm around her shoulder, his voice low. Dear sister, I understand your concerns. No matter who Joffrey becomes, he will always be our son, and that is an irrefutable truth. Cersei nodded, slowly leaning into Jaime's embrace. Chapter 12. Arya Dog. When did you begin your watch at my side? Joffrey cast a glance at the Hound beside him. The corridors of the Red Keep twisted and turned, the torches embedded in the stone walls casting a dim, flickering glow, elongating their shadows. Your Grace, I have been by your side since the second year following your birth. Sandor's expression remained impassive, the burned half of his face appearing grotesque in the firelight, his gray eyes as cold as steel. Joffrey nodded slightly, a hint of nostalgia in his tone. So you have accompanied me for over a decade. I have long wished to ask you a question. Your Grace, please proceed. Sandor's voice remained deep and unyielding, devoid of any fluctuation, as if indifferent to any inquiry. Joffrey halted, turning to meet the Hound's gaze directly, his tone earnest. What do you truly believe I am? A flicker of something passed through Sandor's gray eyes, and after a moment of silence, he replied flatly, a brave and benevolent lord. The unexpected flattery caused Joffrey's cheeks to flush slightly, a hint of embarrassment crossing his handsome features. He waved his hand dismissively. You need not flatter me. I seek your genuine thoughts. That is my most sincere opinion, Your Grace, Sandor replied, his expression as impassive as ever. Joffrey sighed in exasperation, choosing to relent. He understood well that beneath the vast chasm of social standing, Sandor's loyalty was merely a shackle beneath the armor, and sincere words lay buried like deep-seated veins of ore, difficult to extract. He turned away, continuing his path, contemplating that perhaps it was only on the battlefield that the Hound's blade would reveal his true essence. The two traversed the corridors of the Red Keep, arriving at the small council chamber. The door stood ajar, the carved seven-pointed star emblem on the oak door flickering in the firelight. Joffrey pushed the door open, the scent of parchment and ink enveloping him. On the long table at the center lay scattered several rolls of accounts and maps, while a small brazier by the wall burned with a meager coal fire, dispelling the autumn chill. The council chamber was desolate, seemingly having just concluded a meeting, with only an elderly man seated alone at the council table, Grand Maester Pycelle. His gray robes were wrinkled and draped over him, his white beard falling to his chest, and his thin fingers clutched a roll of parchment. His murky eyes half closed as if dozing. "Your Grace, how may I assist you?" The Chancellor of the University, trembling slightly, rose with a hoarse voice tinged with a measure of respect. Joffrey's gaze swept across the vacant council chamber, his tone calm. "Chancellor, might I inquire as to the whereabouts of Lord Peter?" The Chancellor rubbed his eyes and replied slowly, "Oh, Lord Baelish left with Lord Eddard. I am not privy to their destination." A furrow creased Joffrey's brow, a flicker of confusion crossing his handsome features. The unyielding character of Eddard Stark stood in stark contrast to the slickness of Peter Baelish. According to the original narrative, their relationship was strained, with Eddard holding Peter's cunning in disdain. Now, with Bran yet to fall and Catelyn not having journeyed south due to the assassination attempt, why would Eddard depart in the company of Peter? Had some unforeseen event transpired? Joffrey's heart tightened, his mind racing through the storyline. Peter had once exploited Catelyn's proximity to Eddard to incite discord between the Starks and the Lannisters. If there was no assassination attempt, what could have prompted Eddard's interaction with Peter? He turned to the Chancellor, probing, "Did you overhear any conversation before they departed?" The Chancellor shook his head, a glimmer of cunning flashing in his murky eyes. "I am of advanced age and cannot hear clearly." Joffrey narrowed his eyes, a cold smile forming within. This old fox, appearing frail and incapable, was, in truth, well versed in the intrigues of the court. While he was a loyal servant to the Lannisters, his allegiance was solely to Cersei, and he remained beyond Joffrey's command. He understood that he would glean no valuable intelligence from this slippery elder. He turned to Sandor, saying, "Seek out Lord Varys and request that he come to my chambers." Joffrey resolved to test the spider. Varys's network of information spanned King's Landing, and perhaps he could unveil the truth behind Eddard's meeting with Peter. Parting ways with Sandor, he returned to his chambers alone, his steps steady yet unable to mask the urgency within. As he pushed open the oak door, Joffrey was taken aback. In the dim light of the flickering candle, a small figure stood by the window, her brown hair carelessly tied back into a ponytail, her gray eyes shining like stars. It was Arya Stark, dressed in a simple gray linen gown. She bore the slender sword known as Needle at her waist. Upon seeing Joffrey, her face broke into a delighted smile. "Your Highness, you have finally returned." Joffrey nodded, closing the door behind him, a warm smile gracing his lips. Since the incident at the Trident, Arya had tended to his wounds daily, and their relationship had grown quite familiar. He shed his cloak and seated himself at the oak table, gesturing for Arya to sit. "Lady Arya, have you brought the medicine today?" Arya hopped to the table, retrieving ointment and bandages from a small cloth pouch at her waist, her tone lively. "Your Highness, when are you going to marry Sansa? She talks incessantly about wanting to wed you, and it's driving me mad." Joffrey couldn't help but chuckle, a hint of mischief glinting in his eyes. "That is a matter for Mother to arrange. Why ask such a question? Have you and Sansa had a falling out?" Arya huffed, expressing her frustration. "She always says I'm filthy, that I don't behave like a lady." Joffrey chuckled softly, contrasting Sansa's gentle smile with Arya's wild spirit. "What else did she say to you?" Arya pouted and continued. "She also claimed that I stole her chance to be with you, saying it would be better if she could come and tend to your wounds." Joffrey secretly laughed, recognizing the folly of Sansa's infatuation. He turned to Arya, his tone gentle. "Girls in love often exhibit a bit of fervor. Do not take it to heart." "Yet," Arya furrowed her brow, speaking earnestly, "that cannot be. Changing the dressings was your command, Your Highness. If Sansa were to come, how could I atone for Nymeria?" Noticing Arya's continued concern for her dire wolf, Joffrey reached out, patting her head gently, his voice softening. "My injury is nearly healed. Once it is, you need not come here anymore." Arya nodded, a flicker of relief passing through her gray eyes, only to become animated again as she chattered on. "Father did not confiscate my sewing needle. He even found me a dance instructor, who is quite remarkable. Joffrey listened quietly, a brotherly smile gracing his handsome features. Arya's incessant chatter provided him with a momentary respite from the swirling intrigues of King's Landing. Just as he was about to respond, the low voice of the Hound echoed from the doorway. "Your Highness, Lord Varys requests an audience." Joffrey nodded. "Let him in." He turned to Arya. Speaking gently, "You may return now." Arya cast a curious glance at the bald eunuch in the doorway before departing with the Hound. Varys entered the room with a leisurely gait, a sycophantic grin plastered across his plump face, as if their previous conversation in the corridor had never occurred. He bowed respectfully. "Prince Joffrey, how may I serve you?" Chapter 13. Testing the waters. Joffrey gestured toward the chair beside the table. "Lord Varys, please take a seat." The bald eunuch sat down cheerfully before Joffrey. Clearing his throat, Joffrey spoke in a calm tone. "I wish to know what Lord Eddard and Lord Baelish discussed." A flicker of surprise crossed Varys' eyes. "Is there something you are unaware of, Your Highness?" Joffrey's gaze hardened. "Only the 7 gods possess knowledge of all that transpires in the world." Varys spoke slowly. "My little bird has informed me that an unusual guest has arrived from the north, and Lord Baelish has arranged for him to stay in King's Landing. It seems Lord Eddard is quite eager to make the acquaintance of this guest." Joffrey's brow furrowed deeper, a serious expression crossing his handsome face. The guest was almost certainly Catelyn Stark. Otherwise, Eddard would not be so urgent. However, without Bran's fall and the assassination attempt, why would Catelyn descend to King's Landing? Was it the unrest in Winterfell, or some other unknown peril? Joffrey's mind raced as he pressed. "Lord Varys, do you possess further information regarding the north?" Varys shook his head, the smile on his plump face unwavering. "The northern winds are excessively frigid, and my little birds have met with broken wings there." After speaking, Varys chuckled and addressed Joffrey. "Your Highness, since you desire to acquire intelligence from the north, why not directly inquire with Lord Eddard?" Joffrey remained silent, his gaze fixed steadily upon Varys, his mind calculating. Varys' evasion was not entirely devoid of merit. Indeed, his little bird struggled to penetrate the north. Yet the probing tone in his voice was unmistakable. Joffrey was reluctant to engage directly with Eddard, for fear of revealing his vested interest in the investigation and inciting unwarranted suspicion. After a brief silence, he slowly replied, "Thank you, Lord Varys. I have no further inquiries." Varys humbly responded, "It is a privilege to serve your Highness." He rose and respectfully retreated towards the door, a fleeting glimmer of ruthlessness crossing his fair, round visage when Joffrey could not see. The following morning, within Joffrey's chamber, the candles upon the gilded candelabra had burned down completely, leaving a wisp of blue smoke ascending. Scattered across the oak table were several pages of hastily drawn schematics, their ink still fresh, chronicling the technical discussions he had held with Grand and Tobin. Draped in his crimson lion crest cloak, he resolved to visit the smithy in the hills of Visenya, believing that the clash of flame and anvil might soothe his inner turmoil. Just as he was about to depart, a guard at the door whispered, "Your Highness, Lord Peter Baelish requests an audience." Joffrey raised an eyebrow, a flicker of surprise crossing his mind. Peter Baelish, that cunning fox, had sought him out? He composed his expression and replied in a low voice, "Let him enter." As the door opened, Peter Baelish strode in, his green silk robe glimmering in the morning light, a mockingbird brooch adorning his chest. His face was gaunt, and his gray-green eyes harbored their customary mirth. Joffrey sat upright in the oak chair, his gaze sharp as a blade, silently assessing the most dangerous schemer in the 7 kingdoms. "Your Highness, what brings you to seek me?" Baelish's tone was respectful, his voice smooth as silk. Without preamble, Joffrey addressed the matter directly, his tone calm. "I wish to procure a shipment of iron ore." Baelish's expression shifted to one of surprise, his gray-green eyes narrowing slightly. "If I may be so bold, Your Highness, is this request by command of Her Majesty the Queen?" Joffrey nodded, his gaze steady. "The Hound should have conveyed my mother's instructions to you." Baelish offered a wry smile, spreading his hands in a gesture of feigned helplessness. "I swear by the 7, I have not encountered your guards until now." Joffrey regarded Baelish with suspicion. A fleeting chill crossed his handsome face. The Hound, Sandor Clegane, had delivered a message on Cersei's orders the previous night. How could Baelish, as the master of coin, have been left uninformed? His excuse was clearly a stalling tactic. Littlefinger sighed, his tone laced with a hint of exaggerated fatigue. "Your Highness, you are surely aware that His Majesty has commanded me to organize a tournament for the new Prime Minister. I have been exceedingly busy of late, truly exhausting myself." Joffrey inwardly smirked. Had he not been well versed in the intricate narrative of power, he might have been deceived by Littlefinger's masterful performance. While the tournament was indeed a hectic affair, Littlefinger, with his cunning, had long delegated the trivialities to his subordinates, making it implausible for him to be personally involved. His lamentations were merely a ruse to evade responsibilities. With a chill in his voice, Joffrey replied, tinged with impatience, "Lord Peter, this is not the time for grievances. My request is simple. All I need from you is the name of the merchant supplying iron ore." Littlefinger's eyes flickered with a moment of hesitation. His gray-green gaze drifting across Joffrey's face as if weighing the pros and cons. Ultimately, he nodded, his tone reverting to its customary subservience. "Very well, Your Highness. I shall make the arrangements." He seemed poised to say more, his thin lips parting slightly before closing again, a complex expression flitting across his features. Joffrey, keenly observant, seized upon this detail, his voice calm, yet imbued with an undercurrent of pressure. "Lord Peter, do you have something to express?" Littlefinger fell silent for a moment, as if he had resolved to convey something significant. "Your Highness, I have a rather audacious remark to make, though I am uncertain if this is the appropriate moment." Joffrey furrowed his brow, his gaze sharp as a blade, yet he feigned magnanimity. "Speak freely. I shall not hold you accountable." Littlefinger raised his hands in resignation, his tone tinged with concern. "Your Highness, I cannot fathom how you have provoked that octopus of a spider. But please believe me when I say he is far more formidable than you can imagine. While there is still time, it would be prudent to take the initiative." Joffrey's heart skipped, though he maintained an impassive facade, his tone laced with mockery. "Oh, Lord Peter, have you uncovered something of significance?" Littlefinger's words carried weight. Joffrey recalled that Varys had, in the original tale, poisoned Lord Kevin Lannister. Though some details eluded him, he harbored his own schemes. As the Crown Prince, he was privy to Varys's greatest secret. Unless Varys possessed absolute certainty in eliminating him, the moment Joffrey survived, a mere command could see the spider meet a grim fate. Varys's best outcome would be to flee across the narrow sea. Moreover, Joffrey had shown a modicum of goodwill. With a slight smile, Joffrey replied, his voice steady, "Lord Peter, I have matters concerning Lord Varys well in hand. You need not trouble yourself." Upon hearing this, Littlefinger's gray-green eyes widened in surprise, soon transforming into a knowing look. As if he were observing a naive child, Joffrey lowered his voice. "Is there a problem?" Littlefinger sighed. "Nothing of consequence, Your Highness. I merely wish to request one thing. Please do not divulge our conversation to Lord Varys. I fear he may seek to trouble me in the future." Joffrey nodded. "It is only natural. I assure you, I shall not disclose the matters we discussed today." The Littlefinger bowed gracefully to Joffrey before elegantly departing the room. Chapter 14. Adventure. Arya Stark skipped along the cobblestone path, her spirits soaring with joy. Sister Maya had taken her sibling Sansa to observe the preparations for the upcoming tournament, granting Arya a temporary reprieve from the sight of Sansa's infuriatingly beautiful visage. Arya swore that at times she yearned to mar her sister's exquisite gowns with a seamstress's needle, eager to witness whether Sansa would dare continue her incessant scolding about Arya's untamed demeanor. Yet, the teachings of her father, Eddard Stark, echoed in her ears. The Stark family must remain united. Prince Joffrey had also gently advised her. Sisters ought to be tolerant of one another. Arya pursed her lips, her heart brimming with resentment. Why must she always be the one to endure Sansa's whims? When had Sansa ever shown her any understanding? Each time Sansa criticized her in that condescending yet gentle tone, a surge of anger coursed through Arya's chest. Was it merely because Sansa was more comely than she, more the epitome of a lady? Kicking a small stone, Arya watched it roll into the grass. She did not envy Sansa's impending marriage to Joffrey. The intricacies of adult matters eluded her comprehension, rendering them both complex and tedious. However, the mere thought of Joffrey stirred a warmth within her heart. Prince Joffrey was a tender soul, always speaking to her in a soft, deep voice reminiscent of her brother Jon. Jon delighted in tousling her hair, while Joffrey would gently stroke the crown of her head, that comforting sensation transporting her back to the snowy grounds of Winterfell. She cherished Jon's rough affection and Joffrey's gentle smile. Upon reflection, Joffrey appeared even more handsome than Jon, his golden locks and azure eyes reminiscent of a Lannister lion, strikingly beautiful like a bard's ballad. At this thought, a faint blush crept upon Arya's cheeks, her gray eyes glinting with a hint of shyness. She quickly shook her head, attempting to dispel these peculiar notions. Yet, the realization that Sansa would wed Joffrey and ascend to the role of his queen ignited a wave of inexplicable melancholy within her. Once Joffrey became her brother-in-law, would he still stroke her hair and listen to her complaints with the same warmth? Lost in contemplation, Arya's gaze was drawn to a shadow lurking in the corner of the courtyard. A gaunt black cat, its back arched and amber eyes fixed upon her, emitted a low, guttural growl. She stood frozen for a moment, a singular thought crystallizing in her mind. She must catch it. Barefoot, Arya held her breath, attuning herself to the rhythm of her heartbeat, exhaling slowly as she stealthily approached the black cat, akin to a hunting cheetah. The cat ceased its grooming. Its amber eyes locked onto her, tail flicking slightly. Just as Arya prepared to pounce, the black cat darted away, a shadow escaping her grasp. Stop! Arya let out a soft hiss, chasing after the black cat with fervor. She circled the Prime Minister's tower twice, darting into the stable, where the sounds of hooves and the scent of manure assaulted her senses. She dashed through the kitchen, leaving the cook's shouts behind, and ran past the pigsty, splattering herself with mud from the pen. Following the foundations of the river wall, she sprinted barefoot on the icy stone, ascending a narrow staircase with the agility of a weasel. She weaved through the structures of the Red Keep, stone walls, arches, and courtyards whizzing past until she was utterly disoriented, with only the shadow of the black cat flickering ahead. The cat suddenly plunged into a pitch-black cellar entrance, the stone steps covered in moss, exuding a damp, musty odor. For a fleeting moment, Arya hesitated, a flicker of uncertainty passing through her gray eyes. But her curiosity triumphed over her fear. Gritting her teeth, she followed into the abyss. The darkness of the cellar was thick as ink, initially. She could faintly discern the outline of the cat, but as the light faded, it vanished into the void, leaving only the echo of her footsteps against the stone walls. She reached out, her fingers brushing against the rough stone, grazing the cold, damp moss, her heart pounding like a war drum in her ears. Behind her, the light from the entrance had long disappeared, and the darkness swallowed everything like a great beast. A chill crept up from her feet, and fear surged like a tide. She crouched down, hugging her knees to her chest, attempting to quell the turmoil within. "Don't be afraid, Arya, don't be afraid," she whispered to herself. She recalled the tales spun by the old nurse in Winterfell, those legends of the long night and the others, now seeming to resurrect within the cellar's gloom. She promised herself that if she counted to 10,000, she would safely emerge. 1, 2, 3, she murmured softly, her voice trembling in the darkness. As she reached 70 or 80, her eyes gradually adjusted to the shadows, the contours of the cellar slowly materializing before her, faint etchings on the stone walls resembling ancient runes. In the dimness, she discerned shadows of fangs and monsters, their grotesque outlines quickening her heartbeat. She tightly shut her eyes, recalling the words of the swordsman Ser Loras Tyrell, "Be as water." Taking a deep breath, she opened her eyes once more, her inner trepidation having eased considerably, and the stubborn light reignited in her gray gaze. Arya rose to her feet and charged forward, only to collide with a wooden door, a sharp pain shooting through her forehead, causing her to grimace in pain and mutter a curse. She fumbled until her hand found the iron ring on the door. Pulling it with all her strength, the door creaked ominously, startling her heart into a skipped beat. Gritting her teeth, she managed to pry open a narrow gap just wide enough for her to slip through, turning sideways to enter. Beyond the door lay a long corridor, the stone walls damp and cold, the air heavy with the stench of decay and brine. In the distant gloom, a flicker of light danced like a solitary star in the dark. Arya pressed against the wall, proceeding cautiously, her bare feet touching the frigid stone, striving to minimize the sound of her steps. Gradually, she discerned a muffled conversation, sporadically emanating from the depths of the corridor. She held her breath, crouching low as she crept closer, concealing herself in the shadows of the corner, her gray eyes vigilantly scanning the surroundings. Now is not the time for encounters. One voice intoned, low and urgent, tinged with impatience. "I am aware, I have stumbled upon a particularly troublesome predicament." A second voice, lighter yet imbued with a chilling undertone, queried, "Has the current Prime Minister discovered something?" The first voice lowered its tone further, revealing an undercurrent of tension. "Not yet, but I am not referring to him." The second voice paused, growing weighty with concern. "Oh, who is it then?" The first voice, laced with curiosity, prompted. "Our Crown Prince." Came the cold reply from the second voice. "That cowardly fool. Is he truly worth the risk of my presence here?" The first voice scoffed, dripping with disdain. "If you were deceived by his fade, then you are the fool. This Crown Prince has uncovered the nature of our relationship." The second voice suddenly escalated. Infused with fury, Arya heard the sound of a torch clattering to the ground, the flames flickering against the stone walls, casting two indistinct silhouettes. She held her breath, her heart pounding like thunder as she pressed herself tightly against the wall, terrified of being discovered. Chapter 15. Conspiracy, are you trying to have me killed? The first voice erupted, a mix of anger and tremor. "Calm down. If our dealings were exposed, I would not be standing here conversing with you." The second voice regained its composure, yet it was laced with a chilling malice. Why hasn't he revealed our affairs? The first voice inquired quietly, a hint of confusion evident. I, too, wish to understand the Crown Prince's intentions, the second voice retorted with a scoff, tinged with apprehension. Arya heard footsteps pacing, the heavy treads echoing upon the stone floor, akin to a beast prowling within a cage. She bit her lip, her gray eyes widening. A tempest of dread surging within her. They were speaking of Prince Joffrey. Someone intended to harm him. No, we cannot remain idle. The first voice hissed, teeth clenched, exuding ruthlessness. If the Crown Prince were to perish, the current situation would descend into further chaos. The second voice hesitated. We have no other choice. The first voice stated coldly. Then let a little bird deliver him a cup of poison, the second voice suggested, its tone sinister. No. He is already aware of the secret passage. I cannot ascertain what else he might know, the first voice countered, laden with concern. How do you frighten a 12-year-old boy into submission? The first voice mocked, a challenge lacing its tone. Yet this boy is the Crown Prince. Should we fail, I must relinquish King's Landing. The second voice roared, steeped in despair. I have heard he was injured. The Stark girl is tending to his wounds? The first voice suddenly inquired. Indeed, the second voice replied, its tone darkening. Then let the little bird sprinkle poison upon the bandages. The first voice coldly laughed, a hint of triumph in its inflection. A lethal silence. A second voice echoed in agreement, infused with a chilling intent to kill. I still require funding. As well as 50 small birds, continued the first voice. Very well, I shall add 20 more small birds for you. Ensure that the task is accomplished. The second voice responded decisively. The sound of footsteps drew nearer, flickering flames danced in the corridor, casting elongated shadows. Arya's heart raced like a drum as she hurriedly pressed herself into the corner's shadow, holding her breath, her gray eyes wide with terror. Two figures passed before her. One was tall and corpulent, while the other was lean and serpentine. In the dim light, she could not discern their faces, only catching a glimpse of the purple silk robe's hem and a flash of a green cloak. They remained oblivious to Arya's presence in the corner, striding deep into the corridor. Traversing a chamber filled with elongated teeth and monstrous shadows, their voices gradually fading away, ultimately dissolving into the darkness. Silence reclaimed the surroundings, leaving only the sound of Arya's frantic heartbeat echoing in her ears. She crouched in place, hands clenched tightly, her mind a whirlwind of confusion. Someone intends to harm Prince Joffrey. Even more despicably, they plan to poison her with the bandages meant for him, framing her for the deed. A surge of fury ignited within her, flushing her cheeks crimson. She would not allow these vile miscreants to succeed. Arya compelled herself to regain her composure, a glimmer of resolve flashing in her gray eyes. She whispered softly to herself, "Stay like water." The teachings of Syrio rekindled a semblance of rationality within her. The immediate priority was to convey this conspiracy to Prince Joffrey. Gritting her teeth, she rose to her feet, groping her way along the corridor. In the darkness, she stepped into a puddle emanating a foul stench, the rot of the waterway causing her to wrinkle her nose. Yet, she paid it no heed, barefoot on the damp, cold stone, stumbling forward. The corridor was long and winding, the darkness like an endless abyss. She walked for what felt like an eternity, nearly losing track of time. At last, a faint glimmer of light emerged ahead, prompting her to quicken her pace, bursting forth from the corridor and plunging beneath the starry sky. The night over King's Landing was a tapestry of stars, the spires of the Red Keep piercing the horizon, the sky now fully shrouded in darkness. She found herself in an unfamiliar courtyard, surrounded by low stone walls and overgrown weeds, the distant sound of patrolling guards echoing in the air. Inside the small council chamber of the Red Keep, Eddard Stark sat in a high-backed chair, his broad shoulders enveloped in a gray cloak, his brow furrowed in contemplation. Suddenly, a clear voice shattered the silence of the chamber. "Lord Eddard, may I trouble you for a few minutes?" Eddard looked up to find a youth standing at the door, none other than Joffrey. A chill ran through Eddard, astonished, his tone steady. "Prince Joffrey, what brings you to me?" Joffrey surveyed the empty chamber, the only sound being the faint footsteps of guards beyond the door. He stepped closer, speaking in a hushed tone. "Lord Eddard, I have something of utmost importance to discuss with you. Might we move to the study?" Eddard paused, his gray eyes appraising Joffrey, attempting to decipher his intentions. After this period of acquaintance, he had begun to sense the young prince's goodwill towards the Stark family. He nodded slowly and rose, saying, "Very well, Your Highness." The two traversed the corridors of the Red Keep, the flickering flames of the torches casting dancing shadows upon the stone walls, while the clinking of the guard's armor echoed distantly. They arrived at a secluded study, where the oaken door was adorned with the emblem of a seven-pointed star. Inside, shelves brimming with books towered over them, and the faint mustiness of parchment and ancient tomes lingered in the air. Joffrey closed the door and gestured for Eddard to take a seat, joining him in the high-backed chair opposite. He fixed his gaze upon Eddard's eyes and stated directly, "Lord Eddard, I wish to know if any significant events have transpired in the north." Eddard's heart skipped a beat, his gray eyes narrowing slightly, yet he maintained a calm demeanor. Responding steadily, "Your Highness, from where did you hear news of the north?" Joffrey's tone was measured, tinged with a hint of probing. "Lord Varys informed me that you seem to be meeting with an important guest from the north." "That damned spider," Joffrey thought, catching Eddard's low curse. Eddard paused momentarily, a flicker of concern passing through his gray eyes as he spoke slowly. "I have received word that Bran has been attacked, fortunately." The direwolf was nearby and thwarted the assassin's attempt. Joffrey felt a lurch in his heart, his initial reaction one of disbelief. He suppressed his inner doubts and asked urgently, "Who would be so audacious?" Eddard drew a dagger from within his cloak, its blade shimmering with the distinctive ripples of Valyrian steel, the hilt inlaid with dragonbone emanating a ghostly glow. He handed the dagger to Joffrey, his tone grave. "Your Highness, the assassin intended to use this dagger to take Bran's life. Do you recognize it?" Joffrey examined the dagger closely before nodding, his voice steady. "I believe I have seen this dagger with Lord Peter." Eddard continued, his gray eyes fixed intently on Joffrey, as if searching for any sign of weakness. "I inquired with Peter. He claimed to have lost it to your uncle, Tyrion Lannister." Joffrey felt Eddard's gaze pierce him like ice, a chill running through him as he understood Eddard was testing his allegiance to the Lannister family. He feigned surprise, a hint of confusion in his tone. "My uncle? But he has no quarrel with Bran. Why would he send an assassin to kill him?" Eddard's gaze softened slightly, yet his expression remained serious, his voice low like the cold winds of the north. "If I may speak frankly, Your Highness, I shall report this matter to His Majesty the King and request justice for my poor child." Joffrey nodded, a look of agreement gracing his handsome features. "It is only right." Eddard's countenance eased somewhat, the sharp angles of his face revealing a trace of weariness. He rose, his gray robe swaying slightly, his tone returning to its customary steadiness. "If Your Highness has no pressing matters, I shall take my leave." Joffrey nodded, his gaze calm. "You may go, Lord Eddard." Eddard pushed open the oak door, the heavy sound of his footsteps gradually fading down the corridor. Chapter 16. The tournament grounds in King's Landing were a cacophony of excitement. A gilded canopy shielded the dais from the blazing sun, filled with royal members and dignitaries, their silk robes and armor shimmering brilliantly in the light. Joffrey sat upon a high chair at the dais, his emerald eyes seeming distracted, his thoughts drifting elsewhere. Beside him, Sansa blushed with excitement, her azure eyes sparkling like stars. Her brown hair was intricately braided, cascading over her pale blue silk gown. She clasped her hands tightly, leaning slightly forward, as if to absorb the entirety of the tournament before her. This was her first experience of such a grand event, witnessing knights from the ballads of bards come to life before her eyes. They donned gleaming armor, galloping with flair, exuding an aura of heroism as if they had stepped from ancient legends. The thunderous sound of hooves reverberated through the arena as Ser Gregor Clegane, known as the Mountain, thundered by. His frame loomed like a small mountain, towering at 8 feet, his iron armor suffocatingly heavy, with arms as thick as tree trunks, his hands gripping a lance capable of crushing stone. Sansa held her breath, her azure eyes wide with a mix of fear and awe. The arrival of the King's Guard ignited a crescendo among the crowd, 7 knights in white cloaks shining like stars, particularly the Kingslayer, Jaime Lannister, clad in a snow-white cloak. His golden armor sparkled under the sun, and he wore a beautifully crafted lion helmet, his golden locks cascading from beneath it, a proud smile gracing his handsome features. Sandor Clegane, the Hound, was also present, his scarred face hidden beneath his iron helm, his gray eyes cold as steel, his grip on the lance steady as a rock. The King's brother, Ser Lancel Lannister, also drew attention, his handsome visage adorned with a friendly smile, his green silk robe embroidered with golden antlers, riding with an elegant demeanor that elicited cheers from noble maidens. The tournament continued from dawn until dusk, the thundering hooves of the steeds pounding the arena's sandy floor into a desolate wasteland, the sharp clashing of lances, the clang of armor, and the battle cries of knights intertwined to create a symphony of iron and blood. The roars of the audience rose and fell, the shouts of commoners mingling with the whispers of the nobility, the air thick with the sense of sweat, dust, and horse manure. When Ser Gregor returned for his second appearance, the atmosphere within the arena shifted dramatically. His lance shot upward, piercing his opponent's throat with brutal precision. Blood gushed forth, staining the sand, as the young knight fell lifeless, his body crumpling like a rag doll. Sansa inhaled sharply, her cerulean eyes widening in shock, her hands clenching the fabric of her gown, knuckles whitening. She witnessed the crimson blood gushing from the knight's neck, staining his blue cloak, as the vibrancy of his young life faded in an instant. The noble ladies present erupted into anguished sobs, their screams piercing through the cacophony. Sansa felt compelled to weep as a true lady ought, yet her tears remained stubbornly absent. The name of the blue-cloaked knight from the Vale echoed in her ears, only to slip away like the wind, leaving no trace behind. She murmured softly, "Had it been my father's squire, Jory, or Ser Roderick, perhaps it would have been different." When the hound took his turn in the melee, he faced Ser Loras Tyrell. Sandor's steed roared as he charged forward, his lance striking with the precision of a serpent's fang, piercing Loras's breastplate. The Duke of Tyrell was unseated, flying from his mount and crashing heavily into the dust, his green cloak billowing up a cloud of dirt. The audience collectively gasped. Joffrey's eyes flickered with surprise. He had not anticipated the hound's prowess to be so formidable, far exceeding his usual assessments. The Duke of Tyrell, though disheveled, rose to his feet, removing his helm to reveal a handsome, yet somewhat sheepish grin. He extended the broken golden stag antler from his helmet to the victor, but the hound merely scoffed, tossing the trophy into the stands, eliciting a roar of approval from the crowd. Joffrey watched the glimmering antler soar across the night sky, his heart sinking at the thought of such a valuable trophy being squandered. It must be worth dozens of gold dragons. He resolved to have a word with the hound about such wastefulness. As the tournament neared its conclusion, only 4 formidable contenders remained: Jaime Lannister, the Kingslayer; Sandor Clegane, the Hound; Gregor Clegane, the Mountain; and the youthful Knight of Flowers, Loras Tyrell, merely 17 years of age. The moon had quietly ascended, casting a silvery glow upon the arena, while the clamor of the audience gradually waned. King Robert Baratheon rose, his rough voice booming over the gathering. "The remaining 3 contests shall take place tomorrow morning, followed by the team justs." The crowd began to disperse, the common folk retreating like a tide towards the streets of King's Landing, while the nobles made their way to the feasting grounds by the Blackwater River. Members of the royal family and esteemed lords took their seats on the elevated platform by the riverbank, golden candelabras and braziers illuminating the night, as silk drapes danced gently in the breeze. Joffrey led Sansa to the royal box, seated to the left of the king and queen. Before the royal tent, a bard plucked at his harp, singing of ancient heroes. Jugglers hurled flaming torches, their light tracing dazzling arcs through the air, drawing gasps of wonder. Joffrey momentarily cast aside his worries, turning to Sansa with a tender smile illuminating his verdant eyes. He lavished her with compliments regarding her beauty, recounting amusing anecdotes from the tournament, each quip eliciting peals of laughter from Sansa. Her cheeks flushed with a rosy hue, her azure eyes sparkling like stars. She had long forgotten the decorum of a lady, her heart fluttering with sweet exhilaration. Servants streamed in, presenting an opulent array of dishes. The thick, aromatic barley and venison soup wafted its enticing fragrance, while the vibrant salad of beets, spinach, and plums was adorned with crushed nuts. The honey-garlic sautéed snails were delectably tender. The main course featured roasted trout, caught from the Blackwater River, its skin crisp to perfection and its flesh succulent. Joffrey, with his own hands, delicately cut a piece for Sansa, placing it in her plate with a smile, his gestures both graceful and considerate. As the chapter did not conclude, readers were encouraged to turn the page to continue. Sansa, with a bashful demeanor, lowered her gaze, her heart brimming with joy, perceiving Joffrey at that moment as more radiant than any knight. Suddenly, a furious roar shattered the revelry. "Silence, you foul woman!" Joffrey turned to see King Robert Baratheon, his face flushed, rising from his seat, wine spilling from his goblet. His robust figure swayed as he glared at Queen Cersei, bellowing, "You will not dictate my actions. I am the king here, do you understand? When I declare a fight, it shall be so." Cersei's face turned as pale as parchment, her emerald eyes flickering with a hint of humiliation, yet she remained silent, abruptly turning away. The nobles at the banquet whispered amongst themselves, the atmosphere growing increasingly awkward. Joffrey sighed, recognizing Cersei's scheme to provoke Robert into participating in the melee by inciting his competitive spirit. Once Robert entered the fray, the chaos that would ensue was unpredictable. However, Joffrey recalled that later, Eddard and Ser Barristan had managed to dissuade Robert from joining the tournament. Ultimately, the king did not partake in the melee, allowing Joffrey to dismiss the matter from his mind. As night deepened, The revelry of the banquet gradually faded, and nobles began to return to the Red Keep in small groups. Joffrey turned to Sansa, gently offering, "My lady Sansa, may I escort you home?" Sansa shyly nodded, her azure eyes shimmering softly. "Thank you, Your Highness Joffrey, you are most considerate." Joffrey smiled slightly and called out, "Hound." Sandor Clegane appeared before them like a spectre, his scarred visage ghastly in the firelight, his gray eyes devoid of emotion. Joffrey spoke in a low tone, "Find me a carriage. I shall escort Lady Stark back to the Red Keep." Inside the carriage, the confined space was infused with the subtle scent of leather and lavender. Sansa sat upright on the cushioned bench, her pale blue silk gown accentuating her slender figure, her blue eyes cast downward, eyelashes fluttering, hands tightly clutching her skirt. She had never been alone with a man outside her family, and especially not with her betrothed, the Prince Joffrey Baratheon. The unprecedented intimacy made her heart race, a blend of shyness and anticipation washing over her, as if the romantic ballads of minstrels were softly humming in her heart. Joffrey sat opposite her, his green eyes betraying a hint of distraction. His right eyelid twitched inexplicably. As the saying goes, the left eye signifies fortune, while the right eye foretells disaster. This ominous premonition loomed over his heart like a shadow. Sansa stole a glance at Joffrey, noticing his furrowed brow, as if he were preoccupied with troubling thoughts. Summoning her courage, her voice as melodious as wind chimes, laced with youthful concern, she inquired, "Your Highness, is your injury improving?" Joffrey emerged from his reverie, his gaze settling on Sansa, who was now so close. This was the first time he observed this red-haired maiden from such proximity. Her visage was breathtaking, with porcelain-like skin and azure eyes that sparkled like gentle springs, exuding the unique shyness and innocence of youth. Her petite nose and soft, petal-like lips were framed by cheeks that glowed alluringly under the flickering light. Joffrey momentarily lost his composure, a peculiar sensation stirring within him, but he quickly regained his cool demeanor and replied gently, "Ah, you mean my injury? It is nearly healed, thanks to Miss Arya." Upon hearing her sister's name, Sansa's smile faltered, her cerulean eyes flashing with displeasure, as her previously excited mood was doused like a flame by cold water. Her relationship with Arya had always been strained. She viewed her sister's wildness as a disgrace to House Stark, akin to a rustic tomboy devoid of any ladylike qualities, particularly at the banks of the Trident, where Arya's dire wolf, Nymeria, had bitten Joffrey. Sansa remained tormented by the memory, believing that Joffrey ought to have severely punished her sister, ideally with a switch across her backside to instill some sense. Yet, not only had Joffrey forgiven Arya, but he had also allowed her to tend to his wound. This was no punishment, it was a boon, a rare opportunity to be alone with the Crown Prince. Why was it not she, Sansa Stark, the Lady of the North? She bit her lip, her nails digging into her palm as a wave of bitter anger surged within her. Feeling Joffrey's gaze linger upon her, Sansa's cheeks burned with embarrassment, compelling her to avert her eyes. She murmured, "How can he do this, staring at me so intently?" Her voice was as faint as a whisper, imbued with girlish petulance. Yet she did not dare to look up, fearful of meeting those emerald eyes. Joffrey, noticing her shyness, smiled subtly but chose not to address it directly. Wishing to spare Sansa from jealousy, he continued, "Miss Sansa, your sister did not mean any harm." Sansa, realizing her lapse in composure, felt her cheeks flush even deeper and quickly adjusted her posture, her tone tinged with defiance. "But it is a fact that she injured the prince." Joffrey waved his hand dismissively, a hint of exasperation crossing his handsome features. He was well aware of the discord between Sansa and Arya in the original tale. Lingering on this subject might only deepen the rift between the sisters. He shifted the conversation, his tone steady. "Has the Hand of the King mentioned anything to you about the happenings in the north recently?" Sansa was taken aback, her azure eyes flickering with curiosity. "No, Your Highness." "Are there significant events occurring in the north?" Joffrey cleared his throat, feeling somewhat awkward. Upon reflection, it made sense. This was far from good news. If Eddard were to inform his daughters, it would only serve to heighten their concerns. He scratched his head, pondering that perhaps it was merely a rumor circulating among the common folk, unworthy of earnest consideration. Sansa gazed at Joffrey, her eyes shimmering with curiosity. Her gaze was as clear as a pristine spring, imbued with a youthful yearning for the unknown, stirring something within Joffrey's heart. Naturally, he could not divulge the conversation he had with Ned to Sansa. His thoughts raced, and suddenly, an idea struck him, his tone laced with a hint of testing. "I have heard whispers of terrifying creatures beyond the wall in the north, known as the Others." Sansa had anticipated Joffrey would speak of his brothers, and felt a tinge of disappointment. The terrifying tales of the long night and the others were nothing more than bedtime stories to lull children to sleep by the hearth in Winterfell. She gently bit her lip, a flicker of despondency passing through her azure eyes as she murmured, "The old nurse has told such stories as well." Joffrey sensed her disappointment, feeling an awkwardness that could almost pierce through the floorboards. He had intended to divert their attention with the topic of the others. Yet he had forgotten these legends were all too familiar to the Stark family of the North. An uncomfortable silence enveloped them. At that moment, the carriage jolted violently, the fierce shaking causing the oil lamp within to sway precariously, nearly extinguishing its flame. Sansa gasped, her hands gripping the seat tightly as her skirts slipped, revealing her delicate ankles. Joffrey frowned, lifting the curtain of the carriage, and in a low voice inquired, "What is happening?" The driver strained against the reins, his voice trembling. "Your Grace, the horses have been spooked." Before he could finish his words, the carriage lurched forward with alarming speed, the sound of hooves thundering like a storm as the wheels rattled violently over the cobblestone street. The streets of King's Landing descended into chaos. Vendors screaming and scrambling to evade the oncoming carriage, which careened wildly, toppling fruit stalls and wooden crates, scattering apples, oranges, and wood shavings in every direction, while the curses and gasps of pedestrians echoed through the alleys. The curtains of the carriage swayed violently, the flickering light casting distorted shadows. Sansa, pale with fright, covered her ears and began to sob softly. Sandor Clegane, the hound, rode closely behind the carriage, the potent wine from the feast clouding his mind. The burn of his scarred face throbbing in the night breeze, his gray eyes half closed as he struggled to remain alert. He noticed something amiss with the carriage and slapped his own head, attempting to shake off the intoxication. With a fierce grip, he urged his horse into a gallop, pursuing Joffrey's carriage. Suddenly, his steed let out a mournful cry, its limbs convulsing before it collapsed with a thunderous crash. Sandor instinctively rolled to the side, narrowly avoiding being crushed, the clanking of his armor echoing against the cobblestones. He rose to his feet, his gray eyes fixed on his fallen horse, his pupils dilating as he spotted a broken crossbow bolt embedded in the ground beside its hooves, glinting ominously. An assassin. Suppressing his intoxication, Sandor tightened his grip on the sword at his side, his steps unsteady yet resolute as he sprinted towards the carriage. His armor weighed heavily upon him, each step akin to treading upon a blade, sweat mingling with the scent of wine trickling down his brow. At that very moment, a crossbow bolt whistled through the air, striking the driver squarely in the neck. He fell rigidly, blood gushing forth like a fountain, staining the shaft of the carriage crimson. The horses were completely out of control, whinnying as they charged towards the end of the street, the carriage swaying perilously as if it might disintegrate at any moment. Chapter 18. Unconsciousness. Inside the carriage, Sansa let out a piercing scream, her azure eyes wide with terror, her hands gripping the seat tightly, her nails digging deeply into the soft cushion. Joffrey reacted swiftly, pressing her down in her seat, whispering urgently, "Crouch down, do not move." Clenching his jaw, he ascended to the driver's position, seized the reins, ducking to evade the arrows that flew towards him, striving to regain control of the frenzied horses. His golden hair was tousled by the night wind, and his crimson cloak billowed like a flag of blood, his emerald eyes ablaze with a cold fury. In that instant, he discerned the truth. This was a meticulously orchestrated assassination attempt, and he was the intended target. The sound of bowstrings snapping echoed continuously, arrows raining down like a deluge, thudding against the carriage, embedding themselves in the wooden planks, leaving the vehicle riddled with holes. One arrow grazed Joffrey's cheek, leaving a crimson streak, a sharp sting that drew a frown from him. Another arrow lodged itself deeply in the carriage beam, with splintering, its fletching quivering in the aftermath. He cracked the whip with all his might, the carriage surging forward as he attempted to escape the assassin's range. The horses whinnied, and sparks flew as the wheels scraped against the cobblestones, shops and pedestrians on either side of the street retreating rapidly. Suddenly, a crossbow bolt struck his left shoulder with pinpoint accuracy, the pain slicing through him like a knife, rendering half of his arm numb, blood seeping from his crimson cloak, staining the wooden floor of the carriage. He let out a muffled groan, stifling the agony, gritting his teeth as he steered the horses with his uninjured hand, beads of cold sweat forming on his brow. He urged himself to remain calm, roaring, "Hold on, I cannot die here." Though the wound on his shoulder was deep, the arrow had not struck a vital point. He fought to maintain his consciousness, striving to guide the carriage towards the area where the guards patrolled. The carriage collided violently with a merchant stall, wooden boards and fabric scattering, the vehicle tipping over and crashing onto the street with a deafening roar. Joffrey and Sansa were thrown from the carriage, He grasped her with his uninjured right hand as they tumbled to the ground, dust swirling around them. The cobblestones cold and unyielding. Joffrey felt as though his insides had been displaced, the agony from his shoulder wound tearing through him. His vision fading to black as he nearly lost consciousness. Sansa clung to him tightly, as though he were a lifeline, lying in his embrace, her complexion pale. Her azure eyes filled with dread. Her weight made it difficult for Joffrey to breathe, as if his ribs might fracture. He struggled to maintain his awareness and murmured, "Lady Sansa, could you rise from atop me? I'm finding it difficult to breathe." Realizing suddenly that she lay in an intimate position upon him, Sansa's cheeks flushed like fire, and with a startled scream, she sprang away. Her skirt was stained with dust and blood, and the light blue silk dress bore several tears. Just then, with a whoosh, a crossbow bolt embedded itself in the overturned carriage, shards of wood flying, the arrowhead deeply embedded in the plank. Sansa, frightened, crouched on the ground, wrapping her arms around herself, crying softly, tears welling in her eyes. Joffrey's expression shifted, his emerald gaze scanning the surroundings, inwardly cursing. The assassins have not yet departed. The wound on his shoulder throbbed with a searing pain, blood trickling down his arm and staining the cobblestones crimson. He was too weak to rise, leaning against the wreckage of the carriage, his grip tightening around the hilt of the sword named Lion's Tooth, ready to fight to the death at any moment. His breath came in ragged gasps, and his vision blurred from the loss of blood. Suddenly, a shadow vaulted over the remnants of the carriage, appearing before the two. The figure was cloaked in black, a mask obscuring their face, revealing only a pair of cold, merciless eyes. In their hand, they wielded a Valyrian steel dagger, the blade glinting ominously in the firelight, exuding a chilling intent. The assassin's gaze was fixed on Joffrey, completely disregarding Sansa beside him, as the dagger flipped deftly in hand, a sinister grin creeping closer. Their steps were measured, the boots striking the cobblestones with a deep thud, reminiscent of death's arrival. Joffrey clenched his teeth, his emerald eyes igniting with indomitable fury. He thought to himself, if he were to perish this day, he would ensure that this assassin met the same fate. Sansa's mind was a blank slate, her cerulean eyes wide with terror, nearly choking on her fear. As the assassin's dagger poised to strike her prince, an unexpected surge of courage propelled her forward. She lunged at the assassin's leg, crying out, "No." Her voice trembled yet remained resolute, her slender arms gripping the assassin tightly, her skirts trailing in the dust. The assassin, evidently taken aback by the audacity of this seemingly fragile noblewoman, scoffed, a flicker of disdain crossing his eyes. He delivered a brutal kick to Sansa, his boot slamming into her abdomen. She gasped in pain, curling into a ball, tears streaming down her cheeks, her light blue silks muddied. Gasping for breath, unable to rise, she still called out in a quivering voice, "Do not harm him." The assassin, grinning maliciously, turned his attention back to Joffrey, dagger raised high, its cold gleam aimed directly at his chest. Joffrey struggled to draw a lion's tooth, the blade glimmering in the night, but his arm was weak, the tip trembling. Unable to withstand the impending threat, he growled, "Come on." Just at that critical moment, a flash of steel sliced through the air, accompanied by a sharp whistle. A long sword pierced through the assassin's back, emerging from his abdomen, blood gushing forth and staining the cobblestones. The assassin's eyes widened, fixing on Joffrey with a look of defiance, the dagger clattering to the ground as his body fell like a marionette with severed strings. Sandor Clegane, the Hound, emerged from the shadows, panting heavily, half of his burned face appearing grotesque in the flickering firelight, his bloodied sword dripping. His gray eyes were weary and filled with remorse. His armor caked with dirt, a streak of blood marking his shoulder, evidence of a minor injury sustained in pursuit. "Your Grace, I have arrived too late to protect you. I am at fault." Sandor spoke softly, his voice hoarse, tinged with regret. He knelt on one knee, bowing his head in apology, sweat trickling down his forehead. Joffrey gazed at the Hound before him, the tension in his body finally easing. He mustered a faint smile, whispering, "You arrived just in time." The intense pain in his shoulders surged like a tide, the dizziness from blood loss and impact clouding his vision, while his ribs felt as though they were splintering with agony. He attempted to rise, yet his strength failed him as his body gradually succumbed, consciousness plunging into an abyss. Ultimately enveloped by darkness. On the street, the screams of civilians and the approaching footsteps of guards drew near, the flickering light of torches illuminating the night and revealing a scene of chaos. Sansa knelt beside Joffrey, tears cascading down her cheeks as her trembling hands pressed against his wound in a desperate attempt to staunch the bleeding. Her pale blue silk gown was stained with blood and mud, her brown braids disheveled, and her azure eyes were filled with terror and helplessness. She whispered softly, "Your Highness, please wake up," as tears fell upon Joffrey's golden hair. The hound rose, gripping his long sword tightly, his gray eyes scanning the surroundings with vigilance, guarding the unconscious prince. His breath was labored, the intoxication long dispelled by the adrenaline of battle, and the burned half of his face appeared even more grotesque in the firelight. At the end of the street, the guards' torches drew closer, the clanking of armor shattering the night's stillness. Sansa trembled as she clutched Joffrey's arm, her vision blurred by tears. She prayed softly, "Seven gods, I beseech you to protect him." Chapter 19. The three-eyed raven Joffrey found himself in a strange wilderness. In the distance, a colossal fish beam stood erect in the center of the snowy expanse, resembling a silent giant. Its trunk was pale as bone, so stout that 10 men would need to encircle it, while its branches twisted like serpents, reaching for the night sky and obscuring half the stars. A face was carved into the trunk, with deep-set eyes and tightly sealed lips, akin to a slumbering deity. Vivid crimson sap trickled from its eyes, resembling blood tears, creating a shocking contrast against the white snow. Joffrey stared at the visage, a surge of inexplicable reverence washing over him, as if he were being scrutinized by an invisible force, amplifying the unease within his soul. Suddenly, a low, rhythmic flapping broke the wilderness's silence. A raven descended from the fish beam's branches, landing steadily in the snow before Joffrey. Larger than an ordinary raven, its feathers were as black as night, gleaming with a metallic sheen, and a crimson vertical eye upon its forehead resembled a blood-red gem, emitting an eerie glow. The raven tilted its head, its third eye fixated on Joffrey, its gaze profound and frigid, as if penetrating his very soul. After a moment of scrutiny, the raven emitted a low murmur from its throat, followed by a voice that resonated with an unsettling clarity. "Your soul is unique, possessing traits not of this world." Joffrey's heart raced, his pupils dilating. He feigned calmness, his tone laced with curiosity. "Esteemed prophet, how do you discern my uniqueness?" The raven fell silent for a moment, the crimson vertical eye flickering slightly, as if probing the depths of his soul. Its voice was deep and raspy, imbued with an ancient authority. "You have disrupted Bran's destiny." Gaining composure, he spoke earnestly. "Prophet, I merely wish to assist my friend Bran. It is unjust for him to become disabled at such a young age." The raven's feathers trembled violently, a flash of ire igniting within its crimson vertical eyes. It grew agitated, shrieking, "You do not comprehend. You understand nothing. You have disrupted my plans." With that, the raven abruptly flapped its wings, conjuring a tempest. Joffrey instinctively raised a hand to shield his face, the scarlet cloak billowing ominously in the gale. He squinted, suppressing the unease festering within him, and proclaimed loudly, "I am aware that the White Walkers are nearing the wall. I know the Night King and his army are poised to descend southward." Upon hearing this, the raven halted momentarily, its crimson gaze narrowing as its turbulent emotions began to subside. It ceased its wing beats, and the wilderness returned to a deathly silence. The raven tilted its head, its third eye fixated intently on Joffrey, probing, "Oh, how do you know this?" Meeting the raven's gaze, Joffrey's emerald eyes glimmered with a serene brilliance, a knowing smile gracing his lips. "You once mentioned that I possess qualities not of this world." The blood-eyed raven scrutinized Joffrey for a moment, a complex light flickering in its scarlet eyes as if re-evaluating the young prince. It murmured appreciatively, "Very well, I underestimated you." With that, the raven leapt into the air, perching steadily upon Joffrey's shoulder. In a hushed tone, it commanded, "Come aboard." Before Joffrey could respond, it gripped his shoulder fiercely, wings flapping vigorously, lifting him into the air. Even aware that he was ensnared in a dream, Joffrey felt the bone-chilling wind sting his cheeks. His perspective rapidly ascended, the wilderness of the twisted trees below shrinking into a mere dot. They soared higher, traversing the undulating snow-capped mountains and frozen grounds, crossing the ice walls of the wall. The colossal barrier dividing the north shimmered with an ethereal blue glow under the moonlight, the Night's Watch's torches flickering dimly like fireflies. Joffrey gazed down, awe-stricken. This was the power of the Green Seer, transcending mortal confines, delving deep into the essence of fate. The raven guided him toward the frigid lands north of the wall, where the snowstorm intensified, leaving only a vast expanse of white. Ultimately, they descended before a massive tree hollow. The hollow was deep as a chasm, surrounded by the gnarled roots of the twisted trees, resembling the claws of a colossal beast. A faint red glow emanated from the cave's entrance, the air thick with the scent of earth and decaying leaves, intermingled with an aura of supernatural pressure. The raven released Joffrey and soared into the hollow, softly urging, "Follow me." Joffrey steadied himself and followed the raven into the cavern. Inside, the atmosphere was dim and damp. The roots of the twisted trees sprawling like veins across the stone walls, casting a faint red light that illuminated the path ahead. The air was imbued with an ancient essence, as if time itself had stagnated. After walking for a while, his vision cleared, revealing a spacious cavern. At the center of the cavern, an elderly man with white hair was half merged into the tree, as if being consumed by its roots. His skin was desiccated like parchment, his eyes deeply set, and his face a tapestry of wrinkles, as though he had been stripped of all vitality. The roots of the fishleaf tree entwined around his body. Crimson sap flowed down the trunk, merging with his skin and emanating an eerie glow. A shiver ran through Joffrey's heart. This was the Green Seer, Bran the Broken, the last guardian of the North. A raven alighted upon the old man's shoulder, its scarlet vertical eye fixated on Joffrey, speaking, "Come here to meet me, and I shall bestow my powers upon you." Upon hearing this, Joffrey's heart trembled. The Green Seer's gift, the sight, allowed the manipulation of ravens and the ability to glimpse into the past and future, one of the most enigmatic powers in the original tale. Yet, he helplessly raised his hands, a bitter smile crossing his lips. "I cannot venture north in my current capacity, can I?" The raven tilted its head, a flicker of disdain flashing in its crimson eye, and murmured, "A confrontation between humans and the White Walkers is inevitable. You may choose to flee, but your subjects will suffer calamity." A chill ran down Joffrey's spine. As visions of the Night King's brutal invasion flashed through his mind, whites rampaging, cities falling, the Seven Kingdoms plunged into despair. He clenched his fists, a glimmer of ambition igniting in his emerald gaze. As a time traveler, he was determined not only to preserve his throne, but to alter the fate of the Seven Kingdoms. "My lord, there is more to this chapter. Please turn to the next page to continue reading, for the tale grows ever more captivating." The raven fell silent for a moment, its scarlet eye narrowing slightly, seemingly weighing Joffrey's resolve. It spoke softly, "I hope you keep your promise. I shall often enter your dreams, where you may pose your inquiries." A spark of intrigue ignited within Joffrey. The Green Seer's assurance was undoubtedly a trump card. If he could harness this power, it would bolster him immensely. With that, the raven took flight once more, gripping Joffrey's shoulder. They soared south from the wall, traversing the Seven Kingdoms, the snowy plains of the north, the Vale's eagle's nest, the Riverland's rapid city, the Stormland's Storm's End, and the Westerland's Casterly Rock. Each landscape rushed past Joffrey's vision, magnificent and awe-inspiring. Ultimately, the raven halted above a chamber in King's Landing. Joffrey gazed down from the heights, his sight piercing through the roof, revealing the scene within. Varys stood in the center of the room, his plump face appearing grim and sinister under the candlelight. His purple silk robe swayed slightly, and his corpulent fingers were clenched tightly, eyes ablaze with fury. "What? You say you have failed?" Varys's voice was low and furious, tinged with a rare loss of composure. His subordinate knelt on the ground, head bowed, daring not to move, armor glinting coldly in the candlelight. Varys paced back and forth, his hefty form casting a massive shadow upon the floor. His tone laced with bitterness. "Are you not serving as a guard beside His Highness?" A subordinate nodded, voice trembling. "Yes, my lord." Varys halted, a glint of malevolence flashing in his eyes, and whispered, "Prepare a vial of poison and a flask of tainted water. Keep them close, and when Prince Joffrey awakens, present them to him." "Yes." The subordinate, having received his orders, hurried away, the clinking of his armor echoing softly. Just as Joffrey wished to continue observing, the raven released its grip. His body plummeted suddenly, the biting wind howling around him, the sights of the Seven Kingdoms rapidly receding from his view. Joffrey felt consciousness surge back like a tide. Chapter 20. Awakening in the Red Keep. Atop Maegor's holdfast, the air was thick with the scents of herbs and blood, mingled with the sharp aroma emanating from the vials. Joffrey's chamber lay high within Maegor's, the heavy oak door firmly shut, while the golden-clad guards outside stood vigilant, their armor clanging softly. Cersei Lannister sat by the bedside, her slender fingers tightly clutching a silk handkerchief, silent tears cascading down her pale cheeks, dampening her golden locks. Her green eyes were fixed upon the unconscious Joffrey, her heart aching as if it were being torn asunder. Joffrey lay upon a splendid four-poster bed, a crimson coverlet draped over his chest, his golden hair tousled upon the pillow, his handsome visage as pale as parchment, lips devoid of color. The wound upon his shoulder had been bandaged by Pycelle, yet blood still seeped through, staining the white linen beneath. Robert Baratheon strode about the room like an enraged lion, his face flushed, blue eyes ablaze with furious wrath, hands clenched into fists, knuckles cracking ominously. The news of the assassination attempt on the prince thundered through him, igniting his fury as the king of the Seven Kingdoms. Suddenly, a gentle knock sounded on the oak door, and a golden-clad guard whispered, "Your Grace. Lord Varys requests an audience." His tone was careful, wary of provoking the wrathful king. Robert, irritable, waved his hand dismissively, roaring, "Let him enter." His voice boomed like thunder, causing the flames in the candelabra to flicker. The guard retreated swiftly, and moments later, Varys entered the room with light steps. The spider bowed respectfully to the king, saying, "Your Grace, I have discovered some suspicious clues at the scene of the assassination." Varys' fingers twitched slightly within his sleeve, betraying his inner tension. His gaze swept over the bed where Joffrey lay, confirming the prince's continued unconsciousness, which brought him a measure of relief. "Speak quickly." Robert's voice was laced with anger, his blue eyes glaring at Varys. His patience had worn thin. He yearned to capture the mastermind behind this treachery and exact a brutal revenge. "Yes, Your Grace. Sandor Clegane killed an assassin at the scene, and upon searching his belongings, we found a letter." Varys produced a parchment from his robes, presenting it with both hands. His tone grave. His movements were slow and cautious, as if gauging Robert's reaction. Robert seized the letter, his blue eyes swiftly scanning the text. His expression darkened further, rage erupting within him like a volcano. After but a few glances, he tore the letter to shreds, the fragments drifting down like snowflakes, scattering across the stone floor. He bellowed, "Stannis." His voice reverberated through the chamber, causing the drapes to quiver slightly, his eyes ablaze with furious intensity. Stannis, his brother, who always prided himself on his aloofness and integrity, dared to attempt the assassination of his son. Robert's fist crashed against the oak table, producing a deep, resounding thud that made the vials and candlesticks tremble. Varys bowed his head, his plump visage remaining impassive. He spoke softly, "Your Majesty, I sense something amiss." Lord Stannis could not possibly have a motive to harm Prince Joffrey. Robert bellowed in rage, "Go, summon Stannis to King's Landing. I wish to confront him directly." His voice boomed like thunder, startling Maester Pycelle into a tremor. Cersei abruptly lifted her head, a flicker of anger flashing in her green eyes, and sharply retorted, "Your Majesty, your son was nearly slain. Should you not order the capture of the assailant?" The sight of Joffrey's unconscious form twisted her heart in anguish, and Robert's hesitation and fury struck her as mere cowardice. "Wretched woman, silence yourself." Robert's countenance darkened. "Robert, by the time your son has been slain, see if he does not turn his intentions upon you." Cersei shrieked hysterically, her green eyes ablaze with wrath. "You, silence yourself." Robert's face turned a deep shade of crimson as his fury reached its zenith. He raised his hand and delivered a resounding slap to Cersei. The sharp sound echoed through the room, leaving a vivid crimson imprint upon her pale cheek. She staggered back, her golden hair cascading down, her green eyes wide with shock and humiliation. "Someone. The queen is weary. Escort her to her chambers," Robert commanded as he summoned Ser Meryn Trant. Ser Meryn bowed respectfully, his armor clinking softly, as he approached Cersei with deference. Cersei cast a furious glance at Robert, remaining silent as she turned to exit the room. Robert then turned to Maester Pycelle, his tone urgent. "How is my son?" Pycelle trembled as he rose, his emaciated fingers tightly gripping a vial, his voice hoarse, "Your Majesty, the wound of Prince Joffrey has worsened. It requires immediate application of herbs." His gray robe bore traces of the herbal remedies, and his gaze flickered, as if concealing his inner trepidation. Robert nodded solemnly, commanding, "Be swift." Pycelle promptly bowed and hurried towards the apothecary, hastily retrieving several jars of salve and herbs, his movements frantic. At that moment, a low groan emanated from the bed. Joffrey's fingers twitched slightly, his tightly shut eyelids fluttering, as a faint whisper escaped his throat, "Water." Robert's expression brightened as he leaned closer to Joffrey, his blue eyes wide with hope, softly uttering, "Little Joffrey, you have awakened." His voice bore an uncommon tenderness as his rough hand gently patted Joffrey's shoulder, as if to confirm his revival. "Quick, fetch water," Robert shouted to the guards, his voice causing the flames on the candlesticks to flicker. Varys stood to the side, his plump visage momentarily rigid. He swiftly signaled to a golden-robed guard and whispered, "Why haven't you fetched water for his highness yet?" The guard bowed in compliance and hastily departed, the soft clinking of armor echoing in his wake. Moments later, he returned, cradling a silver water jug intricately engraved with the Lannister lion sigil. Joffrey slowly opened his eyes, surveying the room with a sweeping glance. A dull ache throbbed at his shoulder wound, and his body still felt feeble, yet his mind was exceptionally alert. as though an invisible force bolstered him. Perhaps it was a gift from the three-eyed crow. His spirit seemed to have been tempered by some unseen power, rendering it more resilient. As Joffrey accepted the jug from the golden-robed guard, his fingertips brushed the cold silver surface, stirring a chill within him. He refrained from drinking immediately. Instead, fixating on the jug, echoes of Varys's whispers from his dreams resonating in his mind. A jug of poison, a vessel tainted with venom. He recognized that Varys was the one plotting his assassination, and the jug before him was a continuation of that nefarious scheme. Suddenly, he raised his gaze to Robert, declaring, "Father, I suspect the water is poisoned." Robert, taken aback, widened his blue eyes, finding Joffrey's words absurd. "Little Joff, what nonsense are you spouting?" Joffrey stood firm in his conviction, his emerald eyes gleaming with calm certainty, and said slowly, "Father, I wish for this night to drink from the jug first." He gestured towards the guard who had presented the water. The guard's expression shifted dramatically, cold sweat beaded on his forehead, and his fingers trembled beneath the armor. His gaze flickered, searching for an excuse to escape, yet he found himself ensnared by Joffrey's piercing stare. Varys, observing from the side, felt a slight twitch in his plump face, a glimmer of panic crossing his features before he regained his composure, bowing his head to conceal his discomposure. Though Robert found Joffrey's demand perplexing, it did not strike him as unreasonable. He turned to the golden-robed guard and commanded in a resonant tone, "Drink." His voice thundered like a tempest, blue eyes locked onto the guard. Under the weight of the king's authority, the guard reluctantly accepted the jug, his trembling fingers raising it to his lips. His throat convulsed as he forced himself to take a sip. In mere moments, his complexion shifted drastically, lips turning purple as he convulsed, frothing at the mouth before collapsing to the ground. His eyes widened, pupils dilating as life swiftly ebbed away. The room collectively inhaled sharply, the atmosphere thickening with shock. Pycelle stumbled back, nearly dropping the vial he held. Robert's face darkened to the point of fury, his eyes ablaze with wrath. Fists clenched so tightly that his knuckles cracked. How dare someone attempt to murder his son in his presence? Joffrey leaned against the headboard, his gaze slicing through Varys with a sharpness akin to a blade. Suppressing the agony in his shoulder, he murmured, "Father, I wish to see Mother. Perhaps she could send some maidens to attend to me." His tone was calm, yet laden with significance. In this realm rife with intrigue, only Cersei's presence seemed truly dependable. For after all, Joffrey was her own flesh and blood. Robert furrowed his brow, a flicker of impatience crossing his eyes. He was reluctant to behold Cersei's icy visage again, but the urgency of the situation demanded it. Joffrey's safety took precedence above all else. He turned to the guards and commanded, "Summon the queen back." Soon, hurried footsteps echoed in the corridor, accompanied by the rustle of silken skirts. Cersei rushed into the chamber, her golden hair shimmering in the candlelight, her green eyes wide with urgency and surprise. Upon seeing Joffrey awake, tears streamed down her face as she dashed to the bedside. Enveloping him in a tight embrace, her voice quivering, "My dear Joffrey, you have finally awakened." Joffrey winced as Cersei clutched him tightly, the pain in his shoulder making it difficult to breathe. He bore the discomfort and whispered, "Mother." His voice, though feeble, carried a hint of warmth. The memories of his past life had endowed him with a complex array of emotions towards Cersei, yet in this moment, her embrace offered a genuine sense of solace. Robert observed the tender scene of mother and son, a flicker of complex emotion dancing in his blue eyes. He uttered curtly, "Cersei, take care of our son." With that, he turned and exited the room, the heavy thud of his boots resonating against the stone floor. Eddard pushed open the oak door, the heavy hinges creaking ominously. Sansa sat alone on the cushioned bench by the window, her light blue silk gown stained with dust and blood, the fabric torn in places, her brown braids disheveled, cascading over her shoulders. She lowered her head, clasping the hem of her gown tightly, silent tears sliding down her cheeks, her azure eyes filled with fear and sorrow. The candlelight illuminated her pale face. Upon hearing the door creak, she looked up abruptly, recognizing her father's familiar silhouette. The dam of her tears broke, and she rushed towards him, sobbing. Eddard rushed into the room, his heart wrenching at the sight of his daughter weeping alone. He opened his arms wide, enveloping her in a warm embrace, his rough hands gently patting her back as he murmured, "By the gods, Sansa, I feared you." His voice trembled with emotion. Sansa nestled against her father's broad chest, feeling the familiar warmth, bashfully wiping away her tears as she whispered, "Father, I am fine. It was Prince Joffrey who protected me." Her voice was barely a whisper, tinged with youthful shyness, recalling the harrowing moment of the assassination attempt. The image of Joffrey shielding her with his own body and bravely guiding the carriage despite his injuries lingered in her mind. At that moment, he transcended his role as the lofty prince and became her hero, radiant like the verses of a bard's song. Eddard released his daughter, gazing at her intently, his tone heavy with concern. "Where is Prince Joffrey?" Sansa's expression dimmed slightly as she fiddled with the hem of her gown, her voice quavering. "He has been taken to Maegor's Holdfast. Grand Maester Pycelle is tending to his wounds." Eddard's brow furrowed deeply. He inquired gravely, "What exactly transpired?" Sansa steadied herself, a flicker of fear flashing in her cerulean eyes. Taking a deep breath, she recounted the events of the assassination attempt to her father. As she spoke of Joffrey being struck by an arrow and collapsing unconscious, tears streamed down her cheeks once more as she choked out, He did it to protect me." Upon hearing this, Eddard's brow furrowed, a glint of coldness flickering in his gaze. The assassination of the prince was not merely a conspiracy against Joffrey, it was a provocation against the crown. Who dared to be so audacious? Just then, the door burst open, and hurried footsteps shattered the silence of the room. A guard entered, ushering in a filthy little child, the stench overwhelming Eddard and Sansa, causing them to wrinkle their noses. The child was clad in tattered garments, brown hair matted with mud, and her face smeared with dirt and grime, resembling a waif who had crawled from the sewers. "Father, I have urgent news. Someone is plotting to assassinate Prince Joffrey." The child's voice was sharp and urgent. Eddard was taken aback, his brown eyes widening as he recognized the dirty figure as his youngest daughter, Arya Stark. Her words struck him like thunder, tightening his already frazzled thoughts. Before he could process Arya's shocking revelation, Sansa screamed, "Seven gods! Arya, you stink!" Arya seemed oblivious to her odorous state. She stamped her foot, imploring, "Hurry, we must tell Prince Joffrey that someone is trying to kill him." She had overheard their conspiratorial whispers in the dungeons of the Red Keep, the shadowy faces and whispered plots sending chills down her spine. Eddard's brow furrowed deeper as he fixed his gaze on Arya, asking in a grave tone, "Who wishes to harm the prince?" Arya stamped her foot again, her face flushed with urgency. "I don't know. I couldn't see their faces. They spoke of poisoning Prince Joffrey." Eddard's brow knitted in concern as his rough hand stroked his chin. He replied gravely to Arya, "You should go bathe first. Sansa will accompany me to see Prince Joffrey." At this, Sansa's face brightened, her blue eyes sparkling with excitement. She was eager to visit Maegor's Holdfast to check on Joffrey's safety. In that moment, her youthful emotions were laid bare, a rosy hue creeping across her cheeks as her light blue silk gown swayed gently. She turned to Arya, pinching her nose in disdain. "Why don't you hurry and wash up?" Arya pouted, shooting Sansa an annoyed glance, reluctantly huffing before following the guard out. Eddard turned to Sansa, a hint of tenderness in his eyes as he softly said, "Come, let us go to Maegor's Holdfast." Chapter 22. Dispute in the corridors of the Red Keep. Eddard encountered the hurriedly moving Varys. The spider seemed to be in quite a rush, and Eddard had to reach out to stop him. "My lord Varys, what is the condition of Prince Joffrey?" Eddard inquired promptly. Varys, compelled to halt, stiffened slightly as he replied, "My lord Hand. Prince Joffrey is unharmed and resting in Maegor's Holdfast." Eddard nodded, intending to escort Sansa away when he was halted by Varys. "Wait a moment, my lord," Varys said. "There is something I am uncertain whether to disclose to you." A flicker of confusion crossed Eddard's face. "Varys, please speak plainly." After careful consideration, Varys replied, "My lord, the king is furious about the assassination attempt. We discovered a letter from Lord Stannis on the assassin." Eddard exclaimed in disbelief, "Duke Stannis? Why would Stannis wish to assassinate the current prince? Does he covet the Iron Throne? Is there some connection to Jon Arryn's demise?" Varys affirmed, "Indeed, my lord." Eddard furrowed his brow and nodded, "I understand." Varys continued, "There is another matter, my lord. News from distant Dothraki. Daenerys Targaryen is with child." Eddard raised an eyebrow, questioning Varys with his gaze. Varys shrugged. "The king has commanded me to find a way to eliminate this poor girl. Frankly, is that not excessively cruel? She is separated from us by the vast narrow sea. Yet what can I do? The king's orders reign supreme, with sufficient gold. A sharp dagger can surely be delivered across the narrow sea to pierce the heart of that unfortunate girl." Eddard's brow knit tightly, fury threatening to overflow. He had always believed Robert to be his dearest friend. They had grown up together, weathering storms and battles side by side. Yet, this matter left Eddard feeling estranged from his sovereign. The Robert who once wielded a hammer on the trident, bold and unafraid, had transformed into someone so merciless. Regardless, to murder an unborn child was not only a stain upon knightly honor, but a betrayal of humanity itself. Perhaps he ought to counsel Robert, Eddard pondered. As Eddard fell into contemplation, Varys bowed respectfully. "My lord, if there is nothing further, I shall take my leave." Eddard absent-mindedly waved him off, and Varys departed quietly. Sansa looked at her father and inquired, "Father, shall we still visit His Highness the Prince?" Eddard shook his head. "You may go ahead. I have urgent matters to discuss with His Majesty." "Robert, I implore you, this is an unjust act against an innocent child," Eddard pleaded. The king slammed his fist upon the council table, roaring, "That wretched woman is pregnant. I trust one have made myself clear. I want her dead." The other lords feigned ignorance, acting as if they were mere air. "I am not so foolish as to dance with the axe over my neck and remain oblivious." Robert seethed. Eddard surveyed the surrounding lords, noting their silence, a wave of isolation washing over him. Yet his conviction remained unshaken. There was no axe here. Only an old tale from 20 years past, and indeed, we could not even ascertain the accuracy of this news. As the flames neared him, Varys spoke, "My lord, you have misjudged me. Would I dare fabricate falsehoods to deceive His Majesty the King and the esteemed lords?" Eddard regarded Varys with a cold stare. "Lord Varys, your information is derived from a traitor far afield. Its veracity is uncertain." Varys revealed a cunning smile. "Sir Jorah would not dare to deceive me. Even if it is true, the narrow sea still stands between us. I shall only fear the day when the Dothraki teach their horses to traverse water." Robert slammed his palm on the table, bellowing, "Do you mean to say we shall wait until that vile dragon's spawn lands with an army?" Eddard remained unyielding. Even Conqueror Aegon commenced his campaigns only after being weaned. "By the gods!" The king was affronted, glancing around. "Have you all lost your tongues? Who will reason with this obstinate mule?" Varys interjected, "My lord Eddard, we discuss a grave matter, yet all must prioritize the safety of the realm's people." Eddard cast a loathing gaze at the spider, astonished that one could utter diametrically opposing statements in varying contexts. Duke Lysa shrugged. "Viserys and his sister should have perished long ago. It is the king's folly to heed Jon Arryn's counsel. My lord Lysa, mercy is never a fault. When Ser Barristan single-handedly felled a dozen knights and was brought before us, your brother declared, 'I shall not slay a man for his loyalty and valor.' If only that man were here today." With that, Eddard shot a meaningful glance at the king. Feeling a flush rise in his cheeks, the king retorted, "That is different. Ser Barristan is a member of the Kingsguard. Yet Daenerys is but a 14-year-old girl. Robert, did we not oppose Aerys Targaryen to prevent him from harming children? We must eradicate the Targaryen line." Robert roared. Eddard's ire was ignited. "Your Majesty, where is the Robert who faced Rhaegar on the Trident? How can an unborn child now make you tremble?" Robert's face turned a shade of deep fury. "Speak no more. Not a word. Have you forgotten who the king is?" "I have not forgotten, your Majesty." "Enough." The king thundered. "I believe my position is clear. Daenerys must die." "What say you?" "She must be slain," Duke Lysa affirmed. "We have no choice," Varys added. Ser Barristan remarked, "Your Majesty, this is a dishonorable act. I must side with Lord Eddard." Littlefinger concluded, "The blade is the most effective means." Robert turned to his hand. "Eddard, you see? It is settled. Only you and Selmy dissent." Eddard had grown weary of the pointless bickering. "Robert, I shall not be an accomplice to murder. I cannot stop you, but you shall not have my seal." Robert had not tasted the bitterness of rejection for quite some time. He pointed at Eddard. "My Lord Stark, either you comply with my demands, or I shall seek counsel elsewhere." I wish him well in his endeavors. Eddard cast the ornate silver hand badge, emblematic of the Prime Minister's status, upon the conference table. After accomplishing this, he disregarded the gazes of those present and departed the council chamber with resolute determination. Robert's face shifted through hues of blue and white, showcasing a remarkable display of emotion. "Bring me my warhammer. I shall go hunting." The king's fury erupted into a thunderous roar. Chapter 23. The Secret Passage, Your Majesty. Miss Stark requests an audience. The crisp voice of a maiden echoed within the silent chamber as the handmaiden, head bowed, glided into the room. Joffrey reclined against the gilded oak headboard, a silver cup in his hand, filled with a bitter herbal concoction that emitted a pungent aroma. He furrowed his brow, took a sip, and his throat shifted slightly, as if he were enduring the unpleasant taste with great effort. Beside him, Cersei frowned, a flicker of impatience crossing her features. Draped in a crimson velvet gown, her golden hair shimmered in the candlelight. "Inform her that the prince's injuries have not yet healed, and he is unable to receive visitors." Joffrey cleared his throat. "Mother, I wish to see Lady Sansa. Had she not grasped the assassin's leg that day, buying me precious moments, I fear I would not be in your presence now." He lifted his gaze, a rare softness flickering in his emerald eyes, as if recalling the harrowing scene. Cersei paused, her sharp demeanor softening momentarily. She regarded Joffrey for a moment before nodding, her tone slightly less rigid. Very well, let her enter. Her fingers lightly tapped the armrest. Weighing her thoughts, yet a hint of caution lingered in her eyes. Sansa was ushered in by the handmaiden, her steps light as the breeze that stirs the willow's fluff. Clad in a pale blue silk gown adorned with intricate patterns of ice wolves, she contrasted beautifully with her snow-white skin. Upon seeing the awakened Joffrey, a glimmer of joy sparkled in her eyes, akin to dawn breaking, illuminating her clear blue gaze. She gracefully curtsied to the queen, her movements gentle and proper, then seated herself on the adjacent oak chair, hands folded upon her lap, fingers tightening slightly, betraying a hint of nervousness. Prince Joffrey, do you feel better? Sansa inquired with concern. Lady Sansa, I feel much improved, Joffrey replied, a subtle smile gracing his lips, as if to ease her anxiety. Sansa nodded, momentarily at a loss for words. She lowered her gaze, her long eyelashes casting delicate shadows in the candlelight. She had wished to express more words of concern, yet found herself clumsy as a simple country girl, filled with regret. Lady Sansa, have you come to see me for a particular reason? Joffrey asked, curiosity lacing his voice, his emerald eyes narrowing slightly as he sought to discern her intention. Sansa gasped, realizing she had forgotten the most crucial matter. She abruptly rose from her chair, her skirt swaying gently, producing a faint rustling sound. Your Highness, someone intends to poison you. Her voice was urgent, tinged with a hint of panic. Yet her eyes were filled with genuine concern. A flicker of surprise crossed Cersei's face as her slender fingers tightened around the armrest. Miss Stark, from where did you acquire this information? She regarded Sansa with suspicion, a subtle chill in her tone. Just as Joffrey had uncovered a plot involving a poisoned knight, Sansa was already aware. Could it be that Sansa was connected to this assassination attempt? Realizing her indiscretion, Sansa shyly sat down, smoothing the fabric of her skirt, her fingertips trembling lightly on the silk. Your Majesty, it was my sister Arya who informed me, she murmured, her voice laced with a touch of regret, as if lamenting her earlier boldness. Joffrey's interest was piqued. He leaned forward slightly, curiosity glimmering in his eyes. How did Miss Arya come to know? Sansa replied. She overheard it in a hidden passage beneath a cellar. I do not know where she went, but when she returned, she was covered in mud and nearly suffocated me with the stench. Joffrey couldn't help but smile, a faint grin appearing on his lips. It seemed Arya's spirited nature remained unchanged, even discovering Varys's secret passageways. He was aware that the mastermind behind the plot was the spider, Varys, who surely knew that Joffrey had caught wind of the scheme. At this moment, Varys had no intention of fleeing, aside from muddling the waters of King's Landing. He was likely exploring the labyrinthine passages beneath the Red Keep. With these tunnels, Varys could slip away at any moment, like a serpent into the darkness, vanishing without a trace. What if he dispatched the Hound to intercept Varys in that passage? A smile crept onto Joffrey's lips at the thought. Miss Sansa, could you assist me with a task? Joffrey inquired, his voice low. Sansa nodded eagerly, her eyes brimming with trust and enthusiasm. Please take my Hound and find Miss Arya. Instruct her to lead the Hound to the passage she discovered, Joffrey commanded. Sansa was somewhat perplexed by Joffrey's intentions, but acquiesced with a gentle nod. Joffrey called loudly for his personal guard, Sandor Clegane, but received no response. His brow furrowed with confusion. Cersei cleared her throat beside him. Little Joff, your Hound is currently being punished. Joffrey turned sharply, surprised, and looked at his mother. Mother, why punish the Hound? He saved my life. His voice carried a note of urgency, unable to accept the news. Cersei scoffed. He failed to protect you. He must be punished. Joffrey's expression turned troubled. His brow knitted tightly. Mother, I have a very important task that requires him. Can his punishment be lifted? Cersei remarked, since you have spoken, let him atone for his sins by serving a greater purpose. With a soft sigh, as if resigned to compromise, she waved her hand, signaling her attendant. The maid obeyed, hurrying away, her skirts whispering softly against the stone floor. At that moment, Sansa ventured a guess. Your Grace, are you planning to trace the assassin through that secret passage? Joffrey chuckled, a glimmer of appreciation flitting across his eyes. Indeed, Miss Sansa, you are quite astute. That is precisely my intention. Upon hearing of the lead on the assassin, Cersei felt a flicker of intrigue, her gaze sharpening. Do you require Mother to send additional men, my dear Joffrey? Joffrey shook his head, his tone resolute. Mother, too many would alert the snake. The Hound's prowess is unparalleled. He is sufficient alone. Cersei, though reluctantly agreeing, could not suppress a trace of concern that shadowed her eyes. At that moment, Sandor Clegane, known as the Hound, entered. His face bore several lash marks, crimson scars crisscrossing grotesque burn wounds, evoking a sense of dread. His expression was laden with guilt, yet beneath his downcast gaze simmered a torrent of suppressed fury. "Hound, I need you to investigate the mastermind behind this," Joffrey commanded, his voice deep and authoritative. Upon hearing of the mastermind, a spark of excitement ignited within the hound's scarred visage, his eyes flickering with fervor. He knelt on one knee, the sound of his armor clanging resonating in the stillness. "Your Grace, I swear by the gods, should I uncover the puppet master, I will rip out his entrails and force them into his mouth." Chapter 24. The boar Eddard returned to his Tower of the Hand, a hollow sensation enveloping him, as if he had cast off a burdensome weight, yet simultaneously lost some vital support. Perhaps, he mused, relinquishing everything was not such a dire fate. He silently chanted this to himself, though his gaze inevitably drifted toward the window, where the flickering lights of King's Landing danced in the night's embrace. He summoned his steward, his voice low and even. "I have resigned from my position. I need you to arrange for our return to Winterfell immediately." The steward, taken aback, was momentarily speechless. After a lengthy pause, he regained his composure, trembling slightly as he replied, "My lord, I shall prepare at once. It will likely take 2 weeks." Eddard frowned, impatience flashing in his eyes. "I do not wish to wait even a day. I will depart with my daughter and a few guards first. You may follow thereafter." "As you command, my lord." The steward bowed his head in acquiescence, hastily retreating, his footsteps echoing in the empty corridor. Suddenly, Eddard contemplated that perhaps returning by sea would be prudent. He longed to pass Dragonstone and confer with Stannis Baratheon regarding what he and Jon Arryn had uncovered, and why he had dispatched an assassin to slay Prince Joffrey. His brow furrowed, images of Stannis' stern, iron visage and his eyes, eternally ablaze with obsession, filled his mind. Eddard recalled the words spoken by his wife, Catelyn, in the warmth of their familiar bedroom in Winterfell before he assumed the role of Prime Minister. Her voice, tender yet laced with concern, echoed in his mind. "Eddard, the Robert you once knew is now a remnant of the past. The king you face may very well be a stranger." This statement pierced his heart like a thorn, just as he contemplated arranging for a vessel. Thomas approached to inform him, "My lord, Lord Baelish seeks your audience." Eddard felt a reluctance to meet him, yet outright refusal would be impolite. So he acquiesced with a curt nod, "Please show him in." Peter Littlefinger sauntered into the study, wearing his customary smile, which held a cunning, fox-like quality, imbued with an inscrutable depth. Eddard inquired coldly, "Lord Baelish, what brings you here?" He regarded Littlefinger with a wary gaze, as if attempting to penetrate his thoughts. "My lord Eddard, I am genuinely concerned for your safety. After your departure this morning, His Majesty expressed his ire and even employed the term ingrate," Littlefinger replied in a flippant tone, though a glimmer of probing light flickered in his eyes as he gauged Eddard's reaction. Eddard's expression remained unyielding, his eyes as steely as granite. "Lord Baelish, you need not trouble yourself. My safety is my own responsibility. Fortunately, our king has retracted his command, merely instructing Varys to disseminate the word that whoever eliminates Daenerys shall be entitled to a noble title." Littlefinger shrugged, a hint of mockery in his tone. Eddard felt a wave of revulsion wash over him, his brow furrowing. "So Robert has decided to reward assassins with nobility?" His voice was tinged with anger, disappointment glimmering in his eyes. Littlefinger merely shrugged, his smile unwavering. "It is rather inexpensive. We cannot afford the faceless men. Did you come solely to mock me, my lord?" Eddard's impatience began to surface, his tone betraying a hint of ire, his hands unconsciously clutching the edge of the table. "Of course not, my lord," Littlefinger replied, a smile gracing his lips, though mischief danced in his eyes. "I hear your subordinate, Jory, has been searching for a place of indulgence?" Eddard raised an eyebrow, seemingly awaiting Littlefinger's next words, though a flicker of caution crossed his gaze. "As fortune would have it, if you happen to remain in the city tomorrow, I would be delighted to escort you there." Outside King's Landing, in the Kingswood, King Robert rode a black steed, his complexion as flushed as a heated iron. The heavy steps of his stallion sank into the muddy earth, producing a deep, muffled sound. He raised the wine pouch to his lips and took a hearty swig, crimson liquid trickling down his beard, staining the leather of his chest. With the pouch emptied, Robert erupted in a furious roar, "Lannister!" His voice thundered, startling the surrounding foliage into a rustle. The handsome young squire hastily approached the king, taking the empty wine pouch from his hand and presenting him with a new one filled with wine. Bancel, with his slightly curled golden hair and porcelain-like complexion, appeared visibly flustered. His fingers trembled slightly as he handed over the wine pouch, cautious as if fearing to provoke the inebriated king. Sir Bollistan, the captain of the royal guard, stood beside the monarch, a flicker of concern in his eyes. "Your Majesty, you are intoxicated," Balistan reminded him, his voice low and respectful. Robb, resembling an enraged lion, abruptly turned his head, his eyes ablaze with fury. "Silence! I am perfectly lucid." His voice roared like a tempest, causing the surrounding attendants to bow their heads in submission. He struck his steed's neck forcefully, eliciting a nervous whinny from the horse, which seemed to share in its master's wrath. Robb felt a torrent of anger surging within him, an inferno raging in his chest. Eddard, his closest friend, had the audacity to confront him in public. He hurled the emblematic medal of royal authority before him, a scene etched into Robb's mind like a blade. He could even see unmasked disdain in Eddard's eyes. That gaze, sharp as a frigid dagger, deeply wounded his pride and rent asunder his dignity as king. The hounds ahead erupted into piercing barks, shattering the tranquility of the woods, their sharp cries echoing through the thicket. A low growl emanated from the underbrush, followed by the sound of snapping branches, as if some colossal beast was crashing through the forest. The atmosphere grew tense, thick with the scent of impending violence. Balistan drew his sword, fixating intently on the direction of the bushes. His stance was resolute, yet a hint of gravity lingered in his expression, as though he had sensed the approach of danger. Suddenly, a massive wild boar burst forth from the trees, its bristly black mane standing erect, crimson eyes glinting with malice, and its tusks caked with dirt and blood, resembling two curved daggers. Its bulk loomed like a small mountain, muscles rippling beneath its coarse hide, each step causing the ground to tremble. The hounds, now whimpering in terror, retreated, tails tucked between their legs, quivering in fear. The king's steed, startled, reared up, emitting a sharp whinny that nearly dislodged Robb from his saddle. Gripping the reins tightly, Robb steadied himself, yet a fervor ignited on his previously dazed visage. He abruptly discarded the wine pouch, drawing forth his hunting knife. The pouch crashed into the mud, spilling the remaining red wine across the ground, reminiscent of blood splattering. He bellowed, "Clear the way. This is my prey." Chapter 25. The escape. The king staggered off his horse, his shoes sinking into the mire with a squelching sound. His steps were unsteady, the effects of intoxication evident, yet there was an unmistakable wildness in his demeanor. Observing this, Duke Lisa quickly exclaimed, "Your Majesty, allow us to assist you." He reached out to steady Robb, only to be forcefully pushed aside by the king. Robert's hands were broad and powerful, pushing Renly off balance, nearly sending him sprawling to the ground. Sir Balon attempted to shield the king, but was met with a kick from his Majesty, losing his footing and tumbling to the earth. The clash of his armor against the ground produced a jarring clang, splattering him with mud. Robert let out an exaggerated laugh, exclaiming, "Ha ha ha, I told you not to block my path." The boar charged toward the king, who roared in defiance and thrust his hunting knife fiercely at the beast. The blade sliced through the boar's hide, blood gushing forth and staining Robert's arm. Yet the creature's momentum remained unyielding as its tusks sank into the king's abdomen. The sharp fangs tore through flesh like a blade, blood erupting in torrents of vivid crimson. Robert emitted a pained roar, exerting all his strength to drive the hunting knife into the boar's right eye. The blade penetrated the socket, blood and viscous fluid splattering, and the boar let out a chilling scream before its massive body collapsed with a thud that reverberated through the ground. Dust and fallen leaves swirled in the air, while the heavy scent of blood lingered. The young squire, Lancel, turned ashen with fright, losing his footing and collapsing to the ground. His golden hair, drenched in sweat, clung to his forehead, his eyes wide with terror, trembling hands pressed against the muddy earth as if his very soul had fled. Robert staggered backward, clutching his abdomen, blood gushing forth like a fountain. His face drained of color, he swayed and sank to the ground, breathing heavily like a worn-out bellows. The king looked down at his wound, blood seeping through his fingers and staining the earth beneath him. "That accursed boar," Robert cursed, his voice weak yet tinged with lingering defiance. Balon rushed forward to support Robert, his movements swift and decisive, his silver armor caked in mud, eyes filled with urgency. "Your Majesty, please hold on. Someone fetch Maester." His voice trembled as he gripped the king tightly, fearful of his collapse. Renly and Lancel, panicked and helpless, gathered around the king, unsure of what to do. "My lord, his Majesty has been gravely injured while hunting in the woods." The voice of the cloaked spy was low and urgent, echoing in the dim chamber like a stone cast into a silent abyss. Varys paused, disbelief etched on his face. "Say that again." The spy, steeling himself, replied, "His Majesty has been gravely injured." He lowered his head, beads of sweat forming on his brow, unease evident in his tone. "Is the information reliable?" Varys pressed, his tone urgent. Absolutely, my lord. Many of the guards present witnessed it firsthand. The spy cautiously cast a glance at Varys, seemingly awaiting his next command. My lord, what shall we do? Varys's heart raced, his corpulent frame trembling slightly. He realized this was Cersei's doing. Yet he had not anticipated such a swift and fierce turn of events, akin to the tide of Blackwater Bay, striking without warning. If the king were to perish, the throne would inevitably pass to Prince Joffrey. By that time, the newly appointed king would likely order his own execution. He whispered, "Hasten to the Maegor's hold and inform me of Prince Joffrey's whereabouts." The spy bowed and hurried away, his black cloak casting a fleeting shadow in the candlelight, his footsteps gradually fading in the stone corridor. Varys acted swiftly, shedding his purple silks for a tattered brown cloak, smearing dust upon his visage to disguise himself as a mere servant. He pushed aside a stone slab in the corner of the secret chamber, revealing a narrow passageway. The slab scraped against the floor, emitting a dull thud. The passage was as profound as an abyss. Water droplets clung to the stone walls, and the air was thick with decay, a damp chill creeping up from beneath his feet. Varys ignited an oil lamp and stepped into the passage, his steps light and hurried. The corridor widened gradually, a glimmer of light appearing ahead, marking the exit to the Blackwater Bay docks. This faint glow was a beacon of hope, flickering in the darkness, carrying the briny scent of the sea. A smile crept upon Varys's lips as he quickened his pace, the hem of his cloak whispering against the stone slabs. Once aboard the merchant ship he had arranged for, he would vanish into the mist of the narrow sea, silently escaping this perilous game. However, as he approached the exit, a strong smell of blood assailed his senses, sharp and sickly sweet. His heart sank. The flickering flame of the lamp illuminated a tall figure standing at the end of the passage. Sandor Clegane loomed at the exit, his armor smeared with dirt and blood, the heavy iron glinting coldly in the dim light. He gripped his long sword tightly, its blade dripping with blood, crimson droplets cascading down the edge and splattering upon the stone floor. Beside him lay the lifeless bodies of two black-clad spies, their throats slit, blood pooling on the stones, exuding a pungent stench, coalescing into a dark red puddle. Varys abruptly halted, his plump face turning pale, the oil lamp in his hand trembling slightly, the flame flickering erratically. He forced a simpering smile and murmured, "Ser Clegane, what brings you here at such a late hour?" The hound's voice was low and gravelly. "My lord Varys, I have been waiting for you for quite some time." Varys's chubby face twitched, sweat trickling down his forehead. "Ser Clegane, I do not comprehend your meaning." His voice quavered slightly as he attempted to stall for time, while his mind raced to calculate an escape. The hound strode forward, extending his hands to seize Varys by the throat. His palms were broad and rough, like iron clamps, wielding an unyielding strength. Varys's corpulent form was lifted off the ground, his feet dangling, the tattered cloak swaying helplessly in the air. "My lord Varys, the one thing I despise most in this life is that so-called knightly vow." The hound fixed his gaze upon Varys's eyes, enunciating each word deliberately. Varys struggled like a beached fish, rolling his eyes and thrashing desperately. His hands clawed frantically at the hound's iron armor, nails scraping against the metal with a jarring sound. His corpulent form writhing in the air as desperate gasps escaped his lips. The oil lamp slipped from his grasp, shattering against the stone floor, flames flaring up fiercely before extinguishing swiftly, plunging the secret passage into darkness. Just as Varys felt he was on the brink of suffocation, the hound released his grip. Varys fell to the ground, his heavy body thudding against the stone, producing a dull resonance. He gasped for breath, hands clutching his throat, his eyes filled with terror and humiliation. The hound coldly remarked, "If you dare call me sir again, I shall snap your neck without hesitation." Chapter 26. Conflict. My business is concluded. We must depart. Eddard stood beneath the dimly lit porch, his voice low and unyielding, tinged with impatience. He observed Petyr Baelish conversing with a tall lady, a flicker of weariness crossing his gaze, as if he found everything in this sordid place repugnant. Petyr leisurely performed a hand-kissing gesture towards the lady before sauntering over to Eddard's side. He jested, "I never expected the Honorable Lord Stark to conduct affairs in such a locale." Eddard interrupted him, his tone as frigid as ice. "Lord Baelish, I am grateful for your guidance to this establishment. It has indeed saved me considerable time, yet this does not imply I will tolerate your mockery. Perhaps you should consider replacing your sigil with a hedgehog." Petyr merely shrugged. As they rode out of the stables, a light rain began to fall. The hooves of their horses struck the slick cobblestones, producing a somber rhythm. "My lord, shall we return to the castle?" Eddard's squire, Jory, inquired, his brown leather armor soaked through, clinging to him uncomfortably. Eddard nodded, lapsing into silence. Their party traversed the streets of King's Landing, the shops lining the road having long since closed. Rain pattered continuously upon Eddard's head as he recalled the recent events. The cramped room had been suffused with the scents of cheap perfume and sweat. The girl he had encountered was remarkably young, with a head of light auburn hair and freckles, possessing an innocent glow. When they spoke of Robert, a blissful smile illuminated her face. "My lord, look. She resembles her father so closely." The girl's voice was soft, imbued with a hint of pride as she presented the swaddled infant to Eddard. He accepted the child, the black strands of hair brushing against his fingers, soft and delicate, akin to silk in the night. He vaguely remembered that Robert's firstborn also had dark hair. "My lord, if you see her father again, could you tell him how beautiful this child is?" The girl's eyes sparkled with pleading, her voice laced with hope. "I shall," Eddard promised solemnly, his tone akin to an oath. Robert might forget his vows, but Eddard Stark would uphold his commitments. Upon considering this, Eddard inquired of Peter Baelish beside him. "My lord Baelish, how much do you know about the king's bastards?" "A considerable number," Peter replied nonchalantly. "How many?" Eddard pressed, his brow furrowing. Peter shrugged, his smile remaining composed. "No one bothers to tally such meaningless figures. As long as one is sufficiently gallant, there will always be women who bear you children. Our king, alas, knows no restraint in this regard. He has bedded countless women." He continued with a hint of mockery. "On Lord Stannis's wedding night, he climbed into the bed of Lady Sellis' cousin. 3 years ago, at Lord Tywin's tournament in Casterly Rock, a maidservant bore him a pair of twins. Our queen even sent someone to eliminate those poor children. Their mother was sold to a passing slaver." Eddard frowned, convinced that Cersei Lannister was indeed capable of such deeds. "Why is Jon Arryn suddenly so concerned about the king's bastards?" he asked, a flicker of confusion crossing his eyes. Peter replied, "He is the hand of the king. Surely his majesty has tasked him with their care." As their conversation unfolded, the rain intensified. Suddenly, Jory called out anxiously, "My lord." Eddard, now alert, realized that his party was surrounded, the street teeming with armored soldiers. Their armor glimmered coldly in the rain, the lion crest of House Lannister Stark against the flickering torchlight. "Retreat!" He heard another of his attendants, Weasel, shout. Eddard attempted to turn his horse, only to discover more figures behind them, the torchlight casting ghostly reflections on glinting blades. Jory drew his sword, declaring, "Those who block our path shall die." The leader of the opposing force responded, "I have heard the wolves howling, but alas, you are but a small pack." To Eddard's surprise, Peter took the initiative, riding forward. "You possess great audacity to intercept the hand of the king." The handsome leader stepped forth. It was none other than the Kingslayer, Jaime Lannister. Just the former hand of the king. Eddard heard his derisive tone, wondering what relevance he held now. "Peter, have you lost your mind?" he exclaimed. At that moment, Eddard found a strange calmness. He was acutely aware of his actions. Shortly after his arrival in King's Landing, he had met his wife, Catelyn, through Peter. That encounter was etched in his memory, for he learned of the assassination attempt on his young son Bran. Although the attempt had failed, the Valyrian steel dagger remained as evidence. Peter claimed it was the dagger he had lost to the imp, Tyrion, though he could not fathom why Tyrion would target Bran. He had warned Catelyn to be vigilant. Just yesterday, Eddard received a letter from Catelyn, detailing her encounter with Tyrion, and informing him that she was now escorting Tyrion to the Eyrie. Jaime smiled and said, "Lord Stark, you are indeed correct. I am searching for my brother. You remember him, do you not?" Eddard nodded. "I recall him vividly." Jaime continued, "It seems he has encountered a bit of trouble on his way back to King's Landing. My father is quite anxious about it. You wouldn't happen to know who has taken my brother, would you?" Eddard, unperturbed, replied, "I ordered his capture. He must answer for his transgressions." Littlefinger, taken aback by Eddard's resoluteness, raised a hand to his forehead. "Gentlemen, let us remain calm." Drawing his sword, Jaime advanced on foot, unsheathing his blade. He cast a cold glance at Littlefinger. "Lord Baelish, if you wish to avoid death, I suggest you depart swiftly. The chapter is not over. Please turn to the next page to continue reading. A privileged offer awaits, a 7-day ad-free reading card, available to all registered users for free. I shall seek the City Watch." Littlefinger remarked, as he predictably took his leave. His horse's hooves splashed through the rain, disappearing swiftly down the street. Eddard and his 2 men also drew their weapons, the sound of their swords unsheathing resonating in the downpour. "If you kill me, your brother's life will be forfeit as well." Eddard's voice was calm and resolute. Jaime pointed his gilded sword at Eddard. "You have put me in a difficult position, Lord Stark. I do not wish to gamble with my brother's life. It seems I must inform Robert." He instructed his men, "Treg, do not harm Lord Stark." Eddard exhaled, believing the crisis had subsided. However, Jaime revealed a cruel smile, ordering, "Slay all of his men." "No," Eddard screamed. He witnessed Jaime riding away as foes closed in from all sides. He saw Jory dragged from his horse, pierced by swords and spears. He watched as Weasel had his throat slit, blood gushing forth like a fountain. Eddard attempted to spur his horse into action, but found it let out a mournful cry. The neighing pierced the rein as a soldier thrust a spear into the steed, the tip sinking deep into its belly. The massive horse collapsed, and Eddard felt as if he had been struck down, blood filling his mouth, the metallic taste spreading across his tongue. The clamor gradually faded, leaving only the gentle patter of rain, cold droplets falling upon his face like tears. The agonizing pain surged within him, and Eddard could no longer withstand it. His consciousness sank into an endless abyss. Chapter 27. The Will in the Red Keep, the King's Chambers. Joffrey encountered his tutor, Ser Balon Swan, at the door. "Your Grace, you have finally arrived," Balon greeted, his countenance grim, betraying a hint of remorse in his eyes. Joffrey tightly grasped Baliston's hand, asking, "Teacher, what has become of our father?" Baliston lowered his head, shame evident in his demeanor as he confessed, "I have failed in my sacred duty." Joffrey understood the gravity of his words. Baliston, the commander of the Kingsguard, was the most elite knight of the Seven Kingdoms, sworn to protect the royal family with his life. Yet now, he stood helplessly before the impending demise of the king. At that moment, the royal steward opened the door and announced loudly, "His Royal Highness, Prince Joffrey." The heavy oak door creaked ominously, a strong scent of blood wafting through the crack, tightening Joffrey's chest. He heard the king's frail voice call out, "Bring him in." Upon entering the chamber, Joffrey beheld the king lying in the master bedroom, his complexion as pale as parchment. The vast four-poster bed seemed to absorb the life force from Robert's massive form. The embers in the brazier crackled, casting flickering shadows across the room. Queen Cersei sat beside the king, leaning closely against him, while Maester Pycelle sat nearby, and Ser Loras paced anxiously by the window. "Little Joff, come here," the king said softly, his voice hoarse and labored, as though each word drained him of his remaining strength. Joffrey hurried forward, trembling as he asked, "Father, what has happened to you?" "A wild boar. Fret not. Your father has slain it." Robert managed a grim smile. Joffrey clutched Robert's hand tightly, tears streaming down his cheeks. "Where is Eddard? Why hasn't he arrived?" Robert suddenly raised his voice, triggering a fit of violent coughing. Cersei interjected, "Lord Stark may have already left the city." However, her gaze remained fixed on Robert. "Fetch him at once, no matter how far he has gone." Suddenly, a voice came from the doorway, "Lord Baelish." The door swung open, and Peter Baelish entered, his expression fraught with worry. "Your Majesty, grave news. Lord Stark has suffered a broken leg," he announced. "Can he still make it here?" Robert's voice carried a note of urgency, his eyes locked onto Baelish. "I fear not. Lord Stark has fallen into unconsciousness." "Seven hells," Robert cursed vehemently. "It was Jaime Lannister who perpetrated this. I could not stop them." "Enough. You may leave now. I wish to speak with little Joff." Cersei cast a lingering glance at Joffrey before leading the way out, followed by Ser Loras and the others. Maester Pycelle trembled as he offered the king a cup filled with a white liquid. "Your Majesty, this will alleviate your pain." Robert swatted the cup away, sending it crashing to the stone floor, the sound sharp and clear as the liquid splattered. Pycelle retreated, trembling. Now, only the two remained. Robert spoke, his voice deep and weary. "Little Joff, do you have affection for Sansa?" Joffrey was momentarily taken aback by Robert's inquiry, and after a brief pause, he responded, "Lady Sansa is the most beautiful girl I have ever seen." The image of Sansa's clear, lake-like blue eyes and her flowing chestnut hair danced in his mind. Robert nodded in satisfaction, saying, "When she comes of age, you must marry her and give her a grand wedding." Joffrey acquiesced with a nod. "Moreover, your father-in-law, Lord Eddard Stark, must be appointed as your hand of the king." Robert's gaze bore into Joffrey with intensity. "I shall, father," Joffrey replied softly, a note of seriousness in his voice. "Excellent. Fetch me paper and ink. I wish to have my words recorded." Robert's voice grew increasingly feeble. Joffrey took the paper and pen, resting them on his lap. The rough texture of the parchment made his fingers tense slightly as he dipped the quill into the inkwell. Producing a soft drip, "Herein lies the last will and testament of Robert the First Baratheon, King of the Undulls, the Rhoynar, and the First Men, ruler of the Seven Kingdoms and protector of the realm. I hereby appoint Eddard Stark, Duke of Winterfell, as hand of the king, regent, and protector of the realm. He shall govern the realm in my stead until my son Joffrey comes of age to inherit the Iron Throne. Eddard shall, in the names of the old and new gods, uphold his oath, protect the kingdom, defend the laws, and ensure the rightful lineage of the throne. Robert read for an extended period while Joffrey remained silent, meticulously transcribing the king's words onto the paper. "It is done, father." Joffrey handed the completed document to Robert, who scrawled a signature, leaving a stain of blood amidst the ink. "Deliver this will to the small council," Joffrey replied solemnly. The king spoke extensively, laboring for breath. His chest heaved violently, each inhalation a struggle against the specter of death. "Tell Duke Stark about the girl, Daenerys. Let her live, if there is still time." Robert exerted tremendous effort to complete his sentence. Tears welled in Joffrey's eyes, blurring his vision. "Little Joffrey, you must be a good king, a better man than I." Observing Robert's grimaces of pain, Joffrey wiped away his tears, asserting, "Father, I shall." Robert nodded. "Let them in." Servants rushed in to stoke the fire, while Robert summoned his brother Renly and Maester Pycelle as witnesses. He took the royal seal and pressed it into the warm wax upon the paper. The seal fell heavily, producing a dull thud, leaving the mark of the stag imprinted in the wax. "Now, give me something to ease my pain. Let me slip away." Pycelle hastily concocted a potion of white liquid, urging the king to drink it all. Upon finishing, Robert closed his eyes and drifted into a deep slumber. His chest rose and fell gently, as if he had finally liberated himself from the torment of suffering. Noble Privilege, a 7-day ad-free reading card. Available for all registered users to claim for free. Joffrey stepped out of the room and encountered his mother, Cersei. She stood in the shadows of the corridor, her golden hair shimmering in the firelight. "Little Joff, come here," she beckoned, leading him into a bedroom. "What does the will entail?" Cersei's tone was calm, yet tinged with urgency. Joffrey relayed its contents to her. Cersei furrowed her brow. "At such a time, that fool is still thinking of his brother. Little Joff, do you intend to appoint Stark as your hand of the king?" Her voice was low, laced with a hint of skepticism. Joffrey nodded yes. "It is Father's will. I must adhere to his wishes." "Foolishness. Though Stark is your father-in-law, he is also the regent. What if he wishes to undermine you?" Joffrey frowned, lost in contemplation. "Am I to defy father's command?" His voice held a note of confusion as he turned to Cersei for guidance. "Little Joff, the immediate concern is to secure your claim to the throne," Cersei gently urged. "Once you become king, you may act as you wish." Joffrey nodded, albeit somewhat dazed. Upon leaving the bedroom, Joffrey gazed out at the distant landscape from Maegor's Holdfast, letting out a sigh. At last, the moment has arrived. Today's demeanor was all pretense. He was acutely aware of the original narrative and of Eddard's impending investigation into his lineage. However, the assassination attempt by Varys had made it clear to him. Even so, he lacked the power to command absolute loyalty. Remaining inconspicuous and feigning ignorance was the true path. A desire for the spotlight could lead to ruin in this Game of Thrones. He held a certain admiration for Eddard Stark, the honorable Lord of the North. Yet his inquiries posed a significant threat to Joffrey's claim to the throne. In this moment, Joffrey began to grasp the meaning behind Cao Cao's words in the Romance of the Three Kingdoms. "I would rather betray the world than allow the world to betray me." Chapter 28. Sisters King's Landing, the Hand's Tower. Sansa gazed tearfully at her father, lying unconscious in bed. Her eyes lingered on his face, his breath barely perceptible. She turned to the nearby Maester Pycelle, her voice trembling as she inquired, "When will my father awaken?" The Stark family steward shook his head, his eyes filled with helplessness and sorrow. "Lady Sansa, only the gods above know when your father will awaken. All we can do is pray and wait." Sansa clasped her father's calloused hand, a surge of fear coursing through her. Those hands, which had once guided her through the snows of Winterfell in her childhood, had lifted her when she stumbled, now lay unresponsive. What if her father never awakened? This thought slithered into her mind like a venomous serpent, gnawing at her fragile heart. She was merely an underage girl, with her mother Catelyn far away in the bustling city of Riverrun, and Robb in the distant north, leaving her devoid of support. If her father were truly to depart from her life, how could she confront such a reality? Her heart raced increasingly, fear engulfing her like a tidal wave. Just as Sansa was lost in her tumultuous thoughts, the door was abruptly thrust open, accompanied by a piercing scream as Arya rushed in. "Father, what has happened?" Arya's face was etched with fury. Sansa frowned, lowering her voice in reproach. "Arya, be quiet. Father has not yet awakened. You are so annoying." Arya muttered as she stepped forward, striding toward the bedside, her gaze fixed upon their father's visage, her fists clenching involuntarily. She turned to Vayan, her voice laced with urgency. "Uncle Vayan, what has transpired?" The steward sighed, his voice heavy with sorrow. "The Lord took Jory out, but they encountered misfortune." Upon hearing this, Sansa felt yet another pang of anguish pierce her heart. She was aware that her father had gone to King's Landing to serve as Hand of the King, already ensnared in the storm's eye. Yet she had never imagined that this tempest would be so ferocious as to cast her father to the brink of death. Arya quickly inquired, "And where is Uncle Jory? Where is he?" The steward's face was marred by bitterness, a flicker of pain crossing his eyes. "Jory has sacrificed himself." This statement struck the sisters like a thunderclap. Sansa felt her heart constrict as if in a vice, the pain rendering her nearly breathless. Dried tears once again surged forth, cascading down her cheeks to land upon her father's hand. Uncle Jory, the ever-smiling protector who had alleviated her sorrows, the family member who had taught her to ride, had departed from her forever. Her heart felt as though it had been torn asunder, a deluge of grief and helplessness overwhelming her. Arya, struggling to accept the steward's words, momentarily wore an expression of confusion before it was swiftly replaced by rage. She cried out, "Impossible! Who did this?" The steward cast a glance at the two young ladies. It was the Kingslayer, Jaime Lannister. As this name escaped his lips, the air in the room seemed to thicken. Sansa's breath caught in her throat, her mind conjuring the image of that golden-haired, blue-eyed knight, his handsome face forever adorned with a mocking smile. Now, he had personally thrust her father into the abyss, claiming Jory's life. Sansa fell silent, her thoughts a chaotic tangle. She had harbored affection for her betrothed, Prince Joffrey, the golden-haired youth, as handsome as a fairy tale prince. Each day, she envisioned herself as his wife, fantasizing about the vows exchanged at their wedding, imagining herself standing beside him, crowned as queen and revered by all. Yet, she held no fondness for his mother, the current Queen Cersei Lannister. That beautiful yet ruthless woman always scrutinized her with a piercing gaze, as if she were merely a pawn to be manipulated at will. Sansa harbored a profound disdain for the Lannisters, perceiving an air of arrogance in each of their members. However, Joffrey was an exception. He was the handsome prince of House Baratheon, known for his amiable demeanor. Arya furrowed her brow in contemplation and suddenly declared, "I shall seek out Prince Joffrey." Sansa hastily seized her sister's arm, her voice laced with urgency. "What do you intend to do with the prince?" Her grip tightened around Arya's wrist, fearing her sister might bolt from the room at any moment. Arya, with a sense of righteous indignation, replied, "To demand that he inform the king to order the capture of the regicide." Sansa placed a hand to her forehead, her tone tinged with exasperation. "Arya, can't you think for a moment? Ser Jaime is Prince Joffrey's uncle." She endeavored to make her sister grasp the complexity of the situation. Joffrey might align with them, yet what of the Lannisters behind him? Would Queen Cersei permit her brother to be judged? Arya, perplexed, questioned, "What does that matter? I trust Prince Joffrey will deliver a fair verdict." Sansa, growing increasingly anxious, raised her voice slightly. "You cannot go." The words slipped from her lips, laced with a hint of panic she herself did not fully recognize. "Why not?" Arya stared at her, eyes brimming with confusion and defiance. Sansa hesitated, attempting to mask her true feelings. "If anyone should go, it ought to be me." Her voice faltered, aware that she needed to assert herself, to safeguard the dream she held in her heart, a future adorned with Joffrey and a queen's crown. "Why should it be you?" Arya retorted, hands on her hips. "Because I am your sister." Sansa raised her voice, striving to wield the authority of sisterhood to quell Arya's stubbornness. Yet, she felt uncertain. She knew Arya would not easily heed her words. "No, I am going." Arya stood her ground, determination sparkling in her eyes. As the sisters' argument escalated, their steward cleared his throat. "Miss Sansa, our immediate concern is to summon Maester Pycelle to attend to Lord Eddard." Vayan's words fell like a bucket of cold water, extinguishing the flames of their quarrel. Sansa blinked, abruptly realizing that she had been arguing with her sister while their father's life hung in the balance. Her cheeks flushed with shame, and a wave of guilt surged within her. With a reluctant glance at Arya, she gritted her teeth and said, "Very well. I shall fetch Maester Pycelle at once." She recognized that this was not the time for discord. Her father's safety was paramount. Taking a deep breath, she forced herself to quell the chaos within and prepared to leave. At that moment, Arya flashed a victorious gesture, a hint of pride dancing on her face. In the next instant, she darted from the room like a fleeting gust of wind, leaving Sansa standing in place, staring blankly at her sister's retreating figure. Chapter 29. Varys Joffrey stepped into the dim, damp dungeon, the air thick with an unpleasant odor that made him wince. The acrid stench, a noxious blend of mildew, sweat, and rust, was almost unbearable. The Hound followed closely behind Joffrey, his expression as impassive as ever. The scars marking his burned face bore a perpetual mask of indifference, as if the dungeon's gloom held no sway over him. "Hound, have you accomplished the task I assigned?" "Your Grace." I have obeyed your command and secured a sturdy iron cage for Lord Varys, the hound replied in a low, gravelly voice, as if the words were forced from the depths of his throat. A sense of inexplicable gratification surged within Joffrey at the sound of his response. Excellent, Joffrey said, nodding with satisfaction, a faint smirk playing at the corners of his mouth, revealing a cold sneer. He understood that the Red Keep was riddled with secret passages, and an ordinary prison could hardly contain the cunning spider. Thus, upon the hound's capture of Varys, Joffrey had issued strict orders for vigilant oversight. The two men ultimately arrived at the cell where Varys was confined. The torches affixed to the stone walls flickered erratically, casting distorted shadows. Joffrey squinted, adjusting to the dim light, while a fervent flame ignited within him. His heart raced, not from fear, but from exhilaration. Your Highness, you have arrived, the jailer said as he opened the door for them, his voice tinged with tremor. Joffrey paid him no heed, merely casting a cold glance before striding directly into the cell. There lay Varys, curled in slumber within the confines of the cage. His silken robe was tattered, and his pale skin was marred with bruises. The once smooth garment now resembled nothing more than a few filthy rags draped over his corpulent form. The former elegant eunuch, who had once dazzled with his opulence and eloquence, now resembled a plucked bird, huddled within the squalid iron cage. A wave of satisfaction surged through Joffrey, deepening the smile upon his lips. Lord Varys, how delightful to see you in such fine condition. Joffrey's voice dripped with mockery as he stepped closer, arms crossed over his chest, looking down upon the figure in the cage. At the sound of Joffrey's voice, Varys stirred, struggling to raise his head, the tattered fabric of his robe scraping against the iron bars with a jarring noise. Your Grace, I am innocent. I know nothing, Varys cried, his voice hoarse and trembling, tears mingling with the dirt on his face as they streamed down his cheeks. His hands clutched the bars of the cage tightly, his knuckles turning white from the strain. Joffrey regarded him with no trace of sympathy. The once mighty schemer had finally bowed before him. At this juncture, your words hold no weight, Joffrey said, his tone calm to the point of cruelty, his gaze fixed intently upon Varys' face, seeking to capture every flicker of emotion that crossed his features. Varys gritted his teeth and said, Your Highness, to be frank, my little birds are not entirely under my control. Do you still wish to quibble? How amusing. Please, continue. Joffrey commanded as he summoned a chair and seated himself before Varys. He crossed his legs, hands resting on his knees, a playful smirk gracing his face. Your Highness, I concede that I have engaged with certain merchants across the narrow sea, yet it is solely for the purpose of gathering intelligence. Varys' voice grew increasingly urgent. Sensing Joffrey's patience waning, he attempted to barter more information for a glimmer of hope. Continue. Joffrey's voice was as frigid as the winter ice, yet his enigmatic smile remained. His fingers lightly tapped the armrest of the chair, each stroke echoing like a hammer against Varys' heart. If your Highness is interested in the methods of communication employed by my little birds, I would gladly impart my knowledge. Continue, Joffrey replied, his tone laced with disdain as he maintained his casual posture. A glint of ferocity flashed in Varys' eyes. Your Highness, if I may speak candidly, I have recently come across some rather unsavory rumors regarding you. Hound, Joffrey's voice was chillingly calm, as though summoning a loyal hunting dog. At your service? The hound stepped forward, a bloodthirsty glimmer in his gaze. Cut out his tongue. Joffrey's command was delivered with nonchalance. Yes, the hound responded, his voice deep and resolute. He unsheathed a dagger, its blade gleaming a vivid crimson in the firelight. Your Highness, Varys' voice trembled with terror, despair flashing in his eyes. He struggled to utter more, but Joffrey's next words silenced him completely. Joffrey instructed a guard, cover his mouth. His tone was eerily calm, as if ordering from a dinner menu. Yet a spark of excitement flickered in his eyes. Varys was restrained by two guards, one of whom tightly covered his mouth. His eyes brimmed with unending fear, and his futile struggles appeared both desperate and absurd. The hound heated the dagger in the flames until it glowed red, exuding an oppressive heat that seemed to herald the impending punishment. Varys' eyes widened in horror, his pupils reflecting the sanguine glow. His body trembled violently, yet no sound escaped his lips, only muffled whimpers. Proceed with the execution, Joffrey's words floated lightly, as if he were commenting on a tedious performance. One guard grasped Varys' throat, restricting his breath, while in a swift movement, he seized Varys' tongue. The hound's blade fell, and Varys emitted a whimper, collapsing to the ground. Clutching his bleeding mouth, blood surged through his fingers, staining the filthy floor. Joffrey approached Varys, whispering, I once offered you a chance, but alas, you did not cherish it. Varys' eyes widened in shock, and he fainted, collapsing to the floor. As Joffrey strode down the prison corridor, a sense of triumph enveloped him. At last, he had avenged the assassination attempt against him. He vividly recalled the terror and humiliation of that night when an arrow had grazed his cheek, taking with it a lock of his golden hair and his mercy towards Varys. He spared Varys's life not out of compassion, but rather to set an example for others. Though Varys's intelligence network was invaluable, the man himself was expendable. The Master of Whispers served as the king's eyes and ears. To govern effectively, one must possess keen insight. Joffrey's gaze deepened as familiar faces of the Red Keep floated through his mind. Who among them could serve as his true eyes and ears? Lost in thought, Joffrey heard Sandor's voice. Your Grace, shall I assist Lord Varys on his journey? A sly smile crossed Joffrey's lips, a glint of cunning in his eyes. The time is not yet ripe. Chapter 30. The Royal Council. Joffrey observed as his attendants pushed open the heavy oak door to the council chamber, feeling a slight perspiration bead upon his palm. This marked his inaugural entrance into the Royal Council as the Crown Prince, the very heart of power in Westeros. Beside him, Cersei Lannister moved with grace, her golden tresses shimmering in the torchlight. Within the chamber, the esteemed lords had already taken their seats. Joffrey held his head high as he approached the throne, slowly sinking into the cold, intricately carved seat that exuded authority. Cersei settled beside him, her gown cascading like a flowing river, her gaze sweeping over the assembly like a hawk surveying its prey. Petyr Baelish was the first to shatter the silence. Your Grace, why is Lord Varys absent from this council? Cersei cast a frosty glance towards Baelish, her lips parting as she spoke, her tone as frigid as ice. Lord Baelish, I was just about to address that matter. Before she could finish, she raised her hand, signaling to the guards beside her. The oak door creaked ominously open. Sandor Clegane strode in, leading a heavily bound prisoner. The man was corpulent, his pale skin marred by blood and bruises. All eyes in the chamber turned in unison towards the captive, and as his familiar visage came into view, a murmur of astonishment rippled through the council. Baelish sprang to his feet, momentarily taken aback. Lord Varys, what? The hands of Maester Pycelle trembled slightly, while Lancel Lannister furrowed his brow, his gaze shifting between Cersei and the prisoner. Varys's eyes flashed with terror as he opened his mouth to protest, but only a garbled whimper escaped. Cersei cleared her throat, breaking the oppressive silence. Clegane, please enlighten the lords regarding Varys's transgressions. The Hound stepped forward, his voice grave and solemn. Varys orchestrated the assassination attempt on his Grace, and my investigation has yielded irrefutable evidence. At this revelation, the chamber erupted in chaos. Baelish squinted. This is utterly absurd. What motive could Lord Varys possibly have to harm his Grace? The esteemed Maester Pycelle hesitantly spoke, his voice hoarse. Crygon, is there anyone attempting to frame Lord Varys? Lord Renly remained silent, his brow furrowed as he cast a wary glance at Cersei, his eyes betraying a deep-seated suspicion. Joffrey observed the reactions of those present. He exchanged a knowing glance with Sandor Clegane, who understood the cue and declared loudly, bring in the prisoner, Ellen. The oak door creaked open once more, and two guards escorted a pallid maid into the room. Ellen was petite, her garments disheveled, and her eyes were wide with terror. Upon seeing her, Varys's pupils dilated, and his body involuntarily trembled. Sandor approached, harshly kicking the maid, his voice icy. Introduce yourself to the lords. Ellen collapsed to the floor, her voice quaking and nearly inaudible. My lords, I am Ellen, the maidservant of Lady Arya. Several lords furrowed their brows, their expressions filled with confusion, evidently unable to comprehend how a Stark maid could be linked to Varys. Sandor seized a handful of Ellen's hair, forcefully turning her face towards Varys. Do you recognize this lord? Fear flickered in Ellen's eyes as she instinctively recoiled, yet Sandor's massive hand held her firmly in place. Do not be afraid. The lords present will ensure justice for you. Lord Varys instructed me to apply poison to the bandages. Ellen's voice dwindled, nearly drowned by her fear. And he said to inform my brother once the deed was done. Joffrey internally exhaled, relieved that Ellen's performance exceeded his expectations. He recalled his clandestine discussions with Sandor days prior, having personally chosen this maid as a means of breach. Petyr Baelish raised a question. Your Grace, to condemn Lord Varys solely based on the words of a prisoner seems rather trivial, does it not? Cersei appeared to have anticipated Petyr's inquiry, a subtle smile gracing her lips, rich with implication. She cast another glance at the guards, and one of the gold-cloaked soldiers stepped forward, holding a glass vial and a letter. My lords, this is evidence retrieved from Lord Varys's chamber. Cersei's tone was calm. Petyr took the letter, unfolding it, his countenance shifting drastically. Joffrey noted the slight tremor in his fingers as he clutched the letter. Lord Baelish, Please read the contents of the letter, Cersei said, a hint of mockery in her voice. Peter's throat constricted, beads of sweat forming on his brow as he felt the invisible weight of pressure. He gritted his teeth, his voice low as he read. To the reliable ally in Dorne, I have prepared the poison of the long-sleep flower, a vial sufficient to fulfill your purpose. This substance is colorless and tasteless. When mixed into salves or drinks, it will lead one into eternal slumber within days, leaving no trace. That should suffice, Cersei interrupted. Lords, do you have any objections to Lord Varys's crimes? Peter resignedly shook his head, while Maester Pycelle indicated his lack of dissent, his voice barely audible. The Duke of Lannister silently shook his head, yet his gaze revealed a tinge of complex emotion, as if he were weighing some profound consideration. Very well, Hound. See Varys on his way, Cersei commanded, her tone as indifferent as if she were addressing a trivial matter. The Hound stepped forward, his expression impassive as he uncorked the glass vial containing a transparent liquid. He grasped Varys by the throat, forcefully pouring the liquid into his mouth. Varys struggled momentarily, despair flashing in his eyes, but soon succumbed to the ground, utterly silent. Remove him, Cersei gestured dismissively, a flicker of disdain crossing her features. The Hound, accompanied by several guards, dragged Varys's lifeless body and the maid Illyne from the council chamber, the heavy oak door slamming shut with a resounding thud, restoring silence to the room. Cersei cleared her throat. Now, I propose we prepare for my son Joffrey's ascension. What are your thoughts, esteemed ministers? At last, Lancel could no longer contain himself, his voice tinged with caution. Your Majesty, the King's will mentions Lord Eddard Stark as Hand of the King. Should we not wait for his awakening before proceeding? A chill ran through Joffrey's heart. He cast a glance at Cersei, and indeed, he saw a flash of anger in her eyes. Cersei snorted coldly, her tone sharp. What if Lord Stark does not awaken? Maester Pycelle interjected at an opportune moment. Her Majesty speaks the truth. The King's current condition is dire, and he may soon return to the embrace of the gods. Littlefinger, with a swift roll of his eyes, quickly added in a tone laced with flattery. I propose that Her Majesty temporarily assume the role of regent until Lord Stark regains consciousness. A hint of approval flickered in Cersei's eyes, her lips curving slightly upwards. Do any of the lords dissent? She surveyed the assembly, her gaze sharp as a blade. Lancel wished to voice further objections, yet Littlefinger cast him a meaningful glance. After a moment of hesitation, he ultimately swallowed his words. Very well. I ask all lords to commence preparations for my son Joffrey's ascension forthwith, Cersei decreed, finalizing the council's decision. Chapter 31. The Prince Maester Pycelle, how fares my father? Sansa's gaze was fixed intently on the aged scholaress' face, breath held, her azure eyes brimming with concern. Pycelle spoke slowly. Lord Stark is gravely injured, but his life is not in peril. A sigh of relief escaped Sansa, the weight upon her heart slightly lifting. When will he awaken? It may take 2 or 3 days, Pycelle instructed. Do ensure water and sustenance are prepared for when Lord Stark regains consciousness. Sansa nodded obediently, watching as the maester's gray robes trailed over the stone floor, gradually disappearing into the dim corridors of the Red Keep. Gazing at her father lying upon the bed, Sansa found herself momentarily lost in thought. Eddard Stark's countenance remained resolute. Even in his unconscious state, the pallor of his face tightened her heart. She listened as the butler's daughter, Jennifer, spoke of the king being slain by a wild boar, while another report from Grand Maester Pycelle suggested that the king was gravely injured and near death. These two starkly contrasting rumors swirled in her mind, akin to the ominous crows circling above the Red Keep, casting a shadow of foreboding. Did this imply that Prince Joffrey would soon ascend to the throne? With her betrothed becoming the new king of the Seven Kingdoms, she would be one step closer to donning the crown of a queen. Sansa's fingertips gently brushed the exquisite embroidery on her skirt, as visions of herself adorned with a crown filled her thoughts, a reverie she had entertained countless times in Winterfell during her childhood. Yet, joy eluded her. Her father's deep slumber weighed upon her heart like a colossal stone, heavier than the chill of winter's frost. She had also heard that His Majesty had reinstated her father as Hand of the King, Regent, and Protector of the realm. Sansa did not comprehend the significance of these titles, only knowing that the Prime Minister's role often furrowed her father's brow. She wished fervently for her father to awaken soon, to once again stroke her hair with his warm hands and reassure her that all would be well. Suddenly, she heard hurried footsteps and the sound of the door being pushed open, as if a tempest from the north had swept in. It was clear who had arrived. Arya. Arya. Do slow down, Sansa chided, her tone laced with exasperation. I know, Arya retorted, rolling her eyes. You sound more tedious than Winterfell's old nurse. She tossed her disheveled brown hair and dashed to her father's bedside. "What is his condition?" Sansa replied, "He is out of immediate danger, but it is uncertain when he will awaken." Upon hearing this, Arya's anxious demeanor relaxed, revealing a childlike smile. "Phew, I knew father would be all right." "Arya, weren't you supposed to be seeking out his highness, Prince Joffrey? Where is he?" Sansa inquired, curiosity tinging her voice. Arya huffed in frustration. "The princess guard said he went to the council meeting. When I raced to the hall, the guards there claimed he had returned." She stood with her hands on her hips, her small face brimming with indignation. Sansa stifled a laugh, unable to contain her amusement at the image of Arya storming through the corridors of the Red Keep in a fit of fury. "Sister, I heard that his majesty is dying. Does that mean Prince Joffrey will soon become the new king?" Arya asked suddenly. Sansa furrowed her brow and admonished her. "Do not speak ill of the king. He will certainly be fine." "I could not care less," Arya pouted. "I despise that drunken king. If Prince Joffrey becomes the new king, he could simply order the execution of the usurper." She waved her small fist, her tone filled with disdain for Jaime Lannister, as if visualizing him bound in chains. Sansa sighed, gaining a new perspective on her younger sister's naive outlook. "I shall refrain from conversing with you any longer, as I must seek out my dance instructor to practice swordsmanship." In a sudden flurry, Arya vanished, her footsteps echoing down the corridor. Sansa sighed, leaning against her father's bedside, her eyelids waging a battle against each other. The relentless worry and fatigue had left her utterly exhausted, perhaps due to her weariness. She was unaware of when slumber had claimed her. In her dreams, she seemed to return to the north, snowflakes settling in her hair, her father's voice whispering from afar. In her dazed state, she felt a coat draped over her shoulders, its soft fur imbued with a subtle fragrance. Upon opening her eyes, she beheld the handsome visage of Prince Joffrey. His golden curls shimmered in the candlelight, and his emerald green eyes sparkled like precious jewels. She instinctively attempted to rise, only to see the prince gesture for silence with his finger placed against his lips. "Your Highness, what brings you here?" Sansa's heart raced like a drum, her voice barely a whisper, laced with the shyness and fluster of youth. Joffrey maintained a smile, directing his gaze toward her face. Confused, Sansa touched her cheek, only to discover it smeared with her own drool. The crystalline traces glimmered at her fingertips, prompting an overwhelming desire to sink into the ground. Her exquisite face flushed with an observable intensity, blooming like a resplendent rose, captivating in its beauty. Joffrey's gaze lingered on her countenance, the girl's modesty resembling a flowing canvas, stirring something deep within him, nearly causing him to forget his surroundings. Sansa shielded her face with her hands, murmuring, "Your Highness, please do not look at me." Her voice was nearly swallowed by shame, her mind consumed by a singular thought. "By the gods, I wish to leap from the high windows of the Red Keep." Observing the girl's bashful demeanor, Joffrey was suddenly overtaken by an impulse to embrace her. Her delicate features appeared as if sculpted by the seven themselves. Her lips quivered slightly, akin to a bud poised to bloom, igniting a fervor within him. He envisioned holding her close, feeling her silky chestnut hair slip through his fingers, inhaling the faint scent of roses and snowflakes that lingered around her. Nevertheless, he restrained his desires, maintaining a gentle smile. "Ahem, Miss Sansa. I have come to inquire about Lord Eddard," Joffrey interjected, diverting the topic. "How is his condition? Has Lord Pycelle mentioned when he might awaken?" Sansa quelled her perilous yearning to leap from the window and replied, "Thank you for your concern, Your Highness. My father is well." She lowered her gaze, striving to make her voice sound composed, though it failed to disguise the tremor in her heart. Joffrey nodded and seated himself beside her, deliberately closing the distance to a point where he could feel the faint warmth of her breath. The light of the candles cast a perfect arc along Sansa's profile, her eyelashes fluttering. Each blink caused Joffrey's heart to skip a beat. For reasons unknown, Sansa felt her heart race as Prince Joffrey approached her, as if a fawn were galloping wildly within her chest. Though they had previously shared a carriage, she still felt an overwhelming tension, reminiscent of the first time she stood before the nobleman in the Great Hall of Winterfell. Chapter 32. The first kiss. "May I call you Sansa directly?" Joffrey inquired with a smile, a flicker of tenderness glimmering in his eyes. Sansa nodded awkwardly, her cheeks still flushed. "Sansa, your eyes are truly beautiful," Joffrey remarked, gazing intently at her. The young girl's lips were gently pressed together, reminiscent of a shy flower, compelling him to explore the softness of her touch. At his words, Sansa's heart raced even faster. Her lowered lashes could not conceal the turmoil in her gaze, yet a subtle sweetness blossomed within her heart. "Your Highness, you always compliment me so," she stammered. "My father returned yesterday gravely injured. I sincerely hope he pulls through." Joffrey mentioned Robert, his tone tinged with an unusual gravity. "The king will surely be fine," Sansa replied earnestly, her eyes filled with sincerity. In that moment, Joffrey felt as though he might drown in the depths of her azure gaze. "To prevent any unforeseen circumstances, my father summoned me yesterday and dictated his will." Joffrey's voice dropped slightly. He leaned in closer to Sansa, so near that he could catch the faint scent of lavender wafting from her hair. "What did His Majesty say?" Sansa's eyes sparkled with curiosity, her slight tilt of the head causing a lock of chestnut hair to fall gently across her cheek. Joffrey smiled softly. "The first question my father asked was, 'Do you like Miss Sansa?'" Sansa froze, seemingly taken aback that the king would inquire about her. Her heart raced uncontrollably, and the blush on her cheeks spread to the roots of her hair. "And how did you respond?" she asked nervously. Suddenly realizing her eagerness, she added, "I didn't mean to press you, Your Highness. I merely wished to know why His Majesty would ask such a question." Her voice dwindled, like a candle flickering in the breeze, on the verge of extinguishing. Joffrey replied with a smile. "I told my father that Miss Sansa is the most beautiful girl I have ever seen." Upon uttering this, his gaze remained fixed on Sansa. Sansa was evidently unprepared for such directness from the prince. She awkwardly averted her eyes from Joffrey, stammering, "Your Highness, I am not as beautiful as you say." Her hands twisted together unconsciously, as if attempting to mask her inner turmoil. Observing Sansa's bashfulness rendering her speechless, Joffrey seized the moment. He took her small hand in his. Warm and firm. "My little lady, I can swear by the 7 gods that you are the most beautiful girl in my heart." His fingers gently caressed the back of her hand, savoring the silky smoothness, while his gaze remained unwaveringly upon her face. Sansa felt her heart nearly melt as she did not resist Joffrey's grasp. Instead, she gazed into the prince's handsome face as it drew nearer, nearly forgetting to breathe. Her mind swirled in chaos, enveloped by a rose-tinted haze, with only the brilliance of his eyes shining through. Oh, gods above! Was she truly about to bestow her precious first kiss upon His Highness today? Yet, fairy tales spoke of waiting until the wedding night of prince and princess. Was it not a tad premature to offer it to the prince now? With this thought, Sansa shyly closed her eyes, her long lashes fluttering gently. At that moment, an untimely cough interrupted their actions. Sansa's heart jolted, and shame exploded within her chest, drowning her thoughts. Like a startled rabbit, she shook off Joffrey's hand and turned her head aside, her delicate face blushing crimson. A tempest of emotions surged within her, as shame transformed her desire into a wisp of smoke, escaping through the high windows of the Red Keep. How could she have lost her composure so? Drawing near to the prince in her father's sick room? If her father were to awaken, would he rebuke her for her frivolity? She lowered her gaze. Her azure pupils filled with panic, her slender fingers clutching her skirts tightly. Joffrey frowned, only to turn and behold the furious visage of Eddard Stark. A weight of dread settled in Joffrey's heart, and the earlier enchantment dissipated entirely. In that moment, if he were on earth, he might have said, "My dear father-in-law, this is all a misunderstanding. I have done nothing." However, as the crown prince, he could only awkwardly scratch his head and say, "Lord Stark, you are awake?" Eddard attempted to speak, but found his throat constricted, leading to a fit of heavy coughing. Joffrey hurried forward to gently pat Eddard's back. Sansa, regaining her senses, rushed to hand him the prepared water jug. Guilt overwhelmed her. The earlier indiscretion left her mortified, and her father's cough pierced her heart. She cautiously offered the jug to her father, her hands trembling slightly. After a sip of water, Eddard felt somewhat better, the cool liquid soothing his constricted throat. "Prince Joffrey, what brings you here?" Eddard asked coldly. The preceding scene filled him with anger and a hint of concern. Would the innocent Sansa be swayed by the prince's sweet words? Joffrey was momentarily taken aback, then produced the silver sigil symbolizing the hand of the king. He extended the emblem forward. "Lord Stark, I have come to return this to you." Eddard's expression softened slightly, yet he did not accept the sigil. "I am no longer the hand of the king." Eddard's heart was anything but tranquil. The burdens of the hand had nearly drowned him in the turbulent politics of King's Landing, and he was reluctant to bear those shackles once more. Joffrey paused, a bitter smile gracing his lips. "Lord Stark, please accept it. It is a relic of my father." Eddard found himself momentarily stunned, gripping Joffrey's hand with an intensity that belied his recent convalescence. Joffrey winced as pain shot through his wrist. Yet it was Eddard's gaze, burning with fury and desperation, that was more alarming. Within Eddard, a tempest of dread erupted. The word heir pierced his heart. Could it be that his dear friend had already departed this world? No, he must see Robert with his own eyes to ascertain the truth. "Speak quickly. What has befallen the king?" Eddard's voice was low and urgent. Joffrey, feeling the grip's intensity, explained, "Lord Stark, My father is gravely injured and resting in Maegor's holdfast. Eddard's chest heaved violently as he clutched Joffrey's hand tighter. Hurry, take me to the king. Joffrey opened his mouth to respond, but Eddard's flushed countenance suddenly turned pale, and he collapsed, falling heavily back onto the bed with a dull thud. Father! Sansa cried, rushing to the bedside and clutching her father's sleeve tightly. Joffrey's expression mirrored concern as he shouted to the guards waiting outside, Someone, quickly fetch Maester Pycelle. Chapter 33. Renly Lord Stark's condition is dire, Maester Pycelle declared, his gray beard quivering slightly. Sansa felt her heart leap into her throat and anxiously inquired, Is my father in danger of death? Her slender fingers unconsciously twisted the hem of her gown. Pycelle shook his head. I cannot say for certain. It is best to maintain a quiet atmosphere during this time, lest Lord Stark grow agitated. Sansa nodded obediently, then turned her gaze to Joffrey. Her heartbeat quickened slightly as her eyes softened with hope, yearning for a semblance of comfort from her betrothed. Joffrey cleared his throat and said to Sansa, Sansa, tend to Lord Stark while I speak with Maester Pycelle. He led Pycelle out of the room, casting a glance at the hound stationed outside. The hound followed closely behind, his heavy footsteps echoing ominously on the stone floor. Maester Pycelle, speak honestly. What is Lord Stark's condition? Joffrey inquired. Pycelle replied slowly, Lord Stark is not in peril. He is merely too weak. His emotional agitation upon waking caused him to lapse back into unconsciousness. He hunched his back, his tone steady yet laced with a hint of ingratiation. Joffrey nodded, his eyes narrowing slightly. When might he awaken? He could rouse at any moment. Pycelle answered in a hushed tone, his gaze lowered, unwilling to meet Joffrey's eyes. Excellent. Joffrey commanded the hound, Station someone here. Inform me immediately when Lord Stark regains consciousness. The hound complied, his heavy footsteps receding down the corridor. At that moment, Joffrey noticed a young knight with golden hair hurriedly approaching him. The knight's urgent strides, adorned with the Lannister lion sigil, conveyed a sense of alarm on his youthful face. Joffrey recognized his maternal cousin, his uncle, Lancel Lannister. With a furrowed brow, he awaited Lancel to articulate his purpose. Your Grace, the Queen requests your presence at once. Lancel murmured, his tone respectful yet tinged with urgency. What is it regarding? Joffrey inquired impatiently. Lancel shook his head, a hint of helplessness etched upon his handsome visage. Joffrey nodded and followed Lancel toward Maegor's holdfast. Eddard opened his eyes. In the dimly lit chamber, the flickering candlelight gradually brought his vision into focus, revealing the elated expression of his eldest daughter, Sansa. Her delicate features were alight with excitement, her azure eyes shimmering with unshed tears. Father, you have finally awakened. Sansa's voice trembled, overflowing with uncontainable joy. Eddard shook his heavy head and asked, Where's Joffrey? He has departed, Your Grace. Sansa replied, her gaze lowered, long lashes fluttering slightly, a blush staining her cheeks, as if recalling Joffrey's tenderness. He certainly left in haste, Eddard muttered, a hint of derision lacing his tone. A surge of anger welled within him. Although Joffrey was betrothed to Sansa, the intimacy displayed before their marriage drove him to the brink of madness. That scoundrel seeks to deceive my sweet daughter. He clenched his jaw, rough hands unconsciously tightening around the bedclothes. Father, please do not be angry. The prince merely wished to visit you, Sansa explained, her cheeks flushed, her voice gentle as a spring breeze. She lowered her gaze, fidgeting with her skirt, her bashful demeanor reminiscent of a rosebud poised to bloom. Observing his shy daughter, Eddard's ire intensified. At that moment, a voice resonated from the doorway. My lord, Duke Lysa has come to visit. Eddard felt perplexed. What could Lysa Arryn possibly want at this hour? Let him enter, Eddard commanded in a low tone, forcing himself to sit up straighter, striving to appear less feeble. Lysa was ushered in by the steward, his expression far from pleasant. The young duke, clad in an opulent green silk robe, with raven curls glistening in the candlelight, bore a handsome yet grave countenance. Upon seeing Eddard awake, he hastened to the bedside, his movements graceful yet infused with urgency. Lord Stark, you have finally regained consciousness, Lysa exclaimed, a flicker of relief flashing in his eyes. Lysa grasped Eddard's hand firmly, inexplicably. Eddard felt an uncomfortable sensation as Lysa's warm, long fingers contrasted sharply with his own rough palm, prompting him to instinctively withdraw his hand. Duke Lysa, what brings you here? Eddard inquired with a calm demeanor. My lord Eddard, I would like to speak with you privately, if you would permit. Lysa glanced at Sansa. Eddard nodded, signaling for Sansa to take her leave. Sansa cast a curious glance at Renly before departing the chamber. Lord Stark, are you aware that my brother is gravely injured and his life hangs by a thread? Renly inquired tentatively, his voice low. revealing a flicker of complex emotion in his eyes. Eddard was taken aback and nodded slowly. Upon hearing this news from Joffrey, he felt as though he had been struck by a bolt of lightning, overwhelmed by sorrow. Robert Baratheon, his dearest friend, the stag who once wielded a war hammer upon the battlefield, now faced an uncertain fate. However, given his current limitations, aiding Robert seemed beyond his reach. Perhaps it would be wiser to seek assistance from the king's brother, Duke Renly. It might prove more effective. He steadied himself and refocused his gaze on Renly's face. "My lord Renly, do you know how his majesty was injured?" Eddard asked, his eyes glimmering with urgency, as if searching for a glimmer of hope in Renly's response. Renly sighed. "A wild boar transformed my brother into this wretched state." Eddard felt a surge of anger rising once more within him. Are the King's Guard utterly incompetent? Renly shrugged helplessly. Even the most valiant knight cannot prevent the king from harming himself. When that wild boar charged, he ordered us all to stand down. Ser Barristan attempted to intervene, only to be knocked to the ground by Robert's kick. There was a hint of mockery in his tone, a resigned acknowledgement of his brother's obstinacy. Eddard still found it hard to fathom. Robert relished hunting wild boars. I have witnessed him slay no fewer than 1,000. Why did he falter this time? Renly raised his hands in a gesture of surrender. Perhaps you should inquire directly with Robert. He was so inebriated that he could barely stay mounted. Eddard's brow furrowed deeper. Observing Eddard's expression, Renly continued, "In my view, my brother's excessive drinking is largely due to his guards. At his beckoning, that Lannister lad would readily present him with a flagon of wine. Once more, the Lannisters." Eddard seethed inwardly, the visage of the Kingslayer, Jaime Lannister, haunting his thoughts, handsome yet cold. He could never forget that face which had ordered the execution of Jory. It would remain etched in his memory for eternity. But why were the Lannisters so eager to conspire against him and the king? Did they harbor some insidious secret? "My lord Renly, I am truly grateful for your insights," Eddard said, his tone calm, yet tinged with fatigue. At that moment, Renly leaned closer to the bedside, whispering into Eddard's ear, "Are you aware of my brother's last will? He has named you the protector of the realm." His voice was barely above a whisper, audible only to the two of them. Eddard stared at Renly in astonishment, indicating he had never heard such a thing. His heart raced, as if struck by a bolt of lightning. The protector of the realm? Robert had entrusted such a monumental responsibility to him? "My lord, I have 30 personal guards, and many friends in King's Landing. Given an hour, I could summon 100 men." Chapter 34. Secrets. Eddard Stark gazed at Renly with an expression of perplexity. "My lord Renly, what purpose do you have for these 100 men?" "Of course, it is to act preemptively," Renly whispered earnestly. "We must seize Joffrey from his mother. Whoever possesses the king holds the reins of power. We must also capture Tommen and Myrcella. As long as Cersei's children are in our grasp, she will dare not act rashly." Eddard regarded Renly with a cold demeanor. "I will not commit murder in the final moments of Robert's life, nor will I bear the guilt of forcibly tearing a frightened child from his slumber. Perhaps the gods above might yet spare Robert." Renly was taken aback by the Duke of Winterfell's unwavering integrity, bordering on naivety. A flicker of disappointment crossed his features. Undeterred, he continued to persuade Eddard, "My lord Stark, every moment you delay grants Cersei another second. Once my brother breathes his last, it will be too late to act." Eddard maintained his icy countenance. "Then let us pray that Robert does not perish." His tone was calm, yet imbued with an unmistakable authority. "I find that unlikely," Renly murmured, a hint of resignation in his eyes. "Sometimes the gods above can show mercy." Eddard's gaze remained resolute. "But the Lannisters do not." Realizing he could not sway Eddard, Renly ultimately conceded. Before departing, however, he offered a piece of advice. "My lord Stark, regarding the death of Jon Arryn, I can provide you with a clue." "Oh, I am all ears," Eddard replied, a flicker of surprise evident as he narrowed his eyes. Lord Jon's last words were, "The seed is strong. With all due respect, my nephew bears little resemblance to his father." With that statement, Renly executed a noble bow and hurriedly took his leave. That tranquil remark sent ripples through Eddard's mind, igniting a tempest of realization. So that was it. Everything fell into place. His heart felt as though it had been cleaved by lightning. As all his doubts and leads converged at this moment, Robert would treat a brave adversary with respect. He would forgive offenses from his rivals. However, he would never tolerate such a degree of treachery, especially from those close to him. This very secret had led to Jon Arryn's demise and now threatened Robert's life. His breaths quickened as his rough hands clenched the bed linens, knuckles turning white. Renly had vanished, and Sansa re-entered the room. Eddard had reached a decision. His gaze grew resolute. "Sansa, summon your sister. I have something of great importance to discuss." With the guard's announcement, Arya burst into the room with fervor. Her slender figure swept in like a gust of wind, her eyes alight with joy. "Father, you are finally awake. How wonderful." Eddard gently stroked his youngest daughter's hair, warmth blossoming within him. "I am preparing to send you both back to Winterfell," he stated calmly, though a trace of fatigue laced his voice. Eddard's tranquil declaration stirred a tumultuous wave within the hearts of the sisters. "No," Arya implored. "Please, father, do not do this." Sansa grasped her father's hand, her delicate fingers trembling slightly. Eddard offered a weary smile. "It is a rare occurrence for you two to reach an agreement." Sansa was utterly astounded that her father would compel her to return to Winterfell. She had fallen in love with everything about King's Landing, the magnificent court, the spirited tournaments, and the dashing Prince Joffrey. Yet now, all of this was to be ruthlessly stripped away by her father, a reality she found unbearable. "I swear, father, I shall be a dutiful daughter, truly, if only you permit me to remain." Sansa's voice quivered, tears brimming in her eyes. Eddard's lips twitched slightly. "Sansa, my men were slain less than 3 miles from here, and with the king gravely ill, the situation in King's Landing is precarious. I am acting in your safety's interest." Arya pouted. "Father, can we take Syrio with us? Who cares about your foolish dancing master?" Sansa retorted angrily, tears finally cascading down her cheeks. "Father, I've remembered. I intend to marry Prince Joffrey. I wish to be his queen." "My dear child," Eddard said softly, "the union with Joffrey is a mistake. When you are older, I shall help you find a noble worthy of you." Sansa replied sorrowfully, "But I love him, truly, father, just as Queen Nerys loved Prince Aemon the Dragon Knight." Her voice choked with emotion, tears fell like scattered pearls, her red hair appearing even more tragic in the glow of her sorrow. Eddard, unwilling to continue the argument with his daughter, summoned Septim Mordain, instructing, "I intend for you to take them home by merchant ship. The sea route is safer than the King's road. Once I find a suitable vessel, you shall depart with my 2 daughters and some guards. But remember, do not disclose this plan. We shall discuss the details tomorrow." As she was led out of the room by Septim Mordain, Sansa could no longer contain her tears. Her heart felt as if it were being torn into fragments, her vision blurred by tears. Her father had taken away her white knight, forcing her to board a grim ghost ship back to Winterfell, and then forever imprisoning her. Her fairy tale life had yet to begin, only to be cruelly curtailed. "Child, cease your weeping," Septim Mordain said sternly. "I trust your father knows what is best for you." Ser Lancel Lannister felt a wave of frustration wash over him. He had heard more than once of the current Lord of Winterfell, Eddard Stark, being upright and stubborn. However, he did not anticipate such absurdity. It had reached a level of obstinacy bordering on folly. The Lannister blades were nearly at his throat, yet Eddard remained unmoved. Lancel was thoroughly disillusioned with him, now only thinking of hastening back to his own lands to avoid being caught by Lannister's hounds. To this end, he summoned his knights and friends, and together they hurried towards the city gates. "My lord, there is a situation," a guard whispered nearby. Lancel startled, looking up to see the gates already surrounded by gold-cloaked guards. At the forefront stands a towering figure, adorned with a dog-headed helmet, his scarred visage both fearsome and grotesque. This individual is none other than Sandor Clegane, the Hound. Lord Renly felt his heart plunge. He knew his scheme had been uncovered. "My Lord Renly, I await your presence here by the command of Her Majesty, the Queen," the Hound rasped in a low, gravelly tone. "Thank you for the Queen's kindness. But I am pressed with urgent matters and must return to my domain. Perhaps we could converse upon my return?" Renly still clung to hope. The Hound sighed. "My Lord Renly, since you are unwilling to cooperate, I must take offense." With that, he drew his sword, prompting the surrounding soldiers to unsheath their weapons as well. Chapter 35. The confrontation. Eddard Stark resolved to speak with Cersei. The previous night, he dreamt of Rhaegar's child, envisioning Tywin Lannister commanding his guards to wrap the poor infant's corpse in a crimson cloak and place it beneath the Iron Throne. It was a shrewd decision, for the red fabric could conceal the ghastly bloodstains. From that moment, Eddard silently vowed to prevent such horrors from ever recurring. Regardless of Cersei's malevolence, her 3 children were blameless. Should Cersei manage to flee King's Landing with her offspring to the distant shores across the narrow sea, Eddard felt he could show a modicum of mercy. As these thoughts coursed through his mind, his new captain of the guards, a man affectionately called Fat Tom by the children, approached. "My lord, how may I serve you?" Tom inquired respectfully. "Assist me to the Godswood," Eddard declared resolutely. "My lord, given your injury, is that wise?" "It may not be, but I have no alternative." Recognizing his master's unwavering determination, Tom did not protest. Instead, he summoned Valley. The two positioned themselves on either side of Eddard, allowing him to lean upon their shoulders. The trio descended the stairs of the Hand's Tower with great difficulty. At that moment, Eddard instructed Tom, double the guard shifts. No one is to enter or exit the Hand's Tower without my explicit permission. Tom looked troubled, my lord. We are short-handed at present. It will not be for long. A temporary extension will suffice. My lord, may I inquire the purpose of your visit? It is best you remain uninformed. As you command, my lord. Eventually, Eddard arrived at the Godswood, finding it eerily deserted. The inhabitants here worshipped the southern gods. So the absence of people in the Godswood was to be expected. His two attendants carefully set Eddard down, yet the agonizing pain in his leg elicited a grimace. Eddard handed a letter, sealed with the family sigil, to Tom. Deliver this immediately. Upon seeing the name inscribed on the envelope, Tom felt a chill run down his spine. My lord, this is, Eddard interrupted impatiently. Do not ask what should not be asked. Simply do as I instruct. The attendants complied, leaving Eddard alone to contemplate in the Godswood. He lost track of time, waiting until the sun began its descent, when Cersei Lannister finally arrived, tardy and unhurried. Lord Stark, Cersei inquired, I am quite curious as to why you have chosen this particular location. To allow the gods above to bear witness, he replied. Is that so? Cersei seated herself beside him. You summoned me here merely to engage in riddles? What do you think? Do you believe, she continued, that you intend to abduct me, just as your wife did with my brother? Eddard understood she was alluding to Catelyn's capture of Tyrion Lannister, a situation that had ultimately led to Jorah's demise at the hands of the Kingslayer. He stifled the tumultuous anger within him and responded, if you truly believed that, you would not be here. Cersei offered no reply but turned her gaze toward the setting sun. I have uncovered the secret, the one regarding the Kingslayer, Jaime Lannister. Eddard seethed, enunciating the name with venom. Oh, Cersei's visage betrayed no hint of alarm. Is he your brother, or your lover? Cersei exhibited no semblance of shame. Rather, her expression radiated pride. We have shared our lives since childhood. Why should we not love one another? She paused before adding, for 3 centuries. The Targaryens have wed within the family to preserve the purity of their bloodline. Jaime and I are not merely siblings. We are 2 halves of the same soul. She turned to Eddard. Do you love your children dearly? Eddard was taken aback, seemingly unprepared for her inquiry. It was an unambiguous question. He loved his children wholeheartedly. Robb, Sansa, Arya, Bran, and Rickon, all integral to his existence. He shuddered at the thought of anyone wishing harm upon them, and what he or Catelyn would do in such a scenario. With a bitter tone, Eddard asked, Are all 3 of them Jaime's children? Cersei nodded. Thank the gods above, Eddard thought unexpectedly. Perhaps this was not entirely a misfortune. If Cersei had not borne children for Robert, the issue of succession would be more easily resolved. After over a decade of marriage, how could you have no children? Cersei's emerald eyes flashed with anger. That drunken king of yours fathered me once. I had Jaime procure a woman to dispose of the child. He was blissfully unaware. Stumbling into my chambers inebriated, whatever transpired, he would forget by morning. I could not endure his touch, not even a hair's breadth. Let him seek solace with his whores. Eddard felt sorrow for his dear friend. I recall when Robert first ascended the throne, thousands of women clamored to marry him. What did he do to incite such hatred from you? At Eddard's words, Cersei's fury seemed poised to erupt. On our wedding night, he lay atop me, yet called out your sister Lyanna's name. Upon hearing his sister's name, Eddard was momentarily engulfed in sadness. I truly do not know whether to pity you or her, he remarked to Cersei. The queen was incensed, delivering a sharp slap to Eddard's face. Lord Stark, reserve your ludicrous compassion for yourself. Eddard, stung by the blow, wore a grim expression. I shall regard this as a badge of honor. To hell with your honor, Cersei spat. Do not feign virtue in my presence. You too have a bastard. I am curious as to the identity of his mother. Was it some harlot or that sorrowful little sister, Miss Ashera? I've heard that after you returned Dawn to her, she leapt from the walls. What was her motive? Her brother, or the child you stole? Eddard's countenance darkened further. At least I do not kill children. He wished to cease this futile exchange, delivering his final ultimatum. Listen, I shall speak only once. Before I assume the regency, you must depart, along with your 3 children. I do not recommend a return to Casterly Rock. Perhaps a free city would serve you better. Cersei could scarcely believe her ears. You intend to exile me? Eddard replied coldly. Compared to what your father did to Rhaegar's children, I am quite merciful. Lord Stark, I have long been curious as to why you did not claim the Iron Throne when the opportunity presented itself. Do you not regret it now? Eddard's gaze was resolute as stone. I have many regrets in this life, but that is not one of them. Cersei laughed at his words. Lord Stark, believe me, this will be your most regrettable decision. In the Game of Thrones, there are only 2 outcomes, victory or death. No alternatives exist. With that, Cersei donned her hood and departed the Godswood. Chapter 36. Undercurrents in his dreams, Joffrey once again encountered the three-eyed raven. "I am pleased to see you still live," the raven remarked. Joffrey's lips twitched. "Do you truly wish to see me dead? You have now stepped into the whirlpool of power within the Seven Kingdoms. The number of those who desire your demise is beyond counting. So you have come merely to inform me of this?" Joffrey rolled his eyes at it. "I am here to offer you assistance. Your situation is perilous." Upon uttering this, the three-eyed raven swept Joffrey into the sky. Joffrey found himself outside the window of the Prime Minister's tower at the Red Keep, peering through the narrow opening to observe Eddard conversing with Peter Baelish. "I suppose I ought to congratulate you, Lord Stark," Peter said in his usual frivolous tone. Eddard frowned. "Why have you only just arrived?" "Dear Prime Minister, upon receiving your summons, I scarcely dared to delay," Peter replied with his exaggerated demeanor. "I have heard that His Majesty has appointed you as Warden of the Realm. You are aware, then. I wish to discuss an important matter with you." "Pray do speak, my lord. I am all ears." "I have uncovered the secret that Jon Arryn investigated before his demise. Robert's 3 children are the illegitimate offspring of the Queen and Jaime Lannister." Peter Baelish raised an eyebrow, exclaiming, "What a shocking revelation." However, Joffrey discerned no trace of astonishment on Baelish's visage. Eddard fixed his gaze intently into Baelish's eyes and asserted, "Therefore, the throne should rightfully pass to Robert's eldest brother, Stannis Baratheon." Baelish stroked his beard thoughtfully, replying, "It indeed appears to be the case, unless what?" Eddard interjected. "It is a straightforward fact that Stannis is the first legitimate heir to the throne." Baelish continued nonchalantly, "Unless he can resolve all matters at hand. With all due respect, my lord, if you possess sufficient wisdom, you ought to support Joffrey's ascension to the throne." Eddard shot a fierce glare at Baelish, questioning, "Do you possess no sense of honor?" Baelish waved his hand dismissively. "My lord, do not be hasty. Allow me to elucidate. Lord Stannis is not our ally. His disposition is such that even his brothers cannot endure him. It is evident that once this lord ascends as king, he will appoint a new hand of the king and select his own counselors. He will undoubtedly express gratitude for your assistance in crowning him, only to unceremoniously expel you from the seat of power. Furthermore, consider the formidable opposition Lord Stannis will face in his quest for the throne. Will Lord Tywin stand idly by while his daughter is slain, her head displayed upon the walls? King Robert was willing to grant clemency to some who served under King Aerys, provided they swore fealty. However, Lord Stannis harbors no such benevolence. He will never forget the siege of Storm's End." Noticing Eddard's impassivity, Baelish persisted in his persuasion. "Let us examine an alternative proposition. The king's chosen heir, Joffrey, is but 12 years old, and you are the appointed regent and protector of the realm. You merely need to reconcile with House Lannister and persuade your lady to release the imp, Tyrion Lannister. Thus, your daughter Sansa may wed Joffrey. In turn, you could marry your younger daughter Arya to Tommen, securing alliances with all heirs, allowing you the liberty to choose who occupies the Iron Throne. For years would suffice to eliminate Lord Stannis should Joffrey prove disobedient thereafter. We could reveal his secret and elevate Lord Renly in his stead." Eddard abruptly interrupted Baelish. Unperturbed by the interruption, Baelish replied patiently, "You will require an ally, my lord. I assure you, my terms are exceedingly fair." Eddard retorted coldly, "We are not discussing terms. Lord Baelish, what you propose is treason." Baelish's expression remained unchanged, "Unless we fail." Eddard, growing impatient, remarked, "Have you forgotten Jon Arryn's death? Have you also forgotten the demise of Jory Castle? Lord Baelish, do you believe there remains a possibility for reconciliation between myself and the Lannisters?" Littlefinger sighed. "I had truly forgotten that I am conversing with a member of House Stark." Eddard nodded. "We have no other choice. Lord Stannis is the only legitimate heir. Thus, my lord, you summon me. What is your command?" "Indeed, Robert appointed me as the protector of the realm, yet in the eyes of the world, Joffrey remains his son and successor. The queen is surrounded by a multitude of guards, sufficient to confront the modest force I bring to King's Landing. Hence I require your assistance." A curious expression crossed Littlefinger's face as he naturally interjected, "My lord, I grasp your intent. You wish for me to recruit soldiers on your behalf." He then donned a contemplative look. "Lord Renly has always been at odds with the Lannisters. We might secure his support. Moreover, there are others such as Lord Yohn Royce, Balon Swan, and Loras Tyrell. They all maintain a retinue of guards in the city." Eddard interrupted Littlefinger. "Renly's guards number no more than 30. Even should they all align with me, it would still be insufficient. I require the support of the City Watch, which boasts 2,000 men." Littlefinger's expression turned troubled. "If the Queen proclaims Joffrey as king while you, my lord, support another. Under whose banner shall the city watch uphold the peace? Eddard glared at Littlefinger, remaining silent. I ought to compel you to articulate it, but that would be cruel. Alas, my infatuation with your wife has rendered me irrational. I shall seek out Janos Slint. To ensure the city watch stands with us, I require a sum of 6,000 gold dragons, 2,000 for the commander, 2,000 for the lower officers, and the remainder for the soldiers. Upon hearing this, Eddard's expression softened, and he nodded. After bowing, Littlefinger hurriedly departed from the Hand's Tower. Having observed the entire exchange, Joffrey felt a sense of assurance. How did our conversation today serve you? Inquired the three-eyed raven, flapping its wings. Indeed, wise one, you have been most helpful. How might I express my gratitude? Joffrey replied, following its words. Remember your oath. Your true enemy lies beyond the wall. With that, the three-eyed raven released its grip. The familiar sensation of weightlessness jolted Joffrey awake from his dream. Upon awakening, Joffrey loudly called for his guard, Sandor Clegane. Hound, fetch me a certain individual. Your Highness, whom do you seek? Lord Peter Baelish. Chapter 37. The sound of hooves thundered like a tempest, rousing Eddard Stark from his slumber. He lifted his gaze from the table, peering out at the square. There, he beheld the imposing figure of the knight Sandor Clegane riding fiercely, spearing a strong man with his lance. Accompanying the hound were throngs of Lannister guards, all clad in golden armor. Eddard felt a heavy weight in his heart, silently cursing Cersei for her lack of appreciation. This foolish woman had clearly been granted the opportunity to flee. Why did she choose to oppose him instead? When breakfast time arrived, Eddard shared a meal with his two daughters. Sansa's countenance remained sour, seemingly sulking as she stared blankly at her food. In contrast, Arya devoured her meal with fervor. Father, Sirios said he could give me one last lesson before leaving. May I attend? Eddard affectionately stroked his younger daughter's hair, responding, You cannot linger too long. Remember to bathe after your lesson. I hope you both will be ready to depart by noon. Having overheard her father's conversation with her sister, Sansa felt a surge of indignation. Father, why is it that Arya can attend her dance class while I cannot bid farewell to my prince? Sister Modin interjected, My lord, I would be more than willing to accompany her. I shall ensure she does not miss the boat. Eddard, gazing into his daughter's pleading eyes, was overwhelmed by a complex wave of emotions. From his observations, Joffrey appeared to be a decent young man, contrary to the malevolent reputation he had garnered. Although his recent behavior, flirting with Eddard's daughter at the foot of his bed, was reprehensible, the two were betrothed, and Eddard could understand the situation. If Joffrey were truly Robert's son, perhaps a genuine love could blossom between them, and he would gladly host a grand wedding. Unfortunately, Joffrey was the offspring of Jaime Lannister. Eddard saw no grounds for reconciliation with the Lannisters. With this thought, Eddard addressed Sansa, I am sorry, Sansa, but you cannot meet Joffrey at this time. Tears cascaded down Sansa's cheeks once more. Why not? Eddard's throat went dry. He longed to respond, but found himself at a loss for words. At that moment, Sister Modin intervened, providing Eddard with much-needed assistance. Sansa, your father knows what is best for you. You should not question his decisions. That is not fair, Sansa exclaimed, forcefully pushing her chair back before exiting the room in tears. Sister Modin rose to follow her, intending to offer comfort, but Eddard halted her with a gesture. Let her go. I do this for her own good. One day, when we return to Winterfell, I will explain everything to her. The nun nodded and resumed her breakfast. After the meal, Eddard's troubled heart remained unrelieved. In fact, it felt even heavier. As he made his way to his study, Maester Pycelle entered. Observing the sorrow etched on the old man's face, Eddard's heart sank. My lord, King Robert has passed. May the gods above grant him peace. Eddard instinctively replied, No, Robert did not favor rest. May the gods bestow upon him love and laughter. Were it not for the heavy burden that Robert entrusted to him, Eddard would have truly wished to abandon everything and weep heartily at Robert's grave. Eddard believed he should have anticipated this day. Robert was a valiant warrior, convinced he could vanquish all foes with his warhammer. Indeed, Robert nearly achieved this, shattering Rhaegar's skull with his hammer and ascending the Iron Throne. Yet now, it was the treachery of those closest to him that led to his demise. Such a formidable man ultimately fell victim to the machinations of deceit. As Robert's dearest friend, Eddard felt compelled to settle his affairs. With this thought in mind, Eddard turned to Pycelle and said, Lord Pycelle, I kindly request you summon the key ministers of the court to my study. Pycelle, trembling, replied, My lord, this seems rather hasty. Perhaps we should wait until tomorrow to deliberate on this matter? Eddard's tone elevated slightly. Right now? Pycelle bowed to Eddard, as you wish. He then issued orders to his servant, who promptly departed, while Pycelle leisurely settled into an armchair in the study. Before long, Ser Barristan appeared within Eddard's view. The esteemed Kingsguard spoke respectfully to the two men present. "My lords, my current duty is to guard the young king. If you would permit me to attend to him. Ser Barristan, you should remain here." Barristan said nothing and silently stood to the side. Soon, Peter Baelish arrived, looking travel-worn with mud caked on his boots. Eddard noticed a faint red whip mark on Peter's cheek, causing him some concern. Had Peter failed to fulfill the task he had been assigned? Peter saluted the assembly and then addressed Eddard. "My lord, the matter you entrusted to me is complete." Eddard's apprehension eased immediately. He then inquired, "What of Lord Renly?" Peter wore a wry smile. "Lord Renly has gone missing." Eddard furrowed his brow, privately speculating whether the once seductive Lord Renly had secretly slipped out of the city, returning to his stronghold at Storm's End. Resolving not to dwell on Renly any longer, he decided to let it be. Clearing his throat, Eddard addressed all present. "Lords, I beseech you to affirm my regency in accordance with Robert's last wishes." The room fell into an immediate silence, as the ministers collectively chose to remain mute. Fortunately, at that moment, the door was pushed open. Eddard frowned, casting an angry glance toward the entrance, wondering who dared interrupt him at such a time. Entering was Tomard, the stout captain of his personal guard. "My lords, I beseech your pardon. The king's hand insists on entering, and I cannot deter him." Accompanied by his voice, the king's hand strode into the chamber, bowing to all present. "My lords, his majesty commands your immediate presence in the throne hall for a council." "The king is dead," Eddard declared, "but I shall accompany you." Tom, arrange for an escort. Littlefinger assisted Eddard as they descended the steps, with Pycelle and Baelish closely trailing behind. Eddard beheld his Winterfell guards arrayed beyond the tower, 8 in total. As they traversed the square, he noticed many crimson cloaks of House Lannister. Fortunately, several golden cloaks of the King's Landing Guard were also present, which provided Eddard with a modicum of reassurance. Commander Janos Slint of the city guard awaited them at the hall's entrance, nodding to his subordinates, who then pushed open the heavy doors. Chapter 38. The Iron Throne. Joffrey ascended the Iron Throne he had long coveted, though it proved even less comfortable than he had imagined. The seat was forged from swords and various metals, and he pondered whether daggers lay hidden within. The back of the throne was adorned with spikes, offering no support. To sit more comfortably, Joffrey was compelled to sit upright, his posture rigid. He had heard tales of the Iron Throne, of how the conqueror Aegon melted the weapons of surrendering foes with dragon fire to forge this very seat. Returning to the present, Joffrey surveyed his surroundings. 5 Kingsguard stood vigil beneath the throne, alongside Baelish and Jaime. Joffrey recognized these men as ineffectual and lacking true martial prowess, which did little to bolster his sense of security. Perhaps he could devise a reason to replace them with knights of substance in the future. The Hound would be a fine choice. Yet, he loathed the so-called knightly vows. Perhaps he could secure a more esteemed position, Joffrey mused. Seated beside him was his mother, Cersei, accompanied by her brother and sister. Ser Meryn and Ser Boros stood before Cersei, their expressions grave. In the distance, Joffrey glimpsed the Hound and Lannister guards, along with the golden cloaks of the city watch. In a fleeting moment of distraction, Eddard entered through the doorway. Cersei was the first to speak. "Lord Stark, what do you imply?" "According to Robert's will, I now demand the identification of my regent." Eddard met her gaze resolutely. Cersei smiled. "Lord Stark, I am unsure from whence you have gleaned this information. Our king is Joffrey, and there exists no regent." Eddard regarded Cersei coldly, as though he had anticipated her response. Cersei continued, "Lord Stark, you offered me counsel previously. Now I return the favor. Please kneel now. As long as you are willing to pledge your loyalty to my son, I shall permit you to resign from your position as the Hand of the King and allow you to enjoy your twilight years." Ed's tone remained remarkably calm. "I would hope for that, but your son has no right to ascend the throne. Stannis is the legitimate heir of Robert." Upon hearing this, Joffrey felt no stirrings within. He was acutely aware that his lineage was no longer a secret. Many in King's Landing were privy to this truth. The reason he occupied the Iron Throne was not solely due to his mother's status as queen, but significantly, the wealth of House Lannister. He understood clearly that none of the lords in King's Landing, aside from Eddard, valued the so-called hollow honor. To speak bluntly, how much is your honor worth in gold dragons? The sound of gold clinking in one's pocket is far more melodious. Thus, he shifted his posture and continued to observe the unfolding drama in the throne room. Cersei, incensed, shouted, "It seems you are courting death, Lord Stark." "Ser Barristan, seize this traitor." Barristan appeared momentarily taken aback, seemingly unprepared for such a rapid shift in circumstances. However, The Stark guards were swifter, drawing their weapons and surrounding Barristan. "Lord Stark, it appears you are resolutely intent on treason," Cersei coldly remarked. With a mere gesture, the Hound unsheathed his sword, and the King's Guard, along with a throng of Lannister guards, also brandished their weapons. Eddard, unperturbed, fixed his gaze upon Cersei. "I once offered you a chance, but now I have no other recourse." He then addressed the commander of the City Watch, Janos, saying, "Commander, please place the Queen and her children under house arrest, but do them no harm. They may return to the royal quarters." Janos donned his helmet and bellowed to his men, "City Watch." The gold-cloaked soldiers grasped their spears and advanced toward Eddard. Whether it was a sense of certainty in the outcome, Joffrey even perceived a flush upon Eddard's face. Eddard proclaimed, "I do not wish for bloodshed. I merely ask that your men lay down their arms." His words were abruptly cut short, for a spear from the City Watch pierced through one of his guards. Tomard fell, impaled, while Valley had his throat slit by Janos, and Clegane cleaved Cain in two with a single stroke. Littlefinger had somehow maneuvered behind Eddard, pressing a dagger against his throat. In the span of a heartbeat, Eddard's complexion shifted from flushed to pale. "Peter, you!" Eddard glared fiercely at Littlefinger. The latter maintained his insipid grin. "Lord Stark, did I not warn you not to trust me?" Joffrey watched as Eddard knelt, his expression one of anguish and contortion. "Take Eddard Stark to the dungeons," Cersei commanded. Soon, 2 guards clad in crimson from House Lannister seized Eddard and escorted him out of the throne room. "Where has my father gone?" Sansa inquired of Sister Modin. Understanding the thoughts of the Stark heiress, Sister Modin replied, "Lady Sansa, your father has instructed me to take you to the ship, Wind Witch. Please, allow me to see Prince Joffrey just once. I promise I will obediently follow you to the vessel afterward." "My lady, this is the Master's command, and I cannot disobey," Sister Modin said, visibly troubled. "But my father is not here now. If we sneak away, he will never know." Amused by her lady's naivety, Sister Modin reluctantly called for the steward. "Vane, are you there? Come assist me." Her voice echoed in the silent room, met with no response. Frowning, Sister Modin opened the door, and the clatter of weapons echoed on the wind. Sansa could even hear the chilling cries of soldiers. She had never encountered such terrifying sounds before. "Lady Sansa, remain here and do not move. I shall go take a look." Sister Modin's expression darkened as she hurried out. "No, please do not leave me here alone," Sansa exclaimed, but it was too late. Sister Modin had vanished. Crouching behind a chair, Sansa felt a gnawing unease. What on earth was happening? Could her father be in danger? Otherwise, who would dare assault the Hand's Tower? While lost in her thoughts, a blood-curdling scream pierced the air. Moments later, a tall figure burst into the room, causing Sansa to scream in fright. "Little sister, I have finally found you." It was the familiar voice of Sandor Clegane, the Hound, sworn protector of Prince Joffrey. She looked up and indeed saw the Hound's fearsome visage. He forced a grotesque smile. "Lady Sansa, His Majesty the King requests your presence." Chapter 39. Ransom. Sansa paced nervously within the chamber. This was Prince Joffrey's bedroom, yet her prince was nowhere to be found. Oh, no, she reminded herself. Prince Joffrey had ascended the throne, and she must now refer to him as His Majesty. A short while ago, the Hound had escorted her across the courtyard to Maegor's Holdfast. Along the way, she had witnessed numerous knights and guards fallen in pools of blood, several of whom bore familiar faces from Winterfell. This heightened her already fraught anxiety. What had transpired? Was her father in peril? She longed to call out to the guards, but suddenly remembered that this was the royal residence, and she did not know a soul here. The Hound's warning echoed in her ears. "Little sister, do not ask anything. Stay here and wait for His Majesty to return. He will explain everything." With that, the Hound hastily departed. Sansa had never felt such profound loneliness. There was not a soul in her vicinity. The incessant clang of steel echoed around her, a sound she had often heard in Winterfell since childhood, and logically, she ought not to fear it. Yet, the gruesome images of the corpses strewn across the square sent tremors through her. This was not the ordinary training of Winterfell. It was a genuine slaughter. She recalled her father's words. The betrothal to Joffrey was a grave error. Had her father and her envisioned prince come into conflict? Otherwise, why would he so urgently arrange for her to return to Winterfell by ship? May the gods above bless her father and protect King Joffrey. Sansa silently prayed to the Seven. Meanwhile, Joffrey pondered how to deal with Renly Baratheon. Shortly after departing from the Hand's Tower to confer with his mother, Cersei, in the Red Keep, the Hound hurried to inform him that Renly and Ned Stark had engaged in a clandestine meeting. Although memories of the original tale had grown hazy over time, given that Joffrey had traversed into this new reality long ago, he vaguely recalled that Renly ultimately returned to his stronghold, Storm's End. Thus, He commanded the Hound to lead a contingent of guards to lie in wait at the city gates, where they successfully apprehended Renly. Currently, Renly and Loras were secretly imprisoned deep within the dungeons. To be candid, Joffrey found himself in a predicament. These two men were undoubtedly a troublesome burden. Renly Baratheon had inherited Storm's End, and his followers were primarily the elite of House Baratheon. As for Loras, he was the esteemed son of House Tyrell of Highgarden. Killing them was not an option, nor could he simply release them. Should Renly be executed, his loyal soldiers would undoubtedly rally to Stannis, being Robert's last remaining brother. Loras would seek vengeance, and Joffrey could not afford that. Joffrey vaguely remembered that in the original tale, Renly did meet his end, seemingly at the hands of Stannis. Therefore, releasing Renly could be a feasible course of action, but it could not be done without conditions. He would at least require some form of tribute. As Joffrey contemplated these matters, he was suddenly startled by a series of heavy gasps. His brow furrowed as he glanced at the Hound, who appeared equally astonished. Taking several steps forward, the Hound approached the door of Renly's cell, where a look of shock washed over his face, followed by a deep cough. Joffrey immediately discerned the sound of rustling garments. At that moment, a question floated through his mind. What on earth was happening? Upon reaching the cell door, Joffrey beheld Renly and Loras, disheveled and in disarray. Good heavens, was that what he thought it was? Suddenly, Joffrey recalled the narrative from his previous life. Renly was indeed of a different persuasion. In the original tale, upon returning to Storm's End, he raised an army against House Lannister. And Highgarden had betrothed Margaery Tyrell to him as his queen. Margaery is indeed Loras' sister. The reason this is so vividly remembered is due to a particular exchange. Margaery confided in Loras that she was aware of his connection with Renly and remarked that it was of little consequence. Should Renly desire, she would turn away, allowing him to regard her as a brother. All of this was motivated by the prospect of bearing a child. However, Renly declined. Thus, one might argue that he and Loras shared a form of true love, a thought that elicited a smirk from Joffrey. Renly, it has been a while. I trust you are faring well? Joffrey remarked with a smile. Perceiving the mockery in Joffrey's words, Renly exhibited a hint of discomfort. He cleared his throat and stated earnestly, "Inform Cersei that she may do as she pleases, but Loras is innocent." Upon hearing this, Loras gazed at Renly with deep affection, saying, "My lord, there is no need for you to plead on my behalf." Joffrey felt a shiver run down his spine, hastily interrupting their tender exchange. "Renly, while I am unaware of your conversation with Lord Eddard, my intuition suggests you harbor ill intentions towards me." Renly lifted his chin defiantly. "And what of it?" Joffrey sighed. "In that case, I shall have no choice but to deliver you to my father." Unfazed, Renly replied, "Then do ensure that you are swift in your execution." At this moment, Loras became agitated. "No, you cannot harm Lord Renly." Sensing that he had successfully ensnared his prey, Joffrey's lips curled into a sly smile. "Sir Loras, the bond between Lord Renly and me is irreparable. Should I release him now, what would prevent him from rallying his bannermen against me?" Loras found himself momentarily speechless, stammering, I can pay a ransom for Lord Renly." Joffrey laughed. "Sir Loras, you are currently penniless, are you not?" Gritting his teeth, Loras implored, "Your Highness, grant me a week. No, 3 days. I can gather a ransom of no less than 5,000 golden dragons." Joffrey replied with a smirk, "I shall give you 3 days. If, after this period, I do not see 10,000 golden dragons, you may find Lord Renly's head atop the city walls." This chapter is not yet complete. Please turn to the next page to continue enjoying the captivating content. A privileged offer, a 7-day ad-free reading card, available for all registered users to claim for free. Renly frowned. "Loras, you need not go to such lengths for me." Loras shook his head. "My lord, I cannot stand idly by while someone seeks to harm you. Please grant me 3 days. I assure you I will secure your safety." "Loras, my lord Renly." As the tension escalated, Joffrey quickly interjected, "Sir Loras, you may depart, but be advised, you have but 3 days." Loras cast a lingering glance at Renly before following a guard out of the dungeon. "Speak. What schemes do you intend to concoct? I do not believe you will truly set me free." After Loras departed, Renly's demeanor returned to its usual state. Joffrey shrugged in exasperation. "Lord Renly, I comprehend your sentiments. You believe we are both vying for the Iron Throne, seeking to eliminate all who oppose us for the sake of that position?" Renly replied, "Is that not the case?" Joffrey sighed. "You fail to grasp the events transpiring beyond the far reaches of the north, on the other side of the wall." Renly, astonished, inquired, "Is there not only wildlings beyond the wall? What is there to fear?" "Winter is coming, Lord Renly," Joffrey stated, though this phrase belongs to House Stark. It is not merely a tale without merit. A species known as the White Walkers has emerged beyond the wall, and should they breach it, it will lead to devastation, plunging the populace of the Seven Kingdoms into unimaginable turmoil. Your Grace, please do not dismiss my concerns with those tedious myths. Even a 3-year-old in King's Landing is aware of the truth behind this legend. Joffrey exhaled. Think as you wish. You will understand in due course. With that, Joffrey accompanied the hound out of the cell. Chapter 40. The Summoning Little Sister, You Are Dead. Syrio Farrell jested, his wooden sword poised at Arya's waist. You lie? You clearly said left, yet struck right. Arya retorted, indignant. Precisely, which is why you are now a dead girl. This is unfair. Syrio chuckled. My words may deceive, but my hands and eyes speak the truth, and yet you choose to remain blind. Arya pouted, but I have been watching you every second. A dead girl watching does not equate to insight. Just as Syrio was about to continue, he suddenly paused. The sound of hurried footsteps echoed from outside. With a loud crash, the door swung open. A Kingsguard, accompanied by 5 Lannister guards, stormed in. Arya recognized the Kingsguard. He was Ser Meryn Trant, a lackey of House Lannister. Arya Stark, come with us. What do you want with me? Arya remained unmoved. Your father wishes to see you. Syrio stepped before Arya, coldly stating, why does Lord Eddard not send his own hand? Ser Meryn, clearly taken aback by the defiance, retorted, Bravosi, this matter does not concern you. If I were you, I would choose to stand aside. My father would never send you. Arya raised her wooden sword, prompting laughter from the guards. Little sister, I am a Kingsguard. I will not harm innocents or children, Ser Meryn asserted. The regicide who killed the old king was also a Kingsguard. Arya shot back, her anger palpable. Losing his patience, Ser Meryn commanded his men, seize her. Syrio, brandishing his wooden sword, interposed himself before the guards. Are you men or dogs? To dare threaten a little girl? Stand aside, old man. A red-robed guard of House Lannister uttered a remark, and suddenly, Ser Sirio's body was in motion. Arya heard a sharp crack, and the guard's steel sword clattered to the ground as he clutched his severed fingers, howling in agony. Interesting, Ser Meryn observed, casting a glance at Syrio. Kill him. Little Arya, today's lesson concludes here, Syrio said, turning his back to her. You had best leave this place swiftly. No, we shall leave together. Arya refused to abandon her mentor to flee alone. As 5 Lannister guards encircled Syrio, her heart raced with trepidation. Could her teacher possibly overcome so many foes? At that moment, the door was forcefully kicked open, revealing a tall figure. All eyes turned towards him, recognizing Sandor Clegane, the Hound, the personal guard of King Joffrey. He surveyed the scene and rasped, Step aside, I am taking these 2 with me. Ser Meryn furrowed his brow at him. My Lord Hound, we are acting under the orders of the Queen Regent to apprehend these individuals. Are you aware of this? The Hound's expression remained unchanged. I do not wish to repeat myself. Begone. The Lannister guards exchanged bewildered glances. Ser Meryn, feeling the weight of embarrassment, approached the Hound. My lord, is there some misunderstanding? His words trailed off as the Hound unsheathed his sword. In an instant, a flash of steel met him, and Ser Meryn clutched his severed arm, writhing on the ground in despair. My hand. The Hound's icy gaze swept over the Lannister guards. Are you not going to take him and leave? The guards, roused from their stupor, hastily lifted Ser Meryn and carried him out of the room. Arya stood in astonishment, unable to comprehend why the Lannisters were at odds with one another. Syrio continued to regard the Hound warily. The Hound turned to Arya, little sister. I come at the behest of King Joffrey to escort you. Arya blurted out, what has happened to my father? Why are Lannister guards here? The Hound replied coldly. Lord Eddard Stark has committed treason and is currently imprisoned. Impossible. Arya screamed. My father would never commit treason. There must be some mistake. The Hound seemed to anticipate Arya's reaction. Sister, the king wishes you to know that he does not intend to harm Lord Eddard. If you wish to save your father, it would be wise to speak with the king personally. Little Arya, do not go. The Lannisters cannot be trusted. Syrio urged her. Arya glanced between the Hound and her teacher, Syrio, before ultimately shaking her head. I am sorry, teacher. I must rescue my father. She stepped towards the Hound. The Hound regarded Syrio, who seemed poised to speak further, and said, You are Syrio Farrell, are you not? The king has mentioned you. The earlier conflict was a misunderstanding. I offer my apologies on their behalf. The sovereign expressed his admiration for your swordsmanship, and if you so desire, you may remain within the palace. I can assure you that no one shall disturb you henceforth. Syrio, somewhat skeptical, glanced at Alia. Syrio, I trust His Highness Joffrey. Please wait for me here. Alia approached the Hound. Watching the two depart the room, Syrio let out a heavy sigh. Joffrey took a deep breath and pushed open the door. Sansa lay on the table, seemingly asleep, undisturbed by the sound of the opening door. Joffrey gently closed the door behind him. He approached Sansa, observing the tear-streaked profile of her face. A wave of tenderness surged from his heart. After all, she was but an innocent girl, untouched by the cruelties of the world. Joffrey sat beside Sansa, taking her hand in his. Her hand was soft and smooth, stirring emotions within him. Sansa slowly opened her eyes, instinctively wanting to scream upon realizing someone was holding her hand. But as she recognized her fiancé before her, her fear transformed into surprise. "Your Majesty, you have returned." Sansa wished to retract her hand, yet fearing to displease Joffrey, she allowed him to hold it. However, the intimacy she shared with a man other than her father or brothers flushed her cheeks with a rosy hue. Suddenly, memories of the day's events flooded her mind, and disregarding her shyness, she clasped Joffrey's hand tightly. "Your Majesty, what has transpired? So many have perished outside." Looking into her cerulean eyes, Joffrey spoke softly, "My little lady, do not fear. A minor altercation occurred today." Sansa continued to grip his hand tightly. "Your Majesty, where is my father now? Is he well?" Joffrey feigned a troubled expression. "Sansa, your father has overstepped. He sought to strip our king of his title before the assembly today." "What?" Sansa gasped, disbelief washing over her. "My father would never do such a thing." Joffrey sensed the firmness of her grip, her body trembling slightly. "Your Majesty, I swear by the 7 gods. My father would never conspire against the crown. There must be some mistake." Sansa trembled as she spoke. Joffrey offered a warm smile. "Sansa, I cannot fathom your father's intentions. But he indeed uttered those treasonous words before all. You may seek confirmation from any present." Sansa felt as though the strength had been drained from her. Collapsing weakly to the ground, Joffrey noticed her faltering and reached out, encircling her with his arm. Under ordinary circumstances, such intimacy would have rendered Sansa speechless with embarrassment. Yet with her father's safety at stake, she could only plead desperately with her betrothed. "Your Majesty, I beseech you, grant my father a chance at mercy." Joffrey wore a troubled expression, replying, "But this is the grave crime of treason. Even as king, I cannot alter this fate." The thought of her father potentially facing execution rendered Sansa's countenance pale. She wiped her tears and knelt before Joffrey. "Your Majesty, I implore you, spare my father's life. If you can do this, I am willing to do anything for you." Observing the weeping beauty before him, Joffrey grasped her chin, lifting her face. "My dear, I have a task that requires your assistance." Arya followed the hound through the square, where the bodies had been cleared. Yet the bloodstains whispered of the horrors that had transpired. The acrid scent of blood made Arya frown. "What has happened here?" "My little sister. You shall learn upon meeting the king," the hound replied with an impassive face. Not receiving an answer, Arya silently surveyed her surroundings. They crossed the drawbridge and arrived at the Maegor's Holdfast, where the crimson cloaks of House Lannister were prevalent, prompting Arya to furrow her brow. Nevertheless, the guards treated the hound with great respect, evidently aware of his status as the young king's personal guard. Eventually, they halted before the king's chamber. The hound knocked respectfully. "Your Majesty, I have brought Arya." Inside, Joffrey's voice called, "Let her enter." The hound opened the door for Arya, who stepped inside, then closed it behind her. Standing guard outside, the room was spacious and opulent. Arya spotted Joffrey seated at a round table, resting his chin in contemplation. In the distance, she noticed her sister Sansa, crouched before a golden basin, gagging and retching. Arya's nose twitched as she detected a peculiar odor in the air. "Arya, you have arrived," Joffrey remarked, a smile gracing his lips. The strange scent caused Arya to frown involuntarily as she sat before him. "Your Highness, has my sister consumed something spoiled?" Joffrey offered an awkward smile. "Oh, Sansa drank some milk and is feeling a bit nauseous." Arya sensed that milk could not produce such an odor. Yet she was uncertain of its source, choosing to refrain from pursuing the subject further. "Your Majesty, could you enlighten me on what my father has done?" Worry etched on Arya's face. Joffrey cleared his throat, adopting a serious demeanor, and recounted the events that had unfolded in the throne room. "Impossible. My father would never commit such an act." Arya's immediate reaction was disbelief. At that moment, Sansa had finished retching and remained oblivious to Arya's presence. As Sansa turned and beheld Arya engaged in conversation with Joffrey, she exclaimed, "Arya, what are you doing here?" Arya gazed back at her sister with an odd expression, replying, "Joffrey summoned me." Involuntarily, Sansa wiped her mouth with her sleeve, her cheeks flushed crimson. "Your Majesty, how could you bring Arya here at such a time?" Joffrey smiled faintly. "Perfect. Now that both of you sisters are present, I can address this important matter together." "Is it about father?" Arya inquired. Joffrey nodded, gesturing for the sisters to sit before him. "I suspect Lord Eddard has been led astray, prompting such actions." drawn in by thoughts of their father. Sansa's shyness began to wane. Therefore, I have decided to send someone to persuade him, ideally to make him reconsider. As he spoke, Joffrey's gaze swept over the sisters. While Sansa hesitated, Arya had already risen, declaring, "Your Majesty, let me go." "Oh," Joffrey said, intrigued, "do you truly wish to go? Perhaps you should ponder it further?" Arya shook her head resolutely. "I will surely convince father." "Excellent." Joffrey had awaited this affirmation. He unfurled a piece of parchment from the table, inviting Arya to inspect it. The parchment was densely inscribed with the routes of the underground passages. Arya felt a bit dizzy as she studied it. "Your Majesty, what is this?" Arya asked curiously. "It is a map of the subterranean passages of King's Landing, which I obtained from Varys," Joffrey explained. "But why employ this map?" Sansa queried. Joffrey sighed. "Lord Eddard's current predicament is quite grave. There are my mother's spies in that prison." "Is it Cersei Lannister?" "I do not like her," Arya exclaimed angrily. Sansa frowned and chastised her sister loudly. "Arya, how can you speak of the Queen Mother in such a manner? She is your Majesty's mother." Joffrey waved dismissively. "No matter. My views of Lord Eddard diverge slightly from my mother's." He then addressed Arya. "Do you see the route marked in red on the map? Follow it, and you shall arrive at the cell where Lord Eddard is confined." Arya approached the table, scrutinizing the map intently. "Your Majesty, is it wise to entrust such an important task to Arya?" Sansa expressed her unease. "Sansa, you are insufferable." Arya glared at her sister. "I will not disappoint His Majesty." "Arya, I believe you can accomplish this," Joffrey said with a grin. "Please inform Lord Eddard that if he is willing to retract his accusations against me, I shall overlook his offense." Arya solemnly tucked the parchment into her bosom. "Your Majesty, I will convey your message to father." "Very well, seek out the Hound. He will guide you," Joffrey instructed. Arya nodded and hurriedly exited the room. Sansa felt a lingering sense of unease and inquired of Joffrey, "Your Majesty, why have you chosen to send Arya?" Joffrey took Sansa's hand gently and replied, "Surely you are aware of your father's disposition. It is only Arya's words that he will heed." Chapter 42. The dungeon. Eddard Stark could not recall how many days he had languished in this wretched place. It was a cell devoid of windows, where no light could penetrate. In this suffocating darkness, the passage of day and night was indistinguishable. He could only feel the straw spread across the floor and the sharp pangs emanating from his broken leg. The memory of his men being savagely slaughtered caused a profound ache in Eddard's heart. He harbored hatred for every traitor who had betrayed him: Littlefinger, Janos, the Queen, the Kingslayer, and even Robert's brother Renly. Ultimately, he realized that the person he despised most was himself. Cersei had once told him that in this Game of Thrones, one either wins or faces death. Although he had survived, his followers had paid the ultimate price for his continued existence. Just then, the jailer roughly shoved open the heavy wooden door and tossed in a jug of water. After Eddard eagerly gulped down the cool liquid, the jailer snatched the jug back and slammed the door shut. No matter how much Eddard pleaded, the jailer seemed impervious to his desperation. Perhaps they wished to starve him to death, Eddard thought. The gnawing hunger within him felt like a swarm of ants tearing at his insides, and he could do nothing but lie on the ground in search of respite from the torment. Yet, if the Lannisters sought his life, why not have him executed in the throne room alongside Robert? At that moment, Eddard recalled his lady wife, Catelyn, who still had the Queen's brother, Tyrion, in her grasp. Perhaps Cersei intended for him to live in abject humiliation, like a dog, to serve as leverage in negotiations with Catelyn. Suddenly, he thought of his two daughters, wondering how they fared, if they were being held captive, or if they had met with a tragic fate. Oh, the seven hells. They are but children. Why must the seven subject them to such torment? As these thoughts flooded his mind, Eddard felt the parched tears welling up once more. Just then, the heavy wooden door creaked open once again. "Please, give me something to eat," Eddard pleaded. But this time, the newcomer was a diminutive jailer who rushed in and, before Eddard could react, leaped into his embrace. "Father." Eddard heard the voice of his youngest daughter, Arya. By the gods, had his hunger driven him to hallucinations? Why did he hear Arya's voice? It was not until the tears of the small figure in his arms soaked his clothes that Eddard dared to confirm that he was indeed holding his daughter. "Arya, is that you?" Eddard asked, bewildered. Arya sobbed. "Father, I am so scared. I fear I may never see you again." Eddard gently patted his daughter's back. Perplexed as he inquired, "Arya, how did you come here? Have they captured you as well?" Arya wiped away the tears from the corners of her eyes and shook her head. "No, it was King Joffrey who sent me." "Joffrey?" Ned paused, recalling the young king perched upon the iron throne in the throne room. He could not remember the boy uttering a single word. He appeared as a mere puppet, coldly observing the events that unfolded. Why would Joffrey wish to extend a hand to him? "Arya, Could you elaborate on how you arrived here? Arya nodded and recounted her journey from training with Syrio to being escorted by the Hound to the King's chambers, ultimately being entrusted by the king to visit her father. The more Ned listened, the tighter his brow furrowed. His anger peaked upon hearing that his eldest daughter, Sansa, was already within Joffrey's palace. This insufferable boy had finally ensnared his daughter. However, as Ned reflected on his predicament, a sense of despondency washed over him. He was no longer the powerful hand of the king, but merely a prisoner. Perhaps Joffrey's motivation for sending Arya was his infatuation with Sansa, an attempt at friendship. This, he consoled himself, was not entirely negative. Joffrey and Sansa were betrothed, and if the young king could develop genuine affection for Sansa, at least her safety would be assured. Arya, did Joffrey say anything else to you? After a moment of contemplation, Arya replied, Father. He said that if you could retract your accusations and acknowledge him as King Robert's legitimate heir, he would overlook the things he has done to you. Is it truly that simple? Ned asked, incredulous. Did he not say anything more? Arya shook her head. Father, have you forgiven his majesty? Can I take you away now? Ned grasped his daughter's hand with fervor. You can take me away? Arya nodded. The Hound brought me to a secret entrance, and I followed the passage all the way here. The mention of the Hound doused Ned's excitement with cold water. The very executioner who had slain his men? His heart sank to the depths. The situation was far more complex. His actions constituted treason in Joffrey's eyes, a threat to his legitimacy as king. Joffrey's decision to send Arya was not an act of kindness, but a blatant warning. He held both of Ned's daughters in his grasp, and should Ned refuse to cooperate, the Hound could easily demonstrate the consequences of his defiance. With this realization, a bitter smile crept upon Ned's lips. As a loser in the game of power, he possessed little leverage, though he feared not for his own life. He could not bear the thought of his daughters being drawn into his downfall. Do not fret, Arya. Heed my words and first report to Joffrey. Informing him that I have acquiesced to his terms, Eddard spoke to his youngest daughter. Father, why do you not accompany me? Arya implored. I know of a secret passage. We could flee directly through the tunnels and escape the city. She appeared eager and ready for action. A deep bitterness welled within Eddard. Even if they were fortunate enough to evade the Hound's watchful gaze, how could a man with a broken leg possibly exit the city? His loyal retainers had been all but annihilated. Even if he managed to escape, a mere decree from Joffrey would see him return to captivity, potentially endangering Arya as well. As it stood, Joffrey at least seemed to regard Arya with a modicum of kindness. Arya, be obedient and go. When his grace learns of this, he will surely issue a pardon for my transgressions. Eddard forced a strained smile. Arya cast a doubtful glance at her father, hesitating momentarily before finally departing. Father, wait for me. I shall report to his grace at once. As Arya's voice faded, Eddard took it upon himself to secure the wooden door that had confined him. The room was once again enshrouded in darkness. Before long, the door creaked open again, revealing a tall silhouette. My lord Eddard, I come at the behest of the king to confer with you. Eddard recognized the voice. It was Sandor Clegane, the Hound. Chapter 43, Mother and Son for Reasons Unknown. Eddard's heart, which had been suspended in anxiety, now found a measure of relief upon hearing the Hound's voice. It seemed everything was unfolding as he had surmised. Arya's arrival had merely been a test. The Hound was the true negotiator. What are his conditions? Eddard inquired. His grace requires you to acknowledge him as the rightful king and to accuse Stannis and Renly of treason. Given your conduct in the throne room, it seems you must also confess to your own treasonous acts. Should you choose to confess publicly in the square of Baelor, his grace would permit you to don black and spend your days at the wall. Though he had anticipated such a proposition, Eddard could not suppress the frown that creased his brow. To admit to treason was to betray the oath he had once sworn. This was a burden Eddard could not bear. He would rather perish in his cell than suffer such humiliation before all. And if I refuse? A flicker of hope ignited within him. The Hound sighed. My lord Eddard, while the king retains a measure of mercy for you, do not overreach. You must not forget that the Queen Regent is equally invested in this matter. Should you choose to resist, I cannot guarantee that the next time I enter, it will not be with your daughter's head in hand. Eddard shivered at the mere thought of such a scene, his body trembling at the image. I shall acquiesce to this demand. Your grace, Her Majesty the Queen summons you, came the voice of a maid from outside the door. The tightly pressed lips parted, and Joffrey, filled with indignation, commanded, You wait by the door. Sansa's cheeks flushed, resembling a startled rabbit as she extricated herself from Joffrey's embrace. Your Majesty, since it is your mother who has summoned you, there must be important matters to attend to. You should go ahead, Sansa said shyly, unable to meet Joffrey's gaze. You will wait for me here. Joffrey donned his golden cloak and exited the room. The cold wind sweeping through the corridor doused much of his exuberance. If Joffrey's suspicions were correct, Cersei was likely summoning him to account for the situation. After all, his hunting dog had severed the arm of Ser Tyrant, a grievous blow to the prospects of this Lannister's hound. Moreover, he had rescued Sansa and Arya, bringing them into his chamber, a fact that Cersei must already be aware of. The matter of his beloved son being ensnared by a seductress would certainly outweigh the loss of his dog Eslem. Contemplating this, Joffrey felt a pang of headache. How was he to communicate with Cersei? He was merely a nominal underage king, unable to command those of his own house. Lost in thought, he arrived at the threshold of Cersei's quarters. "Your Majesty, the Queen Regent awaits you inside," a maid announced respectfully as she opened the door. Taking a deep breath, Joffrey stepped through the entrance. As expected, Cersei wore a frosty expression, her emerald eyes fixed upon him. "Mother, did you summon me for something?" Joffrey ventured to break the silence. "Little Joffrey, do take a seat." Cersei beckoned him to sit beside her, gently stroking his golden hair. "You are 12 years old now, are you not?" "Yes, mother," he replied. "My little Joffrey has grown, aware of women now. This is a good thing," Cersei said softly, adding that she would send 2 maidservants to attend to him. Joffrey felt a slight flush, nodding his head. "Little Joffrey, that stark girl. Did you bring her into your chamber?" Cersei scrutinized his eyes. With a reluctant nod, Joffrey affirmed. Cersei took Joffrey's hand, saying, "Little Joffrey, you haven't forgotten what that traitor said to you in the throne room, have you?" Joffrey understood Cersei referred to Ned Stark and nodded. "But mother, I am betrothed to Sansa." Cersei scoffed. "The gods will not pardon treason, and that Stark whelp is leading armies south." Joffrey's heart sank. He recognized that the whelp referred to was Robb Stark. The once ally, the young wolf, was now capable of commanding an army? Joffrey explained, "Mother, precisely because of this, we must forge an alliance with the Stark family. If we can reconcile with Robb, we might avert disaster." "Foolish," Cersei interrupted Joffrey, questioning how a mere boy could possibly match the prowess of his grandfather, who had already led an army into battle. Joffrey, in his misguided recollections, insisted that Robb was a formidable presence on the battlefield, even though he ultimately met his demise at the infamous Red Wedding. "Mother, even if Robb is currently vulnerable, Tyrion, my uncle, remains in Lady Catelyn's custody." Joffrey endeavored to persuade Cersei from another angle. Coldly, Cersei reassured him, "Do not fret. Your uncle Jaime has gone to rescue him. I trust he will soon extract that little imp." Joffrey was not surprised, for Cersei seemed to possess a superficial disdain for Tyrion, whom she regarded as a grotesque figure. It appeared that even in the realm of Westeros, appearance held significant weight. Joffrey, pleased with his own handsome visage, thought to himself. However, he recalled from the original tale that Jaime had been defeated and captured by Robb. Noticing Joffrey's silence, Cersei spoke earnestly, "Little Joffrey, I understand your affection for Sansa, but the circumstances are intricate. I need to speak with her privately. Can you entrust your betrothed to your mother for a while?" Joffrey yearned to vehemently refuse, but reason dictated that now was not the time for defiance. He had envisioned sharing some romantic and thrilling moments with Sansa. With a reluctant expression, he asked, "Mother, may I eavesdrop on your conversation?" "No." Cersei's refusal was firm and decisive. "Very well. May I at least escort her myself?" Joffrey replied, "Go ahead, but I must remind you not to keep me waiting too long." "Understood." Joffrey exited the room, releasing a long sigh. The sensation of being constrained was infuriating. He had never felt such an intense desire for power before. If only he could hold some leverage over Cersei, he would possess more agency. As Joffrey traversed the corridor, flanked by 2 handmaidens, he caught sight of a figure approaching, with golden hair and blue eyes. He recognized his other uncle, Lancel Lannister. Lancel appeared to be in a hurry, heading towards Cersei's chamber, seemingly oblivious to Joffrey's presence. "Uncle, where are you rushing off to?" Joffrey blurted out unexpectedly. The sudden interruption startled Lancel, and upon recognizing Joffrey's face, he turned pale. "Why, Your Majesty, what brings you here?" Lancel stammered. "You still haven't answered my question," Joffrey pressed. Aye. Faced with Lancel's inability to respond, Joffrey chuckled. "Uncle, I require your assistance with something. Might you have a moment?" Lancel forced a strained smile. "Your Majesty, please feel free to command." Chapter 44. Disquiet upon hearing the sound of the door creaking open, Sansa abruptly rose from her chair. She was poised to welcome her king's return when she was met at the entrance by 2 stern-faced handmaidens. The sweet smile on Sansa's face faltered. "Miss Sansa, the Queen Mother summons you," one of the tall, slender handmaidens announced. "But where is his grace? He promised to return." Sansa exclaimed, her eyes darting in a flurry of panic. "We are here on his grace's orders," the other, shorter handmaiden replied. "Come along." With that, The two handmaidens seized her arms, one on either side. "Do not touch me. I wish to see his grace," Sansa protested, struggling against their grip. Yet the strength of the handmaidens was formidable, and she found herself compelled to follow them. It felt akin to being led as a prisoner to the gallows. Fortunately, it was deep night, and the corridors of Maegor's holdfast were largely deserted. The flickering flames burned in the torches, while the golden-armored guards remained resolutely impassive. At last, Sansa stood before the Queen Mother's chambers. The handmaidens pushed the door open, revealing Queen Cersei. Cersei greeted her with a beaming smile. "Sansa, my dear child, I know you have longed to see me." Sansa returned a tight-lipped smile. "Please sit. Let us converse." They settled into their seats, and the handmaidens served lemon cake and red tea. "I trust that Littlefinger has not mistreated you?" Cersei took a delicate sip of her tea. "Thank you for your concern." "Your Grace, he has treated me well," Sansa replied, her gaze lingering on the lemon cake, her mouth watering at its enticing aroma. However, she knew this was not the moment to indulge. "My dear Sansa, do not be shy," Cersei set down her teacup. "I believe Littlefinger has informed you about your father's situation." Upon hearing the mention of her father, Sansa tightened her grip on her skirts. "Your Grace, what has happened?" Though she had already heard whispers from Joffrey regarding her father, she yearned to hear Cersei's perspective. "Child, you must muster your courage and remain calm. Your father has committed treason." "Dear," Cersei's tone was unervingly calm. Panic washed over Sansa's features. "No, that cannot be true." Cersei handed her a tattered letter. The wax seal emblazoned with the sigil of the Stark direwolf. Trembling, Sansa accepted the letter. "Sansa, this was found on the captain of your houseguard. The recipient is the brother of my deceased husband, and the letter invites him to seize the throne. Your Grace, there must be some mistake. My father is a friend of the king. He would never write such a letter," Sansa implored urgently. "If Robert were to know, how heartbroken he would be." Thankfully, the gods showed mercy and spared him from witnessing this. Cersei's expression turned somber and grave. "My dear child, do you understand how difficult this matter is for me? I know you are not complicit, but you are, after all, the daughter of a traitor. How can I possibly allow my son to take you as his queen?" Tears streamed from Sansa's cerulean eyes as she grappled with the shattering of her long-cherished dream of becoming queen. "But I love his grace so dearly," she wept. "My dear child, am I not aware?" Cersei's voice was both gentle and maternal. "You must love him to seek an audience with me. Therefore, would you kindly divulge your father's plans for your departure?" At this moment, Sansa was utterly distraught, and she could only recount the events to Cersei in their entirety. "After meeting with Lord Renly Baratheon, my father intends to send us back to Winterfell. He even refuses to allow me a single glimpse of Prince Joffrey, dismissing my feelings for him and insisting that marrying him would be a grave mistake." Upon hearing this, a fleeting glimmer of cruelty flickered in Cersei's emerald eyes. "Renly. So it is he," Cersei murmured. "Your Grace, have I spoken amiss?" Sansa inquired anxiously. "Not at all," Cersei replied with renewed warmth. "My dear Sansa, should you prove yourself unlike your father, nothing would please me more than your union with young Joffrey. However, the future is uncertain. Your father has committed treason against the king. How can I be assured that you will not betray Joffrey as well? Your Grace, I swear by the seven above, I will never betray King Joffrey. My love for him is unwavering." "How touching," Cersei feigned wiping away a tear. "My child, can you write?" Sansa nodded. Having learned to read and write in her youth, Cersei's smile widened. "I am delighted. Perhaps there is still hope for you and Joffrey." Sansa's eyes sparkled anew with hope. "What would you have me do?" "You must write to your mother and brother." "I understand. What should I write?" "Your father's treason will soon reach their ears. Thus, it is prudent for you to convey this news personally. You must recount everything he has done." "But my father, your Grace, I do not know how to express this." Sansa felt the courage she had mustered dissipate once more. Cersei patted her hand. "Good child, I shall guide you in your writing." Sansa gazed at the Queen Mother, a flicker of confusion crossing her features. Cersei deliberated before instructing, "You shall write thus. You are currently under our careful protection, safe and unharmed, with all your needs met. You invite them to pledge their loyalty on the day of Joffrey's coronation. If they comply, I shall trust in your loyalty to Joffrey. Once you have your first moon's blood and become a true woman, I shall arrange your marriage to the king in the great September of Baelor, with the gods above and the people below as witnesses." The very notion of marrying the king left Sansa parched and her heart racing with joy. At that moment, she suddenly remembered her desire to inquire about her father's safety. "Your Grace, may I ask if my father is well?" "Lord Eddard is unharmed," Cersei replied. "However, how do you intend to deal with him?" "Only the king has the authority to make such a decision." Upon hearing this, Sansa's anxious heart finally found solace. As long as Joffrey was the one making the decision, She firmly believed he would never harm her father. Yet, the thought of her mother and brother engaging in unlawful acts was deeply troubling, with consequences that could be dire. Though Joffrey was merciful towards her as a sovereign, he was bound to impose severe punishment for treasonous acts. Therefore, it was imperative that she inform her mother of their situation. She had to do it. Then I shall write, she resolved. Cersei offered a warm smile, leaning in to kiss Sansa's cheek. I knew you would. Once I tell Joffrey how mature you were today, he will surely take pride in you. Time passed slowly, and as Sansa's wrist ached, she finally completed 4 letters. The recipients included her mother, Catelyn, her brother, Robb, her aunt Lisa in the Eyrie, and her grandfather, Hotin, in Riverrun. Excellent work, you have done splendidly. Now, go rest. I have arranged a room for you, Cersei gestured, summoning 2 handmaidens to Sansa's side. Chapter 45. The Kingsguard. Arya found herself lost. Though she had clearly remembered the route on the map when she arrived, she now stood at a fork in the path on her way back. It was certainly not due to her eagerness to see His Grace Joffrey that she had gone astray. Absolutely not. Arya mumbled, tracing her fingers along the stone wall as she ventured through the darkness. Perhaps it was because her father was still alive that, even in the shadows, she felt less fearful. Suddenly, she heard footsteps approaching in the distance, accompanied by a flickering glow. She held her breath and anxiously scanned her surroundings. But all she could see was pitch blackness. Gritting her teeth, Arya turned back. Calm as water, she reminded herself. She tiptoed, striving to muffle her footsteps. As she navigated along the stone wall, she finally stumbled upon a fork in the path, where she concealed herself, crouching low to hide her form. The footsteps drew nearer, and at last, she discerned faint whispers. My Lord Governor, I have no desire to follow in Varys' footsteps. Lord Peter, that fool Varys brought his fate upon himself. Only a madman would attempt to assassinate the prince and allow himself to be caught. But our conversation is perilous. Who knows if it might be overheard? Upon hearing this, Arya's heart momentarily slowed. She held her breath, striving to remain steady. My Lord Peter, if you truly felt it was dangerous, you would not be here. For the sake of my safety, let us keep our discourse brief. I demand all of Varys' little birds, and I require funding as well. Very well, my Lord Peter. As long as you are willing to meet my demands. The conversation gradually faded into the distance, until Arya could no longer discern their words. However, Arya dared not move, fearing that the two might suddenly turn back. After what felt like an eternity, once she was certain it was safe, Arya proceeded along the path she had taken earlier. As she walked, she finally glimpsed a glimmer of light in the darkness. Emerging from the tunnel, Arya beheld the Hound's face. My Lord Sandor, I have crucial matters to report to His Majesty, Arya said urgently. Come along, little sister, the Hound replied, his expression devoid of emotion as he led Arya away. At the Red Keep, in the small council chamber, a guard's voice called out, Your Majesty, Ser Balistan requests an audience. Joffrey snapped out of his reverie. Let him enter. The oak door swung open, revealing the elderly knight clad in white armor. Your Majesty, how may I serve you? Balistan placed his helmet upon the table. Master, please, take a seat. Joffrey warmly invited Balistan to sit beside him. Balistan regarded the young king with a look of confusion. I wish to form a personal guard, preferably comprised of young warriors. Do you have any suitable candidates, master? Joffrey stated plainly. A look of perplexity crossed Balistan's aged face. Your Majesty, I do not comprehend why you wish to establish a personal guard. Do you not find our Kingsguard adequate for the task? Joffrey was taken aback, clearly not expecting Balistan to consider it from this angle. After all, Balistan was the captain of the Kingsguard, whose very duty was to protect the king. He felt guilt over Robert's death, believing he had failed in his vocation. Joffrey hastily explained, Master, please do not rush to conclusions. Allow me to elaborate. My mother discussed a matter with me yesterday. She believes you have grown too old and intends to relieve you of your duties as captain of the Kingsguard. Upon hearing this, Balistan sprang from his chair, his face flushed with agitation. Your Majesty, I have sworn an oath before the gods to serve as captain of the Kingsguard for life. Only death can sever that bond. Joffrey anticipated Balistan's reaction and quickly sought to soothe the old knight. That is how I expressed it to my mother, but I could not persuade her. She plans to appoint my uncle as captain of the Kingsguard. By this point, Balistan had regained his composure, looking at Joffrey. Your Majesty, what is your stance on this matter? No one in the Seven Kingdoms is more suited for this position than you. Joffrey spoke sincerely. Wouldn't he that contradict the Queen Mother's arrangements? That is precisely why I sought your counsel, Master. I require your assistance. Balistan scrutinized Joffrey for a long moment before bursting into laughter. Your Majesty, you are indeed correct. Joffrey joined in the laughter. After a moment, Joffrey tentatively inquired, "Master, what is your inclination?" "I am willing to serve your majesty with unwavering loyalty," Balistan declared, rising to bow solemnly before Joffrey. "It is my honor, master. Now, let us deliberate on the candidates for the personal guard." Joffrey steadied Balistan. The two resumed their seats, and after a moment's contemplation, Balistan spoke. "If your majesty trusts the old minister's words, there are numerous young individuals within my family who meet your criteria. Lord Gills and I are old acquaintances, and his family also boasts several valiant youths in King's Landing." Joffrey appeared somewhat unfamiliar with the name. "Lord Gills Rosby is not in robust health and frequently misses meetings, so your majesty may not have a strong impression of him." Joffrey nodded, as if grasping the concept. "How many can you provide me?" Balistan pondered briefly. "If I include some free knights I am acquainted with, your majesty, I can offer you 20 men. "Only 20? Joffrey furrowed his brow, surprised at the meager number. The Lannister guards stationed at the Red Keep alone numbered in the hundreds, not counting the gold-cloaked city watch. Balistan smiled. "Your majesty, why do you require so many?" "In my humble opinion, 20 personal guards are sufficient." Joffrey appeared momentarily perplexed, uncertain of Balistan's reasoning. "Your majesty, you are now the king. Most guards would hesitate to draw their weapons against you. With all due respect, if one day your conflict with the Queen Regent cannot be resolved, I wager that over 90% of the Lannister guards would choose to remain neutral. As for the City Watch, they are even less likely to engage in such a thankless endeavor," Balistan elucidated. Finally, Joffrey comprehended, realizing he had fallen into a trap of flawed reasoning. He had always believed that he needed sufficient military might to conquer Cersei, but now, as king, he possessed inherent political advantages. Perhaps he had been overly cautious, Joffrey mused. "That is splendid, master. Would you be willing to train this contingent of guards for me?" Joffrey inquired. Balistan nodded. "These are all exceptional young men who have achieved success in the melee tournaments. I am confident they will not disappoint your majesty." Joffrey felt a sense of relief, but suddenly recalled something and continued. "Master, time is of the essence. How long will it take to train them into a competent guard?" Balistan stroked his graying beard, pondering for a moment. "Your majesty, if you can provide me with sufficient gold dragons, I can assure you that I can complete this task within a month." Chapter 46. Loras. Joffrey anxiously tugged at his hair, lamenting the need for gold. He currently possessed little wealth, which posed a significant problem. "Master, I will resolve the financial issue as swiftly as possible. How many gold dragons do you require?" Joffrey asked. "At least 5,000 gold dragons," Balistan replied. "I will provide you with 1,000 gold dragons now. The remainder will follow shortly," Joffrey assured him. This initial sum was part of the funds Jaime had allocated for the construction of the forge. So much had transpired recently: an assassination attempt, the king's demise, and his own ascension to the throne. In the hustle and bustle of his duties, Joffrey nearly forgot about this matter. At that moment, Jaime had already joined Tywin's army and was not present in King's Landing. Perhaps he could temporarily allocate these funds to recruit personal guards, Joffrey pondered. Varys nodded. 1,000 gold dragons would suffice for the recruitment. "Excellent, my teacher. I entrust this matter to you," Joffrey declared with gravity. Varys accepted the task, and the small council chamber fell silent once more. Joffrey drummed his fingers on the table, producing a rhythmic sound. How could he amass such a substantial amount? Just then, he heard the announcement from the guards. "Your Grace, Ser Loras requests an audience." "Oh," Joffrey's eyes brightened. "A timely visitor indeed. Here comes the gold. Let him in," he commanded eagerly. The guard hesitated, stammering. "Ser Loras requests that your Grace meet him in the square, as he carries many gifts that are cumbersome to bring inside." Joffrey paused, a smile spreading across his face. "Very well, lead me to him." As he exited the Maegor's holdfast, Joffrey was accompanied by Varys and another member of the King's Guard. After a moment of contemplation, he decided to summon his teacher back. Loras was formidable. If he were accompanied by a few ineffectual knights, there was no telling whether Loras might turn the tables on him. Even with a throng of Lannister guards in the square, Joffrey could not guarantee his own safety. For the sake of his own life, he thought it prudent to exercise caution. Upon entering the square, Joffrey spotted Loras pacing anxiously, flanked by 2 retainers from House Tyrell. Loras glanced toward the Maegor's holdfast from time to time. When he saw Joffrey, a smile broke across his face as he hurried towards him. "Your Grace, you have finally arrived." Joffrey nodded slightly, awaiting Loras's further remarks. Loras gestured towards several large chests beside his retainers. "Your Grace, I have brought the ransom you requested. Here are 8 chests, each containing 1,000 gold dragons. You may have someone verify the amount." Joffrey restrained his rising excitement, maintaining a composed facade. He instructed one of his guards, "Go and count it." The guard complied, opening the chests, which gleamed with a dazzling light, blinding in its brilliance. Joffrey, maintaining his stoic demeanor, remarked, "Sir Loras, if I recall correctly, I requested 10,000 gold dragons." Loras's expression turned to one of embarrassment. "Your Grace, this is all I could gather for now. However, do not worry. I will hasten to procure the remaining 2,000 gold dragons." Joffrey recognized Loras's attempt to buy time and scoffed, "If memory serves, I granted you 3 days. What day is it today?" Loras's complexion paled. "The second day." "Very well," Joffrey nodded with a smile. "I maintain my stance. If I do not see the remaining 2,000 golden dragons by tomorrow, prepare to collect Lord Renly's corpse." Loras stammered, "Your Majesty, could you grant me a few more days?" "Sir Loras, time waits for no one. I suggest you hasten your fundraising efforts," Joffrey replied. With gritted teeth, Loras declared, "Your Majesty, I shall commence fundraising immediately. However, I have a small request that I hope you might entertain." Intrigued, Joffrey said, "Oh, do share." "I wish to meet Lord Renly," Loras stated. Joffrey paused, regarding Loras with a peculiar expression. "Goodness, is this the moment you choose to indulge in such thoughts?" Perceiving the look in Joffrey's eyes, Loras's demeanor shifted dramatically. "Your Majesty, it is not as you presume. My intention in seeking Lord Renly is solely to ascertain his safety." "Huh, had I not glimpsed the prison previously, I might have almost believed you," Joffrey inwardly scoffed. "Enough, you may proceed," he commanded one of his Kingsguard, Sir Preston. "Escort Sir Loras to the dungeon." Preston obliged, and Loras followed closely behind. Observing their departing figures, Baelish spoke up, "Your Majesty, how shall we arrange this sum?" Joffrey replied with a grin, "You shall take 5,000 golden dragons to complete the recruitment of the Kingsguard. The remainder I shall manage." Baelish nodded and, accompanied by several guards, began transporting the chest filled with gold. At that moment, a guard rushed in, breathless with urgency. "Your Majesty, Lord Sandor sends word that Miss Arya seeks an audience with you." "Arya?" Joffrey had nearly forgotten her. "Let us go," he said. "Your Majesty, I have important matters to discuss with you," Arya exclaimed as she hurried towards him, her words tumbling out in a flurry. "Calm yourself, Arya." Joffrey motioned for her to sit and urged her to speak slowly. "Your Majesty, can you guess what I overheard in the secret passage?" "Oh." Joffrey's interest piqued. "I heard Lord Peter's voice." "Littlefinger?" Joffrey frowned, pondering what he might be doing in the Red Keep's tunnels. "Very well, continue." Arya nodded. "I heard Lord Peter conversing with someone referred to as the governor. He mentioned that Lord Varys is too foolish and spoke of taking over some intelligence network." Joffrey's heart raced with alarm. The tunnels within the Red Keep had always posed a risk. No one could guarantee that such passages did not extend into his own chambers. The thought of awakening to find his throat slit was a chilling prospect. Joffrey had believed that eliminating Varys had eradicated the threat of the tunnels. Now, Littlefinger's involvement complicated matters. It seemed that both the tunnels and the little birds must be under his control for true safety, Joffrey contemplated. What else did they discuss? He pressed. As they walked farther away, their voices faded from my hearing. "Your Majesty, who is that governor?" Arya inquired. "I am as perplexed as you are," Joffrey replied. His brow furrowed. "By the way, Your Majesty, my father mentioned he acquiesced to your request. Can he now be released?" Arya gazed at Joffrey with eyes full of hope. Joffrey paused. "What did Lord Eddard say?" "My father shared many things with me, but he only mentioned that he complied with your request regarding Your Majesty." Joffrey's immediate reaction was disbelief. "Did you speak of anything else with Lord Eddard?" he asked. Arya shook her head. Joffrey lapsed into silence. "Your Majesty, why do you refuse to release my father? He has clearly acknowledged his mistakes." Joffrey smiled wryly. "Arya, this matter is far more complex than you realize." Chapter 47. The Council. "Your Majesty, you are the king. Isn't it merely a matter of your word to pardon my father?" Arya questioned, perplexed. Joffrey struggled to articulate an explanation to her. "Though I am king, I am still underage. True power lies with my mother." He could only clarify. "I dislike the queen. Her brother killed Jory." Arya frowned. Joffrey scratched his head. "In any case, the situation is as such. The decision regarding Lord Eddard's fate will be made tomorrow at the council after deliberations among the lords." "What a bother," Arya murmured. "Your Majesty, if my father is released without charges, can he take me back to Winterfell?" Arya asked. "I fear that is not possible. My mother has plans for Lord Eddard to serve as a night's watchman at the wall." Arya frowned. "Why?" "My father has already acknowledged his wrongs." Joffrey found himself at a loss for words. He could not divulge to Arya the secret of her father's discovery about his lineage. The situation was intricate and difficult to elucidate. Arya rose from her seat. "Regardless of where my father goes, I must accompany him. Your Majesty, can you fulfill this wish of mine?" Joffrey fell into silence. Initially, he considered grooming Arya to be Varys' successor, gathering intelligence on his behalf. Yet now, that notion seemed destined to fail. Very well, I shall grant you this, he conceded. Splendid. Thank you, your majesty, Arya exclaimed joyfully. Hail to his majesty Joffrey I, king of the Undulls, the Royner, and the first men, ruler of the Seven Kingdoms, of House Baratheon and House Lannister. Hail to your majesty's mother, the light of the West, the protector of the realm, the Queen Regent, Cersei Lannister. The herald's voice echoed in my ears, and Joffrey felt no joy in being the center of attention at that moment. For the true focus was his mother, Queen Regent Cersei Lannister, standing beside him. Joffrey ascended the Iron Throne within the Great Hall and recited the carefully prepared lines. Maester Pycelle, I command you to proclaim my decree. Clad in a crimson velvet robe, Pycelle withdrew a scroll of parchment from his sleeve and began to read aloud. The content was lengthy, predominantly consisting of names. Essentially, it was a summons issued in the name of the king and the realm's foremost lords, commanding the various lords to come forth and pledge their fealty to the crown. Failure to comply would render them traitors. Among those named were Stannis, the brother of Robert, as well as Sansa's mother and brother. Upon completing the tedious list, Maester Pycelle produced another scroll to continue, to replace the traitor Eddard Stark. In accordance with the king's wishes, the Duke of Casterly Rock and Warden of the West, Tywin Lannister, shall assume the role of Hand of the King, governing affairs of state in the king's name and leading the armies against the rebels, conveying his commands. His Majesty has decreed, and the lords have concurred. The position of Hand of the King was unequivocally destined for Tywin, as he commanded the entirety of House Lannister's forces. Joffrey's support base was largely confined to House Lannister, with the Baratheon forces concentrated primarily at Storm's End. However, Joffrey harbored a disdain for Tywin, perceiving his insatiable thirst for power as a grave threat to his own standing. Yet, he found himself bereft of a more suitable candidate and unable to amend such a significant appointment, to replace the traitor Stannis Baratheon. In accordance with the wishes of His Majesty the King, the Queen Regent Cersei Lannister shall assume the position of Chief Advisor to the Crown, providing unwavering support and assisting His Majesty in ruling the realm with wisdom and administering justice. His Majesty has decreed, and the lords have concurred. Cersei's appointment was equally indisputable, for she now wielded absolute authority in King's Landing. Pycelle continued, to the devoted captain of the City Watch, Janos Slynt. His Majesty also wishes to elevate him immediately to the rank of nobility and bestow upon him the historic Harrenhal along with its taxes, to be inherited by his descendants for generations to come. Thus, His Majesty has decreed, and Slynt shall become a chief advisor, aiding His Majesty in the governance of the realm. His Majesty has decreed, and the lords have concurred. The reward for Commander Janos of the City Watch was an arrangement orchestrated by Cersei. Yet Joffrey held little fondness for this man. He recognized him as a greedy individual, one who would trample honor for a handful of gold dragons. For now, the Lannisters had provided ample gold, securing his allegiance. But what would happen if a future adversary offered more? Would he not then stand against Joffrey? Joffrey gazed impassively at the bald Janos as he entered the hall, contemplating how to bestow a semblance of dignity upon him. Once the accolades for Janos were concluded, Pycelle resumed. Lastly, in this time of conspiracies and turmoil, with the beloved King Robert having recently passed, we, the lords, deem the safety of King Joffrey's life to be of utmost priority. At this juncture, Pycelle paused, casting a glance towards Cersei. Cersei understood and rose to her feet, saying, Ser Balistan Selmy, you are at my command. Balistan knelt on one knee, replying, Your humble servant awaits your orders. Please rise, you may remove your helmet. As you wish, your grace. Balistan swiftly removed his silver helmet. A flicker of surprise crossed Cersei's emerald eyes. Ser Balistan, do you have nothing to say? Balistan sighed. I beg for a place to enjoy my twilight years. At that moment, Peter Baelish interjected, My dear Ser, we are not ungrateful for your past contributions. Lord Tywin Lannister has generously agreed to allocate a substantial tract of land in the northern part of Lannisport as your domain. It is not only coastal but also rich in minerals, with ample manpower to construct a formidable fortress and provide you with servants to fulfill all your needs. Without hesitation, Balistan removed his silver armor. Please convey my gratitude to Lord Tywin. Having completed this, Balistan left the throne room without looking back. Joffrey silently applauded his teacher's performance. Indeed, experience holds great value. He had informed Balistan of the day's events the previous day, instructing him to feign anger to confuse Cersei. Balistan's display in the throne room was a guise to secretly assemble and train the Kingsguard. Now that he had temporarily stepped down from the position of captain of the Kingsguard, the scrutiny upon him would significantly diminish. Unexpectedly, this old man displayed considerable understanding. Joffrey overheard Cersei's murmurs beside him. Peter then stepped forward again. Your Grace, with the original Kingsguard reduced to 6, we must select a suitable candidate for the Kingsguard. Cersei interjected, looking across the 7 kingdoms. None is more fitting for this role than Sandor Clegane, sworn to protect your Grace. Joffrey, aware of Cersei's intentions to win over the Hound, added, Sandor, what say you? The Hound, expressionless, pondered for a moment. What's the harm? I have neither lands nor a wife. Even if I did, who would care? But I warn you, I shall not partake in any knightly oaths. Ser Barrows of the Kingsguard frowned. The Kingsguard has always been comprised of knights. That is no longer the case, Joffrey commanded. Chapter 48. Selmy in the Red Keep. In Balliston's chamber, he sat in contemplation, gazing at the wheat-embossed shield on the wall. Had it not been for Joffrey's prior discussion with him, he might have faced a humiliating escape from King's Landing today. When Ballistan had sworn fealty to Robert, he had not particularly cared for Prince Joffrey, who at that time always bore an air of arrogance, accompanied by various rumors of his brutality. It was only recently, when Joffrey discreetly approached him, requesting lessons in swordsmanship, that Ballistan began to regard the heir apparent more seriously. Joffrey appears to have undergone a remarkable transformation. He is now courteous and capable of enduring hardship, diligently practicing his swordsmanship. This newfound demeanor has begun to alter Balliston's perception of him. Perhaps His Highness Joffrey has truly turned over a new leaf. After all, he is the future king, and it may be prudent for me to extend my goodwill towards him. Just yesterday, following a conversation with Joffrey, Balliston discerned the young king's resolve. He is unwilling to remain a puppet of the regent. He desires to seize power. This endeavor is fraught with peril, for failure could lead to irretrievable ruin. Yet, should he succeed, the rewards could far exceed his expectations. Given that he has already fallen out of favor with the regent, why not take a bold gamble? As Balliston was lost in thought, a voice from outside the door interrupted him. My lord, a young man claims to be your nephew and wishes to meet with you. Startled, Balliston furrowed his brow and replied, let him enter. Shortly thereafter, the door swung open, revealing a towering young man, 6 feet tall, with deep brown hair and a muscular build reminiscent of a small mountain. Upon seeing Balliston, the young man's scarred face broke into a joyful grin. Uncle, I have finally found you. Balliston's expression shifted to one of surprise. Raymond, what brings you here? This young man was indeed Raymond, the second son of Balliston's cousin, Elvin Selmy. The smile faded from Raymond's face as he stammered for a while before saying, Uncle, I escaped from Harvest Hall. Escaped? Balliston noted the gravity of the word and frowned. You must tell me honestly what transpired. My brother wishes me to march to the front lines to face certain death, Raymond explained. The front lines are where men earn their glory, as your lord brother. It is reasonable for him to send you there. Balliston's gaze intensified as he fixed his eyes on Raymond. Uncle, you do not understand. He did not provide me with guards, and he even sought to strip me of my armor, leaving me with only a sword. Raymond spoke bitterly. How could this be? As your brother's blood relation, why would he wish you harm? Raymond glanced around the room, ensuring they were alone, and lowered his voice. There are rumors that my newborn nephew is not my brother's child. Balliston was momentarily taken aback. Noticing his uncle's silence, Raymond continued in a hushed tone, Uncle, many say that I am the rightful heir to Harvest Hall. I do not know if my brother has heard this, but since then, he has been avoiding me. Balliston sighed. Regardless of the rumors, your brother remains the current lord of Harvest Hall, and your escape has tarnished your reputation. Raymond sighed in return. Indeed. That is why I have brought my sister to seek refuge with you. Your sister? Balliston's eyes widened in shock. Lena has also run away with you? Raymond scratched his head, pondering the arrangement his elder brother had made for his sister to wed Herbert Carlin. Goodness, that man must be at least 60 years old, while Lena is merely 18. I cannot fathom my brother's reasoning. Ballistan, feeling a wave of frustration, inquired, So you chose to help your sister escape from this marriage? Lena was his niece, the sole daughter of his cousin. He recalled cradling her as an infant, only to be surprised when she relieved herself on him. Astonishingly, those years had flown by, and that baby had blossomed into a young woman of marriageable age. I cannot possibly let my own sister leap into the fire, Raymond replied, hands raised in exasperation. Ballistan, still grappling with the situation, pressed, And where is your sister now? At an inn called the 7 Swords in King's Landing, where several of my cousins also reside, Raymond explained. Ballistan felt dizzy. You brought your cousins along? Raymond counted on his fingers. Gaemond, Taven, Oswin. Ballistan interjected. Enough, please. The elderly man felt a twinge of distress. His nephew had nearly transported the entire young generation of the Selmy family to King's Landing. How would the current head of house, Lord of Harvest Hall, perceive him? Even if he had a multitude of mouths to explain, it would not suffice. Originally, he intended to introduce a few distant young relatives living in King's Landing to his Grace Joffrey. Little did he expect that his immediate family would arrive instead. Although this would fulfill the king's directive, Balistan sensed it would tarnish his own reputation. Take me to meet them, Balistan finally resolved. In King's Landing, at Tobmot's blacksmith shop, Master Gland was taken aback, exclaiming, "Your Grace, I thought you had forgotten about us." His heart leapt at the sight of 2 chests brimming with gleaming gold dragons. Yet he struggled to maintain a serious demeanor. "I have indeed brought the gold dragons, albeit with a slight delay." Joffrey gestured for the guards to carry the treasure into the smithy. The hound returned to his king's side, still clad in his armor, though his cloak had transformed to a pristine white. "How fares your blast furnace?" Joffrey surveyed the bustling apprentices within the shop. Master Tob emerged from the shadows. "Your Grace, we have encountered a rather troublesome issue." "Oh, pray tell," Joffrey urged. "The batch of iron ore you provided contains excessive impurities. We are unable to purify it thoroughly," Master Tob explained, stroking his beard. Joffrey furrowed his brow, recalling that he had asked Littlefinger to liaise with the iron merchants, but had not followed up since. "Was it the batch given to you by Peter?" "Indeed, Your Grace," Master Gland affirmed. "If we could procure a high-quality batch from the merchants of the Iron Islands, this dilemma could be swiftly resolved." Joffrey nodded. "I will arrange for that. Do you face any other challenges?" "None for the time being, Your Grace." Joffrey fell into a momentary silence before suddenly addressing Master Tob. "I recall you have an apprentice named Qiao Li, do you not?" Master Tob's expression became somewhat strained. "Your Majesty, what business do you have with that wretched boy?" "I wish to entrust him with a task," Joffrey replied. Master Tob's face contorted with concern. "I deeply apologize, Your Majesty, but Qiao Li has gone back to the countryside to visit his grandfather. Perhaps you could consider another individual. We have many clever young men here, some even stronger than him." Joffrey scrutinized Master Tob for a considerable time before abruptly patting him on the shoulder. "Master Tob, I am uncertain if you have heard any rumors, but there are matters you ought to remain ignorant of. It would be best if you kept this to yourself. I shall no longer seek Qiao Li, and I would appreciate it if you do not create any trouble for me, understood?" Master Tob broke into a cold sweat, his calves trembling uncontrollably as he nearly collapsed to the ground. "I understand, Your Majesty. I shall not disclose what should remain unsaid." "Excellent," Joffrey remarked, turning to his newly appointed royal guardsman. "Sandor, let us depart." Chapter 49. The Alliance at Tob's blacksmith shop. In the tea room, Garland and Tob sat facing each other, with Tob pouring a cup of hot tea for Garland. "Old friend, I fail to grasp the riddle you and His Majesty are entangled in," Garland said, taking a delicate sip of tea. Tob wore a bitter smile. "His Majesty is issuing me a warning." Garland rolled his eyes. "It is evident to anyone that the king is displeased. I must inquire, what exactly have you done?" Tob sighed. "I discreetly sent Qiao Li out of the city." Garland raised an eyebrow. "The robust young man. I recall His Majesty praised him upon their first meeting. To be frank, Qiao Li is the illegitimate son of King Robert." Garland abruptly stood from his chair. "Old friend, such a jest is far from amusing. Do you believe I jest with you?" Tob retorted. "When Qiao Li was but a child, a noble entrusted him to me and paid a substantial apprenticeship fee. Trust me, old friend, it was an astonishing sum. If that were all, I would not have linked Qiao Li to the king." He continued, "The previous 2 prime ministers, Lord John Arryn and Lord Eddard Stark, have both visited my forge and specifically inquired about Qiao Li. My friend, if you were in my position, what would you think?" Garland furrowed his brow. "Are you suggesting that His Majesty wishes to eliminate Qiao Li?" Tob raised his hands in a gesture of uncertainty. "I cannot say for certain, but there have been various rumors circulating in King's Landing recently, some of which pertain to His Majesty. As subjects of the king, we ought not to put stock in such gossip. Yet, Qiao Li is like a son to me, having grown up under my watchful eye. If there is even a sliver of truth to those rumors, Qiao Li is in peril. For his safety, I could only resort to this most prudent course of action." Garland sighed. "Why can't you believe that our young king will exhibit his benevolent side?" To which Tob replied gravely, "I have encountered numerous kings in my lifetime. King Robert, King Aerys. They might demonstrate unimaginable tolerance and kindness to some, but once their iron throne is threatened, my friend, trust me, they will unhesitatingly cast those individuals into the depths of hell." In the Red Keep, within the small council chamber, Peter Baelish sat opposite Ser Loras. "Ser Loras, what troubles your mind?" Peter inquired. Loras hesitated. "Will the Queen truly release Lord Renly?" As long as Lord Renly swears fealty to King Joffrey, the rumors of his treachery will dissipate. Loras grimaced. We both know that such a thing is impossible. Peter displayed his signature smile. Sir Loras, everything in this world has a price marked in the shadows. You perceive something as unattainable because your resources are insufficient. Loras questioned. Lord Baelish, I have given all the gold dragons I could muster to the king. What resources do I possess? Sir Loras, your resources are far greater than you realize. Loras wore a perplexed expression. How could I possibly know that? He continued. The queen has been troubled by the rebellions across the Seven Kingdoms. Both Robb Stark in the north and King Robert's brother Stannis indicate that the situation is exceedingly tense. If Lord Renly is returned to his lands, what if he allies with House Tyrell to incite rebellion? Loras stammered. I can persuade Lord Renly. He will surely listen to me. Peter interjected. In my view, verbal promises are no different from worthless paper. I believe the queen shares this sentiment. If you genuinely wish to rescue Lord Renly, you must possess substantial resources to bring to the table. Lord Baelish, please speak plainly to me. Peter tapped his fingers on the table. Sir Loras, I have heard that the queen has been distressed over King Joffrey's betrothal to the daughter of the traitor Eddard Stark. Our queen has complained to me on multiple occasions, expressing her desire for a more beautiful and noble maiden. Loras inquired with confusion. What does that have to do with me? Peter cleared his throat lightly. Sir Loras, you have a sister of extraordinary beauty. Why not propose her as our new queen? Loras furrowed his brow and replied, Lord Baelish, this matter is far too significant for me to decide. Peter chuckled. Then simply bring the one who can make the decision to King's Landing. Are you referring to my grandmother? I know her well. She will not come to King's Landing at this time. Loras shook his head. What if we included a promise? What promise? Allow your father, Lord Mace Tyrell, to enter the council chamber, came the promise. Loras's pupils dilated in shock. Is this true? This is a commitment made to me by Her Majesty the Queen Mother herself. You may discern its veracity. Observing Loras fall into silence, Peter continued, Sir Loras, we do not require you to make a decision. You need only to carry our goodwill back to Highgarden, during which time we shall ensure the safety of Lord Renly. Loras finally nodded. Lord Baelish, I shall dispatch a raven to convey this news to my grandmother at once. However, I must remain in King's Landing to guarantee Lord Renly's protection. We await your favorable tidings, Sir Loras, Peter said, beaming as he shook Loras's hand. Sandor, do you enjoy being a Kingsguard? Joffrey suddenly inquired. The hound, trailing behind him, wore an impassive expression. Your Grace, since the day I became your personal guard, I anticipated this moment. You know my views on honor. I need not elaborate further. Ultimately, swearing to become a Kingsguard does not preclude me from seeking solace in taverns. So what does it matter whether I enjoy it or not? What if one day I could elevate you to the head of House Clegane? The hound paused briefly before replying. Your Grace, my brother is a knight sworn by Lord Tywin. Even as king, you possess no authority to alter his decree. Joffrey smiled slightly. Sandor, I understand your concerns. I admit I currently lack the power to influence my grandfather's decisions. The hound nodded slightly. How old is my grandfather this year? The hound fell silent, momentarily at a loss for words. At least over 50, I presume, Joffrey remarked with a confident smile. And I am but 12. The hound seemed to grasp his young master's implication. In 10 years, or at most a decade, I shall be in my prime, while my grandfather will be frail and aged. Yet, Your Grace, power does not wane with age. Rather, it often grows stronger. Lord Tywin's renown echoes throughout Westeros, commanding the armies of the West, while the reigns of Castamere recount his glory. Joffrey chuckled. Then let us await the outcome. Chapter 50. Lena in King's Landing. At the Seven Swords Inn, Peter Baelish surveyed the drunken mercenaries and merchants around him, unable to suppress a frown. The air was thick with the scents of roasted lamb, sweat, and cheap perfume. As Peter ascended the wooden stairs of the inn, the boards creaked beneath his weight. Raymond's room was on the second floor, and upon pushing the door open, he encountered a familiar visage. A young woman stood by the window, her deep brown waves loosely tied with a green ribbon. Her complexion was fair, and her deep blue eyes sparkled like sapphires. She wore a fitted green top, a blend of wool and leather, the fabric hugging her form and accentuating her breathtaking curves. Upon encountering the young maiden, Balistan was greeted with a sweet smile that evoked memories of her mother, his first love. The resemblance between mother and daughter was striking, and in that fleeting moment, Balistan was transported back to his youth. In those days, he had resolutely relinquished his claim to the ancestral estate of Fengsho Hall for the honor of the Imperial Guards, swearing before Sir Hightower to protect his king with all his might. Decades have passed. She is now married, and her daughter has blossomed into a graceful young woman, reminiscent of her mother. Balistan felt a dryness in his throat. Uncle. Lena Selmy approached Balistan and enveloped the elder in a warm embrace. How is my mother? Balistan inquired. Lena nodded. Mother is well. She has frequently spoken of you, recounting tales of the fearless Balistan, the pride of our Selmy family. Balistan felt a twinge of humility. I hardly deserve such praise. Uncle, you must not send me back to Fengsho Hall. I have no desire to marry that old man. Balistan sighed. I am no longer the head of the family. I have no authority over familial matters. But you can shelter us. You are the captain of the Imperial Guards. Lena implored, shaking his hand. Please agree. I am no longer a member of the Imperial Guards. Balistan replied with a bittersweet smile. What? Raymond exclaimed, his eyes wide with disbelief. Lena covered her mouth in shock. Uncle, when did this happen? Just yesterday. Her Majesty the Empress dismissed me from my position. Raymond's face fell. What shall we do now? We have nowhere to go. Balistan glanced at the other family members in the room and turned to close the door. Come closer, everyone. I wish for this to remain confidential, he spoke softly. I have a dangerous task at hand, one that could cost us our lives if mishandled. Lena was left speechless with astonishment. Uncle, you don't intend to rebel, do you? Raymond queried, fearing that his uncle, stripped of honor by the Empress, might resort to desperate measures. Balistan smiled slightly. On the contrary, I intend to assist His Majesty in restoring order. Raymond scratched his head in confusion. Uncle, what does this have to do with the king? The king has tasked me with secretly forming a guard to oppose the Empress, Balistan explained. Why would the king go against his own mother? Lena asked. The matter is intricate, but I have indeed conferred with the king, who provided me with a substantial sum, 5,000 gold dragons. Raymond was utterly stunned, counting on his fingers. 5,000 gold dragons? How many roasted chickens can that buy? Lena rolled her eyes at her brother. You only think of food. However, the shock within her heart was no less than that of her brother. For instance, regarding the cost of their lodging, they rented 2 ordinary rooms, which amounted to merely 10 silver deer for a single night. Their daily meals totaled no more than 1 or 2 silver deer. A single golden dragon could be exchanged for a full 100 silver deer. Uncle, why does His Majesty the King bestow upon you such a bounty of golden dragons? Raymond inquired. Balistan explained, acquiring steeds, armor, and weaponry demands a considerable amount of golden dragons. Moreover, the king's ambitions extend beyond this. He requires a personal guard of at least 100 men. Lena seemed to grasp Balistan's implication. So, Uncle, do you wish for us to join His Majesty's personal guard? Balistan nodded, then shook his head. Not you, but everyone else apart from you. Lena pouted. Uncle, why can't I go? My archery skills surpass everyone else's. Even Raymond cannot compete with me. Balistan gazed at Raymond with astonishment, his eyes questioning. Raymond's dark complexion flushed slightly as he stammered. Uncle, it's because I wasn't well fed on the day of the contest. Had I been, my sister surely would not have bested me. Balistan retorted. You were defeated by a woman? That was merely an accident. Enough, do not speak further. He waved his hand dismissively. Then, turning to his niece, he asked, Lena, tell me, why do you wish to enter His Majesty's personal guard? Without hesitation, Lena replied. Because I desire power, and the king wields the greatest authority among the 7 kingdoms. Balistan furrowed his brow. Is it merely to escape an unwanted marriage? There is no need for such drastic measures. While I may not serve as a member of the royal guard, I can certainly facilitate your union with a suitable suitor. Lena stood tall with pride. Uncle, you may have misunderstood my intentions. I do not wish to marry like those noble ladies. What I seek is to achieve glory on the battlefield and become a renowned female knight of the 7 kingdoms. Furthermore, I aspire to earn the king's favor and become a lord over my own territory. Gazing at the spirited young woman before him, Balistan was momentarily lost in thought. After a long pause, he sighed. I am indeed growing old. The future belongs to you young ones. With her uncle's approval, Lena beamed with joy. Balistan abruptly interjected. Lena, I understand your feelings, but there is something I must caution you about. Please, uncle, go on, she urged. His Majesty is still quite young and may be somewhat impetuous. You must not draw too close to him. What if he takes a liking to you and wishes for you to be his mistress? Balistan expressed his concerns anxiously. Wouldn't that be even better? Lena replied with an air of inevitability. Both Balistan and Raymond were left speechless. Moreover, the king is merely a 12-year-old child at present. Should I become his mistress, I would undoubtedly enchant him utterly, and he would reward me as he deemed fit, perhaps even allowing me to assume the role of a lady of the realm. The more Lena pondered this prospect, the more exhilarated she became, her eyes sparkling with delight. Balistan gazed at his cousin in disbelief, remarking, Raymond, what has happened to your sister? Raymond, equally bewildered, replied, How would I know? Perhaps she has indulged too much in chivalric tales. Chapter 51. Archery in the Red Keep. Within the small council chamber, Cersei furrowed her brow. Are you suggesting that little Joffrey has been clandestinely meeting with that old scoundrel, Selmy? Indeed, your grace. You may inquire of the knights in the square. They can attest to this, Peter Baelish replied. It is of little consequence. After all, Balistan has previously taught little Joffrey the art of swordsmanship. Thus, it seems reasonable to offer him some recompense. Peter was taken aback, evidently unprepared for Cersei's reaction, yet he persisted with his persuasion. I have also heard that your grace once discussed Lord Renly's ransom with Ser Loras, during which Ser Loras provided 8,000 golden dragons. Upon hearing the sum of 8,000 golden dragons, a flicker of surprise crossed Cersei's emerald eyes. Is there truly such an amount? Peter nodded. Your grace. With all due respect, King Joffrey is but 12 years of age. To possess such a fortune at his tender age would likely lead him to squander it recklessly. Cersei responded, I shall speak to little Joffrey regarding this matter. Is there anything further you wish to report? Your grace, I have conferred with Ser Loras, who has agreed to our terms and has dispatched a letter via a raven to Highgarden, expressing his willingness to grant Lord Mace Tyrell a position at court. Very well. What is his response? Ser Loras has consented to our conditions and has already sent a letter to that effect. Excellent. Should this matter come to fruition, I shall not hesitate to bestow upon you a fitting reward, Cersei declared with satisfaction. Thank you, your grace. Peter bowed, his face alight with pride. In the Red Keep, at the training grounds, the Hound approached Joffrey, having ensured the area was clear of any onlookers. My liege, the grounds are now secure, devoid of any idle spectators, he murmured. Joffrey, adorned in a splendid suit of armor emblazoned with the sigil of House Baratheon, a golden lion depicted on his shoulder plates, surveyed the young men Balistan had assembled for him. Each of them stood nearly 6 feet tall, an impressive sight. Among them, he discerned one youth, the tallest and most robust, resembling a fitness trainer from his previous life on Earth, muscles rippling beneath his skin. In Westeros, there existed no advanced fitness regimens. All strength was derived from natural endeavors. Thus, Joffrey felt no trepidation regarding potential news of his personal guard's demise. Dismounting, he approached the muscular youth and nodded with approval. What is your name? The muscular young man, his face flushed with excitement, addressed the king. Your Majesty, I am Raymond Selmy, hailing from the Hall of Harvest in Storm's End. Joffrey gazed in astonishment at his companion, Barristan. Clad in a cloak with a hood obscuring half his face, Barristan replied, Your Majesty, he is indeed my nephew. He participated in the last melee tournament for the Prime Minister's position, and although he fell short of the top 8, his performance is commendable for one of his age. Oh, how old is he? Joffrey inquired. 16, came the answer. 16? Are you telling me that this physique, this muscular build, and this mature visage belong to a high school student? Joffrey's expression was one of disbelief. Your Majesty, he is of age. There is nothing peculiar about that. Joffrey smacked his forehead, realizing he was imposing modern sensibilities onto the medieval realm of Westeros. Nodding slightly, he resumed his inspection of the members of his guard. At the end of the line, he spotted a short figure, barely 5.5 feet tall, even shorter than himself. Upon closer inspection, he was taken aback to discover that she was a girl. The iron helmet and chainmail had concealed her identity. What is your name? He asked. Your Majesty, I am Lyanna Selmy, known as the god's archer among the folk of Harvest Hall. Lyanna displayed no trace of trepidation at the presence of the king. Instead, she boldly met his gaze. Joffrey, intrigued by the girl with deep blue eyes, asked, Are you skilled in archery? With a hint of skepticism, he continued, Can you demonstrate your prowess? Lyanna smiled gently. If your Majesty could provide me with a bow and a few arrows. Joffrey nodded, gesturing for a nearby guard to fetch the weapons from the armory. At that moment, Barristan stepped forward, looking somewhat troubled. Lyanna, how can you flaunt your skills before His Majesty? Lyanna remained unfazed. Uncle, are we not here to be assessed? The king seeks to recruit for his guard. If we do not showcase our abilities, how will he recognize our talents? Joffrey chuckled. Fear not, good sir. I am indeed curious about Lady Lyanna's archery skills. Should she prove as adept as she claims, not only will I welcome her into my guard, but I would also like to enlist her as my archery instructor. Joffrey's interest in the girl was rather superficial. His thoughts were primarily focused on arrangements following his ascension to power. Cersei, being his mother, was a factor he did not wish to disregard entirely. However, to prevent her from descending into madness after a potential failure, it was prudent to place a spy close to her. This spy, to remain effective, must be a woman. Upon hearing the king's promise, Lyanna's blue eyes sparkled with fervent excitement. Thank you, Your Majesty, she said. Removing her helmet, and taking the longbow and quiver of arrows from the guard. Please, designate a target. Joffrey raised an eyebrow, surveying his surroundings until his gaze fell upon several wooden stakes, adorned with circular targets, a few hundred paces away. He gestured towards the farthest target, inquiring, "Can you hit that one?" Without hesitation, Lena nodded confidently. "I am certain." She deftly knocked an arrow from her quiver onto the bowstring, her movements so practiced that her cousins turned to watch. Even the distracted hound nearby glanced over, curiosity piqued. Taking a deep breath, Lena slowly drew the bowstring back, her grip steady, shaping the bow into a perfect crescent. With a whisper, the arrow flew from the bow. All eyes were fixed on the target. Where the arrow struck true, its fletching quivering lightly. "Bravo!" Joffrey was the first to applaud. Her cousins erupted in cheers, and even the old face of Baelish momentarily reflected admiration. Lena lowered her bow and bowed slightly. "Your Majesty, how do you find my archery?" "Remarkably gifted. Even across all of Westeros, your skills would rank among the finest," Joffrey exclaimed, genuinely impressed. Lena looked eagerly at the young king. "Then about the condition you promised earlier." "Lady Lena, you shall be the first member of my personal guard. Furthermore, I shall appoint you as my archery instructor to teach me weekly here." Joffrey replied with a smile. "Your Majesty, may I reside in the Red Keep?" Lena suddenly asked. Baelish quickly interjected, "Your Majesty, that would be ill-advised. Lady Lena is jesting." Joffrey observed his mentor's flustered demeanor and then turned to Lena, who appeared earnest. "Lady Lena, why do you wish to reside in the castle?" "Because I aspire to be your beloved," Lena began, but was abruptly silenced by her brother Raymond's hand over her mouth. Joffrey stared, slack-jawed, at the young woman before him, questioning if he had misheard. Did she wish to become his mistress? How brazen. Chapter 52, Physical Training. Your Majesty. "My niece is in a rather unique situation," Baelish said, somewhat awkwardly. "Oh, in what way?" Joffrey inquired. "She has grown up with tales of knights and seems quite taken with the idea of swearing fealty as one. More than once. She has expressed a desire to become the first appointed female lord of Westeros. So, she desires to be the king's mistress?" Although something felt amiss, Joffrey believed he understood the young lady's intent. Her ambition was palpable. This was not entirely incomprehensible. He recalled a line from a series in his past life. "As long as she is willing to invest effort for me, that suffices." With this thought, Joffrey turned to his mentor, Baelish. "I intend to have her appointed as a lady-in-waiting in the court. What do you think?" "Your Majesty, that would be most unwise." "And why is that?" At this moment, Lena interjected, "Uncle, as a frail woman, isn't it unsafe for me to stay in such a hotel?" It was now Balliston's turn to be taken aback. "What?" Lena retorted, her cheeks flushed with indignation. "The bathroom in that hotel is exceedingly rudimentary, with drafts seeping in from all sides. I can't help but suspect someone might be watching." Stammering, Balistan replied, "But, uncle, please. You wouldn't let your dear niece endure the elements at that wretched inn, would you?" Lena implored, gently shaking Balliston's hand, compelling the elderly man to sigh. "Very well. I concede." It seemed clear to Joffrey that his mentor was thoroughly besotted by his niece, having successfully engaged a female instructor. Joffrey noted Balliston's lack of opposition and proceeded with his next plan. "What unique talents do you all possess? Please demonstrate them." Joffrey addressed the members of his guard. The young men eagerly began to showcase their exceptional skills. Some excelled with the lance, others displayed mastery in swordsmanship, while a few rode with unparalleled grace. However, it was Lena's brother, the brawny figure named Raymond, who astounded Joffrey the most. With sheer strength, Raymond lifted a massive boulder, holding it aloft for a full 10 breaths before finally setting it down. Joffrey estimated the stone weighed at least 450 pounds, comparable to the strongmen of his previous life. "Excellent," Joffrey nodded in satisfaction, prompting joyous expressions among the group. "However, you have only passed my initial assessment," he added with a smile. "Should you succeed in the final evaluation, you shall be formal members of my elite guard." A hush fell over the training ground as everyone awaited Joffrey's next command. "Put on your armor and arm yourselves," he instructed, stepping before them. "Now, follow me in running 20 laps around the arena." His simple command silenced the young men, who looked at Joffrey with puzzled expressions, including his mentor, Balistan. "This is a straightforward test. Either run with me or return whence you came," Joffrey continued, disregarding their confusion as he began his run. The meaning of his words was clear, and though still somewhat bewildered, the group followed suit. Since his arrival in this world, Joffrey had been training in long-distance running with added weight to enhance his physical prowess. Though clad in armor, he was confident in his ability to complete the 20 laps. The arena was roughly the size of a standard athletic field, with each lap measuring approximately 800 meters, totaling a distance of 16 kilometers. Running that distance with added weight was no small feat fortunately. This body possessed commendable attributes, and after nearly a month of perseverance, he could manage to complete 20 laps unencumbered. In the initial laps, Joffrey discerned that his new guard felt no strain. He could even overhear several young men engaged in idle chatter. Why does His Majesty insist on making us run? One might wonder. Regardless, if we must run, then let us do so. However, it seems unnecessary for His Majesty to join us in this endeavor. Can he truly withstand such exertion? You should focus on yourself. I dare say His Majesty may outpace you. Though the young men deliberately lowered their voices, Joffrey still overheard them. As he led the charge into the 8th lap, he caught the sound of Lena's voice beside him. Your Majesty, may I go ahead? Joffrey nodded, gasping for air, his incredulous gaze fixed upon Lena, who appeared utterly unfazed despite her chainmail and helmet. It defied all logic. Joffrey observed Lena's slender figure and concluded that she hardly seemed capable of enduring long-distance running. After she surpassed him, the distance between them widened. Thankfully, the other young men refrained from overtaking him, perhaps out of caution. By the time Joffrey completed the 19th lap, Lena was already at the finish line, waving to the others. Joffrey could only think to himself, this girl possesses extraordinary talent. It is truly remarkable. At long last, the final lap concluded. Joffrey leaned on his knees, pale and panting like a bull, drenched in sweat. All members of the Kingsguard had completed the task, though most were in a state akin to Joffrey's. Your Majesty, did we pass the assessment? Lena asked, wiping the sweat from her brow, her cheeks flushed. Joffrey, too exhausted to speak, merely nodded in affirmation. Hooray! Lena exclaimed with excitement, then proceeded to remove her helmet and chainmail. At that moment, as the constraints of her gear fell away, Joffrey witnessed a scene of unrestrained freedom. His eyes widened, following the movement with rapt attention. He couldn't help but recall a certain advertisement from his past life. Is it truly so elastic? Lena, noticing the young king's gaze, felt no embarrassment. Instead, she straightened her posture and approached him. Your Majesty, you promised to take me back to the Red Keep. When shall you fulfill your vow? Although Lena was slightly shorter than Joffrey, her presence exuded an aura of someone towering at 6 feet. I can take you to the Red Keep right now, Joffrey replied, having regained some strength. Were you not staying at the inn? Do you need me to send someone for your belongings? Absolutely not, Lena exclaimed, darting off like a gust of wind to a corner of the training grounds. Just as Joffrey pondered what the girl intended, he saw her return, clutching a bulging bag. Your Majesty, I anticipated this very scenario and prepared my luggage in advance, Lena declared excitedly. Joffrey couldn't help but think, just how eager are you to advance? At that moment, Bayliston approached the two, addressing Joffrey. Your Majesty, I entrust Lena to your care. She is my only niece, and I have watched her grow since childhood. What is with that expression of yours, reminiscent of a father marrying off his daughter? Joffrey felt overwhelmed by the sarcasm. Rest assured, my teacher, I shall treat her well. Chapter 53, The Escape in the Red Keep, within the small council chamber. Your Grace, I have received a letter from grandmother, Loras exclaimed, handing a letter to Cersei. Cersei gracefully accepted the envelope and read a few lines. Well done, Sir Loras, she remarked, passing the letter to Grand Maester Pycelle. The Grand Maester trembled as he took the letter, examining it for a moment before nodding. Your Grace, this letter indeed comes from Ser Lomas, and it bears the handwriting of Lady Olenna. Lady Olenna Redwine, known as the Queen of Thorns, is Loras's grandmother and the true ruler of House Tyrell. Your Majesty, may I inquire if Lord Renly may now be released? Loras asked. Cersei glanced at Peter Baelish, who responded, Sir Loras. If Lord Renly acknowledges his transgressions at the Great September of Baelor tomorrow, we shall consider him reformed. Loras, on the verge of tears, protested. How many more conditions must I endure? Initially, His Majesty promised that 1,000 golden dragons would suffice for Lord Renly's release, and I complied. I even wrote the letter as you requested. Why must he now confess at the Great September? Peter smiled. Sir Loras, your words lack sincerity. You have yet to gather the 1,000 golden dragons demanded by the king, and our discussions regarding the union remain but a distant prospect. Not a single task we requested has been completed. Loras's face flushed with indignation. Very well, Lord Baelish. You should accompany Sir Loras and hasten to persuade Lord Renly. Cersei dismissed them. Peter nodded, accepting the order, and escorted Loras out of the council chamber. Where is young Joffrey now? Why has he not arrived? Cersei inquired of Grand Maester Pycelle. Your Grace, the guards report that His Majesty has gone to the jousting grounds, Pycelle replied. What does he seek there? Cersei frowned. Perhaps the king wishes to meet some valiant knights, he suggested. After a while, the door opened, and Joffrey entered, glistening with sweat. Mother, what do you need? Cersei noticed Joffrey's disheveled appearance and rose, concerned. "Young Joffrey, what have you been doing?" Joffrey, having shed his armor and changed into a dry silk tunic, replied nonchalantly. "I heard that several renowned knights from distant lands have arrived in the city, and I wish to assess their prowess." Cersei, regaining her composure, cautiously inquired, "Young Joffrey, is it true that Ser Loras has given you 8,000 golden dragons?" Joffrey was taken aback, astonished that this matter had swiftly reached Cersei's ears. He felt a pang of regret for having been too eager and going directly to the square, a place bustling with onlookers. "Indeed, mother, given the circumstances, there is no need for concealment any longer. What do you intend to do with this sum of money?" Cersei inquired. "I have yet to contemplate that," he replied. "Then allow me, your mother, to safeguard it for you." A peculiar sense of déjà vu washed over Joffrey. He recalled that in his previous life, upon receiving his New Year's money, he had heard similar words. With a twitch of his eye, he declared, "Mother, I intend to use this money for iron smelting." "Surely your small forge cannot require such a vast sum?" Cersei's gaze pierced through him. "Alas, mother, I must reserve some funds for contingencies," Joffrey said helplessly. "Then relinquish half of the gold dragons to me. Would 2,000 suffice?" "No." The small council chamber fell into a heavy silence. Grand Maester Pycelle squinted from the side, appearing as though he were asleep. Suddenly, an urgent voice from a guard echoed at the doorway. "Your Grace, Lady Beric has been taken captive by Ser Loras." Both Cersei and Joffrey stared in shock at the guard, and Pycelle opened his eyes wide. "What on earth has transpired?" Cersei demanded, striding swiftly towards the guard, her eyes fixed intently upon him. "Your Grace, Lord Renly has vanished from his cell. Ser Loras believes someone has slain Lord Renly, and has therefore seized Lord Beric." The guard stammered. "Where are they now?" Cersei's gaze was sharp as a blade. "They have just departed the Red Keep. Quickly, summon Janos to intercept them." Cersei screamed. The guard, as if granted amnesty, hurriedly exited the small council chamber. As the sound of his footsteps receded, Cersei paced nervously in place. "Mother, what has happened?" Joffrey feigned ignorance, though he had already surmised much. Cersei's expression darkened, and she remained silent. Joffrey, understanding the gravity of the situation, wisely kept his mouth shut. He was acutely aware that this incident was likely the work of Littlefinger. Arya had once mentioned encountering Littlefinger in the sewers. He must have assumed control of a portion of Varys's little birds, a more formidable Littlefinger. It would be unusual for him not to engage in some scheme at this moment. Joffrey speculated he must have struck a deal with Loras, facilitating Renly's escape through the tunnels of the Red Keep, subsequently orchestrating this charade with Loras. If his conjecture was accurate, Littlefinger would likely return unscathed. Before long, Joffrey heard hurried footsteps approaching from the corridor. Janos, the commander of the city guard adorned in golden armor, entered the small council chamber alongside a battered Littlefinger. "Your Grace, I have fulfilled my duty and rescued Lord Beric from the traitor's grasp," Janos declared, kneeling on one knee. Cersei's expression softened slightly as she fixed her scrutinizing gaze upon Peter Baelish. "What on earth is happening?" she inquired. Peter, bearing a faint scar across his face, offered a wry smile. "Your Grace, who could have anticipated that Lord Renly would vanish so suddenly? Ser Loras, upon discovering the empty cell, had gone into a frenzy, and my guards were no match for him." Cersei returned to her seat, gesturing for Peter to continue. "Ser Loras seized my throat and pressed his sword against my face. Had it not been for my somewhat silver-tongued nature, I might have met a dire fate," Peter sighed. "But who could have released Renly?" Cersei surveyed the room, her voice laced with fury. At this moment, Grand Maester Pycelle interjected. Former Master of Whisperers, Varys possessed such capability. Peter chuckled. "Yet he is dead," Pycelle replied. "But his little birds still live. Lord Pycelle, aside from Varys himself, no one knows how to command those little birds." Enough of this chatter. Cersei rapped her fingers against the table. "Who is responsible for guarding the dungeons?" she demanded. "Your Grace, it is Ser Island," Peter answered. "Summon him at once. I wish to question him face to face." "As you command, Your Grace." Chapter 54. Confession. Eddard Stark felt as though he were rotting away. Perhaps it was the agony from his broken leg that had become familiar, or perhaps the sight of Arya had rekindled a flicker of hope. He awaited the day of his judgment with bated breath. Regardless of the outcome, his daughter was safe, and that was sufficient. Perhaps for him, it was a form of liberation, Eddard mused. He could not ascertain how long he had waited when, at last, he was roused by the resounding toll of a bell. The sound was heavy and prolonged, echoing throughout the city. The massive oak door creaked open, revealing a figure clad in golden armor, flanked by 2 guards. "Eddard Stark, come with us." Blinding light poured in through the doorway, and Eddard raised his gaze to see a shadowy face obscured by the brightness. The guards roughly seized his arms, lifting him from the ground. As he was led from the cell, Eddard's eyes gradually adjusted to the outdoor light, allowing him to discern the Golden Knight's visage, Ser Janos Slint. The commander of the City Watch, the very man who had ordered the slaughter of his men. To have the commander of the City Watch here in person is quite an honor, Eddard retorted coldly. Enough of your words, Stark. Let us proceed. Janos dismissed him. Ignoring the insult, Eddard was roughly escorted, limping through the corridor of the dungeon and out of the Red Keep. He could not remember the distance he had traversed, only that his leg throbbed painfully. By the time Eddard was delivered to the Great September of Baelor, he struggled to maintain his balance. The air was filled with a cacophony of voices as the majority of the citizenry of King's Landing crowded together. Traitor! His head should have been severed long ago. Fool! Who executes in the Great September? Surely, they will not knight him. I have heard he slashed King Robert's throat in the forest, all while feigning innocence. That is not the case. It was his brother, that coward Renly. Shut your mouth, you vile woman. Lord Renly is an honorable man. Eddard Stark could hear the malice and insults directed at him by the common folk. Had it not been for the dozens of guards clad in golden robes surrounding him, he doubted he would have made it this far. He raised his gaze to the high podium at the entrance of the church, where a gathering of knights and nobles stood. King Joffrey, adorned in a striking crimson silk outfit embroidered with leaping stags and roaring lions, wore a golden crown and stood out amongst the crowd. Beside him was Queen Cersei, draped in a black gown. Eddard's eyes searched the podium until they fell upon his eldest daughter, Sansa. She was clad in a sky-blue silk dress, gazing in his direction with a beaming expression. The gods be praised, my dear daughter is indeed unharmed, Eddard thought. But why was she so joyful? Was it simply the prospect of his survival today? To forsake all honor and be scorned by the world, merely to cling to life. Was that truly a cause for celebration? As the bells ceased tolling, Janos whispered, Stark, it is your turn to speak. Eddard inhaled deeply and recited the lines he had rehearsed countless times. I am the Duke of Winterfell. Suddenly, a voice cried out from the distance. What is happening? I can't hear. Speak louder. Behind him, Janos kicked his injured leg, urging him, make it louder. Eddard knelt, then rose again. I am Eddard Stark, Duke of Winterfell and Hand of the King. Today, before the gods above and the mortals below, I confess my treason. As he uttered these words, he felt a string within him snap. Traitor! Kill him! The crowd's curses reverberated in his ears, and though his heart was heavy with anguish, he pressed on. I betrayed my king, my dear friend, Robert. I betrayed his trust. I vowed to protect his children, yet in the wake of his death, I plotted to harm his heirs and seize power for myself. He turned to the High Septon beside him. Now, let the High Septon, beloved of the gods, and the Seven, witness my words. Joffrey Baratheon is the sole legitimate heir to the Iron Throne, by the name of the Seven. He is the ruler of the Seven Kingdoms and the protector of the realm. Suddenly, a stone was hurled from the crowd, striking Eddard upon the head. A wave of dizziness washed over him, and he stumbled backward, feeling someone catch him. The golden-robed guards raised their shields, preventing the stone from advancing any further. The High Septon knelt before King Joffrey and his mother. For our sins, we endure suffering. This man confesses his transgressions before the gods above and mortals below. Your Majesty, how shall we deal with this traitor? Eddard Stark gazed upon the youthful visage of the king, his heart fluttering with apprehension. Joffrey strode forth, positioning himself at the edge of the dais. Eddard felt the weight of the king's gaze upon him, despite the pain coursing through his feet. He compelled himself to meet Joffrey's eyes, knowing that his fate rested in the king's decree. Eddard Stark, you have betrayed my father. By the law, your crimes warrant your execution, and your family shall bear the shame. Eddard felt his heartbeat quicken. However, I, Joffrey Baratheon, King of the Seven Kingdoms, have chosen to spare your life. A murmur rippled through the crowd. From this day forth, you shall renounce your title as Warden of the North, forsaking all rights and honors of House Stark. In the presence of the gods above and the mortals below, you shall declare your oath. You will journey to the Wall and join the Night's Watch, serving among the Brothers in Black for all eternity. As Joffrey's proclamation echoed, Eddard was engulfed by a cacophony of voices. The High Septon, clutching the seven-pointed star, approached Eddard Stark. Do you vow before the Seven and all men to join the Night's Watch, to uphold your oath, and never forsake it? Eddard drew a deep breath, casting a glance towards Sansa, who bore a look of hope upon her face. His voice was hoarse, his throat constricted as if by an unseen hand. After a prolonged silence, he continued, I, Eddard Stark, in the presence of the gods above and mortals below, swear to join the Night's Watch. I shall guard the Wall for all my days, never to take a wife, never to hold lands, never to forsake this vow. I relinquish all titles and honors, never to return to Winterfell. With each word, his heart grew heavier, as if a blade were carving into his chest. Upon finishing, he observed a satisfied expression on Joffrey's face. Serianos, please deliver Stark to the brothers in black, Joffrey commanded the golden-robed commander. Eddard was again led down from the platform, escorted through the throng of tumultuous onlookers to a chamber. There, he encountered the elderly man clad in black, Yoren, alongside his daughter Arya. The golden-robed guards shoved Eddard into the room, the excruciating pain in his legs rendering him unsteady. Fortunately, Yoren caught him just in time, preventing him from collapsing to the ground. "Father!" Arya exclaimed, launching herself at him, her slight frame nearly causing him to stumble. "Your Grace, how do you fare?" Yoren inquired with genuine concern. Eddard offered a bitter smile. "I am no longer the Duke of Winterfell. What has transpired, Lord Stark? I cannot believe you would wish to revisit the past." Eddard held his daughter tightly, all his worries coalescing into a heavy sigh. Suddenly, footsteps echoed from outside, and a towering knight entered. The Hound, Sandor Clegane. In a gravelly voice, he announced, "I apologize for the intrusion at this hour, Stark. Her Grace the Queen summons you." Chapter 55. The Bargain in the Red Keep. Within a private audience chamber, Eddard traversed the corridor brimming with crimson-clad guards, his young daughter at his side. The Hound opened the door, escorting the father and daughter inside. Cersei sat regally at the head of the table, flanked by two handmaidens. Peter Baelish lounged nearby, a characteristic smirk adorning his face. "Stark, I expected you might protest a bit, yet you acquiesce so readily," he remarked. Eddard cast a cold glance at Peter, offering no reply as he slowly sank into a chair, aided by Arya. "Your Grace, I have sworn allegiance to the Night's Watch. The affairs of the realm no longer concern me," Eddard stated, fixing his gaze upon Cersei. She smiled and waved her hand, and at that moment, handmaidens entered bearing trays of fruits and pastries, which they arranged on the table. Eddard, having endured days of hunger, could not suppress a swallow. Arya tugged at her father's sleeve, her eyes yearning for a slice of lemon cake. "Stark, I come with sincerity," Cersei said, her voice sweet. "Spare me your insincere theatrics." "You know I am not swayed by such ploys," Eddard retorted. "Regardless of its efficacy, one must first sate their hunger," Peter interjected, taking a bite of an apple and savoring its flavor. Eddard regarded him with suspicion. "What is it, Stark? Do you still doubt I would poison your food?" Peter quipped. "Father, may I?" Arya gazed longingly at the cake. "Seven hells. Arya, now is not the time for gluttony," Eddard chastised, unable to contain his frustration. "Your Grace, please. Speak plainly." "Lady Arya, if you wish to indulge in lemon cake, do so freely. No one will stop you," Peter encouraged. "No." Eddard grasped his daughter's hand firmly. "Stark, I have summoned you to write a letter to your wife and son," Cersei noted, observing Eddard's impatience. Eddard raised an eyebrow. "Your Grace, I have already sworn myself to the Night's Watch. Worldly matters are no longer my concern. But they are your wife and son. Do you think they would dare defy your words?" Peter countered. "Peter, I advise you to conserve your energy. I shall never trust you again," Eddard declared. Peter feigned a look of sorrow. "Stark, how heart-wrenching. Speak, Cersei Lannister, what more do you require of me?" Eddard fixed his gaze on her, resolute. "It is quite simple. Instruct your son to disband his army," Cersei declared. Eddard shook his head. "I cannot assure you that Robb will heed my words. Unless you permit me to meet with him." Cersei retorted angrily. "Do you take me for a child, Lord Eddard? Allowing you to return to the north would be akin to unleashing a tiger back into the wild. I have sworn an oath, and whether you believe it or not, I must journey to the wall." "Hound," Cersei suddenly called out. "Seize his daughter." "No," Eddard exclaimed, watching as Sandor approached, attempting to shield his daughter, only to be forcefully pushed to the ground. Arya fled, but alas, she was a moment too late. The Hound lifted her effortlessly, despite her frantic attempts to bite him. "Let me go?" Arya screamed. "Little sister, I advise you to behave yourself," he replied. Eddard, struggling to rise from the ground, his eyes bloodshot and voice hoarse, shouted, I will write this instant. Please spare Arya." Peter Baelish smiled slyly at Eddard. "You should have acted thus sooner, Stark," Cersei commanded. And the Hound released Arya, who hurried back to assist her father. Two maidens brought forth a quill and parchment, laying it before Eddard. "Write," they urged, with trembling hands. Eddard took the quill and inscribed his words upon the parchment. Once he pinned the final letter, he placed the quill upon the table. "Is it done?" Peter took the parchment, scrutinizing it before handing it to Cersei. After reading, she nodded in satisfaction. "Stark, please affix your sigil and seal." After complying, Eddard inquired, "When may I depart northward?" "That depends on how swiftly your son surrenders, Stark," Peter replied with a smile. "So, I must remain here until the conflict concludes?" Eddard asked. It appears your mind remains sharp, Peter commended. At the Red Keep, King Joffrey questioned, is my uncle captured? Yes, your grace, Pycelle answered in his feeble voice. What does the queen command? Joffrey inquired. The queen wishes for you to meet with Lady Sansa, Pycelle stated. Oh, Joffrey's expression turned to one of surprise. Do elaborate. The queen intends to exchange either Lady Sansa or Lady Arya for Ser Jaime. She desires you to persuade Lady Sansa, Pycelle observed cautiously. Joffrey inhaled deeply, suppressing the tempest of rage within. Inform my mother that I shall attend to this matter at once. As you command, your grace, Pycelle responded, relieved, and exited the room slowly. Suddenly, Joffrey seized a jade porcelain vase from the table and hurled it violently to the ground. The resounding crash shattered the priceless vase into countless fragments. The guards outside, hearing the commotion, timidly entered. Your grace, please have this cleaned up, Joffrey ordered. Yes. Joffrey gazed at the shards of porcelain scattered upon the ground and suddenly burst into laughter. Where are the hounds? Inquired a trembling Lannister guard clad in a crimson cloak. Ser Sandor is reporting to Her Majesty the Queen, came the reply. Joffrey remained silent for a considerable time before donning his own cloak. Your Majesty, where are you going? Do not ask what you should not, he retorted, causing the Lannister guard to kneel in fear. Sansa leaned against the window, lost in reverie as she gazed at the moon outside. Today, Joffrey appeared remarkably handsome, and every word he uttered captivated her. Truly, he had kept his promise and spared her father's life. Sansa believed she had made a significant sacrifice in this endeavor. After all, on that fateful night, he had so thoroughly demeaned himself. The thought flushed her delicate face with a rosy hue, and she could not shake the memory of the rancid taste that lingered in her mouth. All of this was for her father's life, and there was no shame in that, she reassured herself. Suddenly, Sansa heard the anxious voice of a handmaiden dispatched by the queen. Your Majesty, the queen commands that you cannot enter. Sansa turned and approached the door, only to hear a sharp crack. Who do you think you are? Your Majesty. Another crack echoed. Begone. Yes, Your Majesty. The footsteps receded into the distance, and Sansa's heart raced. What could Joffrey want at this hour? Sansa shyly covered her cheeks with her hands as the oak door swung open, revealing Joffrey entering the room. Her face flushed crimson as she anxiously clutched the hem of her gown. Your Majesty, what brings you here? She asked, noticing her king close the door and fix her with an intense gaze. What? Am I not allowed to visit my betrothed? Joffrey smiled. Of course you are, Your Majesty. Indeed, it is my honor, Sansa replied, giving a slight curtsy. Joffrey approached and took Sansa's hands in his. There is no need for such formalities, it feels rather distant. Sansa gazed at him, momentarily at a loss, prompting him to chuckle heartily. Haha, I'm merely jesting. Have a seat. He led Sansa to the table. How have you been during this time? Has my mother troubled you? He inquired. Sansa nodded. The queen has been quite kind to me. It is just that I cannot leave this room. Joffrey gently caressed her hand. You have endured much during this time. Sansa's cheeks deepened in color as she awkwardly asked. Your Majesty, did you come here for something in particular? Nothing of great importance. I merely wished to see you. Sansa felt the young king's gaze sweep over her, bringing a flutter of nervousness within her. She did not resent this feeling. Joffrey was her king and her betrothed, and her body wholly belonged to him. However, she had yet to experience her monthly cycle, and Sister Modin had informed her that a lady must reach maturity before engaging in such activities. What if the king wished to partake in those endeavors? Should she refuse? Would it anger him? Joffrey gazed at his fiancée, and smiled. Miss Sansa, it is getting late. It is time to rest. Sansa's heart leaped into her throat, and she felt her entire being soften. The words she intended to utter were caught in her throat, and she could only watch in astonishment as Joffrey swept her up in his arms. Letting out a startled gasp. Your Majesty, what are you doing? My dear, the night is long, Joffrey replied, gently placing Sansa upon the bed. Your Grace, you must intercede on my behalf, the maid pleaded from the floor, her face still bearing the marks of a recent slap. Cersei regarded the maid with a cold expression. I understand, you may leave. But, Your Grace, leave. The maid collapsed onto the floor, her complexion ashen. Cersei waved her hand, and 2 guards escorted the maid away. Letting out a long sigh, Cersei felt her heart ache upon learning from the Raven's letter that her brother Jaime had been captured by the Northern forces. After consulting with Lord Peter, Peter suggested exchanging the Stark sisters for Jaime. Despite her reluctance, to save Jaime, Cersei had no other choice. She instructed Joffrey to seek out Sansa, intending to offer her son some form of compensation. Growing increasingly agitated, Cersei suddenly summoned another maid. Fetch Lancel for me. Yes, Your Grace. Lancel paced nervously in the chamber. Ever since Joffrey's warning, He had not enjoyed a single night of restful sleep. Each night, he dreamt of the gold-cloaked guards bursting into his room to drag him away and behead him. Awakening from these nightmares, Lancel found himself questioning why the king would know of the secret between himself and Cersei. To preserve his own life, Lancel had acquiesced to Joffrey's demands. The moment Cersei was ready to engage with him, he would send word to Joffrey via Raven. The parchment he had prepared lay ready in the drawer of the wooden table by the window, awaiting dispatch. However, Cersei had been preoccupied, leaving Lancel in a state of anxious anticipation. For days, he had refrained from venturing outside, fearful of missing this opportunity. At last, he heard the maid's voice. "Sir Lancel, the queen wishes to see you." Lancel respectfully addressed the maid. "Please inform her grace that I shall attend her at once." The maid nodded in satisfaction and departed. Lancel skillfully attached the parchment to the raven's talon, sending it soaring into the sky. Watching the raven disappear, Lancel let out a deep sigh. Lena clutched the parchment tightly in her hands and hurried toward a chamber within the Maegor's hold. Clad in the uniform of a court maid, she navigated the inner precincts with ease. The guards stationed at Maegor's hold regarded the unfamiliar face with curiosity, whispering among themselves. "She possesses a stunning figure. I wonder which nobleman she serves. Are you seeking death? That is His Majesty's maid. Be wary lest your words be overheard and your head severed." Observing the guards avert their gazes, Lena couldn't help but find amusement in the situation. It seemed that clinging to the king's favor was indeed an astute choice. Throughout her life, numerous men had been stirred by her physique, which compelled her to diligently practice archery, all to deter those with nefarious intentions. They were like flies. Once shooed away, they would soon return. At last, that vexation had been resolved. Upon reaching her destination, Lena noticed two maids standing outside the door. "Is His Majesty within?" she inquired, to which the maid nodded. With a gentle rap on the door, she heard Joffrey's irate voice emanate from within. "Who is it?" "Your Majesty, it is I, Lena. You instructed me to report urgently on that important matter." She was met with an unfamiliar and strange sound from Joffrey, a word she did not comprehend. After a brief pause, his voice beckoned, "Enter." Lena pushed the door open and beheld the king seated on the edge of the bed, straightening his disheveled attire. "Is it about Lancel?" Joffrey asked, his expression darkening. "Yes, Your Majesty." Lena noticed someone seemingly hidden beneath the covers on the bed. At this very moment, Joffrey muttered under his breath, "Your Majesty, have I arrived at an inopportune time?" Lena hesitated, for at 18, though inexperienced in matters of intimacy, she had gleaned some knowledge. It appeared she had inadvertently stumbled upon the king's private affairs. "Not at all. Your timing is impeccable," Joffrey replied, taking a deep breath. "Please attend to Lady Sansa's attire. I have pressing matters to attend to." Sansa, the eldest daughter of House Stark? Lena was somewhat aware of this prominent northern family, particularly the head of the Stark family, Eddard, who had confessed his sins at the Great September of Baelor, a significant event in King's Landing. "As you command, Your Majesty," Lena said with a respectful curtsy. "My dear, this is truly not the moment. Once I have concluded this matter, we shall revisit our previous discussion," Joffrey said. Lena caught sight of a stunningly beautiful face emerging from the covers, igniting a flicker of jealousy within her. "Your Majesty, you may proceed," Sansa murmured. Joffrey nodded and exited the chamber. Chapter 57. Raymond finished a day of rigorous training and changed into clean attire. He pondered when these endless days of running would come to a halt. He overheard his cousin's grumbling. With a chuckle, Raymond replied, "That depends on the king's decree. I find this quite agreeable." His cousin, Tywin, questioned, "Do you not find it somewhat monotonous?" "Not in the least," Raymond retorted. "Why so?" "Because there is meat to savor every day." He could not help but wipe away the drool at the corner of his mouth. At that moment, over 20 young members of the guard had gathered by the side of the training grounds, where a bonfire blazed. An array of meats adorned the grill, as attendants busily placed cuts of beef and lamb upon it, drenching them in enticing sauces. The air was thick with the mouth-watering aroma of roasting meat. Raymond inhaled deeply, his face reflecting sheer delight. Balaston stood nearby, directing the attendants to ensure the meat was cooked to perfection. "Uncle, when shall we feast?" Raymond asked eagerly. Rubbing his hands together, Balaston playfully scolded, "You are the one who consumes the most every day." Raymond, undeterred, countered, "But I achieve the best running times. Is it not only fair that I eat the most?" "You foolish lad, go take your seat." Balaston playfully kicked Raymond, who scampered away with a grin. As the meat neared completion, Balaston settled down with the members of the guard to indulge in the feast. "Uncle, why are we not allowed to drink?" A young member of the Selmy family lamented. "All you do is think about drinking. The king has invested a fortune to bring you into the guard. Is it merely for your merriment?" Balastin shot a stern glance at the youth. The young man shrugged helplessly. I heard those mercenaries can drink freely at taverns. Raymond laughed. Then why not become a mercenary? Because those few copper stars barely suffice to fill my pockets, he quipped, eliciting laughter from the crowd. At that moment, a nearby guard suddenly bowed respectfully. Raymond turned to see that King Joffrey had entered the training grounds unbeknownst to them. Your Majesty. Raymond and the members of the guard rose in salute. No need for formality. Sit down. Let us eat first. Joffrey smiled as he approached Raymond, joining him on the ground. What do you think of the meal? Can you get accustomed to it? Joffrey inquired. Raymond tore into a golden, crispy leg of lamb, chewing eagerly as he muffled his words. Your Majesty, the fare here is exquisite, so delicious that I wish to eat more even when full. The members of the guard echoed their praises. Excellent. Please enjoy the feast, Joffrey said, taking a piece of beef rib for himself. Balastin seemed to sense the king's intent and asked, Your Majesty, is the time ripe for action? Joffrey nodded. We must act tonight. How prepared are you? Balastin solemnly proclaimed. All members of the King's Guard are prepared to lay down their lives for your Majesty. Joffrey chuckled. That will not do. Balastin, puzzled, inquired why not. The members of the King's Guard have sworn an oath before the Seven to defend the king's safety with their lives. I do not wish for unnecessary sacrifices. Each member of the King's Guard is invaluable to me, Joffrey replied. Your Majesty is merciful. How are the negotiations with Lord Janos proceeding? Joffrey asked. Balastin displayed a troubled expression. Your Majesty, Lord Janos has acquiesced to your request, yet he has also made a demand. Joffrey furrowed his brow. What is it? Lord Janos seeks 3,000 golden dragons. The greedy leech. Joffrey cursed inwardly. How much funding do we currently possess? 4,368 golden dragons, Your Majesty. Give him 3,000. Balastin's expression turned pained. Your Majesty, if we do that, our funds will be insufficient. Joffrey coldly replied. Fear not. I swear by the gods above, whatever he consumes now, I shall ensure he repays double later. Moreover, I will make him regret ever stepping into this world. Balastin shivered. After several rounds of wine, the guests were thoroughly enjoying their meal. Joffrey stood and addressed the members of the King's Guard. Gentlemen, I have a task for you. Raymond was the first to rise. Your Majesty, command us. We shall unhesitatingly face any peril. The King's Guard members stood in agreement. Your Majesty, we shall heed your orders. Joffrey surveyed the room with a smile. Excellent. Please don your armor, arm yourselves, and follow me to the megalith tower. The members enthusiastically responded, dispersing to gather their gear and weapons. Joffrey instructed one of his attendants, fetch my battle armor. Balastin, astonished, asked, Your Majesty, will you also fight? Joffrey nodded. Success is imperative tonight. The Hound coldly watched as Lancel entered the Queen Mother's quarters. He was aware of many things, such as the king's true identity and the relationships between the Queen Mother and his cousins. However, he would not speak of them, for he was merely a dog of House Lannister. To bare one's teeth at one's master is to invite a dire fate, to prolong his existence. The Hound had learned never to speak out of turn. Moreover, his current circumstances were not unfavorable. As a member of the king's elite guard, his monthly salary was considerably more. Though most of that money slipped through his fingers in pursuit of pleasure, he had no wife to save for. The Hound gazed at the moon hanging high in the sky outside the corridor. He recalled the words Joffrey had spoken to him a few days prior. Do you wish to become the Lord of House Clegane? The Hound sighed. How could he not desire to defy? Yet could he truly oppose Lord Tywin? Even though the formidable Tywin was miles away, a mere command would incite countless souls in King's Landing to eagerly sever his head and present it to the Lord's tent for a bounty. Suddenly, a commotion broke the air, and the Hound furrowed his brow. The sound of hurried footsteps approached, and he beheld a crimson-clad Lannister guard racing towards him. What has transpired? The Hound intercepted him. Breathless, the guard gasped, My Lord Sandor, it is dire. His Grace has stormed in with a dozen armored knights, and all who defy his commands are being cut down. A jolt of alarm surged through the Hound, yet he remained composed. Ever since Joffrey had uttered those words to him, he had discerned the young king's ambitions. Joffrey was not content to remain beneath his mother's shadow. He craved power. As the King's Guard, he ought to stand by the king's side. Yet at this moment, he had no choice. He was merely a dog of House Lannister, bound to obey their commands. In King's Landing, Queen Cersei was the de facto commander of the Lannister clan. The Hound drew his massive sword and instructed the guard, hasten to inform her Grace the Queen. At once, the guard replied, racing off. Chapter 58. Caught in the act in the corridors of Maegor's Holdfast, Joffrey encountered the Hound, clad in heavy armor and wielding his enormous sword, blocking his path. Hound, I command you in the name of the king, step aside. Joffrey coldly ordered. The houndess expression remained impassive. Your Grace, please return. It is not too late to relent. You dare speak to me in such a manner, you insolent dog. Joffrey bellowed. I shall grant you one more chance. Kneel and pledge your loyalty, and I shall overlook your earlier insolence. Your Grace, the hound fixed his gaze upon Joffrey. I have no choice. So, you are resolute in your defiance? Joffrey declared. Sire, do take action. Fully armored, Ser Balon Swan drew his sword and advanced towards the hound. The hound let out a fierce cry, charging at Balon with the legendary sword ice. The clash of steel reverberated through the corridor as Joffrey watched with exhilaration, reveling in the deadly duel between two masters of combat. At that moment, Joffrey heard a voice beside him. Your Grace, the situation is dire. Joffrey frowned. Why is that? My lord, Lancel replied. Your uncle's weapon is too fragile. It may not withstand for long. Joffrey sighed. Fortunately, I have prepared a contingency plan. Fetch that bag of black substance and apply it to your sword. Lancel, perplexed by his king's intentions, complied. You, bring me the torch, Joffrey commanded a nearby guard. The guard handed him a torch, and Joffrey brought it close to the sword coated in the viscous black liquid, igniting flames that leaped forth. Raymond was taken aback, feeling as though his long sword had ignited with a brilliant flame. Go, assist your uncle, Joffrey commanded. Raymond stifled the tumult of emotions within him and rushed toward the hound. A sharp clang resonated as the sword of Barristan shattered. The hound, with a menacing grin, swung his massive blade, intent on cleaving the elderly man before him in two. With a timely intervention, Raymond appeared, parrying the hound's assault with his fiery longsword. The flames illuminated the hound's visage, revealing a look of sheer terror. His grip on the sword trembled uncontrollably. Joffrey, witnessing this scene, wore a triumphant smile. He had anticipated this moment, fully aware that the hound harbored a profound fear of fire, which prompted him to have oil prepared in advance. Raymond launched a relentless attack, forcing the hound into a defensive stance. The hound, overwhelmed, retreated step by step, his footing faltering. Ultimately, he could no longer contain his dread. The colossal sword slipped from his grasp and plunged into the ground as he collapsed onto the earth. Raymond, spare him, Joffrey shouted. Raymond halted his fiery sword a mere inch from the hound's throat. Raymond, keep a watchful eye. He must not escape, Joffrey ordered. Raymond nodded in compliance. Master, let us depart, Joffrey urged Barristan as they hastened deeper into the depths of Maegor's Holdfast, toward the Queen Regent's quarters. Your Majesty, you cannot enter. A pale-faced maid interposed herself at the entrance to the Queen Regent's chambers. Joffrey recognized her as the very maid who had obstructed him before Sansa's door. With a cold sneer, Joffrey raised his hand and struck her across the face. The sharp crack echoed as she fell to the ground, clutching her cheek. Guard, present. A member of the King's Guard stepped forward. Take her to the dungeons. Yes, the maid cried out as she was dragged away. Joffrey turned to Barristan, saying, Master, please wait here for a moment. I shall enter alone. Barristan glanced at the oak door of the Queen Regent's chambers and nodded. Your Majesty, I shall stand guard outside. Taking a deep breath, Joffrey pushed open the oak door. Upon entering the room, he closed the door behind him. The Queen Regent's quarters were resplendent, filled with exquisite incense billowing in white smoke, shrouding the room in a hazy atmosphere. Even so, Joffrey beheld Cersei and Lancel in disarray. Little Joffrey? How did you get in here? You must leave at once. Cersei's face flushed crimson. I fear that is not an option, Mother, Joffrey replied coldly. I have come for this very matter. This matter? Cersei paused, seemingly unable to comprehend Joffrey's words. I have long been aware of your affair with Uncle Lancel, Joffrey declared. Cersei appeared struck by lightning, casting a disbelieving glance at Lancel beside her. At this moment, Lancel's complexion was as pale as that of a corpse, and he shook his head vigorously, exclaiming, Your Majesty, it was not me, it was not me. Mother, you have deeply disappointed me, Joffrey coldly remarked. My father's body is scarcely cold, and yet you allow another man to share your bed. Little Joff, please allow me to explain, Cersei stammered. It is all your uncle's fault, yes. He forced himself upon me, entering my chamber under the guise of delivering a report, and he pinned me down on the bed. Joffrey's icy gaze bore into his mother. Had he not been privy to the original narrative, he might have almost believed her. Seeing her son unmoved, Cersei gritted her teeth and continued. He threw me onto the bed, wailing, How could a weak woman like me resist? With that, she began to sob pitifully. Joffrey fixed a frigid stare upon Lancel. Uncle, do you have anything to say for yourself? At that moment, Lancel was so terrified that he was rendered speechless. He could hardly fathom being slandered by Cersei. He longed to speak up and assert his innocence, yet the murderous glint in Cersei's eyes silenced him. Since you choose to remain silent, I shall take that as acquiescence, Joffrey declared, stepping closer to Lancel and slowly drawing his sword. Wait, your majesty. Lancel frantically waved his hands. This is a misunderstanding. I did not. Joffrey let out a cold laugh and forcefully thrust the sword forward. Lancel watched as the blade pierced his chest, then turned to glance at Cersei, crimson blood beginning to trickle from the corners of his mouth. Joffrey yanked the sword free, blood gushing forth like a fountain and staining him entirely, as Lancel collapsed to the ground. Cersei, paralyzed with fear, ceased her sobbing. She watched in terror as her blood-soaked son approached her, instinctively retreating. Mother, it appears I misjudged you, Joffrey said with a smile. Cersei gazed at her son in horror. Rendered speechless, Joffrey stepped closer to her and suddenly struck her across the face. The sound echoed, and Cersei clutched her cheek, her eyes wide with disbelief. You. Her words faltered beneath the weight of Joffrey's bloodied visage and frigid gaze. Mother, there have been strange rumors circulating in King's Landing regarding my parentage. Some claim that I am not the true son of the king. Cersei, in shock, collapsed to the ground. Joffrey chuckled and reached out to assist her to her feet. Mother, given your condition, perhaps it is time to resign from the regency, don't you think? Trembling, Cersei replied, very well. Joffrey's smile widened. Mother, I am indifferent to the gossip, but if I ever hear of another man entering this place, your abode, I shall not hesitate to send him to the depths of hell. Of course, dear mother, I would not shy away from facilitating your reunion with my deceased father. Do you understand? The final remark sent a shiver through Cersei. I understand. Splendid, Joffrey said, producing a quill and parchment he had prepared. Now, please pen the decree. Chapter 59. Liquidation. Miss Sansa, your hair is truly beautiful, Lena remarked as she stood behind Sansa, tending to her tresses. Sansa gazed out at the sky and responded, Oh, it's nothing special. I inherited this hair from my mother, who also possesses a cascade of long red locks. Your mother is Lady Catelyn of House Tully, isn't she? In her youth, she was renowned as one of the most stunning beauties in the Seven Kingdoms, Lena said with a hint of envy. Sansa bashfully nodded, seemingly flattered by the compliment. Miss Sansa, I am quite curious about what you and His Majesty were doing here just now, Lena inquired suddenly. I wasn't doing anything. Sansa stammered. A mischievous glint appeared in Lena's eyes. Miss Sansa, I never specified what it was. Regardless, it is not as you imagine, Sansa replied, her cheeks flushing. Oh, then what were you doing in bed? Lena pressed on relentlessly. Sansa felt as if steam might burst forth from her face. She turned away, mumbling, just touching. Lena's hands suddenly slipped beneath Sansa's arms. Was it something like this? Sansa felt Lena's playful grasp and screamed, Let go. Release me. However, Lena, being a trained warrior, possessed strength that Sansa, a sheltered noblewoman, could not resist. Miss Sansa, I must admit, you are far more intriguing than I had presumed, Lena whispered near Sansa's ear. Let me go, Sansa implored, her body going limp as she felt utterly powerless. Finally, Lena released her. Wah, Sansa quietly sobbed. Lena found herself at a loss, surprised by the fragility of this noble maiden. Miss Sansa, I am so sorry, Lena stammered. Sansa continued to weep. Lena scratched her head in distress, unsure of how to remedy the situation. Suddenly, inspiration struck her, and she embraced Sansa. There, do not cry, Lena gently patted Sansa's back. Sansa leaned against the astonishing softness, and for reasons unknown, her sorrow deepened, prompting her to weep even louder. At the Red Keep, in the small council chamber. Can you repeat that? Littlefinger's voice echoed loudly in the room. Commander Janos Slint of the City Watch, filling in for Varys due to his absence, shrugged helplessly. Lord Baelish, I truly do not know. Littlefinger slammed his palm down on the table. Lord Slint, as the commander of the City Watch. How can you claim ignorance when such a significant event transpired last night? Beside them, Maester Pycelle cleared his throat, attempting to mediate. Gentlemen, please, let us remain calm. Littlefinger, in a fit of rage, tugged at his own hair. The Red Keep is still under tight security at the Meereen Tower, and even we, the most trusted courtiers, are barred entry. Do you expect me to believe that you know nothing, Lord Slint? Janos, in resignation, raised his hands. Lord Baelish, the Meereen Tower is swarming with Lannister guards. I truly have no knowledge of what has transpired. Did her grace not inform you? Janos dug at his ear with his pinky finger and said, My Lord Baelish, I have never received any orders from Her Majesty the Queen. Suddenly, a voice from the doorway called out, Your Majesty. The door swung open, and Joffrey entered, accompanied by Baelish. Littlefinger, taken aback, exclaimed, Your Majesty Joffrey, what brings you here? Joffrey replied with a smile, As the king, it is only natural for me to convene a council meeting. Chancellor Pycelle inquired, And where is Her Majesty the Queen? Baelish handed a parchment to Pycelle, who looked at Joffrey with a questioning gaze. This is a decree written by my mother. She is unwell and cannot attend the council meeting, Joffrey explained, surveying the room with a smile. Pycelle's eyes widened as he slowly opened the parchment. Your Majesty, the Queen is the regent. If she does not preside over the council, how can important matters of the Seven Kingdoms be resolved? Littlefinger furrowed his brow and asked. Joffrey leaned back in his chair, stating, My opinion is my mother's opinion. Pycelle had by now read the contents of the parchment. Your Majesty, I have verified the contents. It is indeed a letter in Her Majesty's own hand. Joffrey nodded in satisfaction. However, Pycelle's expression turned to concern. The Queen has always been in good health. Why has she suddenly fallen ill? Has she contracted some ailment? Littlefinger's eyes brightened. Your Majesty, perhaps we should send Chancellor Pycelle to attend to Her Majesty. That would ensure her swift recovery. Joffrey fixed a penetrating gaze on Littlefinger. My mother is in good health, merely startled. There is no need to trouble Chancellor Pycelle. Who dared to approach the Queen's chambers? Was it an assassin? Pycelle asked. Joffrey nodded. Indeed, the assassin has been slain by the guards. My mother is safe. Littlefinger frowned deeply, completely unconvinced by the young king's words. Your Majesty, may we visit Maegor's Holdfast to see the Queen? Littlefinger inquired. My mother has said she wishes to see no one, not even her loyal ministers, Pycelle quivered. It seems you all regard me. The king, with disdain, Joffrey gestured. And Baelish immediately understood. Everyone come in, Baelish shouted. The sound of clattering armor echoed from outside the door as a dozen knights clad in armor and draped in red and white striped capes filed in. The emblem on their capes was the very symbol that Joffrey had designed for his personal guard. Genos lost his casual demeanor, springing to his feet in terror as he stared at Joffrey. Littlefinger also rose, casting a wary glance at the unfamiliar knights. Your Majesty, why is Genos stammering? Are you implying that your city guard has not informed you? Joffrey chuckled. Genos gulped nervously. Master, you shall now declare Genos's crimes. Balistan cleared his throat and addressed. Genos Sherlint, you stand accused of two grave offenses. First, dereliction of duty, as the commander of the capital's guard. You failed to detect the anomalies surrounding the Mage Tower in a timely manner, thus permitting an assassin to infiltrate the Empress's quarters. Second, your insatiable greed has led you to sell positions within the guard, significantly undermining its strength. The evidence against you is irrefutable. Do you plead guilty? Your Majesty. This is all a misunderstanding, Genos stammered, his throat dry. Regret washed over him for having accepted 3,000 gold dragons from Balistan the previous day. Now, with Joffrey having successfully usurped power, he found himself the first to face retribution. The Emperor anticipated your attempts at evasion. Bring forth the witness. Balistan commanded. Footsteps echoed outside, and two guards escorted a frail man into the chamber. Chapter 60. The Hound. The man, clad in the uniform of the capital's guard, bore numerous bruises upon his face. Littlefinger recognized him instantly. He was one of Genos's aides, named Alec. This was a fellow notorious for his avarice, a reputation that had long preceded him. Alec, before His Majesty and the esteemed lords, confess all that you know, Balistan intoned coldly. The trembling aide knelt. Your Majesty, I confess my sins. Lord Sherlint commanded me to withdraw the guards from Mage Tower last night, and he offered me 100 gold dragons to remain silent. Genos leapt to his feet, pointing an accusatory finger at his aide. You treacherous wretch, you lie. Balistan signaled to a nearby knight, who presented a yellowed parchment. Chancellor, please examine the contents of this document, Balistan said, handing the parchment to Pycelle. It contained the accounts of the capital's guard over the past 3 months. Pycelle, visibly apprehensive, scanned the dense script. After a moment, he raised his gaze. Your Majesty, these accounts do indeed reveal discrepancies. The funds appear to originate from merchants in King's Landing. The assembled ministers stared in shock at Genos. Balistan's voice was icy. Merchants? Lord Sherlint, it seems your gold dragons have arrived swifter than any other. Genos's complexion turned ashen. Your Majesty, this is a misunderstanding. Those funds were intended for the procurement and repair of my brother's equipment. I did not embezzle any of it. Littlefinger interjected. Your Majesty, it is possible that Lord Sherlint has been manipulated by those avaricious merchants. Balistan kicked Alec, commanding, Alec, recount every misdeed Genos has committed in full detail. The aide trembled. I shall disclose everything. Lord Sherlint openly sold positions within the guard, most of which lined his own pockets. Genos glared at his aide with murderous intent. If you wish to perish, let us all perish together. Do not presume I am unaware. You were complicit in this transaction as well. Joffrey observed the unfolding drama with keen interest, while the aide, stricken with fear, collapsed onto the ground. The current situation has become quite evident. Joffrey, with his arms crossed beneath his chin, observed as Genos admitted his transgressions. What course of action do you gentlemen propose? Littlefinger glanced around at the knights fixated on him, and with a resigned gesture, he replied, Your Majesty, I believe he should be dealt with severely. Peter Baelish concurred. I align myself with Lord Baelish's sentiments. A smile crept across Joffrey's face. Excellent. This makes the subsequent matters rather straightforward. At his command, Genos was dragged from the council chamber, wailing, by the sworn brothers of the Kingsguard. Next, let us deliberate on the appointment of the new commander of the City Watch. Joffrey tapped his fingers upon the table, inquiring if any of the lords had suitable candidates to recommend. An eerie silence enveloped the room. Both Littlefinger and Peter Baelish prudently chose to remain silent. No one wishes to speak. Joffrey remarked, Then I propose my mentor, Sir Balon Swan, as the new commander of the City Watch. Do any of you dissent? Littlefinger exchanged a glance with Baelish, who nodded slightly. Your Majesty is wise. I support your decision. Joffrey directed his gaze toward Grand Maester Pycelle. Then let a decree be drafted. In the Red Keep, within the confines of his cell, Sandor Clegane, the Hound, stared intently at the flickering torchlight against the wall. Lost in thought, he had never anticipated that his vulnerability would be exposed. He realized that in a confrontation with that knight wielding a blazing sword, his own martial prowess was rather lackluster. Regardless of his strength or swordsmanship, he was confident he could vanquish his opponent within 10 exchanges, cleaving him in two. Alas, he could never suppress his terror of flames. Since his childhood, when his brother Gregor had held him over a brazier, he had been left with a disfigured visage and an enduring phobia of fire. Any fierce, roaring blaze would evoke memories of that childhood ordeal, engendering a fear so profound that it drained him of all strength. Nevertheless, perhaps this fear was not wholly detrimental. Should he slay Joffrey's knight, he would undoubtedly incite the wrath of this young king. Not only would he forfeit his position within the Kingsguard, but he might also find himself subjected to a royal manhunt, with even Lord Tywin unable to shield him from the king's ire. He was merely a dog of House Lannister, while Joffrey was the king, indeed the grandson of Lord Tywin. One could easily deduce how Lord Tywin would choose. For the moment, things were tolerable. At least he had exerted himself fully as a loyal hound of House Lannister. A low chuckle escaped the hound, as if mocking his own fate. Suddenly, he heard the sound of footsteps accompanied by the clattering of armor. Your Majesty, your dog is confined here. Soon after, he beheld Joffrey entering the cell, escorted by the jailer. Beside the king stood Sir Balon Swan. Your Majesty, he rasped, his voice hoarse. Sandor, I recall you once swore to protect me. Why did you defy my command yesterday? Joffrey inquired. Your Majesty, the Queen Mother is your mother. I am concerned. Concerned about what? Joffrey sat beside the hound. Are you worried that I may bring harm to my mother? The hound nodded. Joffrey sneered. I believe you are more worried about my grandfather severing your head. The hound was taken aback and fell silent. I could very well take your head, but you remain loyal to House Lannister, and I have always held a deep appreciation for those who are loyal, Joffrey remarked. The hound gazed at his king, still silent. You must resign from the Kingsguard, and in addition, I require your assistance with another matter, Joffrey stated. Please, your Majesty, command me. The hound bowed submissively. I want you to escort Eddard Stark to the wall, Joffrey declared. The hound paused, then nodded. Joffrey produced a scroll of parchment from his robes. Moreover, I need you to inform the Lord Commander of the Night's Watch that no men are to leave the wall without permission. Your Majesty, will Lord Stark accompany us to the wall? The hound rasped. Joffrey chuckled. He has already sworn an oath in front of all, not to mention, his 2 daughters are in my custody. Sandor nodded and tucked the parchment away. Your Majesty, when shall I depart? The hound inquired. It will take some time. Sir Amory will dispatch a contingent to ensure your safety on the journey, Joffrey replied. The hound suddenly asked, what if we encounter northern forces en route? I have heard that Robb Stark has claimed the title of king. Joffrey laughed. Then let Lord Stark negotiate with his son. I trust he knows how to choose wisely. Chapter 61. Tywin the Esteemed Privilege, a 7-day ad-free reading card, is available for all registered users for free. Tyrion found himself in the military tent with his father, Lord Tywin Lannister. The Duke of Casterly Rock and Warden of the West was a tall, robust middle-aged man, his head shaved bald, and a golden beard cascading from his ears to his chin. At this moment, he was drinking with his younger brother, Kevan Lannister. Kevan was a portly middle-aged man, bald, with a chin full of flesh. Limited by his stature, Tyrion used both hands and feet to clamber onto a chair. Take it, Tywin pushed his wine cup towards Tyrion, leaving him momentarily astonished. You heard the messenger. Your brother Jaime is in their hands, Tywin said, regarding his dwarf son. Tyrion nodded. As you analyzed, The forces of House Stark and House Tully have seized our supply lines, completely severing our connections to the west. Therefore, I intend to negotiate with them. Tyrion took a delicate sip of wine. Lord Eddard is still in our possession. We can use him as leverage. Tywin nodded. We must exert every effort to confront Robert's two brothers. Just 2 weeks ago, I received word that Renly Baratheon had wed Margaery Tyrell at Highgarden and crowned himself king. Consequently, he has secured the allegiance of House Tyrell. This is indeed dire news, Tyrion. And what of Robert's other brother, Stannis? Has he made any moves? Surely he has not declared himself king as well. Tywin frowned. I have always believed Stannis to be more perilous than all others combined, although he is currently silent. I have received no news regarding him. At this juncture, Tywin abruptly addressed his brother. Kevin, bring forth the map. Upon receiving the map, Tywin unfurled it. Jaime has left us a veritable mess. Roose Bolton controls the north, overseeing Harrenhal and the Whispering Sound. To the west lies Robb Stark. Unless we are prepared to wage war, we cannot retreat to Casterly Rock. To the east are the Arryns and Stannis, while to the south, Highgarden and Storm's End are already mustering their forces. Father, fret not. At least Rhaegar Targaryen has yet to rise from the grave, Kevin interjected. Tyrion, I expect you to provide some useful counsel rather than merely engage in trivial banter, Tywin remarked. Tyrion shrugged in resignation. Thus, I do not intend to remain here. At dawn tomorrow, we shall set forth for Harrenhal, Tywin declared. Kevin, visibly anxious, inquired, My lord, why must we go to Harrenhal? I have heard it is a grim and cursed place. At that moment, Tyrion heard the hurried footsteps of a guard, and a knight clad in a crimson lion helm entered the tent. My lord Tywin, urgent news has arrived from King's Landing, the knight announced, bowing. Tywin raised an eyebrow, accepting the missive from the knight's hand. My lord, along with the letter, there is also a body. The knight hesitated. Should I summon the Silent Sisters to bring it in? Tyrion's heart sank, fearing it might be the body of Eddard Stark. He was well acquainted with his nephew, the young king, whose temperament could be exceedingly volatile. Should he lose his wits and execute Eddard Stark, it would spell great trouble. Tywin swiftly read the entirety of the letter, his expression shifting to one of peculiar disturbance. He then turned to his brother Kevin, passing the letter to him. Kevin, perplexed, took the letter and read for a moment, his complexion suddenly blanching. Trembling, he spoke, This cannot be. My lord father, what has transpired? Tyrion inquired urgently. Your cousin Lancel is dead, Tywin sighed. Brother, this is impossible. Lancel was but a timid boy. He would never undertake such an act. Kevin's eyes were reddened with disbelief. What has happened? Who possesses the audacity to slay a member of House Lannister? Tyrion pressed. Lancel was the eldest son of Uncle Kevin and his heir. Tyrion could scarcely fathom the extent of Kevin's anguish. Cersei knelt on the ground, tears streaming down her cheeks. Tywin took the letter from his brother's trembling hands and handed it to Tyrion. Read it for yourself, he urged. Tyrion accepted the missive, swiftly perusing its contents, and then, in disbelief, exclaimed, Is it true that Lancel attempted to dishonor the queen and was caught red-handed by his majesty, leading to his immediate execution? Tyrion was acutely aware of his sister Cersei's nature. He even suspected that she might have enticed Lancel herself, only to frame her cousin in a moment of desperation after being discovered by her own son. Without Cersei's assent, how could Lancel have breached the fortress of guards alone? At that moment, Tyrion heard his uncle Kevin's hoarse voice, strained and pained, bring in Lancel's body. The knight obeyed, and soon a group of solemn nuns, their faces obscured by peculiar veils, entered, carrying a wooden box. Kevin trembled as he lifted the lid, revealing Lancel's pallid visage. The middle-aged man could no longer contain his grief. He collapsed, weeping over his son's lifeless form. Tyrion felt parched and at a loss for words. He was compelled to speak, yet he sensed that silence was the wisest choice at that moment. After Kevin's sobs subsided, he addressed his brother, Lord Tywin. I beseech you to allow me to travel to King's Landing to investigate. Tywin, uncharacteristically tender, replied, Kevin, I comprehend your anguish, but this is not the time for rash decisions. Regardless of whether your son was wronged, he was discovered in the Queen's quarters. My grandson has no intention of spreading this scandal, nor do I wish for it to become public knowledge. Yet Kevin gazed intently at his brother. This is settled. Step outside and collect your thoughts. Tyrion and I have matters to discuss, Tywin stated sternly. Reluctantly, Kevin exited the military tent, accompanied by the knight and the nuns. Tyrion, what are your thoughts on this matter? Tywin inquired. Tyrion pondered for a moment and replied, Lancel lacks the audacity. Even my sister, though foolish, would not permit anyone to intrude upon her private chambers so easily. I suspect a military coup has transpired in King's Landing. Tywin nodded in agreement, Continue. In light of the outcome, it is evident that my nephew stands to gain the most, yet he lacks the intellect and loyal followers to orchestrate such a scheme. Tyrion articulated thoughtfully. Excellent. I require you to investigate this affair, Tywin commanded. Me? Tyrion questioned, pointing to himself in confusion. Tywin continued. Your band of savages may relish plundering. I will permit you to bring them along, but you must learn to restrain them. I do not wish to hear reports of marauding in King's Landing. Tyrion chuckled ruefully. I fear no one will heed my commands. Tywin declared. You will go as the acting hand of the king to King's Landing. Tyrion laughed heartily. I suspect my dear sister will have objections. Chapter 62. One Blood. Tywin, with a touch of impatience, remarked, your sister may not be faring well. Having been caught in the act by her own son, Joffrey, still in his youth, requires someone to oversee matters and instill fear in the fickle lords of King's Landing. Our esteemed friend, Peter, the venerable maester, I suspect, is manipulating events behind the scenes. And then there is that lowly wretch, Geno Slint, whose father was but a butcher. How could they bestow upon him Harrenhal, the very castle where the king resides? As long as I draw breath, he shall never set foot within. I have heard he has chosen a spear as his sigil. Were I in charge, I would insist he adopt a cleaver instead. Moreover, they have banished Ser Meryn. What folly possesses them? True, he is of advanced age, but the fearless Barristan Selmy carries weight in this realm. Whoever he serves basks in his glory. Can a mere hound replace him? Dogs gnaw at bones beneath the table, not sit at it as equals. Remember, should those lords dare to play both sides. Tyrion is all too aware. Heads will roll, spears will pierce, and they will be hung upon the walls. Tywin nods in satisfaction. At last. You have learned something from me. Father, I have a question, Tyrion inquired, tilting his head. Why not send uncle? Tywin rose, fixing a steely gaze on his dwarf son. Because you are my son. Tyrion was jolted awake, realizing Tywin had abandoned his brother Jaime. That wretched man believes Jaime is doomed, hence his shift in demeanor towards his remaining son. Tyrion yearned to howl at his father, even to plunge a dagger into his heart. Yet, he remained silent, seated in brooding stillness. You are forbidden to bring that harlot to King's Landing, Tywin declared before exiting the chamber. The oak door swung open, startling Lena, who had been dozing on the table. She glanced towards the entrance and, upon seeing Joffrey, breathed a sigh of relief. Your Majesty, you have returned, Lena exclaimed, bounding towards him. Joffrey regarded the lively maiden with a smile. How fares Lady Sansa? Lena gestured towards the slumbering Sansa on the bed. She is asleep. She did not rest well last night. A question slowly unfurled in Joffrey's mind. What have you done to her? He inquired. Lena blinked innocently. I did nothing. Lady Sansa has been worried about you, hence her troubled sleep. Joffrey scrutinized Lena for an extended moment. Lady Lena, I have an important task for you, Joffrey stated gravely. Lena's playful demeanor shifted. Your Majesty, speak. I need you to take some maidens to the Queen Mother's chambers at once. I have but two demands. First, the Queen Mother must not leave her room. Regardless of her reasoning, you must ensure she remains inside. Second, anyone wishing to enter the Queen Mother's quarters must be obstructed, unless granted my permission. Lena nodded, half understanding, and then posed her question. What if the Empress Dowager attempts to force her way out? I cannot harm her, can I? Joffrey paused for a moment, then nodded. You raise a valid point. Such a scenario cannot be dismissed. If the Empress Dowager insists on breaking free, then you must render her unconscious. This time, Lena was taken aback. What a picture of maternal affection. She hesitated, saying, Your Majesty, after all, she is your mother. Is such an action truly appropriate? Joffrey smiled warmly, patting Lena's shoulder. Trust me, this is for her own good. Lena found this sentiment vaguely familiar. Very well, you may leave now, Joffrey gestured. After Lena bowed and exited the chamber, she discreetly closed the door behind her. Once her footsteps faded, Joffrey sat at the foot of the bed, gazing at the sleeping maiden, unable to resist the urge to caress her cheek. Suddenly, Sansa's steady breathing ceased. She blinked awake, and upon seeing Joffrey, instinctively recoiled beneath the covers with a startled gasp. Your Majesty, when did you? Sansa concealed her face with the blanket, wishing to hide her bashful expression from him. My dear, let us continue. Joffrey abruptly pulled back the covers, eliciting a cry of alarm from the girl. Your Majesty, please. Ever since Eddard Stark confessed at the Great September of Baelor, he had been confined to this chamber. Outside, knights clad in red cloaks stood guard, permitting only the servants to deliver sustenance each day. Fortunately, the Lannisters had not taken Arya away. She was assigned to the adjacent room and could visit him daily. Father, I have heard some splendid news. Arya entered, accompanied by a handmaiden. Eddard affectionately stroked his younger daughter's hair. Arya, do not be so hasty. The traitorous commander in golden robes has been captured and is now imprisoned within the dungeons of the Red Keep. Arya exclaimed with excitement. The commander in golden robes? Eddard was taken aback, then grasped Arya's hand tightly. Is it the one named Janos Slint? Indeed. The two guards outside were chatting late into the night. Completely oblivious to my clandestine eavesdropping from behind the door, Arya declared proudly. Arya looked up to see tears streaming down her father's face. Father, what troubles you? Arya inquired. Eddard wiped away the tears from his eyes, smiling gently. It is nothing. I am merely overjoyed. Eddard would never forget the events of that day. Plump Tomard, in his final moments, had still been shouting for him to flee. And then there was Catelyn and Varys. Each night, Eddard dreamt of his bloodied subordinates crawling towards him on the ground. The floor was marked with long trails of blood as his men clutched at his calves, incessantly questioning why he did not save them. Eddard yearned to personally slay Janos, to eliminate Petyr Baelish, to eradicate those who had betrayed him. Regrettably, I find myself merely a prisoner, while they now hold esteemed positions within the court. It is said that the command was issued personally by His Majesty Joffrey, who deems Janos a corrupt official, as Arya remarked. At that moment, Ned heard the respectful voice of the red-robed guards outside. Your Majesty. The door swung open, and Joffrey entered, accompanied by a knight clad in armor, adorned with a red and white striped cloak. Lord Eddard, it has been a long time, Joffrey said with a smile. Eddard was momentarily taken aback before bowing respectfully. Your Majesty, what brings you to seek my counsel? A flicker of surprise crossed Joffrey's face. He had expected Eddard to refuse to address him as such. It is worth noting that Eddard was aware of his true identity, that Robert was his dear friend and that he was not Robert's biological son. Yet, this obstinate Duke of Winterfell had, over time, tempered his spirit, bowing his noble head in submission. Lord Stark, I wish to speak with you privately. Would that be agreeable? Joffrey inquired with a smile. Eddard nodded, allowing his young daughter to accompany the knight out of the chamber. Chapter 63. The House Raid. Your Majesty, please, share your conditions, Eddard initiated. You are likely aware that Robb has defeated my uncle Jaime and captured him, Joffrey stated. Eddard nodded. During this time, he had heard much from Arya, including matters concerning his son Robb. The growth of his son filled him with pride, signifying that the young lad had matured into a formidable man. Your Majesty, do you intend for me to negotiate peace with my son? Eddard asked. Joffrey chuckled. No, all you need to do is convince Robb to release my uncle. Eddard gazed at Joffrey in astonishment. I had assumed you would demand Robb's surrender and his oath of fealty. Peace is not brokered through negotiation. It is forged through conflict. If Robb can achieve victory on the battlefield, he will never surrender to me, Joffrey stated calmly. Eddard nodded. I shall do my utmost to persuade Robb to cease hostilities. If you can persuade your son, that would be most advantageous, Joffrey replied. Your Majesty, I have heard from Arya, and I am truly grateful that you permitted her to accompany me to the wall, Eddard expressed with gratitude. Joffrey shook his head. Lord Stark, I fear I must disappoint you. Arya must remain in King's Landing. Why? Eddard blurted out. Arya is but a child. Lord Stark, your presence is more than sufficient to secure my uncle's release, Joffrey stated. Sansa and Arya must remain in King's Landing as hostages. I trust you can comprehend this. Eddard felt his lips turn bitter and dry. He wished to utter something, yet swallowed back his words. Indeed, he possessed no bargaining chips in negotiations with Joffrey, or rather, he himself was the bargaining chip. It was Robb's triumph over the Lannisters on the battlefield that afforded him this current opportunity. Is Sansa well? Eddard inquired. Joffrey cleared his throat. She is well, but at present, it is somewhat inconvenient for you to meet her. Eddard, perplexed, inquired why. I am her father, and am soon to depart for the north. Is she unwell? Joffrey, feeling awkward, replied. She is not feeling quite herself. Then I must see her. Eddard exclaimed anxiously. With a resigned sigh, Joffrey placed a hand to his forehead. Lord Stark, it is not as you might envision. I shall consult Sansa shortly. If she consents to meet you, I will arrange for that. Eddard, still bewildered, nodded. Thank you for your kindness. In King's Landing, on Fishmonger Street, Petyr Baelish stood before the residence of Janos Slint, gazing contemplatively at the tightly shut door. The three-story stone abode was adorned with pale gray stones and topped with a dark red tiled roof. The newly appointed deputy commander of the city watch kicked open the door, rousing Baelish from his reverie. Known as Iron Hand, the deputy had lost his arm in battle, replaced by a hook forged of iron. At his command, a cohort of gold-cloaked city watchmen surged inside. The shrieks of women and the hurried footsteps reached Baelish's ears. With a resigned sigh, he entered through the door. Janos's wife was a stout woman, encircled by several gold-cloaked guards. while her children stood behind her, their faces etched with terror at the sight of the guards. Are you plotting a rebellion? This is Lord Slint's residence. He is your commander, the plump woman shouted defiantly. The deputy commander chuckled. Lady Slint, your husband is currently imprisoned in the dungeons beneath the Red Keep. He is no longer the commander of the watch. This cannot be. The woman screamed hysterically. Search every corner. Leave no stone unturned. The deputy commanded, the guards splitting into pairs. I advise you to be sensible and disclose where Lord Slint has hidden the stolen gold dragons. He glared coldly at the woman. Nay, you scoundrel. You shall not force me to speak. She spat defiantly on the ground. Baelish wandered across the floor of the parlor, observing the murals adorning the walls. One mural depicted a hunting scene, vividly brought to life. Moments later, two gold-cloaked guards emerged, carrying a wooden box secured with an iron lock. Upon sighting the box, the deputy was instantly invigorated. Quickly, tell me what lies within, he demanded of the woman. With a disdainful huff, she replied, I know not. The deputy's fury peaked as he bellowed, Seize her son. Two gold-cloaked guards approached, reaching for the boy standing behind the woman. In an attempt to intervene, the plump woman was knocked to the ground by a guard in armor. The two boys were grasped by the guards, struggling fiercely. Lady Slint, if you wish to continue this charade, I shall see it through to the end. The deputy crouched down, fixing his gaze upon the woman. The plump woman wept, exclaiming, That is a chest of gold. Where's the key? It is on me. Hand it over immediately. Reluctantly, the plump woman produced an iron key. The golden-robed guard accepted the key and inserted it into the lock. With a click, the wooden chest swung open. To the lieutenant's disappointment, it contained only a few gold dragons and a substantial quantity of silver deer. Where's the money? The lieutenant bellowed. It cannot possibly be just this. The plump woman replied, My lord, it is all here. Baristan approached the mural, scrutinizing it intently. Continue the search. I refuse to believe this. The lieutenant commanded. As the golden-robed guards resumed their thorough investigation of the entire room. Spare no corner, especially the storage room. The lieutenant cast a glance at the plump woman. Noticing a little girl peering at him from behind the woman, Baristan knelt down, offering a gentle smile as he asked, Little sister, can you tell me when that painting was hung? The girl, trembling, hid behind her mother and dared not speak. The plump woman glanced at Baristan and said, Old man, that painting was bought by my husband just a week ago. Today, Baristan donned no armor, merely a red and white striped cloak. Perhaps Lady Shirlent believed this elderly man to be Kinder, prompting her to share what she knew. Moments later, several golden-robed guards entered, carrying a massive iron chest, bound with chains and secured with an enormous padlock at its opening. As the guards released their hold, the chest crashed to the floor with a resounding thud. The lieutenant nodded in satisfaction, for it seemed the chest contained a considerable amount of treasure. Upon seeing the enormous iron chest, the plump woman let out a wail of despair. No. The lieutenant approached her, smiling as he inquired, Where's the key to this chest? The plump woman's face turned pale as she responded, That is my husband's private treasure chest. No one knows where the key is except him. Chapter 64. Financial troubles. I see you intend to resist to the bitter end, the lieutenant said coldly. He drew his sword and pressed it against a boy's throat, demanding, Will you speak? The boy, paralyzed with fear, remained utterly still. The plump woman cried out in anguish, Please, spare my son. I swear to the gods above. I truly do not know. She clung to the lieutenant's leg, weeping profusely. Baristan frowned and said to the lieutenant, Lower your sword. Reluctantly, the lieutenant sheathed his sword and replied respectfully, As you command, commander. The plump woman stared wide-eyed at Baristan, seemingly astonished that this elderly man was the newly appointed commander of the capital's guard, succeeding her husband. Speak all that you know. We searched Genos, and he bore no key. Baristan's tone remained calm. The plump woman nodded timidly, stating, My husband has always regarded that iron chest as his treasure. He never permits us to approach his storage room, and I am utterly unaware of its contents. Baristan inquired patiently, Before your husband visits the storage room, which areas does he traverse, and what specific actions does he perform? The woman gazed at Baristan in confusion. Sir, why do you ask such things? You need not concern yourself. Just tell me. Baristan's tone took on a harsher edge. The woman shivered slightly, then endeavored to recall past events, saying, My husband frequently strolls through the living room, particularly enjoying pacing in front of that mural. At that moment, he prohibits anyone else from entering the parlor, and only after some time has elapsed does he proceed to the storage room. Baristan nodded in satisfaction, as Mrs. Shirlent's words aligned closely with his suspicions. Upon entering the room earlier, he had already noted the mural's distinctiveness. Among the array of antiquated furniture, only this mural's worth far surpassed that of the others. The mural, both in its exquisite craftsmanship and the quality of its frame, was undoubtedly a superior piece. You, remove that mural, Baratheon commanded. Several guards in golden robes complied. Carefully lifting the mural down, Baratheon felt behind the mural and, as expected, discovered an intricately designed key. Give it a try. He tossed the key to his lieutenant. The lieutenant inserted the key into the lock, and it fit perfectly. With a twist, the lock clicked open. The lieutenant and several guards then removed the iron chains that bound the chest, finally revealing its true form. With exhilaration, the lieutenant opened the chest. A dazzling golden light burst forth, captivating the attention of all present. The lieutenant swallowed hard and asked Baratheon, "Commander, how shall we handle this fortune?" Baratheon cast a cold glance at him. "First, tally the amount. Then you may take 1/10 of the gold dragons." The lieutenant rubbed his hands together in excitement. "Elia, there is something I wish to discuss with you," Ed said, looking at his young daughter, hesitating for a moment before articulating the words. Elia was wholly engrossed in a lemon cake, oblivious to the cream smeared across her cheeks. "What is it?" she asked, her mouth full of cake. Ed spoke bitterly. "I want you to stay in King's Landing." Elia paused, suddenly choking on her cake, erupting into a violent coughing fit. Ed panicked and quickly grabbed the milk set aside, urging her to drink. Simultaneously, he gently patted her back. After a moment, Elia regained her composure, her eyes red as she looked at her father, asking, "Father, do you not want Elia anymore?" He let out a deep sigh and earnestly said to Arya, "Father has important matters to attend to and cannot take you to the north. Would you mind staying in King's Landing to keep your sister company?" Upon hearing her sister's name, Arya became even more indignant. "No, I refuse to accompany Sansa. I do not like her. After all, she is your sister," Eddard sighed. It seemed that, for quite some time, the relationship between Sansa and Arya had been strained. I don't want to. Arya suddenly grasped Eddard's sleeve. "Father, please take me to the north. I promise I will be very well behaved and will not upset you." Eddard gazed into Arya's eyes and said solemnly, "Arya, I have committed a grave mistake, and this journey is to atone for it. However, I will never abandon you. My daughter, I swear it by the gods above." Arya's eyes remained red-rimmed. "But father, why must you leave Arya alone in King's Landing? Arya, can you do your father a favor?" "This is something only you can accomplish," Eddard said earnestly. Arya nodded and wiped away the tears at the corners of her eyes. "Take good care of your sister and yourself. Once Robb defeats the Lannisters on the battlefield, he will come to fetch you both home. All right?" Eddard added. "Really?" Arya's eyes sparkled with hope. "I swear," Eddard replied, unsure how many times he had sworn that day. All of this came from his heart. He truly wished to return to Winterfell with his two beloved daughters, to see his long-missed Catelyn, and when they grew up, to arrange suitable matches for them. Yet, as a prisoner, he was unable to offer Arya any guarantees. He could only place his hopes on his son Robb. Wishing he could triumph over Tywin Lannister as he had over Jaime, Arya nodded, somewhat understanding. "Your Majesty, during this raid, we acquired a total of 3,724 golden dragons," Baelish announced as he laid a parchment before Joffrey, sighing, "which is less than we anticipated." Joffrey furrowed his brow. "Is that all the money he has?" Baelish replied helplessly. "I suspect Janos has hidden a portion of the golden dragons in a place unknown to us." Joffrey sighed. "How long can our funds last?" "Your Majesty, the salary for the city watch has been overdue for 3 entire months, and there is considerable discontent among the gold cloaks," Baelish informed him. Joffrey was taken aback, his eyes widening in disbelief as he stared at Baelish. "Is Janos a fool? How could he possibly withhold his men as salaries for 3 months?" Baelish shrugged helplessly. "The mid-ranking officers of the city watch have received their full salaries. In truth, this is not solely Janos's fault. According to the watch's regulations, salaries are distributed tier by tier, and Janos would deliver the salaries to his subordinates directly. Then they would distribute the salaries to the subordinates." Joffrey comprehended Varys's implication. "You mean the corruption within the city watch is quite severe?" "It is indeed alarming, Your Majesty," Varys sighed. Chapter 65. The Counselor Joffrey felt an urgent need for a counselor, particularly when it came to matters concerning finances. Originally, Peter Baelish would have been a commendable choice, intelligent, and serving as the master of coin at the small council. However, Joffrey hesitated to employ him. He preferred to rely on someone less capable, yet more loyal for his counsel. "Your Majesty, how do you propose we handle this matter?" Varys inquired. Joffrey, irritated, scratched his head. "The loyalty of the gold cloaks is quite unstable, especially after 3 months without pay. I believe it best to refrain from any hasty actions for now," Varys stated. "Yet, allowing this situation to continue is not a viable solution. I am aware that prolonging this is unwise, but I lack any effective strategies, Joffrey sighed. I need someone who can provide me with sound counsel. Varys suggested. Your Majesty, the current master of coin, Lord Peter Baelish, is quite adept at handling such matters. Joffrey rolled his eyes. Let us not consider Lord Baelish. He possesses no loyalty whatsoever. Varys nodded. That is indeed true. If your Majesty does not mind. I have another suitable candidate in mind. Joffrey's interest piqued. Pray tell, who is this minister? Varys replied. The elder minister I previously mentioned, Lord Giles Rosby. Joffrey nodded. I recall you recruited some young members of House Rosby when you were enlisting the Kingsguard, correct? Indeed, your Majesty, Varys elaborated. House Rosby is located near King's Landing. Their lands, though not extensive, are fertile and well suited for agriculture. Lord Giles Rosby has resided in King's Landing for nearly 20 years, and I maintain a good personal rapport with him. His wisdom is truly admirable. Excellent. Let us summon him to meet me. Joffrey issued the command, but noticed his mentor Varys hesitating, as if he had more to say. What is it, my teacher? Do you have something else to add? Varys replied. Your Majesty, I suggest it would be prudent for you to visit Lord Rosby's estate personally. His health has not been well, and he has been enduring the trials of illness. No problem, Joffrey readily agreed. After all, Lubay made 3 visits to the thatched cottage. A visit from me would bear no pressure at all. Varys regarded Joffrey with surprise, then nodded approvingly. I am pleased for my old friend. Sansa looked at the maid stationed at the door and politely inquired, Excuse me, are my father and sister in this room? The maid returned the courtesy. Lady Stark, both your father and sister are present. His Majesty has instructed me to allow you to enter directly. Sansa nodded and pushed the door open. She saw her father seated in a chair, perusing a thick tome. Sansa scanned the entire room, but did not catch a glimpse of Arya. Father! Sansa exclaimed with excitement. Eddard moved, grasped his cane, and rose to his feet. Sansa hurried over to support him. Sansa, my dear child, I have caused you distress. Eddard lovingly stroked his eldest daughter's hair. Sansa shyly shook her head. Father, I have not been wronged. His Grace Joffrey has treated me well. Upon hearing this, a complex expression flickered in Eddard's eyes. By the way, father, I heard that Arya is here as well? Sansa inquired. Eddard nodded. Arya found it dull here and has returned to her own room. Sansa nodded. I heard you summoned me for a matter of importance. Eddard sighed deeply and gestured to a nearby chair. Please sit. Sansa, bewildered, took her seat. Sansa, I must ask you something. Do you still love His Grace Joffrey? Eddard asked solemnly. Sansa's cheeks flushed crimson as she shyly nodded. Yes, father. If His Grace were to marry another as his queen, would you still hold love for him? Eddard continued. His calm inquiry led Sansa to believe she had misheard. She responded in disbelief. Father, what do you mean? Sansa, if you cannot become queen, would you still love Joffrey as you do now? Eddard reiterated. No. Sansa screamed. His Grace will certainly marry me. He promised. I am his betrothed. Eddard, seemingly having anticipated Sansa's reaction, placed his hand on her shoulder. Calm yourself, Sansa. With reddened eyes, she gazed at her father. Father, are you jesting? Sansa, though this may be cruel, I must inform you of the possibilities that lie ahead, Eddard replied. Sansa asked, Father, why do you believe His Grace Joffrey would wed another? Eddard took a deep breath. Sansa, your brother currently leads the armies of the north against Tywin in the Riverlands. Do you understand? Sansa shook her head in confusion. Lord Tywin, after all, is the king's grandfather and one of the few remaining powers supporting King Joffrey. Lord Renly has declared himself king in the south, and while Lord Stannis has yet to act, he will certainly not pledge fealty to Joffrey. Furthermore, your brother Robb has captured His Grace's uncle during the battle against Lord Tywin, Eddard said bitterly. Sansa asked, So, Robb is a traitor now? Eddard was taken aback. He had not expected such words from his eldest daughter. He is still your brother, Sansa, Eddard stated. I do not care. It is all his fault. Because of him, I cannot become His Grace's queen. Sansa screamed hysterically, I hate him. Calm down, Sansa. Eddard attempted to reach out to soothe his daughter, but she brushed his hand away. Woe is me, I hate all of you. Sansa, having spoken her piece, dashed out of the room, wiping away her tears. Eddard sprang to his feet, but in his haste to grasp his cane, he lost his balance and fell to the ground. Gazing up at the ceiling, Eddard groaned in agony. What have I done to deserve this torment? Meanwhile, Arya discovered a hidden passage in her chamber. She recalled having seen a map from His Grace Joffrey, which marked the numerous secret entrances to the tunnels beneath the Red Keep. Vaguely, she remembered that there was an entrance to a concealed passage in her current room. After much effort, she ultimately uncovered the secret tunnel behind the wardrobe. Without a torch, Arya ventured forth, having traversed this darkened path on numerous occasions before, and felt confident in her ability to find her way out. Since father forbids me from accompanying you, I shall slip away in secret, Arya declared to herself. As she navigated the darkness, Arya could even hear the rapid beating of her own heart. However, her overwhelming emotion was one of exhilaration at the prospect of escaping. Being confined to that room had nearly suffocated her. At last, a glimmer of light appeared ahead, and Arya realized she had exited the confines of the Red Keep. The briny scent of the sea permeated the air. Lost in thought, Arya gazed at the distant horizon. Suddenly, a voice called out from behind her, "Little sister. Where are you off to?" Chapter 66. The secret message startled. Arya turned around to see the hound's scarred visage. "The hound," she gasped, attempting to flee, but he seized her effortlessly. "Let me go?" Arya struggled fiercely. "Little sister, where are you trying to go?" The hound inquired in a gravelly tone. "Fortuitously. I happened to be here today. Had you escaped, the king would have punished me," he chuckled. "You vile dog, release me." Arya cried in anger. "The king provided you with a map, hoping you would become his little bird, yet it seems this bird wishes to fly away on her own," the hound remarked. "His Grace Joffrey promised I could follow my father," Arya retorted. "Did your father consent to this?" "That is of little consequence," she defended herself. "Very well, little bird. Return now, and let us pretend this encounter never occurred," the hound said as he set Arya down. The moment she regained her freedom, she darted away, only for the hound to extend his leg, causing her to lose her balance and tumble to the ground. Arya found herself perilously close to the edge of a cliff, mere inches away from a deadly fall that would have turned her into a lifeless body on the shore. Her face drained of color at the thought. The hound reached down once more to hoist Arya back up. "Little sister, it appears I must personally escort you back. Your Grace, I have come to serve you." Lena gently knocked on the door. After a prolonged silence, Lena heard no response. After knocking once more without a response, Lena utilized the key bestowed upon her by Joffrey to unlock the door to the chamber. The moment she stepped inside, a shiver coursed through her spine. Luxurious ornaments lay shattered upon the floor, mingling with a dark crimson pool of blood. Furniture was strewn haphazardly to one side. "Your Majesty, leave at once." Lena heard a frail voice emanating from the bed. With a sigh, she approached the four-poster bed of the Queen Mother, where she beheld a woman with disheveled hair and a pallid complexion. Nevertheless, Lena could still discern the Queen Mother's exquisite features. "Who are you?" Cersei regarded Lena with suspicion. Lena replied respectfully, "Your Majesty, I am Lena, sent by the king to attend to your needs." "Leave," Cersei retorted coldly. Lena displayed a pained expression. "His Majesty commanded me to serve you. I require no one to serve me," Cersei declared. "But the king insists you must have assistance." Lena persisted. Cersei bellowed in fury, "That ungrateful wretch. How dare he slay his own uncle?" Truly a tale of maternal devotion, Lena mused silently. "Your Majesty, the king has instructed me to ensure your meals and hygiene, by any means necessary," Lena stated helplessly. Cersei scrutinized Lena icily. "What is your name?" "Lena Selmy, Your Majesty." Lena answered with respect. "Oh, what is your connection to Barristan?" Cersei inquired. "He is my uncle, Your Majesty," Lena replied. "So little Joffrey has indeed conspired with that old fool Barristan. No wonder the hound has failed," Cersei muttered. "Your Majesty, allow me to assist you in changing," Lena suggested. "Get away. I want my previous handmaidens." Cersei glared at Lena with disdain. Lena sighed. "Your handmaidens are currently imprisoned in the dungeons of the Red Keep. Release them at once, I command you," Cersei ordered. "It seems I must adopt a more forceful approach," Lena stated. Cersei grew alarmed, retreating slightly, her voice trembling. "What do you intend to do? I warn you not to approach." Lena offered a faint smile, rolling up her sleeves. Cersei donned a fresh gown, her tangled hair having been tidied, and sat silently at the dining table. Lena settled beside her, directing her own maidservants to tidy the room. Just yesterday, King Joffrey had not only granted her the authority to take decisive action when necessary, but had also sent her a new contingent of maidservants, all reportedly from the Selmy and Rosby families. Among them, Lena even spotted a distant cousin, which further solidified her belief that she had chosen the right allegiance. Now, she was indeed a trusted confidant of King Joffrey. "Your Majesty, it is time for our meal," Lena announced to Cersei. Cersei trembled slightly, her gaze toward Lena fraught with trepidation. The maidservants presented exquisite silver platters, placing them upon the dining table. As the lid was lifted, an enticing aroma wafted through the air. The platter was adorned with steaming roasted pigeon, creamy mushroom soup, and a piece of bread sprinkled with herbs. Yet, Cersei merely gazed at the food, lost in thought, without making any move. "Your Grace, it has been quite some time since you last ate," Lena remarked. Cersei hesitated before replying. "You take a bite first. Only then will I follow suit." Lena smirked inwardly at Cersei's trepidation, thinking to herself that no matter what, King Joffrey was still her son. How could he possibly poison her food? Lena scooped a spoonful of mushroom soup from the table, took a sip, and then tore off a small piece of bread to dip into the creamy concoction before savoring it. The delicate fragrance of the cream mingled with the rich flavor of the mushroom soup, causing her to involuntarily hum in delight. Observing Lena relish her meal so thoroughly, Cersei couldn't help but swallow hard. "Your Grace, please do not worry," Lena reassured her, swiftly finishing her portion. After waiting for what felt like an eternity, Cersei reluctantly picked up her knife and fork. Noticing Lena's unwavering gaze upon her, Cersei complained, "I prefer to dine alone. Could you possibly step outside for a moment?" "I am terribly sorry, Your Grace, but that is simply not feasible," Lena replied with a smile. Cersei felt a pang of irritation and cast a wary glance at Lena, begrudgingly beginning her meal. Even so, her dining manner remained far more graceful than Lena's. Lena watched with keen interest as Cersei ate, when suddenly, she felt a gentle tap on her shoulder. Turning around, she saw her distant cousin. "Elisa, is there something you need?" Lena inquired. The cousin, named Elisa, leaned closer and whispered, "Miss Lena, I have something of utmost importance to convey." Lena furrowed her brow. "Must it be said here?" Elisa nodded. Consequently, Lena followed Elisa out of the room. "Speak," she urged. Elisa handed Lena a yellowed letter stained with grease. "What is this?" Lena asked with curiosity. Elisa sighed. "I found this letter inside the roasted pigeon." Lena's expression instantly turned grave. "Aside from you, has any other maid seen this letter?" Elisa shook her head. "No. I am the only maid responsible for the food." "How did you come across it?" Lena inquired. "This morning, while inspecting the meal in the kitchen, I noticed that one of the pigeons had an unusually stitched abdomen. Seizing the opportunity while the other maids were occupied, I discreetly cut it open and discovered this." Elisa paused. "I immediately concealed it, ensuring no one else saw." Chapter 67, Rosby King's Landing, Rosby Manor. Joffrey gazed incredulously at the humble courtyard and the scant number of servants, turning to Baelish and saying, "Master, how can Lord Giles reside in such a meager place?" Baelish murmured, "Giles is indeed advanced in years, his wife has passed away, and he has no children to attend to him. Although the Rosby family is relatively affluent, several of his relatives covet his title and wealth." Joffrey nodded, feeling a twinge of sympathy for the ailing elder. As they traversed the corridor, bathed in the silvery glow of the moonlight, Joffrey beheld a young maiden seated on a stone platform, engrossed in a book. The moon hung high, its luminescence cascading like a waterfall, brighter than the flickering flame of a candle. The girl's long, raven hair cascaded over her shoulders like silk woven from the night itself, gently swaying in the breeze. Clutching an ancient tome, she was entirely absorbed in her reading, oblivious to the presence of Joffrey and Baelish, her delicate fingers brushing against the yellowed pages. Curious, Joffrey inquired, "Who is that girl, my teacher?" Baelish shook his head. "I am uncertain, Your Majesty. Giles has no children, so she is likely a distant relative." Joffrey nodded, his curiosity piqued as he scrutinized the maiden. Upon hearing their discourse, she lifted her gaze to Joffrey but remained silent, returning to her reading. For reasons unknown, Joffrey found her glance utterly mesmerizing. Her dark eyes seemed to speak volumes. With a sense of intrigue, he and Baelish proceeded into the main hall of the Rosby family. Giles Rosby was a frail old man, enveloped in a heavy fur shawl, who, with the assistance of his servants, approached Joffrey. "Your Majesty, it is indeed an honor for you to visit me," Giles said, punctuating his words with a series of deep coughs. Joffrey furrowed his brow, taken aback by the old man's frail condition. Crafting strategies was a mentally taxing endeavor, and he worried whether Giles' health could withstand the strain. "Lord Giles, let us speak inside," Joffrey suggested as they took their seats in the hall. With trembling hands, Giles settled into a chair, supported by his servants. "Your Majesty, I am aware of your purpose through Sir Baelish," Giles stated, only to be interrupted by another fit of coughing. "You wish to inquire about matters of finance, correct?" Giles asked. Joffrey nodded. "Then why not consult Lord Peter Baelish? He is the current master of coin," Giles remarked, peering at Joffrey with cloudy eyes. Joffrey offered a resigned smile. "Lord Giles, let us dispense with the circumlocution. My father has ruled for over a decade, yet he now finds himself burdened with substantial debts, of which Lord Baelish's influence cannot be entirely dismissed." With a sigh, Giles replied, "King Robert indeed relished his indulgences, but the debts incurred during his reign are not solely attributable to Lord Baelish." Joffrey gazed at Giles in astonishment. "I have heard that Lord Baelish possesses numerous enterprises in King's Landing, the majority of which belong to him." Giles nodded. "Your Majesty, allow me to speak candidly. When it comes to the art of making money, Lord Baelish surpasses me 100-fold. Furthermore, I find myself in the twilight of my years, burdened by concerns regarding my successors. In my desire to ensure the longevity of the Rosby family, I yearn to extend my life for a few more years. At that moment, Joffrey was drawn to a resounding female voice. My lord, I can provide answers for his majesty. Following the sound, Joffrey beheld the young lady he had previously encountered in the corridor. Giles furrowed his brow, exclaiming, Elena, be mindful of your station. I am engaged in a significant discussion with his majesty, and your interruption is most disrespectful. Joffrey interjected with a smile, Lord Giles, it is of no consequence. I find myself exceedingly curious about this girl. Might you introduce her to me? Giles cast a surprised glance at Joffrey before responding, Your Majesty. This young lady is the illegitimate daughter of my cousin, named Elena Vish. Her mother is a tavern maid. According to the rules, she is not permitted to enter the Rosby estate. However, as you are aware of my circumstances, I have no children. My cousin is likewise without heirs, and Elena is his sole daughter. Before my cousin's passing, he entrusted Elena into my care. I can only endeavor to raise this girl to the best of my ability. Joffrey nodded slightly, shifting his gaze to the girl named Elena. Unfazed, Elena met Joffrey's gaze unwaveringly, saying, Your Majesty, I am grateful for the opportunity to speak. From your conversation with Lord Giles, I understand that you are in urgent need of funds. You are quite correct, Joffrey replied. Forgive my candor, Your Majesty. But why not consider borrowing from the Iron Bank of Bravos? Elena suggested. The royal treasury is already in considerable debt. Joffrey raised his concern. Your Majesty, the Iron Bank values more than just outstanding debts. In fact, I believe they prefer clients of your potential, Elena responded with a smile. Giles cleared his throat, interjecting, Elena, your proposal harbors a critical flaw. The Iron Bank's interest rates are exorbitantly high. What consequences would arise if we fail to repay in a timely manner? Confidently, Elena replied. Then we shall negotiate a more favorable agreement with the Iron Bank, utilizing the resources and authority of the crown. Though the interest may be steep, they prioritize stable returns from long-term partnerships. If we can present a sensible repayment plan and offer royal trade privileges, port taxes, or future revenues from certain territories as collateral, I believe they might even be inclined to lower the interest rates and provide more flexible terms. Joffrey nodded in contemplation, yet he sought to challenge the young lady. Miss Elena, your points are well articulated, but what if negotiations with the Iron Bank yield unfavorable results? Would that not exacerbate our current predicament? Elena continued, Your Majesty. The success of negotiations does not hinge on the wealth you possess, but rather on the leverage at your disposal. Although the royal family is currently burdened with considerable debt, you sit upon the Iron Throne as the king of Westeros. If you can convince them that collaborating with you is far more advantageous than allying with your enemies, they will undoubtedly make the prudent choice. Upon hearing this, Joffrey nodded with satisfaction. You are quite impressive. I would like to extend an invitation for you to become my personal secretary. Would you be willing to accept? Elena, puzzled, inquired, Your Majesty, what exactly does the position of secretary entail? Joffrey scratched his head awkwardly. It is essentially my personal advisor, responsible for devising strategies for me. A glimmer of light flashed in Elena's dark eyes. It is my honor, Your Majesty. I accept your request. Giles smiled as well, saying, Your Majesty, I am of advanced age. Perhaps it would be best for Elena to take my place in providing counsel for you. Joffrey cheerfully lifted a goblet filled with red wine from the table and raised it gently. To Miss Elena's joining us, cheers. At that moment, Elena suddenly asked, Your Majesty, does the work of a secretary include sharing a bed? Joffrey, unable to contain himself, sputtered red wine all over Giles's face. Chapter 68. Pasher, why do you keep staring at me? Joffrey could no longer restrain himself and questioned the young woman riding behind him. Elena blinked her beautiful eyes and replied, Your Majesty, I am observing you. Joffrey said, You make me somewhat uncomfortable. That is of no consequence. You may simply pretend that I do not exist, Elena responded. Is that truly a way to speak? Joffrey sighed, exasperated. Miss Elena, if you have any questions, please feel free to ask me directly. Elena gazed at Joffrey for an extended moment. Your Majesty, if I were to bear your child in the future, could I have him take the surname Stone? Elena's surname is Wei Shui, which translates to water in Chinese. Stone is also a common surname for bastards, translating to rock. Joffrey was once again taken aback by Elena's astonishing statement. Wait, what do you mean by having my child? Your Majesty, I am an unmarried woman. Upon entering the court, I have no one to rely on but you, Elena replied. But I merely asked you to advise me, Joffrey protested. Elena looked at him with disdain. Your Majesty, if I become your secretary, I will undoubtedly learn many of your secrets. Joffrey, uncertain of her implication, nodded. You are correct. Elena pointed to herself. As a woman who knows many of your secrets, would you dare to marry me off to another? By the gods. Your reasoning is so sound that I find myself at a loss for words. Joffrey exclaimed. However, he stammered, struggling to counter her argument. Suddenly, Elena feigned a tearful expression. Your Majesty, you would not wish to abandon me, would you? Is it true, Your Majesty, that you intend to silence me permanently? Elena choked out, her voice trembling. I would never, Joffrey replied, his forehead slick with perspiration. Suddenly, Elena let out a soft laugh. Your Majesty, I was merely jesting. Joffrey stared at her in astonishment. Sister, your change of demeanor is quite remarkable. Let us return to the matter of our future child's surname, Elena stated earnestly. Joffrey nodded. But then a realization struck him. Why are we still discussing children? Is stone or waters preferable? Elena mused aloud. Do you truly desire a child? Joffrey asked gently. Your Majesty, as a mere woman of lowly status, I fear I shall lose my sanity if you do not grant me a child, Elena confessed. Yet, I cannot bestow upon you a legitimate claim. Would you accept even an illegitimate child? Joffrey inquired. Elena smiled sweetly. Your Majesty, as the king of the Seven Kingdoms, I do not demand your surname, but you could grant our child a new one. It was then that Joffrey comprehended Elena's intentions. Like Demon Blackfire? Elena nodded. Joffrey chuckled bitterly. You are quite ambitious. We are not yet at that juncture. Elena huffed lightly. Your Majesty, astute individuals always prepare for the distant future. I am but a lowly bast daughter, unlike those noble maidens. Lord Giles would not approve, would he? Joffrey asked. Elena laughed. His willingness to place me in the court indicates his consent. In King's Landing, within a certain establishment of merriment, Master Pycelle observed a group of enchanting women gracefully passing by, a satisfied smile spreading across his gray-bearded face. Lord Baelish, this is indeed a fitting place for conversation, he remarked. Littlefinger revealed his signature smile. Master, I did not expect you to acquiesce. Truth be told, this location does not quite align with your esteemed stature. Haha. Lord Baelish, you jest, Pycelle replied, embracing a youthful maiden, completely shedding the frailty he exhibited at the Red Keep. I cannot let the girls down. Surely, you are aware of the purpose of my invitation today, Master Pycelle? Littlefinger grinned. It pertains to Her Majesty, the Queen Mother, does it not? Pycelle queried. Littlefinger nodded. How did you fare with the task I entrusted to you last time? A look of confusion crossed Pycelle's face. What matter? The delivery of the message to the Queen Mother, Littlefinger clarified. Pycelle slapped his forehead. Ah, that matter. I dispatched my subordinate to handle it, but regrettably, there has been no response. Littlefinger frowned. If Her Majesty received the letter, there should have been some reaction. Could it be that your correspondence was intercepted? Pycelle stroked his grizzled beard and said, I am not entirely certain. The cook responsible for the meals is completely unaware of this matter. My subordinate discreetly placed it within the roasted pigeon after all the food was prepared. Littlefinger inquired, is it possible that Her Grace the Queen Regent did not dine alone? Pycelle shook his head. That is impossible. Even if Her Grace were under house arrest, the only person permitted to dine with her would be King Joffrey. No other servants possessed that privilege. And how do you account for Her Grace's reaction? Littlefinger pressed. Pycelle sighed deeply. Perhaps Her Grace harbors some unspoken troubles. Littlefinger fell silent in contemplation. The courtesan serving nearby sensed the shift in atmosphere and playfully draped her arms around the maester's neck, giggling. Lord Baelish, I have heard rumors that you have a flock of little birds at your disposal? Pycelle asked. Littlefinger smiled. My dear maester, one must be cautious with such words. The traitor Varys met his demise before us. Have you forgotten? Ah, my memory fails me. Pycelle chuckled. Lord Baelish, do you possess any news regarding the Eyrie? Littlefinger sighed. All I know is that King Joffrey has appointed a new cadre of young guards for the Eyrie and has recruited a fresh batch of handmaidens for the court. The maester laughed. Our young king is quite remarkable. Littlefinger remarked. Indeed, at the tender age of 12, he has compelled the Queen Regent to draft that decree. Truly, he is a formidable youth. Do you believe we can offer our loyalty to King Joffrey? Pycelle inquired. Oh, you hold a favorable view of King Joffrey? Littlefinger asked. Pycelle nodded and then shook his head. Lord Baelish, I am over 70 years old. My frail body cannot withstand much upheaval. Littlefinger chuckled. Regardless of who occupies the Iron Throne, you remain the maester before the king, allowing you to maintain your position of influence. Pycelle responded with a smile. Living a bit longer has its advantages. At the very least, it enables me to arm myself with knowledge. Maester, if that is the case, let us speak plainly. Littlefinger said with a smile, I come bearing the goodwill of King Renly. I wonder if you would be willing to accept it? Chapter 69. Your arrival is timely. As Joffrey stepped into the Eyrie, he spotted a handmaiden rushing towards him. Your Grace, Miss Sansa wishes to see you. The handmaiden replied respectfully. Joffrey looked at the handmaiden in surprise, feeling a flicker of confusion. What could Sansa want with me? Does it concern Eddard Stark? Very well. I shall meet her now, Joffrey consented. Your Grace, is that Miss Sansa the eldest daughter of House Stark? Olenna suddenly inquired. Joffrey nodded. She is your betrothed. Is she not? Yes. Would you care to accompany me to see her? Joffrey asked. Olenna shook her head, declaring, This is a matter of your Majesty's private affairs. As your secretary, I have no authority to inquire. Joffrey replied, I have arranged a room for you. Please settle your belongings, and I shall return shortly. Olenna nodded in acknowledgement. Just as Joffrey was about to depart, he heard Olenna murmur to herself, Your Majesty, I have a suggestion regarding Lord Eddard Stark. Intrigued, Joffrey responded. Oh, pray do tell. You could enlist his assistance. Assistance with what? In her chamber, Sansa occasionally cast her gaze toward the window. Her father's words echoed hauntingly in her mind. If Joffrey marries another woman as queen, will you still love him? Overwhelmed with anguish, Sansa pressed her hands against her ears, desperately attempting to dispel the thought, though she knew such actions were futile. No, Joffrey loves me dearly. He will surely take me as his wife. She reassured herself. Yet, her father's other admonition lingered. Your brother is a traitor. Tears streamed down her cheeks uncontrollably. She longed to cry out to the gods above, questioning their cruelty. Why grant her the chance to become queen only to snatch it away at such a pivotal moment? Sansa was unsure how long she had wept beneath her covers, but she felt herself slipping into a deep slumber. Then, she heard Joffrey's voice. Is Miss Sansa inside? Yes, Your Majesty, she replied. The door creaked open, and Sansa sprang upright, hastily wiping away her tear-streaked face. As Joffrey strode into the room, she managed a strained smile. Your Majesty, you have arrived. Joffrey smiled and embraced Sansa, bringing her a measure of solace amidst her heavy heart. My dear, my maidservant mentioned you wished to speak with me? He asked, regarding the auburn-haired girl intently. Sansa found herself ensnared by the allure of Joffrey's emerald-green eyes, rendering her speechless. Your Majesty, Sansa stammered. She yearned to directly question him. Yet hesitation gripped her, paralyzing her with fear of a negative response. What if he rejected me? Would I still remain in the court? Would I be sent back to Winterfell? Might I be wed to an old and unattractive knight by my brother Robb? Fear coiled around Sansa's heart like a vine. Fortunately, Joffrey broke the silence. My dear, are you inquiring about your father? Clinging to the glimmer of hope as if it were a lifeline, Sansa nodded vigorously. Joffrey enveloped her in another embrace, assuring her, My little lady, I promise you that my hound shall safely escort your father to the north. Sansa timidly nodded in the embrace of the young king. At that moment, a wild thought suddenly flashed through her mind. What if she could bear a child for his majesty? Oh, seven gods, Sansa, you are truly a wicked girl. It was as if she could hear her mother's stern reprimand echoing in her thoughts. Yet, all I desire is to become Joffrey's wife. I merely wish to reclaim what rightfully belongs to me. Sansa silently encouraged herself. Just then, the door was abruptly pushed open. Your Majesty, I have something of great importance too. The voice abruptly ceased. Sansa recognized the voice's owner all too well. It was her former maid, Lysalme. Oh, seven gods. Let me perish, Sansa thought. Joffrey looked down at the girl nestled in his arms, a hint of amusement flickering across his face. He cleared his throat and said sternly, Lisa, did you not think to knock before entering? Lisa was taken aback, then sheepishly scratched her head. Your Majesty, I apologize for intruding at an inopportune moment. Just as Lisa was about to retreat from the room, she heard Joffrey's voice. No, you have arrived at the perfect moment. Lisa was confused by his words and asked, Your Majesty, could you clarify? Joffrey suppressed a laugh. Close the door and come over here. Your Majesty, that may not be appropriate. Lisa hesitated. Lisa, have you forgotten your aspirations? Joffrey inquired. My aspirations? Indeed. Were you not hoping to become? I understand now, Your Majesty. Lisa clasped her hands together. She then closed the door and approached the bedside. Your Majesty, what should I do? Joffrey's lips curled into a smile. It is quite simple. Just follow my instructions. He stood from the bed, wearing an expression of despondency. Who am I? Where am I? What am I to do? His legs trembled violently, forcing him to lean against Lisa for support. At that moment, Miss Lisa looked radiant, her cheeks flushed like a ripe peach. This is utterly absurd, Joffrey muttered to himself. What did you say, Your Majesty? Lisa asked curiously. Nothing. Just let me be. Do not inquire about who he is. Lisa tilted her head, seemingly contemplating the meaning behind the king's words. Joffrey sighed heavily. An entire hour. Even an iron pestle would become a needle in that time, wouldn't it? From a seductress to a heroine, it had taken but a single hour. Only the gods above knew how he had endured that hour. Joffrey believed that his daily long-distance runs had honed his physical prowess to a level superior to the average man. Yet, before this vibrant girl, he felt like a mere novice. A woman with 8-pack abs, truly one to be reckoned with. Your Majesty, where shall we go now? Lisa inquired. Joffrey cleared his throat. Allow me a moment to rest. Lena nodded. Your Majesty, may I fetch you a glass of water? Joffrey acquiesced, turning to gaze at his grand four-poster bed, where Sansa lay curled beneath the covers, traces of tears marking her face. This was the essence of humanity. After madness, one yearns for solace. The sight of Lena sent a shiver down Joffrey's spine. As Lena approached with the cup, Joffrey took a sip of the warm water, feeling a modicum of strength return. Lena, you mentioned there was something of great importance. What is it? Joffrey inquired. Lena hesitated. What was it I meant to say? Oh, I recall now. Someone has slipped a letter into the Queen Mother's food. Chapter 70. The food crisis. A jolt of alarm surged through Joffrey. So soon. Someone sought to clandestinely contact Cersei? Who could it be, and what were their intentions? After a moment of contemplation, Joffrey asked Lena, where is that letter? Lena rummaged through her belongings before handing the letter to Joffrey. Unfolding the yellowed parchment, he began to read. The note contained but a single line. Please proceed secretly to the Weirwood Forest. Ensure you are not discovered. Joffrey's brow furrowed. Your Majesty, what does the letter say? Lena inquired with curiosity. Someone wishes to contact my mother. Oh, Lena gasped. Your Majesty, what shall we do? Just then, a voice from outside the door called, Your Majesty. Grand Maester Pycelle requests your presence for a council meeting. Joffrey turned to Lena. You must return to keep watch over my mother. I shall inform you of our course of action after the meeting. Lena nodded and departed. At the Red Keep, in the small council chamber, Joffrey entered with Baelish. Your Majesty. Both Peter Baelish and Pycelle rose to bow. Joffrey inclined his head slightly and took his seat at the head of the table. Lord Pycelle, what is the purpose of this summons? Joffrey asked. Your Majesty, our food supplies are dwindling, Pycelle replied. Joffrey raised an eyebrow. This is not favorable news. I wish to know why. Pycelle offered a wry smile. Your Majesty, you are likely aware of the war initiated by Robb Stark in the Riverlands. Joffrey nodded. Pycelle continued. The Riverlands are the primary source of food imports for King's Landing, and now, beset by conflict, the food supply has been severely compromised. The price of grain in King's Landing has skyrocketed. Joffrey frowned. Are there no other sources of food? Pycelle replied helplessly, Your Majesty. The wheat and grain produced in the Riverlands account for over half of King's Landing's food reserves. As for other regions, the Reach and the Vale do produce grain. But Lady Lisa of the Vale insists on remaining neutral, refusing to provide any aid to King's Landing. The Reach, under the control of House Tyrell, has also pledged allegiance to Renly. With a sigh, Joffrey lamented the dire state of affairs, never having anticipated such a bleak situation. Is there truly no place where we can procure food? Inquired Joffrey. If I must mention a location, there is one, Your Grace, Peter replied. Pray tell, Joffrey urged. We may purchase food from the free city-states across the narrow sea, Peter said with a smile. Joffrey remained skeptical, unable to believe that Peter would side with him at this moment. The merchant vessels from Bravos and Pintos traverse the Blackwater Bay year-round. As long as we can afford sufficient gold dragons, provisions will flow in abundance, Peter continued. Sensing the underlying implication in Peter's words, Joffrey pressed. How many gold dragons remain in the royal treasury, Lord Baelish, given your role as master of coin? Peter's expression turned troubled. The state of the treasury is rather dire. Your Grace. Joffrey held his gaze on Peter. To speak candidly, during King Robert's reign, the royal expenditures were rather lavish, leaving a debt of 6 million gold dragons, half of which belongs to your grandfather, Lord Tywin. The remainder is dispersed among the Iron Bank, the Faith of the Seven, and several wealthy merchants in King's Landing. Joffrey was aware of the royal debts and retorted, Lord Baelish, spare me the circumlocution. How much can the treasury afford to disperse? After a brief pause, Peter hesitated. Your Grace, the liquid assets in the treasury amount to roughly 100,000 gold dragons. This sum was slightly more than Joffrey had anticipated, yet he understood he could not access all of it. How much can we purchase with this amount for grain? Joffrey inquired. Very little, Your Grace. Due to the ongoing conflicts, even the transportation costs for overseas provisions have surged dramatically. Currently, the market price for a sack of wheat hovers around 10 silver stacks, which means 100,000 gold dragons could procure approximately 5,000 barrels of wheat, Peter explained. Joffrey gradually comprehended that Peter had undoubtedly inflated the prices. By this calculation, a barrel of wheat would cost an exorbitant 20 gold dragons. Even amidst turmoil, such a price seemed excessive. Joffrey maintained his composure and asked, Lord Baelish, If I were to hand you the gold dragons, how swiftly could you deliver the grain to King's Landing? Peter's lips curled into a slight smile. Your Grace, provided you furnish me with 100,000 gold dragons, I can assure you that within a week, 5,000 barrels of wheat will be stacked in the granaries. After a prolonged moment of contemplation, Joffrey turned to Pycelle. Maester, what is your counsel? Pycelle appeared to awaken from a stupor, blinking drowsily. Your Grace, I have no objections. Joffrey inwardly cursed the old fool for his pretense. Lords, I have taken note of your recommendations. However, given the substantial funds involved, I must confer with my mother. Joffrey concluded. Peter narrowed his eyes. Your Grace, time is of the essence. As I understand it, there are already rioters stirring unrest in the outer city. Lord Baelish. Joffrey smiled. The more urgent the matter, the more circumspect we should be. Do you not agree? Littlefinger paused momentarily, reluctantly nodding in agreement. Joffrey then escorted Peter Baelish out of the small council chamber. In the Mager's hold, study room, Joffrey encountered Alina, clad in a maid's attire. She wore a long black woolen dress that reached her ankles, its hem flowing gracefully. The sleeves were long and narrow, with cuffs that slightly turned outward. Over the dress, she donned a white linen apron, and her hair, dark and tightly wrapped, was concealed beneath a white linen headscarf. Your Majesty, if you continue to gaze at me so intently, I shall blush, Alina stated, her expression impassive. Joffrey cleared his throat, diverting his gaze from her. The traditional medieval maid's attire evoked a sense of nostalgia for him, as if he had returned to Earth. Alina, I wish to inquire about something, Joffrey said, taking a seat and adopting a serious demeanor. I intend to purchase a substantial quantity of grain. Where do you believe I should procure it? Alina paused for a moment before replying. Your Majesty, should not such inquiries be posed by the esteemed members of the Royal Council? Joffrey nodded. And what do those ministers suggest? She inquired. Joffrey recounted the proceedings of the council meeting to Alina. After listening intently, she suddenly regarded him with an odd expression. Joffrey found himself perplexed. Your Majesty, are you not aware that the Rosby family's lands serve as the granary for King's Landing? Alina remarked. This time. It was Joffrey who was taken aback. So, are you implying that the Rosby family can provide grain? He asked incredulously. Chapter 71. Farewell. Alina seemed to believe Joffrey was not jesting, and thus replied earnestly, Your Majesty, the Rosby family has resided in the lands north of King's Landing for generations. While our territory may not be as vast as the Reach or the Stormlands, it is fertile, yielding abundant wheat and oats. For decades, the Rosby family has consistently supplied grain to the markets of King's Landing. Even during King Robert's reign, our granaries provided ample provisions for the Red Keep. Joffrey nodded in satisfaction. Then how much grain does your family currently possess? Alina shook her head. I am but a bastard, lacking the authority to access certain vital family information. Joffrey gazed at her quizzically. I recall during our last conversation, Lord Giles held you in high regard. Alina smiled. Your Majesty, I am merely a lowly, illegitimate daughter. If he truly regarded me as an heir worthy of cultivation, do you think he would have sent me here? Joffrey paused, nodding slightly. Indeed, even if Alina were the perfect heir in every aspect, her status as a woman and a bastard rendered her prospects of inheriting a noble family nearly impossible on the continent of Westeros. Indeed, Alina, I wish to inquire about another matter. At that moment, a voice from outside the door interrupted. Your Majesty, Ser Sandor requests an audience. What could the Hound want at this hour? Let him enter, Joffrey commanded. The door swung open, revealing the Hound, who was carrying a struggling Arya. Release me. You wretched dog. Arya protested, fierce as a cornered leopard. Joffrey stood in astonishment as the Hound set Arya down. What on earth has transpired? Joffrey inquired. Your Majesty, as per your previous instructions, I intended to seal off the hidden passages beneath the Red Keep. However, at the final passage's exit, I encountered Lady Arya. I surmised she was attempting to flee the castle, hence I apprehended her, the Hound replied respectfully. Joffrey turned his gaze to Arya. You sought to escape the castle? Arya's face flushed with indignation. I merely wished for some fresh air. Is it customary to seek fresh air within the catacombs? Joffrey chuckled. I seem to recall guards stationed outside your chamber. With hands on her hips, Arya retorted. I discovered the entrance to the passage from my room. Joffrey pinched the bridge of his nose. Enough, Arya. Why did you attempt to sneak out of the castle? Because your Majesty deceived me, Arya declared, suddenly bold. Joffrey was taken aback. How have I deceived you? You promised to allow me to accompany my father. Indeed, Joffrey conceded, I did promise you that. However, my father commanded that I remain in King's Landing. That was your father's order. What does that have to do with me? Arya retorted, her voice rising in frustration. I am no longer a child. If you had directly instructed my father to take me away, would he have defied your command? Joffrey pondered, bewildered by Arya's unexpected shrewdness. He sighed in resignation. Arya, do you truly wish to leave King's Landing? Arya's expression darkened. Uncle Joffrey, Uncle Tommen, Uncle Renly, and many of my father's loyal men have perished here. Joffrey found himself momentarily speechless, realizing he had fallen into a flawed line of thinking. He had assumed Arya was like Sansa, a naive girl who would overlook the harsh realities. Yet Arya was different. In both appearance and temperament, she resembled her father. His own uncle had slain some of House Stark's followers, and his mother had ordered the deaths of others. The enmity between their families ran deep with bloodshed. How naive he had been to think he could win Arya over as an ally. Resolute, Joffrey declared, "Very well. I shall command Lord Stark to take you with him." A smile returned to Arya's face. "Stark, gather your belongings. We are preparing to depart." The Hound pushed the door open. Eddard Stark awoke with a start, bolting upright. "It is you." Eddard glared furiously at the Hound. "You wretched beast. Do not regard me with such disdain, Stark," the Hound replied, his expression impassive. "I still have to escort you on this journey." Eddard, filled with sorrow and anger, lamented. "I anticipated this day, yet I did not expect it to arrive so swiftly." The Hound, somewhat perplexed, retorted, "Stark, what nonsense are you uttering? It was Cersei who sent you, wasn't it? Go on, do your worst, but I implore you to spare my daughter." Eddard responded, "Stark, has your mind been addled? Why would I seek to end your life?" The Hound was rendered speechless. Eddard, still consumed by his indignation, declared, "Are you not a Lannister's dog come to slay me? I would take delight in severing your head, so I need not behold your loathsome visage any longer. Alas, King Joffrey has commanded I escort you and Arya to the north. I cannot defy his orders," the Hound lamented, raising his hands in resignation. Eddard scrutinized the Hound with suspicion. "Do not regard me with such eyes. Is it not merely a few of your guards I have slain?" The Hound grumbled. Suddenly, Eddard grasped the crucial implication of the Hound's words. "You mean Arya will accompany us to the north? You should be grateful for the king's mercy." The Hound extended his hand toward Eddard. "Come, the king has words for you." At the Red Keep, at the castle gates, Joffrey stood with Sansa and Arya before the drawbridge, while Peter Baelish accompanied them, flanked by several armored knights. As the Hound and Eddard approached the gates, the drawbridge was slowly lowered. "Father!" Arya exclaimed, rushing toward Eddard upon seeing him. Eddard steadied himself with his cane while embracing his youngest daughter tightly. Sansa stood nearby, her eyes swollen with tears. "Sansa, come here," Eddard beckoned to his eldest daughter. She stepped forward to embrace him. "Father, take care," Sansa choked out. Eddard forced a strained smile before making his way to Joffrey. "Thank you for your generosity, your grace," Eddard bowed respectfully. "Lord Stark, this is my way of expressing goodwill." Joffrey replied with a smile. Eddard cast a complex glance at Joffrey and sighed. "Your grace, I shall convey your kindness to Robb." Joffrey nodded in satisfaction. "Lord Eddard, I remember your family motto, 'Winter is coming,' is it not?" "Indeed, your grace," Eddard affirmed with a nod. "Actually, there is one more matter I would like you to assist me with," Joffrey continued. "Your grace, command me as you wish. If you pass through Winterfell, remember to take Bran to the wall," Joffrey instructed. Eddard, utterly bewildered, responded, "Your grace, I do not comprehend." Joffrey sighed. "You may find it hard to believe, but I dreamt of visions beyond the wall." Eddard's curiosity was piqued. "Your grace, what did you see?" Joffrey remarked, "I have witnessed a terrifying sight. The frozen dead rising from their graves, transformed into horrifying whites. Moreover, an ice-clad specter, its eyes aglow with an eerie blue light, commands legions of whites advancing towards the wall." Ed chuckled softly. "Your grace, those are mere tales of fright." "Nay, Lord Stark, winter is indeed coming," Joffrey replied with gravity. "Thus, I appoint you as the new commander of the Night's Watch, to replace Old Bear and investigate this matter." Ed, taken aback, ceased his mirth and gazed at Joffrey. "Your grace, do you truly have such faith in me? Some truths must be witnessed firsthand." Joffrey said meaningfully. Ed nodded and accepted the parchment of appointment from Joffrey's hands. "Lord Stark, I entrust the wall to your care." Ed hesitated. "Your grace, I fear I may disappoint you." Joffrey patted Ed's shoulder. "Do you not have a bastard at the wall? Go visit him." In King's Landing, Peter Baelish sat in his study, lost in contemplation. Suddenly, a rhythmic knock interrupted his reverie, and he opened his eyes. "Enter." A boy, missing an ear, stepped inside. "My lord, we have gathered the information you requested," the boy said respectfully. Peter inclined his head slightly. "His Grace Joffrey visited Lord Rosby's estate yesterday," the boy continued. Peter frowned. "Provide more details." The boy replied, "We saw the king enter Lord Rosby's house accompanied by Ser Balon Swan. Shortly thereafter, they emerged with a young lady and returned to the Red Keep. Peter fell silent, tapping his fingers lightly on the table. It appeared Joffrey had been in contact with that old rascal Rosby for some time. Peter was well aware that the Rosby family possessed ample stores of grain. If Joffrey acquired this supply, how would he profit? Is that old fool nearing his end? Peter inquired. My lord, we found no birds at the Rosby estate, but we know that each day, servants purchase large quantities of herbs, the boy answered. Peter nodded in satisfaction. I recall that old fellow found himself a bastard a few years ago. The boy replied, Indeed, my lord, Lord Gillis's bastard is named Rayhart. And before being discovered by Lord Gillis, he had been begging in the flea market. Now, suddenly elevated to the status of a nobleman, he squanders his newfound wealth recklessly. Peter chuckled. That old man has kept it well hidden. No one in the noble circles of King's Landing is aware of his bastard, especially his cousins, who eagerly await his demise to inherit his title and lands. The boy added, My lord, do you wish to find Rayhart? Peter responded, Yes. The boy continued, My lord, Rayhart is here. He is currently engaged in a private conversation with a woman of the pleasure houses. Littlefinger chuckled heartily. Very well, take me to him. As he stepped into the room, he was met with the sound of a man's furious curses and a woman's piercing screams. A pillow was hurled in his direction, which he narrowly dodged. Get the hell out, shouted a gaunt man, resembling a weasel, in a fit of rage. Littlefinger cast a glance at the woman, who obediently donned a sheer robe and exited the room. Who is this harlot you're supporting? Who permitted your entrance? The man fixed a penetrating gaze on Littlefinger. Calmly, Littlefinger seated himself on a nearby chair, declaring, I am the proprietor of this establishment, as well as a minister in the royal council. You may refer to me as Lord Baelish. The man finally composed himself, regarding Littlefinger with suspicion. You are the esteemed Lord Peter Baelish? Littlefinger inclined his head slightly. You are known as Lehart Vischer, are you not? Lehart's anger flared once more, and he shouted, Do not utter that surname. I am now the heir of House Rosby. You should address me as Lehart Rosby. With his signature smile, Littlefinger responded, Young Master Rosby, I pose to you a query. Is Lady Jill's your mother? Lehart's face flushed crimson. What of it? That old man has no other sons. I am his only heir. Oh, young Master Lehart. But according to the laws of Westeros, it is Lord Jill's cousins who are the legitimate heirs, Littlefinger remarked with a grin. Impossible. That old man adores me. He would never relinquish the title to anyone else. Lehart's anxiety began to surface. Ah, young Master Lehart, have you forgotten that in such matters, it is ultimately the king who decides? Littlefinger inquired. How could His Majesty possibly have the time to adjudicate my family's inheritance? Lehart retorted. That remains uncertain. However, I happen to know that King Joffrey visited Rosby Manor just yesterday, Littlefinger replied. Lehart, now visibly agitated, sprang from the bed and hurriedly donned his clothing. Lord Baelish, could you elaborate on this matter? Lehart implored, ingratiatingly taking a seat beside Littlefinger. Littlefinger feigned concern. Young Master Lehart, I am genuinely troubled by your current predicament. Lehart grasped Littlefinger's hand anxiously. To my knowledge, His Majesty and Lord Jills engaged in pleasant conversation, though I am unaware of the specifics. The king departed with a young lady from House Rosby. Lehart frowned. A young lady? Littlefinger nodded. It is said her name is Olenna Vischer. His Majesty even spent a night with her at the Red Keep. Olenna? She is my niece. Why would she go to the Red Keep? Lehart inquired, perplexed. Littlefinger shrugged helplessly. That is a question for the gods above, though I have heard whispers that this young lady remained in the king's chamber for an entire night. He wore an expression that any man would understand. Yet, Lehart remained bewildered. What relevance does this have to me? Littlefinger was taken aback by the sheer foolishness of this illegitimate child and could only sigh, saying, My Lord Lehart, I mean to say, if this Olenna were to win His Majesty's favor and whisper sweet nothings in his ear, do you believe it is possible that His Majesty, in a moment of delight, might bestow upon her the titles and lands of the Rosby family? Lehart finally comprehended the implication, and in a fit of rage, he shouted, That shameless harlot. Calm down, my Lord Lehart, Littlefinger remarked, though his body remained motionless. After Lehart had vented his fury for quite some time, exhausted from his tirade, Littlefinger slowly spoke again. My Lord Lehart, I have a suggestion that could assist you in securing the claim to the Rosby inheritance. I wonder if you would be inclined to hear it? Lehart's eyes sparkled with intrigue. Lord Baelish, please enlighten me. Chapter 73, The Dispossessed in King's Landing, a veritable den of iniquity. The emaciated youth, Tom, clutched the hand of his equally frail sister as they stood at the back of a throng. Damn those Lannisters. Tom bellowed upon spotting a burly man with a stubbly face, his fists raised in indignation. They hoard the grain within the Red Keep while they feast in luxury. This outburst ignited the ire of the crowd, which began to stir restlessly. Tom felt his sister's hand tremble, and he whispered to her reassuringly, "Lila, fear not. The bakery will surely open its doors today." His sister Lila nodded obediently. Tom drew her close, casting vigilant glances around them. Not far off, the bakery's wooden door stood tightly shut, guarded by several members of the city watch clad in golden robes. The golden-clad guards, armed with spears, regarded the agitated crowd with cold indifference. Soon, curses began to ripple through the throng. Someone hurled a clump of mud at the guards, which splattered against their armor, eliciting a round of laughter. Tom witnessed an elderly woman, burdened with a basket, being knocked to the ground, her rotting vegetables spilling out and becoming muddied. "Bread! We demand bread!" The deafening cries of the crowd crescendoed, and they surged forward like a tidal wave. Tom felt the pressure from behind intensify, nearly causing him to stumble. His sister Lila cried out in fear, and he held her tightly in his embrace. Suddenly, a thunderous crash echoed down the street. Tom saw the bakery's door burst open. The crowd surged inside like a flood breaking its banks, while the golden-clad guards attempted to intervene, their spears rendered laughably inadequate against such overwhelming numbers. Tom observed the burly man with a stubbly face seize a guard's spear and thrust it toward another. "Kill them! Slay these bastards!" The crowd erupted in fervor, the rage spiraling out of control. One guard fell, beaten to the ground by sticks and shovels, blood seeping through the seams of his helmet. Soon, Tom heard a piercing scream. He saw the rotund baker being dragged out, his body drenched in blood. "Help! Help!" The feeble cries of the corpulent proprietor came to an abrupt halt. The starving throng swarmed over him like ants, instantly enveloping the rich morsel that he represented. Tom heard the chilling sound of teeth grinding against bone, a noise that sent shivers down his spine. In that fleeting moment, the densely packed crowd morphed into bloodthirsty beasts. He grasped his sister's hand tightly, pulling her away from the alley. As they emerged from the narrow passage, Tom spotted a horse barreling towards him. Fortunately, his sister yanked him aside just in time, sparing him from being trampled. He turned his gaze toward the knight, adorned in a cloak of red and white stripes, his armor glinting ominously in the light. The knight dismounted and approached Tom. Protectively, Tom positioned his sister behind him. "Young lad, what transpired within?" The knight inquired in a hushed tone. Tom swallowed hard. "My lord, the people are ravenous, and the baker has yet to open his doors." The knight nodded, then tossed a silver stag to him. "This is for you. Depart quickly, for it is unsafe here." With that, the knight turned and left. Tom clutched the silver stag tightly in his hand, his heart racing wildly. It was a silver stag. He had never possessed such a fortune. Tucking the coin into his pocket, Tom took his sister's hand and made his way toward another bakery in the flea market. Joffrey rode through the streets of King's Landing, flanked by the King's Guard and a contingent of gold-cloaked guards. "What is the situation?" Joffrey inquired. "Not optimistic, your grace," replied Baratheon with a rueful smile. "How dire is it?" Joffrey pressed. "Since dawn, there have been 25 riots in total across the city, 19 minor and 6 major. 33 city guards have perished amidst the chaos, and the civilian casualties are countless," Baratheon reported, relaying one grim statistic after another. Joffrey furrowed his brow. "What is our food supply?" Baratheon sighed. "You must ask Lord Peter. He manages the treasury and provisions." That little finger again. Joffrey felt a surge of irritation. "Is there no one else capable of this task?" he demanded. "I fear not, your grace," Baratheon lamented. "Since King Robert's ascension over a decade ago, Lord Peter has overseen the treasury and supplies, and the city's renowned grain merchants only deal with him. I shall devise another plan," Joffrey declared, leading the group back toward the Red Keep. "Lady Olenna, I would like to inquire about Lord Giles' opinions," Joffrey stated directly. Olenna blinked her large, watery eyes. "Your grace, why do you suddenly seek my counsel on this matter?" "I wish to purchase grain from Lord Giles," Joffrey responded earnestly. "Your grace, while I am indeed your secretary, I was raised within House Rosby. Given the current turmoil, grain prices are anything but cheap," Olenna cautioned, gazing at Joffrey intently. Joffrey lamented. "You surely know what Lord Gillis desires. I can offer something beyond mere riches." Olenna replied, "Your Majesty, why not inquire about my own desires?" Taken aback, Joffrey asked, "Then what is it that you wish for?" "Your Majesty, I wish for you to grant me a child," Olenna stated expressionlessly. Seemingly unfazed by Olenna's ploy, Joffrey sighed. "Olenna, I am engaging you in a matter of great importance to me." Olenna continued to blink innocently. "Your Majesty, I too am discussing something of significant importance to me." After exchanging glances for several seconds, Joffrey ultimately succumbed. I still do not comprehend why you wish to bear my child without truly knowing me, he remarked. Your Majesty, you ought to refrain from uttering such sentiments. They do not reflect the demeanor of a true king, Elena advised. And what should a true king do? Joffrey inquired. A true king should laugh heartily and then throw me onto the bed, Elena replied. Joffrey fell silent. What if I were a tyrant? Wouldn't you be walking into the jaws of a lion? Elena sighed deeply. Your Majesty, at times, I genuinely question whether you were raised within the royal household. You are aware of my background. My mother was a tavern maid. Joffrey nodded. Before she encountered my father, she endured daily hunger and had to withstand the harassment of patrons. If she angered them, she would lose her job, and without work, she would starve. However, after meeting my father, her life transformed dramatically. Even though my father was an old, unattractive curmudgeon with a volatile temper, once my mother bore me. She resided in the estate of a nobleman, living a life beyond the wildest dreams of ordinary folk. It was through her encounter with my father that I became the illegitimate daughter of the Rosby family. Even without a claim to inheritance, I am still regarded as a half-noble lady. I am spared the indignity my mother faced in serving the coarse patrons. I need not fear whether I would have to sell my body for survival, becoming a harlot in the brothel. It can be said that my mother seized a singular opportunity, forever altering the course of my life. After listening to Elena's eloquent narrative, Joffrey fell into deep contemplation. What kind of society could render a young maiden so profoundly admirable? Miss Elena, you speak most astutely. Thus, let us proceed directly to the matter at hand. Chapter 74. Conspiracy. Tom stood before the tavern with his sister. At the gate stood a rotund man, often inebriated, whom the townsfolk referred to as Red-Nosed Tom. Sir Tom, I wish to enter, pleaded Tom respectfully. Get lost. This is no place for a little brat like you. The portly man waved dismissively. Sir Tom, I seek Lord Wolf. Would you be so kind? Tom bowed his head humbly. Lord Wolf is quite busy and has no time for a child like you. The man scoffed, casting a disdainful glance at Tom. Gritting his teeth, Tom retrieved a few copper coins from his pocket and handed them over. The man's eyes gleamed as he snatched the coins. Sir Tom, may I ask enough? Just get in. The portly man interrupted. Tom, accompanied by his sister, navigated through the throng in the tavern until they reached the bar. Behind the counter, a robust man was mixing drinks, donning a black eye patch over his left eye, while his right eye surveyed the establishment. This man was the tavern's proprietor, known to all as One-Eyed Wolf. With great effort, Tom squeezed his way to Wolf. Peeking over the bar, Sir Wolf, I have something to report, he shouted. The tavern owner regarded him with surprise through his single eye. Kid, this place doesn't welcome prepubescent children. How did you get in here? Sir, I wish to provide a lead. Tom insisted. Intrigued, the tavern owner inquired. Did you see the bounty poster outside the tavern? Tom nodded vigorously. Then let us speak in a quieter place, Wolf decided. Tom followed the tavern owner to the second floor, entering one of the rooms. Speak, Wolf commanded. Tom swallowed hard. Sir, I saw the man with the red inverted triangle crest from the bounty in the herbal shop. Wolf scrutinized Tom with interest. Interesting, go on. Tom continued. Sir, I know your bounty includes tracking members of that family. I followed the old man into the herbal shop and discovered he purchased several rare herbs, including factor flower juice, willow bark, honeygrass, sleepy flower, and nettle. Wolf pressed further. What did the old man look like? Tom recalled he was stooped, with a sharp nose and a thin face, wearing a necklace of interconnected silver metal links around his neck. Wolf nodded approvingly. He produced a pouch from his pocket and retrieved a silver stag coin, placing it before Tom. Kid, you seem quite clever. I have another task with a more generous reward. Would you care to try? Tom accepted the silver stag, gazing at the tavern owner. Sir, please do tell. I want you to follow that old man and infiltrate his domain, Wolf instructed. Tom's expression turned troubled. Sir, I am but a humble beggar. How could I possibly enter the estate of a noble? The tavern owner smiled reassuringly. Do not fret. You are not alone in this endeavor. You merely need to participate in the recruitment of servants for the Rosby family. Should you succeed, a golden dragon shall be yours. If you fail, a silver stag awaits. Such opportunities are rare, my boy. Will you accept? Tom hesitated. But my sister. The tavern owner interjected. Rest assured. I shall see to it that your sister is employed as a maid in the tavern, ensuring she is well fed each day. How does that sound? Tom remained uncertain. With a sigh, the tavern owner continued. My lad, the price of grain in the city is rising thrice daily. With the meager funds you possess, how long do you believe you can endure? Clenching his teeth, Tom declared, I will do it. The tavern owner grinned. Excellent. Now, allow me to take you to a place where you will find many youths of your age. In the grand hall, Lord Baelish lounged, his demeanor relaxed. while the one-eyed wolf stood respectfully before the desk. "Wolf, the task I assigned you extends beyond this singular matter," Lord Baelish remarked with a smile. Wolf grimaced, "My lord. Inciting the distressed populace is no simple feat. The streets are teeming with the gold cloaks. Following yesterday's riots, the Red Keep has bolstered its guard. Any disturbance will be met with swift retribution." Lord Baelish tapped his fingers on the table. "Wolf, I did not come here to hear your grievances. Can you gather a group of the distressed this evening?" Wolf gritted his teeth. "I can, but I will require a further 100 golden dragons." Lord Baelish replied sternly. "I shall grant you 50. The remainder is your responsibility." "But, my lord, there are no buts, Wolf. Have you forgotten how your father met his demise?" Lord Baelish retorted. Wolf's single eye reddened. "My lord, I shall never forget. It was all that wretched Joffrey's doing. I have given you the opportunity to avenge your enemy, and yet you display no gratitude nor zeal," Lord Baelish chided. Wolf sighed. "My lord, Joffrey is now king. Should I fail to eliminate him, my fate will be dire. I truly misjudged your character. Never did I expect such cowardice from you," Lord Baelish lamented. "You may depart. I shall find another to handle this matter, and you need not assist me further." Panicking, Wolf fell to his knees. "My lord, I was wrong. Please grant me one more chance. I will see this through." Lord Baelish regarded him with a knowing look and smiled. "Now that is more like it." He helped Wolf to his feet. "Remember, await my signal, and ensure that the king is ambushed as he passes the flea bottom. Should you act too early, the gold cloaks will quash the riot. Too late, and the king will escape. Do you understand?" Wolf nodded vigorously. Lord Baelish added, "Very well. Since you seek 100 golden dragons, I shall provide you an additional 50. My demands are but two: punctuality and swiftness." Wolf departed upon receiving his orders. "Your Majesty, this is not the appropriate time for such discussions," Elena interjected earnestly. Joffrey was taken aback and replied, "Do you have other matters to address?" Elena nodded. "Your Majesty, your court is infiltrated as thoroughly as a sieve." Joffrey furrowed his brow. "How did you discern this? Must one truly be observant to perceive it?" Elena sighed. "I overheard Lina mention that someone had concealed letters within the belly of a roasted pigeon and delivered it to the Queen Mother's chamber." Joffrey suddenly recalled this incident and inquired, "What course of action should we take regarding this?" Elena responded resignedly, "Your Majesty, if your adversaries can insert letters into a roasted pigeon, what prevents them from pouring poison into the wine of your cup? Should you continue to disregard this matter, I fear the day may come when your demise is shrouded in ambiguity. What then should we do?" Joffrey pondered with a frown. "I have heard that Lord Varys, during his tenure as Master of Whisperers, possessed his own intelligence network." Elena remarked, "It is evident, Your Majesty, that you are in need of a new Master of Whisperers."